Xiaoyu, accompanied by Ralts, embarks on a legendary journey through the Pokémon world, capturing legendary Pokémon such as Mewtwo and the 3 legendary birds, dominating all league champions from Kanto to Galar, and thwarting the nefarious schemes of Team Rocket and other villainous organizations. Ash, brother Xiaoyu, is my eternal goal to surpass. Sabrina, this kid must be dealt with. Moreover, goddesses such as Sonia and Julon fervently pursue him, and female protagonists like Misty and Lily are all admirers. Even Nessa and Lurina take the initiative to confess their feelings. When a special investigator meets the identity of a trainer, Xiaoyu is destined to rewrite the entire Pokémon world. Current progress: the final battle of the Silver League, integrating all episodes from the original series to the latest, perfectly recreating the ultimate dream for Pokémon fans. Chapter 1. The place where dreams begin. Buzz. On the tranquil azure sea, a medium-sized ship is slowly docking at the port with a long blast of its horn. Despite the bustling city on the coast and the lively dock, a closer look reveals that the tourists on the ship are not admiring the scenery, but are entirely focused on the deck. There, a Pokémon battle is reaching its climax. The 2 opposing Pokémon are Ralts and a purple rodent, Rattata, while their trainers are a handsome young man in his 20s and a middle-aged man clad in a suit. In the midst of the fierce battle, Rattata's stamina is rapidly depleting. As it falls behind, the anxious middle-aged man shouts, "Rattata, close in quickly and use tackle." Rattata, responding to the command, seizes the moment and accelerates, dashing towards Ralts with its head lowered. Yet, just as it is about to collide with Ralts, the latter suddenly employs double team, creating multiple illusory copies. Rattata, unable to halt its momentum, rushes through one of the phantoms. Among the spectators, many knowledgeable Pokémon enthusiasts recognize this as the common move, double team. Observing Rattata frozen in confusion, Xiaoyu realizes that after such a prolonged engagement, it is time to conclude the battle. Ralts, use Psychic. As soon as he utters those words, Ralts' illusions simultaneously raise their arms and point at Rattata. In the next moment, Rattata is enveloped in a peculiar glow and is lifted into the air. Despite its desperate struggles, it remains ensnared by the psychic force. With a swift motion of Ralts' arm, Rattata is sent hurtling backward, crashing against the nearby railing with a resounding thud. The force of the impact is so great that the surrounding onlookers can clearly see the deformation of the railing. At this point, Rattata can no longer hold on. It rolls its eyes upward and collapses onto the ground, defeated. The crew member serving as the referee leans down to inspect and, shaking his head, raises his right hand to announce loudly, "Rattata has lost its ability to battle. Ralts is the victor." Upon hearing this, the spectators erupt into applause for the thrilling match, simultaneously marveling at Ralts' displayed prowess. Even a fiery-haired woman playfully whistles at Xiaoyu. "That was incredible. Wow, he must be on a 7-win streak now." Indeed, and Ralts has barely taken any damage throughout. It's truly impressive. Amidst the accolades, Xiaoyu remains composed, approaching Ralts first to gently pat its head before moving to the middle-aged man. They shake hands lightly, and the man, eyeing Ralts with admiration, praises, "Your Ralts is exceptionally trained. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Your Rattata is commendable as well." Xiaoyu responds amicably to his opponent, tactfully complimenting, "I hope we have the chance to battle again next time." The middle-aged man chuckles and steps aside. As he departs, the surrounding tourists exchange glances, eager to see who might challenge the dashing young man next. However, just as a few trainers eagerly prepare to step up, Xiaoyu suddenly takes a step back. "I apologize, everyone, but as much as I would like to continue, it is evident that we have reached our travel destination, and we must disembark." At his words, the tourists hurriedly turn around, realizing that, unbeknownst to them, the ship has already docked. The warm, radiant sun shines upon the city, while the waves tirelessly wash over the narrow protective embankment. Gazing toward the horizon, one perceives a blend of azure, where the sea and sky merge into a vast mirror. The soft, salty sea breeze caresses the skin, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. This is the vital harbor of the Johto region, a southern city known as Cherry Grove City, bathed in the orange glow of the sunset. As Xiaoyu steps out of the cabin and onto this familiar, yet foreign land, he can scarcely contain his joy. Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Professor Oak, the Johto region, the Indigo League. Since childhood, this place holds countless memories for him. He never imagined he would truly arrive here one day. Though several months have passed since entering this Pokemon world, each recollection still feels surreal. At his feet, sensing her trainer's emotions, Ralts emits a gentle call. Glancing at her, Xiaoyu chuckles softly. Well, though we have arrived in the Johto region, we must first head to the Pokemon Center to register for our challenge before facing the Indigo League. Leaving the harbor, Xiaoyu pulls out his phone, opens the map, and heads toward the Pokemon Center in the city center. Along the way, trainers frequently traverse the city with their Pokemon, and across the world, these Pokemon have seamlessly integrated into daily life, serving as indispensable companions in various roles, be it entertainment, dining, delivery, or security. The absence of these creatures would indeed feel amiss. However, many curious glances are cast towards Xiaoyu and Ralts, as Ralts is quite a rare sight for the people of this region. With green hair resembling a half-rolled cabbage that obscures much of her face and a white body akin to wearing excessively long pants. Ralts, being a Pokemon not native to Johto, naturally attracts attention. Even in other regions, it is considered a rarity, with few trainers possessing one. Ignoring the gazes, as Xiaoyu enters the city center and crosses several intersections, he finally spots the entrance to the Pokemon Center from a distance. Upon entering the lobby, he sees Nurse Joy with her pink curls, dressed in uniform, organizing documents at the front desk. Upon noticing Xiaoyu, her face brightens with a friendly, professional smile. Hello, welcome to the Pokemon Center. How may I assist you today? Greetings, Miss Joy, Summeryu said, momentarily lost in thought at the sight of her, before quickly regaining his composure and smiling. I have come to challenge the court's conference. Could you assist me in registering my qualifications? Of course, I understand, Miss Joy replied, gesturing toward a nearby computer screen. Please use your Pokédex to scan here first. Nodding in acknowledgement, Summeryu retrieved his Pokédex from the inside of his coat and placed it on the computer. In an instant, the screen displayed his information, accompanied by an electronically synthesized male voice emanating from the device. Welcome to the Kalos region's Shokyo town, Summeryu. You have successfully completed the registration process for the Quartz League, and your current badge count is 0. Wishing you success in your battles. Kalos region? Upon hearing the announcement, Miss Joy glanced at Summeryu with surprise, exclaiming, "What a distant place indeed." Indeed, Summeryu responded, nodding slightly and delivering a double entendre. To arrive on this land is truly no easy feat. Just then, a round, plump Chansey waddled over from the side, cradling a box adorned with the Quartz League emblem. Approaching Summeryu step by step, Miss Joy made a gesture inviting him forward, smiling warmly. For trainers who have completed their registration, we provide a badge collection box. This is yours, please accept it. Summeryu glanced down at the box. It appeared to be an ordinary container, lacking any remarkable features, seemingly of little value. After expressing his gratitude and accepting the box, he inquired, "By the way, Miss Joy, I wish to ask if I can upgrade my Pokédex from the Kalos region to the Johto region." I am truly sorry. After a moment's hesitation, Miss Joy shook her head. We are unable to modify the Pokédex here. If you wish to upgrade it, I recommend visiting the Sakuragi Research Institute in this city or Professor Oak's laboratory in West Shinshin Town. I believe they would be more than willing to assist you. Chapter 2. Sakuragi Research Institute and Haruka. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, Summeryu opted not to venture to Shinshin Town in search of Professor Oak, but instead made his way directly to the Sakuragi Research Institute in Kureha City. The Sakuragi Research Institute is situated on the outskirts of Kureha City, covering an expansive area. Behind the main entrance lies a grand courtyard, and the main building is an impressive 3-story edifice featuring an attic. It is said that the structure was originally a nobleman's estate until it was purchased and renovated by Professor Sakuragi half a year ago. After passing through the entrance and traversing a path, Summeryu ascended the steps to the institute. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw a youthful girl clad in a white dress reminiscent of a student uniform, standing not far behind him, observing him with curiosity. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with long, winered hair tied back in a casual ponytail. Her large, clear eyes lent an air of innocence and charm to her appearance. At once, Summeryu recognized her identity. She was Haruka, the childhood friend of the male protagonist Xiao Hao from the 7th Pokemon anime series, and also the daughter of Professor Sakuragi. Noticing Summeryu standing at the entrance of the research institute, Haruka tilted her head. After sizing him up, she softly inquired, "Excuse me, do you need assistance?" "Hello," Summeryu replied with a friendly smile, explaining his purpose. I have some matters I would like to discuss with Professor Sakuragi. Is he currently in the institute? Looking for my father? Haruka hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He's inside, come along with me. Opening the door to the Sakuragi Research Institute, Summeryu followed Haruka through the foyer and into a room resembling a reception area. Surveying his surroundings, he was struck by the sheer size of the house, akin to a small castle. The layout, decorative style, and furnishings exuded an English manor aesthetic. It must be said, Professor Sakuragi certainly has exquisite taste. Pointing to the sofa in the reception area, Haruka said, "Please wait here for a moment, my father is still working. I'll go inform him." "Thank you." Summeryu nodded, and after Haruka left, he chose not to sit on the sofa, but instead walked slowly to the window. Through the glass, he beheld a lush forest, bursting with the vitality of spring. In the distance lay the bustling Koreha city, and if he listened closely, he could vaguely hear the sound of waves crashing. What a truly elegant environment. Even standing here, he still felt a tinge of unreality. Lost in thought, it wasn't long before Haruka returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man who shared her hair color. The man, appearing to be in his late 30s, wore thick-framed glasses and bore a kind smile, dressed in a white lab coat. His attire immediately signaled that he was a scholarly researcher. In Summeryu's memory, Professor Sakuragi was not only a junior to Professor Oak, but also one of the Pokémon professors in the Johto region. He had been labeled a genius in his youth, with a bright future ahead of him. Despite his relatively young age, he had been entrusted by the Pokémon League with the responsibility of providing novice trainers with starter Pokémon and Pokédexes, making him one of the few authoritative figures in the entire Johto region. Upon seeing Summeryu, Professor Sakuragi opened his mouth to speak, but was diverted by the sight of a Ralts at his feet. "Is that a Ralts? How rare to see one." As soon as he voiced his excitement, a small Pokémon dashed in from outside. Upon seeing Haruka, it rushed to her side, affectionately nuzzling against her pant leg. Summeryu glanced down to see a Pokémon resembling a short, small dog with a tawny coat, a fluffy tuft of yellow fur around its neck, and bright, shiny eyes with a lightning bolt-shaped tail. It was simply delightful. It was a Yamper. At that moment, the Yamper spotted the Ralts as well. Its large eyes filled with curiosity, it attempted to approach, only to be startled back to Professor Sakuragi's side when Ralts' hand suddenly glimmered with light. Professor Sakuragi knelt down, gently stroking the Yamper's head to calm it before turning his attention back to Summeryu. "This is my Pokémon. It has always been a tad overly energetic. I apologize for startling you just now." "It's quite all right." Summeryu gently shook his head. "I recall reading that Yamper are known for their exuberance, making it difficult to keep them calm." "Really?" Professor Sakuragi raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses. "You're familiar with it?" "Well, as a Pokémon trainer, I possess a certain level of knowledge about various Pokémon," Summeryu replied with a smile. "However, while I may know its name, my understanding is not extensive. I only know it is an electric-type Pokémon from the Galar region. If I remember correctly, that tuft of fur around its neck is where it stores electrical energy, correct?" That certainly did not seem like a lack of knowledge. It was evident that he was quite well-informed, well-read and knowledgeable. "Your demeanor exhibits a certain distinction. It appears you are no ordinary trainer," Dr. Sakuragi remarked, surprised by Xiaoyu's insights. He bypassed any pleasantries and directly inquired, "I heard from Xiaochun that you seek my assistance?" "My apologies for interrupting your work, Doctor," Xiaoyu said, producing her Pokédex. "I am Xiaoyu, hailing from the Kalos region, and I have just arrived in Kanto. I came today to request your help in upgrading this Pokédex to make it compatible with the various regions." Upon receiving the Pokédex, Dr. Sakuragi examined it briefly. "Indeed, it does differ somewhat from the Kanto Pokédex style, but that is of no concern. It is merely a minor task." "Please follow me inside," he replied. Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the situation, which indicated that Dr. Sakuragi was indeed an affable individual. Following Dr. Sakuragi, Xiaoyu stepped out of the reception area and entered the laboratory's workspace, where apart from the doctor, there were two assistants, one male and one female, assisting him. The female assistant, Kikusai, possessed a lovely countenance and cascading deep blue curls, while the male assistant, Renzi, sported glasses and unkempt hair. Though he appeared unassuming, he was remarkably talented. Both Kikusai and Renzi were quite amiable, and under Dr. Sakuragi's introduction, they displayed great friendliness. "Hello, I am Renzi, Dr. Sakuragi's assistant." "Greetings, I am Kikusai." Xiaoyu exchanged handshakes and greetings with them. "Hello, I am Xiaoyu, a Pokémon trainer." I apologize for the trouble I may cause you, she said. Kikusai waved her hand dismissively, her smile warm. Not at all. The Research Institute has yet to officially open, so our workload is quite light. We are still very relaxed. Indeed, Renzi nodded in agreement. There are only a few of us here at the Institute, and it can feel rather lonely. Your presence today certainly breathes some life into our establishment. As the conversation unfolded, Dr. Sakuragi, holding the Pokédex, operated a machine for a few moments and then returned it to Xiaoyu after several minutes. All done. The data has been successfully upgraded. So, are you ready to challenge the Indigo League next? Absolutely, Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. However, I currently possess only this one Ralts. To challenge the gym, I need to capture a few more Pokemon to strengthen my team. Upon hearing the topic of Pokemon, Renzi's enthusiasm surged. The Kanto region is home to a plethora of Pokemon. Do you have any targets in mind for capture? I do have a few in mind, Xiaoyu replied candidly. I am determined to capture the 3 starter Pokemon, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. As for the others, I suppose it will depend on fate. Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Garden Starter Pokemon? Dr. Sakuragi chuckled lightly, finding the term rather amusing. That is merely a name I devised for convenience. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively and inquired, Dr. Sakuragi, do you know of any wild starter Pokemon in this vicinity? As for the starter Pokemon, Charmander can typically be encountered in volcanic regions or lava caves, while Squirtle is found along secluded coastlines and remote islands. As for Bulbasaur, it can usually be spotted in dense forests. However, speaking of the nearby area, ENCYCLOPEDIA suddenly recalled something. Are you familiar with the Enigmatic Garden? The Enigmatic Garden? Upon hearing this name, Xiaoyu felt a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, Dr. Sakuragi elaborated, according to legend, the Enigmatic Garden is a place where Bulbasaur congregates to celebrate their evolution festival. However, since very few people have ever ventured there, it remains a mere figment of fantasy for the majority. With this revelation, Xiaoyu seemed to recall the storyline, remembering that Ash had once entered the Enigmatic Garden in the original series to search for his Bulbasaur. Yet, feeling somewhat puzzled, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, but isn't it the season for their festival? I'm not entirely sure, Dr. Sakuragi pondered before adding, however, I can affirm that the Enigmatic Garden truly exists. And even if it isn't festival season, I believe there must be many Bulbasaur residing nearby. I see, Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully. Is there any way to search for it? How should I proceed? Dr. Sakuragi operated his computer and brought up a map of the surrounding area of Kureha City on the large screen. Pointing to a specific area, he explained, while I am unaware of the exact location of the Enigmatic Garden, our previous observations revealed that there is a significant population of wild Bulbasaur deep within the forest to the north of Kureha City. Perhaps you could try your luck there. Got it. Xiaoyu scanned the map and committed the location to memory, sincerely expressing his gratitude. You've truly been a tremendous help, Dr. Sakuragi. Thank you so much. As he descended the steps of the Research Institute with Xiaochun, Xiaoyu glanced back to see Dr. Sakuragi's electric dog running out of the institute, wagging its tail and closely following Xiaochun. This sight brought a smile to Xiaoyu's face. It seems like it really likes you. Really? Xiaochun looked down at the electric dog, her tone unchanged. I don't feel anything special. It often bothers my parents at home, so it probably behaves the same with everyone. From their brief interaction, Xiaoyu observed that Xiaochun was not particularly loquacious. Though still a minor, she exhibited a calm and composed demeanor, giving off an impression of maturity and understanding. Bending down, Xiaoyu gently patted the electric dog's forehead, and it closed its eyes in comfort, extending its long tongue in delight, clearly enjoying the attention. It seems to enjoy being petted, much like a dog. All right, no need to see me off any further. Well then, Xiaochun, I hope we meet again. After waving goodbye to Xiaochun, Xiaoyu did not immediately embark on his quest for the Enigmatic Garden. Instead, he first visited an outdoor equipment store in Kureha City, purchasing a baseball cap, sleeping bag, water, binoculars, portable food, and a simple cooking set, all packed into a large backpack. Since he was heading into the wilderness, he knew he had to be well prepared. Otherwise, if night fell and he missed the town, he would have to rely on this gear to camp outdoors. Departing from Kureha City, Xiaoyu and Ralts headed northward. After a considerable journey, leaving the urban area behind and climbing a small hill, they finally arrived at a dense forest. The vegetation here was noticeably more robust than in the surrounding areas. Upon entering the forest, the absence of city life quickly rendered his mobile phone signal useless, and navigation became futile. Xiaoyu could only rely on his instincts to navigate the winding paths, surrounded by a sea of green. He felt the insignificance of his existence amidst the grandeur of nature. Though Xiaoyu had ventured into many forests before, This was his first experience in such an expansive woodland. The surroundings were eerily silent, yet Ralts' companionship alleviated the loneliness. As they continued, he observed that this forest was indeed quite pristine. Towering trees with abundant foliage surrounded them, and while there were initially a few paths trodden by passers-by, these gradually vanished as they delved deeper. To proceed further, they required Ralts to use its psychic powers to clear the obstructing branches. Silence enveloped them. Neither Caterpie nor Weedle, nor any common Pokémon such as Oddish or Bellsprout could be seen. The absence of life only reinforced Xiaoyu's conviction that he was in the right place. After all, only in a territory occupied by a certain species would the presence of others be driven away due to territorial instincts. Wandering through this massive maze-like forest, pausing intermittently, it took over 2 hours before Xiaoyu finally heard the distant calls of numerous Pokémon as dusk approached. However, the path ahead was obstructed by thick vines, resembling a formidable wall, not only impenetrable, but also lined with sharp thorns to deter any intruders. This is not a natural growth, Xiaoyu deduced, realizing that the enigmatic garden must lie beyond this wall of vines. Giving Ralts a knowing glance, Ralts nodded in understanding and unleashed its psychic abilities. A transparent burst of energy emanated from its hands, striking the vines and instantly creating a small gap. Though the gap was modest, it was sufficient for them to pass through. Using both hands and feet, Xiaoyu maneuvered through the vines, then proceeded quietly. As he pushed aside the branches, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Amidst the dense, boundless forest lay a vast basin. In the center of the basin stood a colossal dead tree, surrounded by countless Bulbasaur frolicking in playful delight. The enigmatic garden, though nestled deep within the forest and protected by the wall of vines, had finally been serendipitously discovered. Considering the size of the basin, it was not surprising that it could be found despite the vine protection. It was merely the rarity of visitors that had kept it concealed. Coming to a halt, Xiaoyu gazed upon this serene habitat, refraining from intruding upon the Bulbasaur's playtime. Instead, he retrieved his binoculars and, utilizing the fading light of the setting sun, carefully observed the scene within. After scanning the area, he focused on a Bulbasaur that had just emerged from the basin. From its appearance, Bulbasaur resembled a quadrupedal creature akin to a green frog, distinguished by its bright red eyes and deep green patterns, with the most notable feature being the garlic bulb-shaped flower bud on its back. These Bulbasaur appeared blissfully unaware of Xiaoyu's presence, but their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm the senses. Furthermore, it was challenging to discern their personalities based solely on appearances. Thus, after observing for a while, Xiaoyu's attention settled on one particular Bulbasaur that had wandered away from the group, perhaps due to the long absence of visitors. This Bulbasaur seemed to be in a leisurely state, occasionally using its vine whip to pluck fruits from the trees and savoring them, gradually distancing itself from its kin. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu cast aside his hesitation, deftly advancing with utmost caution, striving to make no sound as he approached the Bulbasaur. Choosing this particular Bulbasaur was, in truth, the most prudent course of action. Delving too deep might incite panic and chaos among the other Bulbasaurs, and should they unite against him, the endeavor could certainly yield more losses than gains. Oblivious to the impending danger, the Bulbasaur remained unaware of Xiaoyu's presence. However, upon nearing it, Xiaoyu opted not for a stealthy attack, but instead positioned himself directly in front of the creature. The sudden appearance of a human startled the Bulbasaur momentarily, but it quickly regained composure, bending its limbs and assuming a defensive stance. From the bud upon its back, 2 vine whips erupted, thrashing through the air, seemingly to intimidate Xiaoyu. Locking eyes, Xiaoyu gestured for his companion, Ralts, to advance a few steps forward. The Bulbasaur, recognizing the presence of Ralts, instinctively began releasing seeds accompanied by their distinctive cries, its gaze sharpening with newfound awareness. Chapter 4. The second Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Ralts, use confusion, commanded Xiaoyu. At his signal, a radiant light enveloped the Bulbasaur's form, lifting it into the air as if caught in an invisible force. Amidst the initial chaos and sustaining injuries, the Bulbasaur did not surrender. Instead, it bore the pain and retaliated with its vine whips, striking fiercely at Ralts. Naturally, Xiaoyu would not allow Ralts to absorb such an assault directly. Utilizing teleport, Ralts, guided by the red horn atop its head, could keenly sense Xiaoyu's emotions and leverage its extensive battle experience. Even before Xiaoyu's words fully left his lips, Ralts had already vanished, executing the maneuver. Crack! The vine whip slashed against the ground, sending a flurry of grass particles into the air. When Ralts reappeared, it had shifted from in front of Bulbasaur to behind it. With a swift motion of its arms, Bulbasaur was sent careening sideways, crashing violently against a tree trunk with a resounding thud, before gradually collapsing to the ground. The pain was unbearable. This relentless onslaught left Bulbasaur with no means of defense. Letting out a pained cry, the bud on its back trembled, and suddenly, a seed, the size of a peach pit, shot forth, aimed directly at Ralts. Though it was Xiaoyu's first encounter with such a phenomenon, he immediately recognized it as a leech seed, capable of siphoning energy from its adversary. "Ralts, evade," he shouted, prompting Ralts to once again utilize teleport to dodge the impending attack. However, as Ralts re-emerged, it found Bulbasaur barreling towards it with a determined charge. So that is how it is, Xiaoyu realized, acknowledging Bulbasaur's predictive abilities. Yet this time, even before Xiaoyu could speak, Bulbasaur was enveloped in light once more. And in the blink of an eye, it propelled itself backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the great tree once again. Boom. The impact left a noticeable dent in the trunk. Bulbasaur could withstand no more. It succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this, Xiaoyu calmly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it towards Bulbasaur. The red light enveloped the creature, drawing it into the Pokeball, which shook momentarily before emitting a soft click, signaling success. Joy flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes. Overall, the battle had been rather effortless, devoid of significant difficulty. It was only at this moment that the tension in his heart began to ease. Despite the seeming simplicity of the encounter, being his first capture of a wild Pokémon, he felt a surge of exhilaration. In the distance, several Bulbasaurs, drawn by the sounds of the skirmish, peered curiously in their direction. Seizing the moment before they arrived, Xiaoyu picked up the Pokeball and retreated to his original position. Instead of departing immediately, he took out his phone and captured several photographs of the mysterious garden before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Retracing his steps along the same path, Xiaoyu's spirits soared, markedly different from when he had first ventured into the forest. Even his footsteps felt lighter. Hours later, as he emerged from the woods, the moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. After a long day, illuminated by moonlight, Xiaoyu unfurled his sleeping bag while Ralts gathered some twigs. As the campfire blazed to life, its warmth dispelled the chill of the night, casting a gentle glow over the evening. From his backpack, Xiaoyu retrieved a cooking set, set up a pot, and prepared a warm, simple meal from canned food for himself and his two Pokémon. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, carried softly by the breeze. Although he was no culinary expert, warming canned food was hardly a daunting task. Once everything was ready, Xiaoyu opened the Pokeball, releasing Bulbasaur. After a few hours of rest, Bulbasaur had regained much of its strength, but upon seeing Xiaoyu, it instinctively took a step back, still wary. Perhaps it felt somewhat disoriented in its new surroundings. Observing it, Xiaoyu smiled gently and spoke softly. "Bulbasaur, I truly apologize for earlier, but I wholeheartedly welcome you to my little family. From now on, I hope we can look out for each other." With that, he presented a plate of food before Bulbasaur. The enticing scent wafted past it, drawing its attention. Taking a sniff, Bulbasaur's mouth watered instantly. It was no wonder. Wild Pokémon rarely encountered the aroma of human food. Unable to resist, and intrigued by the steaming bowl of vegetable soup before it, Bulbasaur cautiously approached and began to eat heartily. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiaoyu retraced his steps back to Leafless City and returned to the Sakuragi Research Institute. Upon seeing the Bulbasaur by Xiaoyu's side, everyone, including Haruka Sakuragi, expressed their astonishment. Particularly, Renzi could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Bulbasaur, you truly captured it? Was it in the mysterious garden?" Xiaoyu retrieved his phone and shared all the photos of the mysterious garden with Dr. Sakuragi. The doctor opened the images on his computer, and soon, several heads gathered around to examine them closely, their voices filled with awe. "This valley is simply breathtaking. So many Bulbasaurs and their evolutions. This must be the mysterious garden. Look at that massive tree. It must be thousands of years old." After perusing the photos, Dr. Sakuragi adjusted his glasses and turned to Xiaoyu. "It appears that yet another individual has discovered the enigmatic garden, thus affirming our hypothesis that this wondrous place indeed resides within that forest. Judging by the photographs you have captured, it remains untouched by human interference, creating an ideal habitat for the Bulbasaur's proliferation and survival." Upon finishing his statement, he chuckled. "However, I believe we must keep this secret not only silent, but allow it to persist undisturbed." "I share your thoughts," Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Though I am a trainer and have captured a Pokémon there, it is imperative, from the perspective of the Pokémon, to maintain the tranquility of this secret habitat and shield it from the prying eyes of the public." Such words from Dr. Sakuragi certainly earned him Xiaoyu's admiration. With their minds aligned, they tacitly agreed to cease discussions about the enigmatic garden. At that moment, Lienzi lowered his gaze towards the Bulbasaur, observing its robust physique. He surmised that it must possess considerable strength. Although he was merely a researcher, he owned a Magnemite named Francois and had an avid interest in Pokémon battles, making him particularly attentive to their capabilities. Indeed, Xiaoyu squatted down to stroke Bulbasaur's forehead. This Bulbasaur is truly formidable. It took quite a bit of effort to capture it. Moreover, on our journey back to Kureha City this morning, we encountered a challenge from a boy in shorts, and it valiantly defeated both a Diglett and a Coughing single-handedly. Thanks to its prowess, my bond with Bulbasaur has deepened significantly. Oh? Lian Si was momentarily at a loss as to whom he should commend. Should he praise the Bulbasaur for its prowess or Xiaoyu for his excellent training? At that juncture, Dr. Sakuragi approached Xiaoyu, regarding him with a serious expression. Mr. Xiaoyu, I actually have a request I would like to make of you. Noting the formality on Dr. Sakuragi's face, Xiaoyu felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Please, there's no need for formality. State your request. I shall assist as much as I am able. Such gravity, Dr. Sakuragi chuckled. From our earlier conversation, it is evident that you possess a unique perspective, able to uncover secrets that elude the average person. Your calm demeanor and consideration for Pokémon suggest that you may harbor remarkable talents within you. Therefore, may I invite you to serve as a special research investigator at our institute? Special research investigator? Assuming Xiaoyu was unfamiliar with the role, Dr. Sakuragi proceeded to explain. As you travel, you will encounter various Pokémon across this planet, engage with them, and deepen our understanding of these creatures, while uncovering the secrets hidden throughout the world. What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? Well, Xiaoyu hesitated, though he found no objection to the idea. He distinctly recalled that in the animated series, both Ash and May had also served as special research investigators at Dr. Sakuragi's institute. Now, it seemed he had taken the initiative to step into this role ahead of them. Chapter 5. The One-Ball Wonder. At midday, during the school lunch break, Xiaoyu, along with Xiao Chun and his two Pokémon, sat at a table in a seaside ice cream shop in Kureha City, each with a bowl of Super Sundae before them, each differing in flavor and color, as the shop's signature drink. The Super Sundae was not only delicious but also refreshingly cold, sending a chill straight to the back of the head with the first bite. Despite the chill causing her to hold her forehead, Xiao Chun could not help but exclaim, no matter how many times I try it. The flavor of the Super Sundae here is always so memorable. Perhaps due to the sugar intake, she appeared more spirited than before. The reason they found themselves here stemmed from events that had transpired just moments earlier. After finishing lunch at the Research Institute, Xiaoyu took his two Pokémon for a leisurely stroll through the city, intending to soak in the coastal city scenery. Upon passing a school, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Chun during her lunch break and invited her to rest for a while, resulting in the present scene. It must be noted that after 2 days of interaction, though brief, their relationship had grown quite familiar, allowing for a comfortable atmosphere as they sat together. Especially after Xiaoyu shared some amusing travel anecdotes, the closeness between them intensified. After a few bites, the conversation shifted back to Pokémon, prompting Xiao Chun to inquire, Mr. Xiaoyu, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? As he listened to the gentle music playing in the background, Xiaoyu stretched and turned to gaze out the window, casually replying, although I have become a special research investigator, it is merely a nominal role. Dr. Sakuragi has not assigned any specific tasks. Therefore, aside from gathering the starter Pokémon, I also wish to challenge the gyms to earn badges. Preparing myself for future contests at the Indigo League. Challenge the gyms? Xiao Chun, not particularly versed in Pokémon battles, asked curiously. Are you planning to challenge the Kureha gym? The Kureha gym is still a bit premature for me. Xiaoyu shook his head, patiently explaining. The gym leader, Majishir, specializes in electric-type Pokémon. While electric types do not hold an advantage over grass types, I intend to first challenge the gyms in Hualan City and Shunhui City to hone my skills. However, before heading to those gyms, I need to capture another Pokémon. Xiao Chun, somewhat understanding, nodded. So this is what they call expanding the roster? Precisely. It's akin to progressing through levels in a game, Xiaoyu smiled. The process of challenging is, of course, about building strength gradually, overcoming challenges from easier to more difficult. It's what makes it all the more enjoyable. At that moment, outside the window, students in matching uniforms frequently passed by. As they conversed, a boy, slightly darker skinned and of similar age to Xiao Chun, unintentionally caught sight of her through the open window. His brows raised in curiosity as he approached. It was his gaze that led him to notice Xiaoyu, causing his expression to sour. Xiao Chun, who is this person? The boy suddenly asked, his eyes shifting between Xiao Chun and Xiaoyu, seemingly picking up on the atmosphere between them. Xiao Hao, what are you doing here? Xiao Chun, upon seeing the boy, appeared somewhat surprised but quickly introduced him. This is Mr. Xiaoyu, a special research investigator at my father's institute. Mr. Xiaoyu, This is Xiao Hao, my classmate and childhood friend. Xiaoyu had recognized Xiao Hao the moment he laid eyes on him. It was unavoidable. His fame was undeniable, especially his appearance and demeanor, which bore no difference from how he was portrayed in the animated series. Hello, Xiaoyu greeted him amicably with a nod. Seeing Xiaoyu greet him, Xiao Hao quickly nodded in return. Hello, I am Xiao Hao. However, as he observed Xiaoyu's handsome features and noticed Xiao Chun seated across from him, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. Though he could not articulate the reason, this feeling left him somewhat agitated. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a nearby Ralts, which completely captured his attention. What Pokémon is this? He exclaimed in surprise. This is my Ralts, Xiaoyu casually replied. Seeing that Xiao Hao seemed eager to approach and take a closer look, he added, don't be deceived by its appearance. It is a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon that doesn't particularly enjoy the company of strangers, so it would be best for you to keep your distance. However, Xiao Hao clearly did not heed Xiaoyu's warning. He gazed at Ralts' gentle demeanor, becoming increasingly enamored. It's so adorable. I must catch one for myself in the future. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu's mind stirred, and he couldn't help but ask in the future, so, do you aspire to become a Pokémon trainer? I have no desire to be a Pokémon trainer. Xiao Hao shook his head. My dream is to collect every Pokémon in this world, including Mew. Just as I suspected. Xiaoyu felt no surprise at his response. However, if that were the case, as the number of Pokémon continued to increase, wouldn't they merely become your collection? Aside from merely increasing in number, what purpose do they serve? Xiao Hao hesitated slightly, as it seemed he had never considered this question before. Nevertheless, after a moment of thought, he shrugged it off. It doesn't matter. My goal is simply to collect them all. As for other matters, I'll deal with them later. We are quite different then. Xiaoyu replied with a resigned shake of his head. While we trainers also strive to catch Pokémon, our purpose is to strengthen ourselves, to reach greater heights, and to travel together with our Pokémon. In this regard, your approach seems rather self-serving. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Chun gazed blankly at her own Starly. Traveling with Pokémon. That was something she had never envisioned, yet this dream seemed rather appealing. After departing from Leafy Town, Xiaoyu followed the spacious road, heading north. Beside him, Ralts and Bulbasaur walked in tandem, one on either side. The decision not to confine them in Pokeballs was inspired by Ash's philosophy. Traveling on foot with Pokémon not only enhances their abilities, but also strengthens their bond, and their companionship alleviates the loneliness of the journey. Their destination, of course, was the first gym they aimed to challenge, the Waterblue Gym. However, according to the map, reaching Waterblue City was no easy feat. Between Leafy Town and it lay the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the Johto region, Goldenrod City. Goldenrod City is renowned for its towering skyscrapers, even among other regions. And due to its vast expanse, traversing it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Speaking of which, there were also two gyms located within Goldenrod City, the Goldenrod Gym, where Natsumi resides, and the Fighting Gym, managed by Wuda. However, Xiaoyu was well aware that his current strength did not suffice to challenge either gym. So he did not recklessly enter Goldenrod City, opting instead to skirt around it and head straight for Waterblue City. He paused intermittently to appreciate the scenery along the way. Although this journey was somewhat exhausting, it also provided valuable training. After spending most of the day, he finally bypassed Goldenrod City. Just as he was passing through a stretch of plains, a Pokémon resembling a fox caught his eye among the grass. This Pokémon had predominantly brown fur, a bushy tail, slender legs, brown eyes, a small black nose, and long ears reminiscent of a rabbit, making it exceedingly adorable. It's a wild EV. Xiaoyu recognized it at once and promptly retrieved his Pokédex to scan the creature. The Pokédex quickly responded, Ding. Eevee, an evolved Pokémon of normal type, possesses the potential for multiple evolutionary forms. It was just a brief sentence, lacking detailed information. However, Xiaoyu was unconcerned. He had encountered many wild Pokémon since his departure, yet he had no intention of capturing any until he laid eyes on this EV. Since he had come across it, he could not let the opportunity slip by. Bulbasaur, it's your turn. With Xiaoyu's command, Bulbasaur called out and charged towards EV, striking a battle pose. Bulbasaur, it exclaimed, and from its tone, it was evident that Bulbasaur was issuing a challenge. Upon seeing Bulbasaur, EV did not flee. Instead, it excitedly called out and lunged forward, initiating the attack. Oh, how interesting. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Was it not afraid of humans? It even took the initiative to attack, and its tail was raised in excitement. It seemed that its temperament was rather combative. Chapter 6, The Waterblue Beauty Trio. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. At Xiaoyu's command, two Vine Whips suddenly emerged from the bud on Bulbasaur's back, striking fiercely towards EV. However, this EV evidently excelled in speed. It swiftly maneuvered, and easily dodged the Vine Whip attack. Once it was safe, it glanced at Bulbasaur and let out a taunting cry. This only fueled Bulbasaur's fury. Bulbasaur. With keen determination in its gaze, Bulbasaur instinctively prepared to charge forward. However, just as it began to move, Xiaoyu promptly halted it. Bulbasaur, don't let its howls affect you. Continue using Vine Whip. This distinction highlighted the greatest difference between a Pokémon and its trainer. If it had been before being caught, encountering such provocation would have sent it rushing in without a second thought. Yet now, everything seemed somewhat different. Obeying Xiaoyu's commands, Bulbasaur unleashed a relentless flurry of Vine Whips. Observing this, Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction and calmly instructed, "Excellent. Maintain that attack frequency to wear it down." Initially, Eevee appeared to manage the situation with ease, relying on its speed to evade the Vine Whips. However, as its stamina waned severely, it finally succumbed to Bulbasaur's relentless assault. Receiving a sharp lash. Crack. Eevee yelped in pain and suddenly surged forward, colliding forcefully with Bulbasaur. Changing to a brute force strategy, are we? Xiaoyu smiled slightly and commanded, "Bulbasaur, don't be afraid. Use Tackle." Following Xiaoyu's directive, Bulbasaur swiftly charged towards Eevee. In the next moment, the two Pokémon collided, and with a resounding impact, they were sent sprawling in opposite directions. Both appeared to have sustained significant injuries, stepping back several paces before collapsing on the ground. Fortunately, neither lost their ability to fight. After a brief struggle, they both managed to rise again. Due to their stamina, Bulbasaur regained its composure first, shaking off the dizziness that clouded its mind. Observing that Eevee remained stationary, it did not require Xiaoyu to issue a command. The Vine Whip extended and struck Eevee once more. Incapable of evading the blows, Eevee endured several hard hits from the Vine Whip and ultimately succumbed to its fighting capabilities. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu decisively tossed a Pokeball, effortlessly capturing it. Excellent. Gazing at the Pokeball lying quietly on the grass, he felt quite satisfied with the outcome of this battle. This also signified that Bulbasaur had indeed transitioned from a wild Pokémon to one belonging to a trainer. Most importantly, he had successfully captured his third Pokémon. At the Pokémon Center in Hualan City, after a 2-day arduous journey, Xiaoyu finally arrived. After resting for a night and enjoying the complimentary breakfast provided at the restaurant, he set off for the Hualan Gym with his 3 Pokémon in tow. Through their experiences, both Bulbasaur and Eevee had adapted well to their new roles. Moreover, through play and training, the bond between Xiaoyu and his Pokémon had grown increasingly intimate. At the very least, they had fully acknowledged Xiaoyu as their trainer and were completely obedient to his commands. Upon leaving the Pokémon Center and stepping onto the street, Xiaoyu noticed a bulletin board nearby, seemingly adorned with something intriguing. As he approached for a closer look, he realized it was a wanted poster. The blurred image on the poster unmistakably depicted the notorious Team Rocket members, Jesse and James. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a bold line of text, "Beware of Pokémon thieves in the vicinity." Reading this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of Team Rocket's antics in the anime or their dubious origins, they remained, in the eyes of the police, nothing more than Pokémon thieves. However, Xiaoyu found himself oddly anticipating an encounter with them. The Hualan Gym resembled a grand circus, and beneath its colorful, round canopy hung an enormous sign depicting a white sea lion, making it remarkably eye-catching from afar. According to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, the current gym leader was not Misty, but rather her 3 sisters, known as the 3 beauties of Hualan: Sakura, Iris, and Peony. Their prowess was difficult to articulate. Following the street, Xiaoyu effortlessly arrived at the official gym without needing to ask for directions. However, a large crowd had gathered in front of the gym. After a brief inquiry, he learned that today was the day of the sisters' synchronized swimming ballet performance, and the throng had assembled to indulge in the spectacle. Claims of admiration for ballet were merely veiled acknowledgments of the desire to gaze upon their long legs. Indeed, men seem eternally youthful in their pursuits. Nevertheless, this meant that Xiaoyu would have to wait until the performance concluded to challenge the gym. Looking around, Xiaoyu noted that Hualan City, being a medium-sized coastal city, bore resemblance to other locales and lacked attractions. Since he had time to spare, he decided to purchase a ticket and join the crowd to watch the performance. Ahem. Of course, he was not there merely to admire the legs. He sought simply to pass the time. As he awaited the performance, he queued through a lengthy corridor and entered the gym. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expansive swimming pool, which also served as the stage for today's performance and the battleground of the gym. Just as Xiaoyu found his seat and was about to settle down, the entire hall suddenly dimmed. Simultaneously, the voice of a female host resonated clearly through the speakers, addressing the audience. "Thank you for your patience. The synchronized swimming ballet by the 3 beauties of Hualan is about to commence." As the host's announcement concluded, the surrounding spotlights illuminated, converging upon the diving platform by the pool. There, 3 stunning women in swimsuits waved enthusiastically at the audience. The 3 beauties of Hualan made their dazzling entrance. As they appeared, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, indicating their popularity. Xiaoyu joined in, momentarily engulfed in the enthusiasm of the crowd. It must be said, these 3 women were indeed exceptionally beautiful, particularly their long, fair legs, which captivated the majority of onlookers. Truly eye-catching. As music began to play, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, signifying the official start of the performance. In the next moment, the 3 women dove into the water, showcasing a magnificent aquatic dance. The choreography was a feast for the eyes, immersing the audience in its beauty. As the music transitioned seamlessly, Xiaoyu lost track of time and was surprised to realize that over an hour had elapsed by the time the performers returned to the pool's edge, waving farewell to the audience. It was astonishing how time flew. Indeed, beautiful things can captivate one's attention endlessly. Although the show concluded, the spectators lingered, still expressing admiration for the performance. Sakura was truly stunning, so gentle. She is the epitome of perfection. Nonsense. Clearly, Iris is the most beautiful. Oh, her blue hair and dark red eyes have utterly captured my heart. Humph, you truly lack appreciation. Peony is the cutest among them. Amidst the chatter, Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. Since the performance had ended, it was now his turn. Departing through a nearby staircase, he descended to the lower level and soon found the trio of sisters within the aquarium. They were walking and laughing, evidently pleased with their performance. Did you see the audience's reaction? Today's show was a tremendous success. Indeed, our recent training has certainly paid off. As they approached the end of the aquarium, Xiaoyu hurriedly walked over to catch their attention. Excuse me, Miss Sakura, could you please wait a moment? Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the sisters halted, their expressions shifting to surprise upon recognizing him. Sir, the performance has concluded. If you wish to see it again, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Xiaoyu shook his head. No. However, before he could finish, Iris interrupted. Are you perhaps a reporter? If so, I'm afraid you need to schedule an interview through our agent. A reporter? Xiaoyu shook his head again. I am not a reporter. I'm merely not a reporter. Peony crossed her arms and smiled. Then you must be here for our autographs. This trio certainly did not afford him a chance to speak. Observing Xiaoyu's speechless expression, Sakura raised an eyebrow and inquired, Sir, are you here to challenge the gym, perhaps? Of course, Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively, then countered, Isn't that your primary role? Chapter 7. Overcoming Peony. Battling the Kingler. You certainly have the audacity to speak. With a single remark, Xiaoyu left a profound impression on the 3 beautiful sisters of the Hualan gym. Sakura offered a slight smile, saying, Regardless of whether it is as trainers or in water ballet performances, these are our primary pursuits. Now, please allow us to begin. Under the guidance of the trio, Xiaoyu followed through a passageway to the edge of the pool. At that moment, the audience who had come to view the performance had dispersed, leaving them undisturbed. Just then, the other 2 sisters tossed several float boards into the water, and with this simple act, the battlefield was transformed. One could only say it was rather perfunctory. However, Xiaoyu scanned the float boards with a discerning gaze, fully aware of the need for caution. After all, this was a water-type gym, surrounded by water. And with no water-type Pokémon of his own, his options for maneuverability were limited. Thus, he had to tread carefully with every step. All right, he clapped his hands. And Changpu smiled. Now we can commence the battle. Without further ado, Xiaoyu walked towards the opposing trainer's command area, facing the 3 sisters across the water. Sakura's voice floated across to him. The rules of engagement are simple. Each of us will use 1 Pokémon. If you defeat all 3 of us, you will have successfully completed your challenge. With a teasing expression, Changpu crossed her arms and inquired, So, who do you wish to challenge first? It was precisely this remark that ignited a flicker of competitive spirit within them. Xiaoyu's gaze swept across their faces, yet he could glean nothing from them. Anyone will do. It is up to you to decide, he replied. With a confident tone, Peony, the 3rd sister, stepped forward and retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket. In that case, allow me to face you first. Come forth, Goldfish. As she opened the Pokeball, a flash of blue light revealed a white fish Pokémon adorned with a single horn atop its head, landing gracefully in the pool. Xiaoyu's mind quickly processed its information. It was a pure water-type Pokémon, renowned for its developed dorsal and tail fins, capable of swimming at impressive speeds. Due to its elegant tail fin that flowed like a gown, it was often referred to as the Queen of the Waters. Casting a glance at his feet, Xiaoyu summoned his first Pokémon. Eevee, it shall be you. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Eevee excitedly called out, and leapt from the shore to land on a floatboard. In terms of elemental advantage, neither Pokémon held a distinct edge over the other. Thus, victory would hinge upon their respective strengths and Xiaoyu's tactical prowess. However, given the water-dominated environment, it would not be an easy task for Eevee to best the goldfish. The outcome would depend on Eevee's performance and Xiaoyu's guidance. Sakura assumed the role of referee, and as both Pokémon readied themselves, she announced, "The Hualan Gym Challenge begins now." Just as she finished her statement, Peony shouted, "Goldfish, use Peck Attack." With that command, the battle commenced. The goldfish submerged beneath the water, disappearing from sight. Moments later, with a ripple of waves, it leapt from the depths, darting toward Eevee with remarkable speed. Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, and he calmly instructed, "Eevee, evade it." Thanks to its impressive agility, Eevee deftly sidestepped the impending onslaught just before the goldfish could make contact. Observing the turn of events, Xiaoyu swiftly commanded, "Use Tackle." As the two Pokémon crossed paths, Eevee leapt into the air, striking the goldfish with a powerful collision. However, at the last moment, the goldfish managed to twist its body, evading the attack and plunging back into the water, vanishing once more. In this initial exchange, neither side gained a decisive advantage, yet Peony recognized that this challenger would not be easily underestimated. Eevee landed gracefully on another floatboard. Though the recent splash from the goldfish had left it somewhat damp, shaking off its fur, it struggled to rid itself of the moisture. Observing the scene, Peony remarked, "Excellent. Goldfish, maintain that momentum and drive it into the water." Once again, the goldfish initiated a horn attack. This time, the added weight of the water hindered Eevee's speed. And as the goldfish charged, Eevee barely managed to evade the attack at the last second. Seeing this, Xiaoyu exhaled with relief, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Eevee. If caught by the goldfish's assault, falling into the water could spell dire consequences. It was evident that he needed a strategy. With this in mind, he scanned the floatboards, particularly noting that two of them had collided, and a plan began to form. "Eevee, leap to that floatboard over there." Eevee glanced back at Xiaoyu, puzzled but obediently jumped to the designated board. Peony, equally perplexed by his intentions, chuckled, "Whatever you're planning, it's futile. Goldfish, use horn attack." The goldfish leapt from the water, aiming its horn directly at Eevee. "Eevee, retreat." Xiaoyu's voice rang out just in time. Upon receiving the command, Eevee stepped back to the other side of the floatboard, shifting its weight and causing the board to tilt upward. At that moment, the goldfish collided with the elevated board, and to its misfortune, its horn became lodged within it, leaving its body suspended in midair. "What?" Peony gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. Neither she nor her sisters had anticipated such a maneuver. Xiaoyu smiled gently. Once a fish is out of water, no matter how proud it was, it faces a dead end, stripped of its aquatic environment and ensnared by the floatboard. What could the goldfish possibly do? "Eevee, finish it." At the sound of Xiaoyu's command, Peony's heart raced, and she shouted desperately, "Goldfish, quickly return to the water." Yet, despite its frantic writhing, the goldfish could not extricate its horn from the floatboard. "Cursed be this predicament," Peony muttered, witnessing Eevee draw closer. "Goldfish, use supersonic." A visible sound wave erupted from the goldfish's mouth, but as it faced away from Eevee, the attack, while it did briefly disorient Eevee, ultimately failed to alter the course of the battle. As if to validate Xiaoyu's earlier statement, Eevee executed tackle with force, decisively incapacitating the goldfish. "Impressive." Peony sighed in resignation, recalling her goldfish into its Pokeball and stepping back quietly. As she stepped down, Champu took her place and moved to the trainer's command zone. She glanced at Xiaoyu, took out her Pokeball, and released her Pokemon. However, the next Pokemon would prove to be quite formidable. "Come forth, Kingler." As her words fell, a creature resembling a crab emerged from the water. At first glance, its large pincers raised high were particularly striking. Yet upon closer inspection, its red and white body bore a pair of vacant eyes, giving it a somewhat foolish appearance, as if lacking in intelligence. Familiar with its traits, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall its data. As a freshwater crab Pokemon, Kingler's pincers were undoubtedly its powerful weapons. However, in the midst of attack, these pincers could occasionally detach, only to regenerate swiftly. Additionally, when faced with danger, it would expel bubbles from its mouth to envelop its body, creating an illusion of greater size. Although this reduced its mobility, it enhanced its close combat capabilities. Pondering this, Xiaoyu called back Eevee. "Eevee, return. You've worked hard." Once Eevee was by her side, Xiaoyu gently patted its forehead in approval before taking out the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. "Now it's your turn, Bulbasaur." As she opened the ball, the blue light flickered, revealing Bulbasaur on the floating platform. "Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur." Upon appearing, Bulbasaur fixated on the imposing Kingler in the water. brimming with fighting spirit. From a type perspective, Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon, held a distinct advantage over the water-type Kingler. Yet, therein lay the challenge. The battleground, inundated with water, severely constrained their movement, making it crucial to avoid falling into the depths in order to secure victory. Chapter 8. The final battle with Sakura, however. Xiaoyu looked up at the ceiling, realizing that this battle was not devoid of advantages. Through the luminous glass dome, the sun radiated a gentle light, heralding yet another clear day. Let us begin. With both Pokémon prepared, before Sakura could utter a word, Changpu commanded loudly, Kingler, use water gun. A powerful jet of water erupted from Kingler's mouth, hurtling towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, dodge and use Vine Whip. Following the command, Bulbasaur leaped aside to evade the attack while two Vine Whips emerged from its bud, striking towards Kingler. However, in the next moment, Kingler dove into the water, causing Bulbasaur's vines to merely splash against the surface. In their first clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Regardless of whether the three sisters were entirely focused on their aquatic ballet, their prowess was not easily underestimated. Observing the stalemate, Changpu suddenly chuckled. Well, one S in the water and the other S on land. It's rather difficult to determine a victor this way. It seems we need a different approach. Kingler, ascend to that floating platform. Oh. Upon hearing her command, Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. Was it truly wise to abandon the home advantage and confront Bulbasaur face to face? Changpu tilted her head back confidently. Fear not. Unlike Peony's goldfish, even on land, my Kingler remains formidable. Kingler, use stare. Kingler's forelegs swiftly propelled it as it crawled onto the floating platform where Bulbasaur stood. Its vacant eyes suddenly glowing red as it fixed its gaze on Bulbasaur. Was it attempting to weaken Bulbasaur through fear? Xiaoyu remained composed. Bulbasaur, resist its influence and use growth. A faint green light enveloped Bulbasaur's body. Growth is a move that enhances the user's attack power and under the sun's ample rays. Using growth now would further amplify the move's effectiveness. Seizing this opportunity, Changpu's eyes lit up as she hastily commanded, Kingler, quickly use water gun. With no time to evade, the water gun struck Bulbasaur directly. Although Stare had weakened Bulbasaur's defenses, water-type moves against grass types were inherently halved in damage. Thus, even though the attack connected, it did not inflict significant harm on Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, let us retaliate with Tackle, recognizing the power bolstered by growth. Xiaoyu knew this attack would be potent, prompting Changpu to respond swiftly. Kingler, harden up. As she spoke, a sheen enveloped Kingler's body just before Bulbasaur closed in, visibly enhancing its robustness. With a resounding impact, Bulbasaur collided forcefully with Kingler, causing it to stagger back a step. Fortunately, it appeared to sustain no grave injuries and still had energy for a counterattack. Now, Kingler, use Clamp. At Changpu's command, Kingler lunged forward, its pincers tightening around Bulbasaur's neck. As Clamp is a normal-type move, it was unaffected by the grass and poison-type weaknesses, and combined with Stare, it certainly inflicted considerable damage, prompting Bulbasaur to emit a pained cry. Yet, Xiaoyu would not remain idle. Use Vine Whip. The vines from Bulbasaur's bud shot up high, then descended with force, each lash delivering significant damage to Kingler. After enduring several strikes, Kingler could no longer tolerate the pain and was forced to retreat, distancing itself from Bulbasaur. This granted Bulbasaur its freedom. Moreover, the roles of offense and defense had now reversed. Narrowing her eyes, Xiaoyu commanded, use Seed Bomb. From the bud, a small seed flew forth at remarkable speed, sticking to Kingler's body. Almost instantaneously, the parasitic seed began to sprout, quickly growing long vines that ensnared Kingler tightly. Now, it was Kingler's turn to be immobilized. Realizing the dire situation, Changpu sought to make a final stand. Kingler, retreat to the water. This was undoubtedly the optimal solution. But was it too late to think of escape now? Xiaoyu chuckled softly, issuing her final command. Bulbasaur, finish it off. Use Vine Whip. Two Vine Whips swiftly approached, striking Kingler before it could submerge completely. In addition to the double damage from the type advantage, the parasitic seed glowed with a faint green light, siphoning Kingler's remaining energy. This time, Kingler could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed upon the floating platform. After a moment of stunned silence, Changpu sighed. I've lost as well. Saying this, she retrieved her Pokeball, returning Kingler within. Xiaoyu had achieved consecutive victories. Now, only Sakura remained. Witnessing the defeat of her two sisters cast a heavy shadow over Sakura's expression. She slowly approached the trainer's command zone, scrutinizing Xiaoyu with great care. You are truly formidable and remarkably composed. It is evident that you must be an exceptional trainer. However, we are not so easily vanquished. Come forth, my Pokémon, Seal. As she released her Pokeball, a grayish-white Pokémon resembling a sea lion emerged into the pool. Visually, this Pokémon boasted a prominent tuft atop its head, with tusks curving upward at the corners of its mouth, its tongue lolling out, and a bifurcated tail, closely resembling a common sea creature from a previous life. Lacking familiarity with the species, Xiaoyu retrieved his Pokédex and aimed it at Seal for scanning. The Pokédex promptly delivered its feedback. Ding. Seal. The sea lion Pokémon, water type. They typically inhabit icy regions and utilize the sharp protrusion atop their heads to break through ice and swim in the sea. Their skin is thick, allowing them to move freely even at temperatures as low as -40 degrees. Unlike Groudon and Kingler, this seal possesses both agility and close-range attack capabilities, making it a formidable opponent. Return, Bulbasaur. Xiaoyu recalled his Bulbasaur and sent forth his final Pokémon. His ace in the hole, Ralts. Ralts, it is your turn. Upon hearing the trainer's directive, Ralts let out a gentle cry and instantly teleported onto a floating platform. It gazed at Seal, its eyes shimmering with a flicker of light beneath its bangs, while its skin subtly underwent a transformation. Is that Ralts? Sakura mused, instantly taken with the adorably charming Pokémon. I just saw it, and it is utterly delightful. Is it a Pokémon from another region? Indeed. Ralts is not native to the Kanto region. Xiaoyu nodded, then kindly cautioned, I must advise you, Miss Sakura, to exercise caution. It is a psychic and fairy type, making it rather challenging to contend with. What a gentle yet dashing man. Sakura smiled, yet added, but I shall not go easy on you. Seal, use water gun. Water enveloped Seal as it launched a powerful jet toward its adversary, a physical water-type attack far more potent than a mere water gun, indicating Seal's impressive level. Nevertheless, landing a hit on Ralts would prove to be quite the challenge. Ralts evaded. Xiaoyu urged quietly, and in the next moment, Ralts vanished from its original spot, appearing on another platform with effortless grace, successfully dodging the attack. Psychic-type Pokémon are indeed a nuisance, Sakura mused, shaking her head, but quickly regained her composure. In that case, let us first restrain its abilities. Seal, use Icy Wind. A fierce gust of frigid air erupted from Seal, encompassing Ralts and a vast area around it. The sheer force of the attack dropped the battlefield temperature below freezing, even forming a thick layer of ice on the water's surface. Although Ralts utilized teleportation to avoid the area attack, the surrounding environment undeniably hampered its speed. Ralts, use Confusion. Upon hearing the command, Ralts prepared to unleash its psychic power, only to see Seal dive swiftly into the water. The thick ice made it difficult to discern Seal's location. Just as Ralts scanned the area, Seal suddenly burst through the ice, launching a powerful headbutt. However, having spent several months with Xiaoyu and gaining extensive battle experience, Ralts, taken aback for only a moment, once again teleported to evade the attack. Seal, use Ice Shard. Seal opened its mouth wide, summoning numerous ice shards that shot toward the recently revealed Ralts. The ensuing explosion sent ice fragments and debris flying, enveloping Ralts. When the dust settled, Sakura and her companions were astonished to discover that, despite being struck by the ice shards, Ralts not only withstood the attack but appeared relatively unscathed. How peculiar! Sakura exclaimed, perplexed. Logically, Ralts, a psychic and fairy type, should have no disadvantage against Seal's water type. Furthermore, Ice Shard is an ice type move. Why did it cause so little damage? Miss Sakura, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. I believe your Seal possesses the Thick Fat ability. The Thick Fat ability allows Pokémon with it to receive only half the damage from ice type or fire type attacks. While Sakura was initially confused by the mention of abilities, she eventually nodded. Indeed, but what of it? Xiaoyu shrugged. My Ralts has the Trace ability, allowing it to completely replicate Seal's Thick Fat ability, which is why your ice-type moves pose no threat to it. I see now. Sakura finally understood, a wry smile gracing her lips. So, it had already copied Seal's ability at the start of the battle? Precisely. With Xiaoyu's confirmation, Sakura sighed, I must admit, that is indeed a rare ability, and it caught me off guard. However, I will not concede so easily. Seal, use Water Gun. As Sakura issued her command, Xiaoyu simultaneously instructed, Ralts, use Magical Leaf. Before Ralts, countless glowing leaves materialized, swirling and compressing before they continuously launched toward Seal. The incoming water jet collided with the barrage, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, when the fog lifted, it revealed that not only had the Magical Leaf negated Water Gun, but it had also inflicted damage on the Seal within. Forced to crash onto the icy surface, Seal found itself in dire straits. Grass is strong against water. Indeed. Sakura's brows knitted in concern. This is exceedingly difficult to handle. But amidst her musings, the battle pressed on. Ralts, use Confusion. Seal, quickly return to the water. Both trainers called out simultaneously. However, Having learned from previous encounters, Ralts preemptively acted, focusing intently and using confusion to ensnare Seal before it could execute its plan. Lifting it into the air. Under the psychic assault, Seal cried out in pain, and despite its struggles, it was futile to escape the binding force of confusion. Elevated to a sufficient height, Ralts brought its arm down, sending Seal crashing onto the frozen platform at breakneck speed. Boom! With a thunderous crash. Seal scarcely had time to wail before it succumbed, following in the footsteps of Goldeen and Kingler, having lost its fighting capability. We have lost. After recalling the unconscious Seal into its Pokeball, Sakura and her companions exchanged glances and slowly approached Xiaoyu. However, before Xiaoyu could summon Ralts back, it was suddenly enveloped in a radiant light. Moments later, the original Ralts vanished, replaced by an entirely new form. Kirlia, witnessing this scene, Changpu couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, it has actually evolved." Kyrelian's appearance resembled that of a dancer clad in white, adorned in a ballet skirt. Its legs were exquisitely slender, and unlike Ralts, its hair did not completely obscure its eyes. Instead, it sported shoulder-length bangs that revealed its crimson eyes. Even its two red horns had shifted positions, resembling hair. How shall I put it? It was akin to a young girl blossoming into a striking maiden. The Pokédex, which had yet to be stowed away, timely responded, "Ding." Kyrelian, the emotion Pokémon, possesses psychic and fairy attributes. The horns atop its head create illusory visions in the surrounding space when amplifying psychic power, and it has the ability to sensitively detect the emotions of its trainer. When joyous, it begins to dance, and the trainer's cheerful disposition serves as its source of spiritual strength. Clearly still adjusting to its new form, Kyrelian turned a few circles before returning to Xiaoyu's side. "Kyrelian, you look truly beautiful in your new form," he remarked. Rulian gazed at Xiaoyu, a hint of shyness gracing her demeanor, until Xiaoyu affectionately patted her head, prompting her to nuzzle against his hand. At that moment, Yinghua approached Xiaoyu, holding a blue badge. This badge, shaped like a sky-blue droplet, sparkled like a gem under the sun's rays. "Congratulations, trainer. This is your reward for defeating us, truly well-deserved." Xiaoyu offered a few polite words as he accepted the blue badge and placed it in his collection box. Observing the solitary blue badge within the box, Changpu pouted, muttering, "What a disappointment. We were the first gym leaders to be defeated. It's truly disheartening." Xiaoyu merely chuckled in response, choosing not to comment. The three of them, rather than focusing on safeguarding the gym, had allowed their minds to drift towards water ballet, neglecting the training of their Pokémon, rendering them among the weakest of the gyms. However, each had their own aspirations, and they hoped that in the near future, Xiaoxia would take over here. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Xiaoyu waved goodbye, departing with several Pokémon in tow. Just as he exited the gym and vanished from sight, a girl with orange hair styled in a side ponytail entered the arena. "Sister, I've been searching for you all this time. I didn't expect you to come here. Why do you all look so glum?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Changpu exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Xiaoxia, we were deeply wounded by a man just now." "Wounded?" Xiaoxia initially paused, but after learning the story from Yinghua, she retorted angrily, "What do you mean wounded? We simply failed to protect the gym. I thought you were heartbroken." "Well, it's somewhat similar." Yinghua pondered seriously. "Now that you mention it, that person did seem quite gentle and strong. Perhaps having him as a boyfriend would indeed be a splendid choice. I can't stand you both." Xiaoxia pouted, seemingly indifferent. "If I were there, he would never have taken our blue badge. To be defeated 3-0, how utterly humiliating." Hearing this, Mutant shook her finger, "Don't make light of it. That man with Kyrelian was truly formidable. Even with your strength, you would not have triumphed over him. Don't underestimate me." Xiaoxia flared up like a prickly hedgehog, declaring, "I've made up my mind. The day after tomorrow, I will set out on my journey. I will not return until I become a great trainer." Chapter 10. Capturing Squirtle. Off the coast of Hoenn City, a fishing boat was slowly navigating the sea. The sea breeze caressed his face as Xiaoyu and his three Pokémon leaned against the deck, relishing this rare moment of leisure. The warm sunlight bathed them, creating a cozy ambience that made one reluctant to move. Of course, if it weren't for the persistent, pungent odor of fish wafting from the boat, this outing could have been even more relaxing. However, life is seldom as one wishes. After over an hour of sailing, the fishing boat finally halted at the edge of a small island. The weathered captain emerged from the cabin and called out to Xiaoyu on the deck, "Hey there. The place you're looking for is right here. You can disembark, and we'll continue southward into the deep sea. We'll return in the evening to take you back. Wishing you good luck." "Thank you so much." Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude as he and his Pokémon jumped off the fishing boat. After watching the vessel drift away, he turned to survey the small island. Encircled by trees, the island was lush and green. At its center stood a solitary mountain, with orderly shrubs growing upon it, resembling a turtle's shell from a distance. The reason for his presence here? Water Turtle Island, rumored not to exist on any map, known only to the Pokémon living here and the most experienced fishermen. As its name suggests, this island is home to a water turtle, along with a multitude of its unevolved forms, Wartortle and Squirtle. Indeed, his purpose for coming was to capture these Pokémon. Gaining access to this place was no easy feat. He had searched for a long time at the dock, asking many people before finally finding someone willing to take him to sea in search of this island. However, his target was not the water turtle. Crossing the sandy beach and entering the forest, Xiaoyu soon encountered a group of frolicking Squirtle and Wartortle. The Pokémon gathered there appeared carefree and at ease, confirming that it was indeed Water Turtle Island, with their presence all around. Taking out his phone, he snapped a few photos of the surroundings, intending to send them to Professor Ingmu, but found there was no signal and had to postpone that idea. Let us leave it for later, he thought as he approached the group of Pokémon. After observing them for a moment, he slowly drew closer, ultimately standing before them. The Squirtle and Wartortle were startled by the sudden appearance of a human but chose not to flee. Instead, they stood their ground, curiously watching him. It was evident that despite being far from the mainland, these Pokémon were not afraid of humans, even regarding him with inquisitive gazes. Hello there. Xiaoyu greeted them with a warm smile, adding, as you can see, I am a trainer currently in search of companions, intending to grow stronger and challenge the league. Would any of you like to leave here and travel with me? In this wondrous world, almost all Pokémon could understand a degree of human language, allowing Xiaoyu's words to reach the ears of these Pokémon accurately. Conversely, as a human, he could not comprehend their language. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Squirtle and Wartortle exchanged glances but made no immediate response. It wasn't until a few seconds later that one Squirtle, perhaps feeling mischievous or simply curious about Xiaoyu, took a few steps towards him. Squirtle, Squirtle, how bold. Gazing at the Squirtle before him, Xiaoyu chuckled. Since you have a desire to battle, let us engage. If I emerge victorious, you shall become my companion. Perhaps sensing the impending confrontation, or perhaps attuned to the atmosphere, its companions instinctively cleared a space. Not a single one dared to intervene, as if they had grown accustomed to such scenes. Xiaoyu stepped forward with his Pokémon, positioning himself directly across from the Squirtle. However, before initiating the clash, he retrieved his Pokédex to gain a deeper understanding of this Azure Pokémon. The device promptly provided feedback. Ding. Squirtle, Water-type, tiny turtle Pokémon, adept at water-based attacks, possesses a hard shell for protection, and can unleash a powerful water gun when confronted by foes. Excellent, just as I recalled. His purpose in doing so was to familiarize himself with these Pokémon and to validate his knowledge. It appeared that nothing had changed thus far. Xiaoyu glanced down at his feet and waved towards his Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the battle is yours. Bulba. Upon receiving his command, Bulbasaur advanced a few steps, standing before the Squirtle. The two Pokémon regarded each other from a distance, their battle intent gradually materializing in their eyes without the need for words. With both Pokémon prepared, Xiaoyu decisively issued his command. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Following his directive, two tendrils shot forth from Bulbasaur's bud, lashing towards Squirtle. Yet, in the face of such an attack, Squirtle remained unperturbed. As the vines approached, it promptly withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, with two soft thuds. Although it was a grass-type move, Squirtle's sturdy shell effectively absorbed the impact, resulting in little more than a slight tremor. It must be said, retracting into its shell has always been the greatest asset of turtle-type Pokémon. Once it emerged from its shell, a powerful water gun shot forth from Squirtle's mouth, aiming directly at Bulbasaur. However, much like Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, Squirtle's water gun was easily anticipated. Bulbasaur, evade. Xiaoyu commanded just in time. Alas, as Bulbasaur dodged, Squirtle swiftly redirected its aim. The stream of water pursued Bulbasaur relentlessly. Despite Bulbasaur's desperate efforts to escape, it was still doused by the moving water gun halfway. There was little to be done, as Bulbasaur lacked the speed advantage. Yet this also indicated that Squirtle was indeed a capable battler. Bulbasaur, utilize Leech Seed. A seed shot forth from Bulbasaur's bud. However, upon reaching Squirtle, it expelled a multitude of bubbles from its mouth, effectively neutralizing the seed. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but commend. For a wild Pokémon, you certainly possess remarkable skills. Squirtle. In response to the human's praise, Squirtle proudly puffed out its chest. Yet, paired with its comically round head, it appeared rather amusing. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu pointed with a touch more seriousness. Bulbasaur, continue with Vine Whip. The tendrils lashed out once more towards Squirtle, and as before, Squirtle retracted into its shell. However, Xiaoyu's assault did not conclude. Under his command, the vines did not retract but instead coiled tightly around Squirtle's form. Squirtle. Squirtle was taken aback, attempting to peek out. But the openings of its shell were entirely sealed. It struggled for a while, yet remained immobile. This is what one would call being ensnared by one's own web. A faint smile graced Xiaoyu's lips as he instructed Bulbasaur, "Now, lift it up and let it experience the taste of a heavy slam." Following Xiaoyu's words, Bulbasaur hoisted Squirtle high before slamming it down onto the ground, followed by a second and third slam, though protected by its shell. After 5 or 6 strikes, Squirtle ceased to respond. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyu commanded Bulbasaur to release its hold. Just then, the shell rolled onto the sandy beach. Observing the silence within the shell, Xiaoyu retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it. The Pokeball traced a perfect arc through the air, arriving above Squirtle. As it opened, a red beam enveloped Squirtle, drawing it into the ball. Click! The Pokeball landed on the sandy ground. Perhaps dazed from the impact, Squirtle displayed no resistance, and even within the ball, it remained motionless, not even shaking. With a gentle press of the button, it signified that Squirtle had been successfully captured. Excellent. The 4th Pokémon is now mine. However, before Xiaoyu could revel in his triumph, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by tremors in the ground. The sound suggested that a powerful Pokémon was approaching. Raising an eyebrow, Xiaoyu realized that the recent battle had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the island's Blastoise. It would surely be displeased by the presence of intruders in its territory. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had achieved his objective. Xiaoyu glanced at the time. Merely half an hour had passed since he arrived on the island. Thus, before the fishing boat arrived to retrieve him, he needed to find a place to temporarily hide if he wished to avoid confronting that Blastoise. Well, that works too. It could serve as a means to pass the time. With this thought, he picked up the Pokeball and smiled at his 3 Pokémon. Bulbasaur returned. The wind is picking up. Let us go play hide and seek with that big fellow. As the sun and moon continued their celestial dance. When Xiaoyu departed the ocean and set foot on land once more, he found himself standing on the streets of Hualan City. After a night of rest at the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyu, accompanied by his 4 Pokémon, resumed his journey towards Shenhui City. During his leisure, he shared all the photographs taken on Blastoise Island with Professor Ingmu. As a special research investigator for the Ingmu Research Institute, his expedition to Blastoise Island and documentation of its ecological environment could be deemed a fulfillment of his duties. Of course, he could have chosen not to do so, but capturing memories along the way felt rewarding and was a pleasant diversion. As he walked along the broad street, preparing to leave Hualan City, a young man with green hair, carrying a backpack and appearing to be of similar age to Xiaoyu, suddenly blocked his path. "Excuse me, could you please wait? Are you willing to accept my challenge?" Chapter 11. The Beastmaster, Xiao Ming. Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyu turned to face him. "Your challenge?" "Indeed." The man adjusted his collar, flashed a confident smile, and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Ming, the formidable trainer of Beastmasters." Since the beginning of his training, he had never been defeated. "What do you say? Are you brave enough to challenge me?" Xiao Ming glanced at the sandshrew at his feet, and Xiaoyu revealed a knowing expression. "I don't mind," she replied, scanning the surroundings. "But where shall we battle? There are only streets around here, and no arenas in sight." Thanks to the popularization of Pokémon battles, akin to outdoor basketball courts of previous times, one could often find makeshift battle arenas in parks, schools, riversides, and shopping malls throughout the city. Unfortunately, the area where Xiaoyu currently stood was quite distant from any public venue. "Certainly not here." Xiaoming pointed towards the direction of Dryleaf City. "I have constructed a personal gym in the wilderness not far ahead. It has a battle arena. Follow me." Without allowing Xiaoyu a chance to refuse, he strode ahead. Shaking her head at the Pokémon beside her, Xiaoyu chose to follow. The two walked out of Hualan City and, after a brief trek, soon spotted a makeshift camp built with fences and tents. Outside the camp stood a large sign proclaiming, "Pokémon League Informal Gym, currently boasting 92 consecutive victories." From Xiao Ming's confident demeanor and the sign's announcement, it was evident that he was indeed a self-assured trainer eager to attract attention. However, his face, coupled with a somewhat stout physique and thick, upwards arching eyebrows, gave him a somewhat goofy appearance upon closer inspection. Noticing Xiaoyu's gaze fixated on the sign, Xiao Ming boasted, "My goal is to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Once I reach that milestone, I shall embark on a journey to challenge various gyms for badges." "It certainly sounds impressive," Xiaoyu shrugged, offering a compliment, though her expression suggested little admiration. As they entered the camp and approached the so-called personal gym, Xiaoyu immediately observed several Pokémon engaged in independent training through the open tent flap. A Butterfree and a Beedrill were clashing midair, seemingly practicing their combat skills. while 3 Rattatas on the ground appeared to be undergoing endurance training. What do you think? My gym is quite remarkable, isn't it? Xiaoming declared as he stepped into the trainer's command area. Once I defeat you, I will have achieved my 93rd consecutive victory, bringing me one step closer to my goal. That is indeed worthy of celebration, Xiaoyu replied solemnly as she moved to the opposite side. It is clear that you are a formidable opponent, but I, too, have never tasted defeat since I began my journey. Just as she asserted, she had been victorious ever since acquiring her Ralts. With both parties boasting impressive winning streaks, neither was intimidated. Beneath their feet lay a hard-packed dirt arena, a common battleground in the wild, albeit lacking in distinctive features. Is that so? It seems destined that someone's record will be shattered today. Xiaoming shrugged, feigning helplessness against Xiaoyu. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The rules for this battle are simple. Each of us will use one Pokémon, and whoever stands victorious at the end shall emerge as the winner. Xiaoyu nodded, understanding the terms. Retrieving a whip from behind her, Xiaoming brandished it forward, commanding, "Sandshrew, let them witness our strength." At his command, the Sandshrew trotted onto the battlefield. Visually, it bore similarities to an armadillo, standing on its hind legs, yet appeared more rounded, with a tough, dry, earth-toned skin resembling brick. Xiaoyu pointed her Pokédex towards it. Pokédex entry, ding. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokémon. Ground type. Dislikes water and burrows deep in dry areas to make its home. When danger approaches, it curls up to protect itself. In terms of type advantage, both the grass-type Bulbasaur and the water-type Squirtle had a clear advantage over the ground-type Sandshrew, although the specifics were somewhat hazy. Xiaoyu recalled that this Sandshrew had previously triumphed over Ash and the Rocket Trio, prompting her to proceed with caution. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand and sent forth her ace Pokémon, Kirlia. Your Pokémon is quite unique, Xiaoming remarked, astonished by the sight of the youthful Kirlia. Nonetheless, it makes no difference. The outcome will remain unchanged. Let us go, Sandshrew. Execute rollout. The Sandshrew dashed forward, rapidly gaining speed before curling into a ball and hurtling towards Kirlia. Kirlia, use double team. In an instant, Kirlia produced a multitude of illusory copies of itself, while the Sandshrew, moving too swiftly to halt, continued on its predetermined path, only to realize it had passed through mere phantoms. Kirlia, use confusion. With a raised hand, Kirlia enveloped the Sandshrew in a sphere of light. In a flash, accompanied by the crack of the whip, the Sandshrew curled up tightly. The confusion lifted the Sandshrew high into the air before crashing it down. As the dust settled, it unfurled its body, shook its head, and stood up, evidently unharmed. Impressive agility, Xiaoyu praised, noting how quickly it could adopt a spherical form to defend itself. You have trained it remarkably well. Xiaoming scoffed. Humph. What is a little pain? My Sandshrew has undergone rigorous training and has even overcome its fear of water. Oh, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A ground-type Pokémon overcoming its weakness to water? That is indeed impressive. However, through their brief exchange, Xiaoyu had already begun to discern the truth. Beyond the Sandshrew's formidable strength, its communication with Xiaoming was remarkably swift and succinct. Often, Xiaoming merely needed to flick his whip without uttering a word, and the Sandshrew would intuit his intentions through the sound of the whip, adapting its attacks to outmaneuver opponents. These two factors had undoubtedly contributed to their impressive winning streak of over 90 victories. Yet now, facing the combination of Xiaoyu and Kirlia, they had encountered an equally matched adversary. Xiaoyu and Kirlia shared a deep synergy, and with the red horn atop Kirlia's head, it could readily sense Xiaoyu's emotions. Moreover, as a psychic-type Pokémon, it could glean some of Xiaoyu's thoughts as well. Kirlia, use Magical Leaf. A flurry of green-hued leaves manifested in Kirlia's hands, continuously launching towards the Sandshrew. In response, Xiaoming cracked his whip, producing a sharp sound. Hearing the whip's crack, the Sandshrew swiftly burrowed into the earth, evading the incoming assault. Lost in purpose, Kyurem stood still, cautiously observing the situation beneath its feet. After a brief moment, a burrow suddenly appeared beside it, and a Diglett emerged without warning, barreling straight towards Kyurem. Fortunately, Kyurem, ever vigilant, utilized its teleportation ability just in time to evade the attack as the ground ruptured. Did you think the attack ended there? Xiaoming once again cracked his whip, shouting, "Diglett, unleash our ultimate move, Earthquake Attack." The Diglett, having missed its previous strike, leaped high into the air, its body radiating a fierce, earthy yellow light. With its head pointed downward, it raised its right claw and spun its body, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. In the next moment, a tremendous crack resonated as the ground erupted around the Diglett's claw, splintering into countless fragments. These fissures resembled deep abysses, spreading across the battlefield with a terrifying tremor. Earthquake. One of the physical finishing moves of the ground type, could inflict catastrophic damage, potentially leaving any Pokémon that fell into the chasms on the brink of death. Kyurem, quickly evade, shouted Xiaoyu. Kyurem executed a series of teleportations, vanishing and reappearing in a frantic search for stable ground, until its energy was nearly depleted, finally retreating to his safe corner, narrowly escaping disaster. What? This outcome was far beyond Xiaoming's expectations. Although the accuracy of Earthquake was relatively low, it was known that aside from flying Pokémon, no others had ever evaded such a widespread attack after numerous attempts. Upon witnessing the cessation of the earthquake and Kyurem's unscathed condition, Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had the foresight not to send out Bulbasaur or Squirtle. Otherwise, their lack of speed would have rendered them incapacitated before the power of Earthquake. Having expended such a tremendous amount of energy, the Diglett was also affected by the residual shockwaves, momentarily slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu decisively commanded, Kyurem, use Leaf Storm. Kyurem raised its hands, and before the Diglett could react, a whirlwind of leaves surged towards it. The grass-type move proved remarkably effective. The Diglett swayed unsteadily before ultimately succumbing, collapsing to the ground. Diglett. Xiaoming rushed over, cradling the Diglett in his arms, still unable to fathom that he had lost. After achieving 12 consecutive victories, he was merely 8 wins away from challenging the gym. How infuriating. Celebrating his victory, Xiaoyu applauded. What a spectacular match. Your Diglett is truly formidable, the strongest opponent I have encountered on my journey thus far. As he returned the Diglett to its Pokeball, Xiaoming remained silent. And when he stood once more, the confidence that had adorned his face had vanished. I have lost. To be defeated by a Diglett is indeed surprising. Xiaoming sighed heavily, but soon regained his composure. Regardless, I shall not abandon my dreams. From today forth, I will start anew, safeguarding this gym until I achieve 100 consecutive victories, and thereafter, I will seek you out to challenge you once more. I look forward to that day. Xiaoyu extended his right hand earnestly, stating, it is precisely because of strong opponents like you that I am compelled to improve and keep moving forward. After parting ways with Xiaoming, Xiaoyu initially intended to journey to Evergreen City and continue challenging the Evergreen Gym. However, a phone call from Dr. Ingmu summoned him back to Withered Leaf City. In the Sakura Research Institute, Dr. Ingmu expressed his regrets. I sincerely apologize for summoning you back from such a distance, but there is a matter of utmost importance that urgently requires your assistance. There is no need for apologies. Doctor, please, go ahead, replied Xiaoyu nonchalantly. I was nearby Withered Leaf City, so it is no trouble at all. At that moment, Ju Kai approached with a small box, handing it to Xiaoyu. What is this? Xiaoyu inquired. Dr. Ingmu explained. Inside is a prototype of a precision instrument. As it is still under development and classified as a scientific secret, we cannot send it via courier, since we cannot leave the research institute due to work commitments. We need a trusted individual to deliver it to Professor Okido at the Okido Institute. Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. I understand. As a special research investigator of Sakura, I will ensure it reaches Professor Okido safely. Departing from Withered Leaf City, Xiaoyu hurriedly made his way, circumventing the renowned Evergreen Forest, and arrived in Evergreen City by nightfall. As it was late, he decided to rest at the Pokémon Center before setting off for Mewtwo Town the following day. However, before entering the Pokémon Center, he stopped by a nearby shop to stock up on canned food and a few Pokeballs for emergencies. While checking out, he received a call from Xiao Chun. Hello, Xiao Chun, what is it? On the other end, Xiao Chun exclaimed. Did you not send a message this morning saying you were returning to Withered Leaf City? I wanted to see how Kyurem looks now. It must be even more beautiful. Oh, I'm truly sorry, Xiaoyu replied, glancing at the clock on the wall. I arrived at the Research Institute this morning and left immediately. I am now in Evergreen City. Evergreen City? Xiao Chun was astonished. How did you get there in such a short time? I had urgent business at Professor Okido's Research Institute. Well, I have to go now. It's getting late. So please rest early. As Xiaoyu was about to exit the store after hanging up, a store clerk suddenly called out to him. Excuse me. Could you please wait a moment? Xiaoyu looked at him quizzically. Is there something you need? The clerk produced a package from the counter. I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation, but are you heading to Professor Okido's Institute in Mewtwo Town? Upon Xiaoyu's nod, the clerk replied excitedly. That's wonderful. This package was ordered by Professor Okido a few days ago, but we have been too busy to deliver it. Could you please take it with you? Chapter 13. Digging holes for the trainers in Mewtwo Town. The Okido Institute, located in Mewtwo Town, is a picturesque place. In the afternoon, when Xiaoyu knocked on the door of the Okido Institute, a kindly old man with gray-white hair, who often recited Pokémon haikus, greeted him with a warm and generous smile. Professor Okido, I apologize for the intrusion. Xiaoyu introduced himself. I am Xiaoyu from the Sakura Research Institute in Withered Leaf City, and I have been entrusted by Professor Sakura to deliver something to you. Professor Okido nodded. I was informed by Sakura that you would be coming. I did not expect you to arrive here from Withered Leaf City in just 2 days. Your speed is truly impressive. I could not afford to delay Professor Sakura's request, Xiaoyu replied, handing over the box containing the prototype device to Professor Okido. He then retrieved the package given to him by the Evergreen City store clerk and presented it as well. Upon seeing the package, Professor Okido exclaimed, "You even brought this package along. You have been a tremendous help. Tomorrow marks the day when a new group of trainers will set forth on their journeys. Without these Pokeballs, I truly wonder how I would manage." Xiaoyu casually remarked, "I suppose the professor must be quite busy at this time of year. It must be exhausting." Indeed, as one ages, it becomes increasingly difficult to resist the challenges life presents. Professor Oak shrugged, adding, "This year, my unfortunate grandson will also embark on his journey. I am quite curious to see what he will become." "Unfortunate grandson?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Are you referring to Shigeru?" "Oh, you know Shigeru?" Professor Oak was taken aback. "Not really." Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand. "I just happened to hear Professor Sakuragi mention him." Nevertheless, Xiaoyu couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Shigeru is setting off on his journey tomorrow? That also means Ash, his contemporary, will be embarking on his own adventure with Pikachu. I eagerly anticipate meeting them, but I must also hasten my own progress. Otherwise, with their rapid growth, I will soon find myself left behind. Declining Professor Oak's invitation for lunch, Xiaoyu continued his journey towards Deep Gray City. After passing through Evergreen City, he chose to delve into the Evergreen Forest, no longer in a rush. The Evergreen Forest, situated between Evergreen City and Gray City, is a natural labyrinth, densely populated with diverse trees. Each year, countless individuals lose their way in this vast, shadowy forest, even with a map in hand. Here, Bug-type and Flying-type Pokémon are most prevalent, leading some to affectionately refer to it as a paradise for bug catching. Upon entering the forest, Xiaoyu navigated by instinct, defeating numerous Pokémon that ambushed him. He encountered beloved Pokémon such as Pidgey and Butterfree, but hesitated to capture them. His own 4 Pokémon also gained valuable experience in this forest, each making some degree of progress. After wandering for a while, the bushes ahead suddenly began to rustle. Just as Xiaoyu anticipated another Pokémon attack, a young samurai clad in armor, with a net slung across his back and a sword at his waist, leapt from the underbrush. "TCH, I thought it might be a rare Pokémon. Turns out it's just a trainer." The samurai boy assessed Xiaoyu's Pokémon. "So, how about a battle?" Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Huh, so direct?" "Of course. As Pokémon trainers, a clash of gazes is the start of a battle," the samurai boy proclaimed, disregarding Xiaoyu's hesitation as he threw his Pokéball. "Come forth, Kabutops." With a click, the Pokéball opened, revealing a fearsome Pokémon with 2 large, sharp claws, reminiscent of a prehistoric insect. Pokédex, Beep Kabutops, the shellfish Pokémon, a bug type. It possesses powerful claws that grip its prey. It will not release its hold until it has torn its victim apart. Xiaoyu sighed in resignation, glancing at his 4 Pokémon before deciding, "Squirtle, it's your turn." In terms of type advantage, both Bulbasaur and Curlio would be at a disadvantage against the bug-type Kabutops. But neither Eevee nor Squirtle faced any type conflicts with it. Squirtle leapt to the center, brimming with determination. However, just as Xiaoyu thought this would be a well-matched battle, Squirtle swiftly defeated Kabutops in just a few moves. "What? I can't believe my Kabutops lost so quickly," the samurai boy exclaimed in disbelief. "There's nothing surprising about it," Xiaoyu replied. "It's simply because your Kabutops is underleveled. If you get the chance, I suggest you train more." The samurai boy's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists. "Damn it. Don't get too cocky. Watch my second Pokémon. Come forth, Caterpie." A flash of red light signaled the arrival of his second Pokémon. "Ah, it's a Caterpie? No, wait, it's a Larvitar." Caterpie, a quintessential bug-type Pokémon, is recognized by its green back and white underside, with its distinctive red antennae. Pokédex, Beep Caterpie, the worm Pokémon, a bug type. It uses its abdominal feet to climb trees and munch on its favorite leaves. Xiaoyu, too lazy to switch Pokémon, continued with Squirtle, who once again cleanly defeated Caterpie in a few swift moves. Noticing the samurai boy's dissatisfied expression, Xiaoyu was about to leave when he suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he remarked, "Oh right, I hail from Pallet Town. If you're feeling unsatisfied, you should quickly strengthen your skills and teach a lesson to the new trainers that come after me." The samurai boy mumbled, "Pallet Town? New trainers?" "Indeed." Xiaoyu nodded lightly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Our trainers from Pallet Town are exceptionally skilled. I am certain you would not stand a chance against any of them." "Curse you." Don't be too smug, the samurai boy declared resolutely, calling out to Xiaoyu as he began to disappear from view. Remember my words. No matter how formidable the trainers from Pallet Town are, next time, I will show you what I'm capable of. Chapter 14. Objective achieved, capturing the starter Pokémon in the northwest of Deep Gray City, beside an unnamed volcano. After departing from the Evergreen Forest, Xiaoyu spent 2 whole days wandering around this vast volcano. Initially, he intended to challenge the Deep Gray Gym. But upon hearing that Charmanders were spotted nearby, he decided to alter his plans, prioritizing the capture of a Charmander. The urgency was not solely due to the formidable strength of its final evolution, Charizard, but also because of its striking appearance, which Xiaoyu had adored since his previous life. Regrettably, aside from a few Diglets, Zubats, Geodudes, and Marowaks, he had scoured much of the volcano without encountering any signs of Charmander. As the sky darkened once more and night began to envelop the land, Xiaoyu was about to set down his backpack to camp when his EV, sent ahead to scout, hurried back in a flurry. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, EV dashed over, anxiously calling out several times. Though Xiaoyu could not comprehend the meaning of its cries, he recalled the task he had assigned to EV and perked up. Did you find a Charmander? EV nodded, turning to signal Xiaoyu to follow. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu grabbed his backpack and trailed behind EV, navigating through the expansive rocky terrain until they finally stumbled upon a series of glowing lights nestled within a mountain crevice. These lights were particularly striking. As Xiaoyu approached, he realized they belonged to a group of Charmanders and their evolved forms, Charmeleons. He even caught a glimpse of a few Charizards soaring through the clouds above. The glow emanated from the flames of life that burned at the tips of their tails. After enduring many trials, I have finally found you, Charmander. However, how can I capture one without alarming the Charmeleons and Charizards? It is noteworthy that Charmeleon possesses a relatively mild temperament within its lineage, unlike its more ferocious counterparts, Charizard and Charmeleon, which would certainly deter Xiaoyu from making a grand entrance to capture a Charmeleon. Concealed among the dense foliage, Xiaoyu surveyed his surroundings and, by chance, glanced down at the backpack beside him, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He proceeded to open the backpack, extracting a flashlight and tearing off several strips of tape, which he affixed to the front of the flashlight, leaving only a small circular aperture. Next, he retrieved a can of food, popped it open, and discreetly placed it behind a substantial boulder. After completing these preparations, he gestured for several Pokémon to hide in the vicinity. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to discuss rules of engagement. Once Charmeleon was lured to this spot, they would all spring into action, aiming to conclude the battle before Charizard could intervene. Understood? Jenny. Observing the Pokémon nodding in agreement, Xiaoyu returned to his previous hiding spot beneath the tree, keenly observing the scene. The appearance of Charmeleon bore some resemblance to a carnivorous dinosaur, boasting an orange hue with a creamy underbelly around its abdomen and tail. Its most striking feature was the flame that flickered atop its tail, a reflection of its health and emotional state. Vibrant when energetic, dim when lethargic, dancing when joyful, and blazing fiercely when angered. It was said that when the flame extinguished, Charmeleon's life would also come to an end. However, as long as it remained healthy, even when drenched, the flame would continue to burn brightly. At this moment, the Charmeleons frolicked playfully, oblivious to Xiaoyu's presence. After careful deliberation, Xiaoyu's gaze settled upon a rather peculiar Charmeleon. This particular creature, though engaged in play with its companions, often displayed a somewhat careless demeanor, using too much force in its antics and provoking the ire of its friends, who would chastise it. Recognizing its somewhat dim-witted expression, Xiaoyu concluded, "Splendid. This shall be the one." With the flashlight in hand, Xiaoyu switched it on, directing the beam towards the Charmeleon. The concentrated light momentarily illuminated the creature's face, yet, due to its localized nature, it failed to attract the attention of the other Charmeleons. Initially, the Charmeleon paid little heed to the bright light, merely blinking and tilting its head away, but as the beam followed its movement, it eventually piqued its curiosity. A large question mark appeared above its head as it glanced around before curiously approaching Xiaoyu's south hiding place. Sensing the target had taken the bait, Xiaoyu slowly retreated, concealing himself behind the boulder. When the Charmeleon followed the beam of light, it suddenly found the illumination vanishing, replaced by an enticing aroma emanating from an unusual food item displayed in the clearing. It sniffed vigorously, taking a couple of steps forward, only to be ambushed by several figures that sprang forth from all directions. Before it could react, it was swiftly subdued by a barrage of water guns, psychic blasts, vine whips, and a headbutt, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Excellent. Witnessing the Charmeleon fall, Xiaoyu rushed forth, swiftly retrieving a Pokeball and tossing it. A flash of red light engulfed the Charmeleon, and without so much as a tremor, it was successfully captured. Ginny stared at the Pokeball, momentarily entranced. A wave of discomfort washing over him, as if this scene of capture felt oddly familiar. What are you dawdling for? Xiaoyu playfully tapped Ginny's head, his smile radiant even in the dimness of night, declaring, "We have successfully captured it. Let us depart swiftly before anyone notices." In the stillness of the night, within the Pokémon Center of Deep Gray City, Xiaoyu reclined comfortably in a dining chair, sipping vegetable juice, radiating relaxation. At last, he had achieved a significant milestone. He had gathered all 3 starter Pokémon from the Kanto region. Nearby, 4 of his Pokémon were feasting, while the newly captured Charmeleon sat bewildered, surveying its unfamiliar surroundings. Its memories were fragmented, akin to awakening from a deep slumber only to find the world transformed. It was utterly perplexed as to why it found itself here, and how this human had suddenly become its trainer. Moreover, how had these Pokémon become its companions? Observing the dazed Charmeleon, Xiaoyu expressed his concern by offering food. "Eat up, will you? What? Still a bit disoriented? No worries, by the end of today, you shall soon acclimate." Chapter 15. Ash and Misty as dawn broke. After a night of restful slumber, Xiaoyu felt invigorated and prepared to leave the Pokémon Center when he noticed a young boy accompanied by a Pikachu and a fiery-haired girl engaged in a spirited debate in front of a poster on the wall. The boy, donning a cap and a blue jacket over a t-shirt, possessed an endearing, albeit somewhat foolish appearance, yet radiated an undeniable vitality. The girl, with her hair styled in a side ponytail, was strikingly beautiful, clad in shorts and a snug yellow tank top that revealed her midriff, showcasing her youthful exuberance and remarkable energy. In an instant, Xiaoyu recognized their identities. Could this be Ash and Misty? And the yellow rodent beside Ash was none other than the legendary Pikachu, known for its prowess. Observing the duo, laden with backpacks and appearing travel-worn, Xiaoyu marveled at their swift encounter and arrival in Deep Gray City. Remarkable speed indeed. Misty pointed at the poster, declaring, "Competing in the Pokémon League is not as simple as you might think. One must defeat 8 gym leaders and obtain their badges to qualify for the League Challenge." "Such trivial matters do not daunt me," Ash replied confidently, embodying the fearless spirit of youth. "I shall challenge the Deep Gray Gym shortly, and you will witness our true strength." Intrigued by their conversation, Xiaoyu approached and interjected, "You must be Ash, right?" Ash turned, noticing the unfamiliar young man speaking to him. "That's right, I'm Ash. Who are you?" After scrutinizing him for a moment, Xiaoyu replied, "My name is Xiaoyu. A few days ago, while in Pallet Town, I happened to overhear Professor Oak speaking of you. I never imagined I would encounter you here." "So you know Professor Oak?" Ash exclaimed, grinning. "This is my partner, Pikachu," and she, before Ash could finish, Misty chimed in, "I'm Misty. The world's #1 beauty." "The world's #1 beauty?" Xiaoyu glanced at Misty, who indeed possessed a charming figure, though her body had yet to fully mature. It seemed she had quite a journey ahead to claim that title. At that moment, Misty scrutinized Xiaoyu, taking note of his handsome features and the presence of Kirlia behind him, suddenly recalling something. "Wait a minute, you're the trainer who defeated my sister with Kirlia, aren't you?" Xiaoyu, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Oh, who is your sister?" However, upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Xia fell silent, clearly unwilling to disclose her origins from the Hualan Dojo. At that moment, a middle-aged man, adorned with a red top hat and sporting a bushy beard, approached them. "Are you planning to challenge the owner of the Deep Gray Dojo, Xiao Gang?" Xiaoji nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course. Once we leave the Pokémon Center, I shall challenge the Deep Gray Dojo and defeat him." To his surprise, the middle-aged man erupted into laughter upon hearing Xiaoji's proclamation. "Ha ha ha, is that so? You?" His tone dripped with mockery, and without allowing Xiaoji to respond, he burst into laughter and departed from the Pokémon Center. Observing his retreat, Xiaoyu inquired, "Who was that man? He seems to look down on you." Xiao Xia explained, "His name is Wu Neng, a stone vendor we encountered upon our arrival here." "Wu Neng? The stone vendor?" Xiaoyu paused, then recalled that he was indeed Xiao Gang's father, who had long been estranged from home. Watching the man's silhouette fade, Xiaoji, filled with indignation, retorted, "Humph, that man underestimates us. Very well, I shall head to the dojo and show him what I'm capable of." "What a coincidence." Xiaoyu shrugged, chuckling, "I too intend to challenge the Deep Gray Dojo, so why not go together?" Deep Gray, a color reminiscent of stone, is said to be a city renowned for its abundant stone resources since ancient times. However, apart from stones and fossils, it possesses little else of distinction, rendering it a tranquil northern town. The entire city is encircled by mountains and farmland, with a wide river dividing it in two. The Deep Gray Dojo is located in the northwest of the city, adjacent to the well-known Deep Gray Science and Natural History Museum across the street. As the group approached the Deep Gray Dojo, its facade appeared as though layers of massive stones had been stacked together and constructed with steel. Yet, upon closer inspection, they realized this was merely a facade. The colossal stones were nothing but thin slabs, deceptively crafted to resemble a grand entrance. Upon circumventing the entrance, they discovered that the interior of the Deep Gray Dojo bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary warehouse. What a surprise, Xiao Xiao murmured. I thought the entire dojo was built of stone. It turns out only this small portion is genuine. Pushing open the dojo doors, they were met with an oppressive darkness. Even in the daylight, Xiao Yu and the others filed in, and as they reached the center of the dojo, a spotlight suddenly illuminated a corner where a man dressed in a green vest sat in a meditative posture. Who are you? He inquired with a calm and steady voice, reminiscent of a serene monk. Are you the dojo master, Xiao Gang? Xiao Ji interjected eagerly. I am Xiao Ji from Masera Town, here to challenge you. At this moment, Xiao Yu also introduced herself, stating, I am Xiao Yu, and I too have come to challenge the dojo. As the dojo master, I am indifferent to how many challengers come, Xiao Gang replied as he rose. However, you may each use only 2 Pokémon. Who among you wishes to battle me first? It was only then that Xiao Yu truly observed Xiao Gang's appearance, spiky hair and a prematurely aged face. Marked by a serious demeanor, his eyes narrowed such that it was challenging to discern whether they were open or closed. Glancing at Xiao Yu, Xiao Ji stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm, declaring, of course, I'll go first. Bring it on. Not wishing to contest with him, Xiao Yu took her Pokémon and moved to the side to watch. Xiao Ji, give it your all. Xiao Xiao waved in encouragement as she joined Xiao Yu. As Xiao Ji prepared to battle, Xiao Gang snapped his fingers, illuminating the entire dojo and revealing every corner. While the side audience areas opened to reveal 2 battlefields composed of earth and rock, which slowly emerged and connected. As a trainer specializing in rock and ground-type Pokémon, Xiao Gang's dojo naturally featured a rock-ground arena. With Pikachu stepping onto the battlefield, Xiao Gang leapt to his designated area. Xiao Ji pointed forward and commanded, Go, Pikachu. How youthful, Xiao Gang remarked with a slight smile as he threw his Pokeball. Come forth, my Pokémon, Onix. Chapter 16, Battle with Xiao Gang as Onix emerged. Its colossal form and the disdainful, cold gaze it cast upon the diminutive Pikachu startled the latter. Pika, Pika. Pikachu scampered back to Xiao Ji, tugging at his clothes in an attempt to switch to another Pokémon for battle. Hey, hey. Xiao Ji lifted Pikachu, exclaiming in frustration, Pikachu, don't take matters into your own hands and try to swap with Pidgey. Get back in the fight. Under Xiao Ji's insistence, Pikachu reluctantly returned to the battlefield. In an electrifying showdown against ground-type Pokémon, Xiao Yu silently chuckled at Xiao Ji's lack of understanding regarding Pokémon-type advantages. This flaw of his was simultaneously a strength, as it often allowed him to devise creative strategies to overcome formidable foes. However, his inexperience was still evident. Shaking her head, Xiao Yu retrieved her Pokédex and aimed it at Pikachu. Xiao Ji's Pikachu bore no distinction from the common variety. Its fur was a soft, golden hue, with elongated ears and 2 round red electrical sacs on its cheeks. Its tail, shaped like a jagged lightning bolt, and its shiny black eyes lent it an adorable appearance. Pokédex entry, Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, electric type, also known as the electric mouse. Its cheek sacs can store electricity, and when angered, it releases the stored energy in a powerful electric shock. Next, Xiao Yu turned the Pokédex towards Onix. Onix bore a rocky horn atop its head, and its massive body, composed of large gray boulders, resembled that of a serpent, exuding a formidable presence. Pokédex entry, Onix, the rock snake Pokémon. Rock and ground type. Its serpentine form, composed of massive rocks, allows it to swallow earth and create long tunnels, moving underground at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. With Xiao Gang's command, the battle commenced. Onix, use tackle. Hearing the instruction, Onix's massive form shifted, and it charged forward, slamming its colossal head into Pikachu. Startled, Pikachu leapt about, overwhelmed by Onix's imposing presence, and in its panic, it could only flee, neglecting to counterattack. Soon, Onix seized the opportunity, ensnaring Pikachu tightly with its tail. Excellent, Onix. Use bind. Observing Pikachu's struggle under Onix's immense strength, Xiao Ji watched anxiously from the sidelines and called out, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's command, Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity, followed by a fierce discharge of electric energy. Yet, despite its efforts, the attack failed to inflict any damage on Onix. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang crossed his arms, remarking as a trainer, Your strategy is fundamentally flawed. Do you truly believe that a mere Thunderbolt can defeat my Onix? How naive. Damn it. With clenched fists and gritted teeth, Ash watched Pikachu's growing discomfort, unable to break free from its predicament. Finally, in despair, he shouted, "Please stop. I concede this match." Upon seeing Brock nod, Onix released its tail, causing Pikachu to tumble down, where Ash promptly caught it in his arms. "Are you alright, Pikachu?" As the battle concluded, Xiaoyu slowly descended from the spectator stands, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. However, knowing Ash's resilient nature, she believed he would soon regain his spirits. Approaching the trainer's command area, Xiaoyu said to Brock, "Well, the appetizer is over. Now it's my turn." Observing her, Brock recalled Onix and retrieved another Pokeball. "You seem entirely different from that person just now." Although Xiaoyu still appeared somewhat immature and lacked experience, she smiled and remarked, "But I believe that with time and practice, he will undoubtedly become a revered Pokémon master." Ash, cradling Pikachu as he made his way to the stands, abruptly turned at her words, feeling a surge of emotion as he realized someone recognized his potential. "This person truly believes in me. Come forth, Geodude," Brock exclaimed, tossing out his Pokeball. A stout, round rock creature with muscular arms materialized before Xiaoyu. Pokédex, ding. Geodude, the rock Pokémon, rock and ground type. It primarily inhabits mountainous regions, often burying half of its body underground to observe climbers. Due to its resemblance to rocks, it is frequently stepped on by unsuspecting travelers. Xiaoyu turned her gaze between Squirtle and Bulbasaur before confidently addressing Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, this battle is yours." Bulba. Regardless of whether facing the water-type Squirtle or the grass-type Bulbasaur, both would inflict quadruple damage on Brock's rock and ground-type Pokémon, making this battle seem exceedingly manageable. In the stands, upon seeing Ash approach, Misty first patted Pikachu's forehead before teasing Ash, "You understand type advantages. It seems Xiaoyu is far more knowledgeable about battling than you. Oh, foolish one." Surprisingly, Ash did not retort, but instead scrutinized Xiaoyu's every move. Perhaps it was her acknowledgement that made Ash regard her with newfound respect. As Bulbasaur and Geodude took their positions, the match officially commenced. "Geodude, use Tackle," Brock commanded. "Bulbasaur, show it our new technique, Leaf Blade." Before Geodude could close the distance, a flurry of green glowing leaves erupted around Bulbasaur, launching toward Geodude. "Geodude, dodge quickly," Brock shouted. However, the speed of Leaf Blade was overwhelming, and despite Brock's command, it struck Geodude accurately. The effect was tremendous. As the smoke cleared, Geodude appeared in agony. Observing this, Brock ordered, "Geodude, use Rock Throw." Geodude raised its arms, and suddenly, several massive boulders descended from above, aimed at Bulbasaur. Realizing the area of effect was too vast for Bulbasaur to evade, Xiaoyu decisively commanded, "Bulbasaur, target those rocks with Leaf Blade." The green light coalesced, and Leaf Blade shot forth, shattering most of the boulders. However, many fragments still rained down upon Bulbasaur. Remarkably, despite being struck by the debris, Bulbasaur stood firm, seemingly unfazed by the minor injuries. Chapter 17, the second badge, the Gray Badge. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Bulbasaur shook off the dust and extended two vines from its flower bud, striking Geodude with force. Geodude winced in pain, and sensing its disadvantage, Brock urgently called out, "This won't do, Geodude. Close the distance and use Rollout." Geodude retracted its fist and spun rapidly, transforming its body into a rolling stone ball, rushing towards Bulbasaur at great speed. Was it attempting to engage in close combat to evade Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade? Xiaoyu resolutely ordered, "Do not let it succeed. Use Vine Whip to entangle it." However, Geodude's speed was astonishing, and after narrowly avoiding several Vine Whips, it ultimately collided with Bulbasaur. Unfortunately, as Rollout was a rock-type move, it only inflicted minimal damage upon Bulbasaur. Once the rolling ceased, Bulbasaur seized the opportunity to lift Geodude high using its Vine Whip, binding it in midair. "It's time to conclude this match. Bulbasaur, unleash Leaf Blade." At such a close range, Geodude was struck directly by Leaf Blade, rendering it unable to continue the fight. It fell to the ground like a stone sinking to the seabed, unable to stir. Brock recalled Geodude, his expression grave. He recognized that in terms of both strength and type advantage, he was at a disadvantage. "From this battle, it is clear you possess considerable strategy," Brock acknowledged with a nod. "However, to earn the Gray Badge, I must defeat this one. Come forth, Onix." As Onix re-entered the fray, Xiaoyu recalled Bulbasaur and sent out Squirtle. "It's your turn, Squirtle. Squirtle. Perhaps learning from the previous battle, Brock immediately commanded, "Onix, use Rock Slide." Onix raised its body and opened its massive jaws, causing countless large boulders to coalesce in midair and plummet towards Squirtle. Squirtle, retreat into your shell. Following Xiaoyu's command, Squirtle quickly withdrew its head and limbs into its shell. In the next instant, the stone struck down, only to be deflected by Squirtle's sturdy shell. Now's your chance. Brock's eyes gleamed with determination. Onix, find it while it's still hiding. Seizing the moment, Onix approached rapidly, using the same technique it had employed against Pikachu. Wrapping its tail around Squirtle and squeezing tightly, the shell creaked ominously under the pressure. In the stands, Misty's heart raced, while Ash widened his eyes, eager to see how Xiaoyu would respond to this familiar tactic. In the command area, Xiaoyu remained unfazed, instructing, Squirtle, use rapid spin. Squirtle's shell vibrated vigorously, and the intensity escalated, creating friction against Onix's body. Ultimately, Squirtle spun rapidly, resembling a top, forcefully dislodging Onix. Rapid spin, a normal-type physical move, not only dealt damage to the opponent, but also allowed Squirtle to escape from binds and the effects of Leech Seed. As Onix staggered from the impact, Xiaoyu continued, Squirtle, use Water Gun. The brief moment of shock caused Brock to miss the optimal moment to issue a command. By the time he realized it and attempted to instruct Onix, it was too late. Instinctively, Onix attempted to dodge the powerful water gun, but its massive size prevented it from evading entirely, resulting in a direct hit. Water is super effective against rock and ground types. Hearing Onix's anguished cry, Brock ordered, Onix, dig. In the arena, had it not been for the spectacle before their eyes, who could have imagined that the colossal Onix could deftly burrow into the earth, utilizing the stone horn atop its head to excavate the ground? In the serene battlefield, Squirtle's vigilant gaze swept back and forth, cautiously on guard against any signs of movement. Just as it turned, the ground beneath it suddenly split open, revealing a gigantic creature. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu was well prepared for this eventuality. He understood that the purpose of the excavation was merely to conceal its form while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Upon witnessing Onix emerge right beneath Squirtle, just as he had anticipated, he shouted, Squirtle, use bubble attack. A torrent of bubbles erupted from Squirtle's mouth, rapidly expanding. These bubbles not only disoriented Onix but also inflicted continuous water-type damage upon it. Xiaoyu extended his right hand forward and declared, now is the time. Let us conclude this match. Squirtle, gazing up at the behemoth towering over it, displayed no signs of fear. With an open mouth, it unleashed a water gun that struck Onix, culminating in a thunderous crash as it fell, decisively defeating the creature. Applause erupted as Brock collected the unconscious Onix into a Pokeball and approached Xiaoyu, sincerely stating, you were truly remarkable. I concede this match wholeheartedly. Not at all. Xiaoyu replied, waving his hand modestly. I merely had the advantage of type. Had it been another Pokemon, victory would not have come so easily. In truth, Brock's prowess was not particularly distinguished among the myriad of gym trainers. Following the departure of his parents, he, still a minor, had taken on the responsibility of caring for his 9 younger siblings, which left little time for training his own Pokémon. Although considerably stronger than the average trainer, he was not insurmountable. At that moment, Brock stepped aside, retrieving a badge from a box and presenting it to Xiaoyu. This is the Gray Badge, a reward for your successful challenge. I present it to you now. The Gray Badge resembled a cut diamond, its deep gray hue still reflecting a splendid brilliance under the light. At long last, Xiaoyu had obtained the second badge of the Quartz League. After placing the badge into his collection box, he praised his 2 Pokémon and turned to seek out Misty and Ash, only to find that Ash and Pikachu had vanished, leaving only Misty waiting for him. Huh, where's Ash? Misty shrugged, exclaiming, after witnessing your effortless victory, he must have felt inspired. He left in silence without looking back, and I have no idea where he went. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu replied, never mind him for now. Knowing his character, he is likely off secretly training somewhere. I believe that even if we do not search for him now, he will soon rally his spirits and return to challenge this gym again. Chapter 18. A place to stay departing the Gray Gym with Misty. Xiaoyu pointed across the street to the renowned Gray Science Museum. This museum is quite famous, arguably one of the main attractions in Gray City. What do you say we take a look? Sure, Misty agreed without hesitation, as she had nothing else to do. Crossing the street, the magnificent museum came into view. Once inside, Xiaoyu purchased 2 tickets, and together with Misty, they entered the grand lobby. The Science Museum was divided into 2 main sections, exhibitions and research. Unfortunately, the research area was not open to the public, so visitors could only roam the exhibition area. The exhibition area was spread over 2 floors. The first floor showcased fossils, featuring rare ancient Pokémon, with the most prominent exhibits being the fossilized skeletons of Aerodactyl and Kabutops. However, Misty seemed uninterested in the fossils, merely glancing at each display before hastily moving on. I really don't understand why they showcase such frightening things. They ascended to the second floor, where the theme shifted to space. The items on display included historical artifacts and meteorites that had fallen on the moon, as well as models of space shuttles. When Xiaoyu and Misty paused before a model, an elderly man, noticing their interest, began to speak. It has been decades since humanity first set foot on the moon. I have heard there are plans to venture to the even more distant red planet. Such news related to the cosmos excites me, regardless of its veracity. Exchanging smiles, the two meandered leisurely through the museum before leaving to find a nearby restaurant. Although the establishment was not particularly upscale, both the appetizers and desserts proved to be quite satisfying. During their meal, Xiaoyu listened as Misty recounted her history with Ash and the unfortunate bicycle incident. You really should see its pitiful state. I had just bought it, and after a single day's use, he turned it into a pile of ashes. So, you intend to stay by his side until he compensates you? That's one of the reasons, Misty laughed. My goal is to become a master of water-type Pokémon, and traveling around is the best shortcut. Xiaoyu chuckled in agreement. Although he had seen the events unfold in the animation, hearing them from Misty added a unique perspective. As evening fell and they returned to the Pokémon Center, they still did not encounter Ash. Unable to contain her curiosity, Misty asked, could it be that Ash has already left? That is impossible, Xiaoyu shook his head. He will not leave Gray City without defeating Brock. I believe he will appear tonight at the earliest or by tomorrow morning at the latest, ready to challenge the Gray Gym once more. Just as Xiaoyu predicted, after a night's rest, when he and Misty were having breakfast at the restaurant, they encountered Ash once again. Although he appeared exhausted, there was a spark of determination in his eyes. Ash. Misty waved at him. Where did you run off to yesterday? I apologize for worrying you, Ash replied, plopping down at the table and hastily shoveling food into his mouth. I ran into Uncle Wunong outside the gym, and he provided Pikachu and me with special training. Uncle Wunong? Special training? Misty was taken aback, but she thought that, even so, Pikachu, an electric-type Pokémon, would still struggle against Brock. How can you know if you don't try? Ash exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. And today, Pikachu is completely different from yesterday. Oh, is that truly the case? Xiaoyu inquired, intrigued. I shall wait and see. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Xiaoyu suddenly remarked, Good luck, Ash, but unfortunately, I will not be able to witness that moment. Why not? Ash asked, puzzled. Xiaoyu did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Isn't your goal to participate in the court's conference? Ash nodded. Xiaoyu glanced at his Pokémon and solemnly declared, In that case, we are now rivals, and I too have my own path to follow. It is time for me to depart for the next gym city. Huh, are you really leaving already? Misty felt a pang of reluctance. Although she had known Xiaoyu for a short time, their interactions had been remarkably enjoyable. Through their day together, she sensed his gentle nature, thoughtfulness, and humor. Xiaoyu chuckled. There's no need to be so sorrowful. Although the world is vast, our goals align, and we shall undoubtedly meet again. Perhaps in the next city or at the next gym. Upon returning to Dry Leaf City, Xiaoyu made her way directly to the Sakuraji Research Institute. You've truly endured quite the journey. Dr. Sakuraji expressed his gratitude upon seeing her. After you delivered the prototype, Professor Oak called me, praising you for quite some time. It was rather embarrassing to hear. At that moment, Zeraora entered carrying her backpack. Upon seeing Eevee, Squirtle, and Charmander, she exclaimed, So you've already captured so many Pokémon? Indeed, I have gathered the starter trio. Next, I aim to capture another to complete my team, Xiaoyu replied, gesturing towards the Pokémon that Zeraora had yet to meet. This is Zeraora. Come greet her. Zeraora gently patted each Pokémon on the forehead, but her eyes brightened upon seeing Kirlia, and she squatted down in front of it. Is this Kirlia's new form? It's absolutely adorable. Hearing Zeraora's compliment, Kirlia bowed gracefully. Its obedient demeanor leaving Zeraora in awe as she covered her mouth in surprise. Observing the warmth between Zeraora and the Pokémon, Dr. Sakuraji interjected, By the way, Xiaoyu, I have arranged a dormitory for you at the Institute, so you won't need to stay at the Pokémon Center anymore. Additionally, Sakuraji Park has been completed, and from now on, your Pokémon can be housed there. Sakuraji Park? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Dr. Sakuraji pointed out the window. Look, it's right there. Following his, she saw a massive hemispherical structure made of reinforced glass situated behind the Institute. Its design resembled a transparent dome, beneath which lay streams, ponds, valleys, and a lush forest. Chapter 19. Challenging the Dry Leaf Gym within Sakuraji Park, Xiaoyu and Zeraora strolled leisurely. The environment was exceptionally beautiful, reminiscent of the forest behind Professor Oak's Institute, serving as a haven for trainers to store their excess Pokémon. The flowing waters, abundant fruits, and ample sunlight contributed to a complete ecological system, thriving independently without human interference. As they walked, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ponder, such a grand scale must have taken Dr. Sakuragi a great deal of effort. Zeraora chuckled. The park was only completed yesterday. My father mentioned that once it was finished, he wanted you, as a trainer, to be the first to explore it and identify any shortcomings. Xiaoyu nodded in appreciation. Truly, Dr. Sakuragi's meticulousness is commendable. Nearby, under the cheerful barks of the incoming Pokémon, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Eevee, and Charmander frolicked joyfully, clearly enjoying their surroundings, while Kirlia remained closely by Xiaoyu's side. All right, Bulbasaur, enough playing around. Remember to save your energy. We have important matters to attend to soon, Xiaoyu called out. Important matters? Zeraora asked curiously. Of course. We are going to challenge the Dry Leaf Gym, Xiaoyu suggested enticingly. What do you say? Would you care to join me and witness the excitement? Real Pokémon battles are far more exhilarating than those on television. Real Pokémon battles? Zeraora pondered, her interest piqued. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded gently. Dry Leaf, a hue reminiscent of the orange glow at dusk, housed the Dry Leaf Gym located on the western coast of the city. Its exterior predominantly featured yellow and white, resembling a large inverted trapezoid, akin to a grand sports arena. Upon entering, personnel greeted them, and after stating their purpose, they led Xiaoyu to the battle arena. Please wait a moment. The gym leader, Majishur, will arrive shortly. As the staff departed, Xiaoyu surveyed the arena, noting the earthy yellow ground devoid of any other features, clearly a standard battleground. Surrounding the arena were rows of tiered seating, reminiscent of a stadium, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 spectators if filled to capacity. Being her first time in such a formal and grand battle setting, Zeraora felt a tinge of nervousness. Relax, Xiaoyu reassured her, patting her shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. Just enjoy watching the battle. Understood, Zeraora replied, adjusting her breath and murmuring, good luck. As Zeraora ascended to the viewing area, Xiaoyu turned to see several individuals emerging from the opposite corridor. At the forefront was a robust man with spiky golden hair, clad in a military green tank top and camouflage pants, sporting sunglasses and a military identification tag around his neck. His demeanor radiated authority, unmistakably marking him as the formidable leader of the Dry Leaf Gym, Majishur. It was said that Majishur had once been an Air Force major, piloting a specialized aircraft powered by electric-type Pokémon in numerous battles, until his retirement led him to become the leader of the Dry Leaf Gym. However, his reputation portrayed him as an aggressive fighter, often inflicting severe injuries on weaker challengers. Standing in the command area, Majishur boomed. So, another overconfident challenger dares to enter my Dry Leaf Gym. Unfazed by his taunts, Xiaoyu stepped forward, declaring, in pursuit of the orange badge, Gym Leader Majishur, I hereby formally challenge you. If you desire the badge, you must defeat me first. Majishur crossed his arms, exuding arrogance. Countless have come to challenge me, yet their skills are laughably inferior. To me, they are but fledglings. Taken aback by his blatant arrogance, Xiaoyu frowned. I wonder what the battle rules are here. Majishur replied, extracting 2 Pokeballs from his pocket. The rules are straightforward, no time limit. Simply defeat the 2 Pokémon in my possession to succeed in your challenge. With that, he tossed one of the Pokeballs, and with a flash of blue light, a Pokémon resembling Pikachu but larger, with a longer tail and darker hue, materialized in the arena. Ah, it's Raichu. Pokémon Pokédex, ding. Raichu, the mouse Pokémon, electric type. An evolved form of Pikachu, capable of delivering a staggering 100,000 volts of electricity, easily incapacitating foes many times its size. As its stored electrical energy increases, its temperament becomes more aggressive. And what Pokémon do you have? Xiaoyu inquired as she glanced back. Kirlia. I entrust you with this, she announced. Kirlia nodded slightly and began to stride toward the arena. So it's Kirlia, then. As an outsider, Majishur naturally recognized Cerulean. Nevertheless, he curled his lip in disdain and remarked, the Pokémon behind you are all unevolved. Their power is woefully inadequate, just as I expected. You are mistaken. Xiaoyu replied in a calm tone. In this world, there are no weak Pokémon. The only true weakness lies with the trainers. Oh, your words have certainly caught my attention, Majishur retorted, his expression turning serious as he declared. Raichu, let's go. Use Heavyweight Punch. As Raichu launched its attack, the battle officially commenced. Observing Raichu's movement, Xiaoyu shouted, Cerulean, use Magical Leaf. Green leaves materialized around Cerulean, swiftly shooting towards the advancing Raichu. However, Majishur did not command Raichu to evade. Instead, he altered his strategy, shouting, Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Raichu emitted a dazzling electric glow, colliding with the magical leaf in midair. With a resounding explosion, the leaves pierced through the electric light and struck Raichu. Chapter 20. The first round, although Raichu was hit by the magical leaf. The grass-type attack did not possess a type advantage over the electric type, resulting in minimal damage. Nevertheless, this did capture Xiaoyu's attention. Did he not choose to evade using speed, but opted for a direct confrontation instead? While it may seem reasonable, has he perhaps underestimated the power of Magical Leaf? However, since the attack had proven effective, Xiaoyu decided to maintain her strategy, commanding, Cerulean, let us unleash another Magical Leaf attack. As the leaves began to coalesce once more, Ma Zhisha refrained from ordering Raichu to use Thunderbolt again. Instead, he yelled, Raichu, dodge quickly. Despite his command, the speed of the Magical Leaf was too swift. Even though Raichu attempted to run away in advance, Cerulean directed the leaves with precision, resembling a barrage, and struck Raichu's body. The ensuing explosion generated a cloud of smoke that obscured everyone's view. When the smoke dissipated, Raichu bore visible scars, but shook its head and continued charging towards Cerulean. Raichu, use Heavyweight Punch. Raichu stood on its hind legs, its claws forming fists, glowing blue as it unleashed a series of punches towards Cerulean. Heavyweight Punch is a standard physical attack wherein the user strikes the opponent with maximum force, capable of inflicting significant damage if it lands successfully. Cerulean, use Shadow Clone. At Xiaoyu's command, Cerulean instantly split into numerous phantoms, leaving Raichu confused as it swung its fists, randomly dispersing several illusions. Ma Zhisha furrowed his brow and ordered, Raichu, eliminate them all with Volt Tackle. Upon hearing this, Raichu abandoned its fist attacks, channeling its energy as electric sparks flickered across its body. Thick streaks of electricity surged outward from its center, rapidly spreading in all directions. The crackling sounds echoed incessantly, and the brilliance of the display was so blinding that even Xiaoyu had to shield her eyes with her arm. When the chaos settled, Xiaoyu quickly looked up, only to see that all the phantoms had vanished, leaving Cerulean standing calmly in the distance, gazing intently at Raichu. In that instant, it had utilized teleport to evade the area of the devastating attack. Splendid. Seeing that Cerulean had emerged unscathed, Xiaoyu's earlier tension finally eased. Cerulean, use Psybeam. Cerulean raised its hands, and without warning, Raichu was lifted into the air, only to be forcefully slammed down onto the ground. Damn it! Ma Zhisha shouted, Raichu, get up quickly. Close the distance. Struggling to rise, Raichu summoned its last reserves of energy and charged towards Cerulean. It was at this moment that Xiaoyu recalled Raichu's weakness. She remembered from the animation that Ash had faced defeat against this Raichu during his first challenge at the Leaf Gym. On his subsequent encounter, he discovered that due to its rapid evolution, Raichu had not learned speed-related moves, ultimately falling to Pikachu's swift maneuvers and electric attacks. Now, as Raichu approached Cerulean, Ma Zhisha commanded, Raichu, use Mountain Crush. Obeying Ma Zhisha's order, Raichu leaped high into the air, its body extended as it descended towards Cerulean. Although there were other methods to evade this attack, Xiaoyu chose the most straightforward approach. Cerulean used Telekinesis. In the next moment, as Raichu plummeted rapidly, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, being lifted once more into the air as though caught by an unseen giant, swung around, and sent crashing back to the ground. However, this time, Raichu rolled its eyes and lay motionless. The observing referee raised a colorful flag and announced loudly, Raichu has lost its combat ability. Cerulean is victorious. Upon hearing of Cerulean's victory, Xiao Chun in the audience could not help but burst into applause. Just as Xiaoyu had previously stated, witnessing the battle live was indeed far more thrilling than watching it on television. Moreover, emotionally, as she stood on Xiaoyu's side, her feelings ebbed and flowed with the match, heightening her excitement. Recalling Raichu, Ma Zhisha nodded affirmatively at Xiaoyu, stating, to defeat my Raichu is a testament to your prowess, yet to earn the badge, you must defeat the next contender. With that, he tossed out his second Pokeball. A flash of blue light revealed a peculiar Pokemon with a yellow and black pattern standing in the arena. This Pokemon stood on two legs, predominantly yellow with black stripes, featuring a black lightning bolt symbol on its chest, two short fangs protruding from its mouth, and two circular organs at its ears to store and release electricity. Pokédex entry, Electabuzz, the electric Pokemon, an evolution of Electrike. A rare Pokemon that often causes widespread power outages due to its penchant for consuming electricity. Xiaoyu recalled Cerulean and sent out Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the second round is yours. Seed. Seeing Bulbasaur ready for action, Ma Zhisha declared, the real game is just beginning. Go, Electabuzz. Electabuzz strode forward, closing in on Bulbasaur with evident enthusiasm. Xiaoyu commanded, use Leaf Blade. A flurry of green leaves spiraled towards Electabuzz like rotating blades. In response, Majishar issued a command similar to before. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave. From Electabuzz's head, two dazzling electric beams suddenly shot forth, converging at one point and colliding with the leaf blade. This time, the two attacks mutually canceled each other out, yielding no advantage to either side. Observing Majishar's continued strategy, Xiaoyu understood that perhaps it was a reflection of the trainer's personality. Just like Raichu before, this Electabuzz had also forsaken speed moves in favor of a diverse array of attacks. As Electabuzz closed the distance, Xiaoyu commanded once more, Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Two vines surged upward, striking Electabuzz fiercely. Yet, Electabuzz did not flinch. It braved the Vine Whip and charged towards Bulbasaur. Now, Majishar shouted, use Thunder Punch. In the next moment, the electric beast's fists suddenly crackled with electricity as it swung its powerful arms to deliver a fierce blow to Bulbasaur. However, Xiaoyu remained unfazed by this. In terms of attributes, although the grass type is not particularly effective against electric types, the electric type inflicts only half damage to grass due to resistance. This explains why Xiaoyu had instructed Bulbasaur to conserve its energy earlier in Sakuraji Park, as the main challenge against the Wood Gym leader was ultimately Bulbasaur itself. Chapter 21. The Third Badge and Dual Evolution. Bulbasaur, unleash Sleep Powder. After enduring several punches, it found an opening, shaking its bud and instantly releasing a multitude of glimmering pollen that enveloped a significant portion of the arena in mere moments. Majishar's expression shifted as he urgently shouted, Electric Beast, quickly dodge. However, the Electric Beast was too close, caught off guard, and was doused in sleep powder. A wave of drowsiness overcame it, and before it could resist, it stumbled and collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. Electric Beast, wake up, Majishar called out desperately. But the Electric Beast was lost in a blissful sleep, oblivious to his frantic pleas. It seemed that the battle was drawing to a close. Xiaoyu issued his final command to Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur approached the Electric Beast, looking down upon it from above. As it concentrated the Leaf Blade above its head, with precision, it struck the Electric Beast repeatedly. This attack dealt full damage. The Electric Beast, still in slumber and unable to awaken, fainted almost instantly. With a flash of blue light, Majishar retrieved the Electric Beast into its Pokeball. Just then, a glow enveloped Bulbasaur, and moments later, a brand new form, Ivysaur, appeared in the arena. Bulbasaur had evolved into Ivysaur. This unexpected delight brought joy to Xiaoyu. In terms of appearance, Ivysaur did not differ drastically from Bulbasaur, except that its colors had deepened, and it now boasted 4 banana-shaped green leaves alongside its bud. Pokédex entry. Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon, a dual grass and poison type, evolved from Bulbasaur. It becomes more vibrant with exposure to sunlight. And once the bud on its back absorbs sufficient nutrients, it blooms into a magnificent flower. Congratulations! Majishar approached Xiaoyu with a smile. Despite his defeat, there was no hint of displeasure on his face. Not only did you defeat me, but your Pokémon also evolved. What a remarkable transformation. At this moment, Xiao Chun stepped down from the audience, joining Xiaoyu. She seemed even happier than Xiaoyu, but mindful of the presence of others, she said nothing. Instead, she crouched down and gently caressed both Kirlia and Ivysaur to express her joy. Majishar produced a badge from his pocket and presented it to Xiaoyu. This orange badge is your well-deserved reward. Please accept it. The badge resembled a radiant orange sun, shining with a golden glow. Xiaoyu accepted the badge and turned to leave with Xiao Chun. However, just as they reached the door, Majishar called out to them again. Wait a moment. I have something else for you. He pulled out a glimmering stone and tossed it towards Xiaoyu. The stone traced a perfect arc in the air. But just as it was about to land in front of Xiaoyu, it hovered steadily in place. It was Kirlia using its psychic powers to control the stone. As an immensely loyal Pokémon, it would not allow anything strange to approach Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu examined the stone, which resembled a shining green gem. And through its crystalline surface, he could see a clear lightning-shaped symbol. It was a thunderstone. Xiaoyu looked at Majishar with confusion, unsure of his intent. Take it, Majishar smiled. As a trainer I recognize, this thunderstone is a personal gift from me to you. Surprised, Xiaoyu's face brightened with a radiant smile. Thank you. I shall gladly accept. He reached out, and the stone gently settled into his palm. Outside, the sky had already darkened, and after leaving the Leaf Gym, Xiaoyu and Xiao Chun made their way back to the Sakuraji Research Institute along the brightly lit streets. Inside, Professor Sakuraji had not yet left and was busy at the computer. Upon hearing of Xiaoyu's success at the Leaf Gym, he beamed with excitement. And when he learned that Xiao Chun had accompanied Xiaoyu, he was astonished. I never expected you, Xiao Chun, to have a day where you enjoy Pokémon battles. Experiencing it firsthand, I found Pokémon contests to be quite engaging, Xiao Chun remarked, glancing at Xiaoyu. If it weren't for his invitation, she likely would never have taken the initiative to watch a Pokémon battle. Noticing the late hour, Xiaoyu yawned and prepared to bid farewell to the Sakuragi family and return to his dormitory, but Professor Sakuragi stopped him. By the way, Xiaoyu, if it's convenient, I would like to ask you to visit the nearby power plant tomorrow. The power plant? Xiaoyu queried, puzzled. What seems to be the issue? Professor Sakuragi explained. The power for our Sakuragi Research Institute comes from an abandoned power plant in the outskirts. Although it has been vacant for many years, the power system has been functioning normally. However, recently, the voltage has become unstable, causing frequent power outages that hinder our research. I suspect that some electric-type Pokémon may have wandered in. An abandoned power plant? Xiaoyu nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Later that night, in the dormitory of the Sakuragi Research Institute, Xiaoyu took a quick shower and lay on the soft bed, shirtless. The bright lights illuminated the teal-colored minimalist wallpaper, creating a warm atmosphere in the dorm, which was also well-equipped with a wardrobe, bookshelf, desk, and private bathroom, even featuring a soft sofa nearby. His Pokémon played nearby, and Xiaoyu picked up the Thunderstone that Ma Zhisher had given him earlier, contemplating its significance. He then beckoned to his EV. EV, have you considered your evolution path? EV tilted its head, gazing at him innocently. Holding the Thunderstone, Xiaoyu continued, your personality may be a bit impulsive, but you are incredibly swift. I believe you would excel as a Jolteon, harnessing your strengths. However, if you have any other evolution in mind, I will respect your choice. After a gentle call, Eevee looked at the Thunderstone, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, it slowly approached and gently pressed its forehead against the stone. In the next instant, accompanied by a buzzing of electricity, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted in the dormitory. Chapter 22. The Abandoned Power Plant. As the light faded, a new form of Jolteon appeared before Xiaoyu, a yellow body adorned with lightning-like spikes. Jolteon possessed slender limbs and tiny claws, with a collar of white fur around its neck. The spikes on its body resembled lightning rods, and one could almost feel the vibrant energy and electricity coursing within it. Pushing aside several curious Pokémon, Xiaoyu hastily pulled out his Pokédex to inquire about Jolteon's details. Pokédex entry. Beep. Jolteon, the lightning Pokémon, electric type. Evolved from the use of a Thunderstone, its fur stands on end when frightened, intimidating foes. It excels in electric-type moves, capable of absorbing negative ions from the air and sometimes releasing high-voltage electricity of approximately 10,000 volts. With remarkable speed, it is often tasked with guarding other Pokémon in certain areas. How delightful, Xiaoyu remarked, stroking Jolteon's sharp spikes. Your new appearance is splendid, it truly suits you. In the early morning, Xiaoyu departed from the Sakuragi Research Institute, meandering along the winding mountain road into the dense woods adjacent to the withering leaf town. After a considerable trek, the terrain gradually ascended, with buildings dwindling and giving way to increasingly robust and verdant trees, interspersed with rows of occasionally rotating wind turbines. Amidst the mountains stood an old power plant constructed of red bricks and cement, steadfast against the backdrop of nature. Although the exterior showed signs of age, with moss creeping through the cracks and shattered windows, the flickering currents along the power lines and the humming machinery within indicated that it had not been entirely abandoned. Occasionally, maintenance personnel would arrive to conduct minimal repairs. Surveying the surroundings, Xiaoyu noted the quietude, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze, and observed no signs of unusual activity or wild Pokémon. Approaching the power plant, he discovered the main entrance locked with a half-rusted padlock. However, a nearby window was ajar, with shards of glass scattered beneath it. Ensuring no one was watching, he climbed through the window. Inside, the power plant was akin to a labyrinth. Echoing with an eerie silence, the dim light cast by the orange emergency lamps illuminated the area. Xiaoyu retrieved his flashlight, tearing off the adhesive tape, and when he switched it on, he finally grasped the true structure of the interior. The soft sound of footsteps reverberated in the corridor as Xiaoyu meticulously searched, but upon opening several doors, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. Have you discovered anything unusual? He inquired, to which his Pokémon, including Cheerilee and others, shook their heads gently. Nothing. Could it truly be just equipment aging? Xiaoyu pondered, stroking his chin. Nevertheless, since we are here, let us split up and search. Perhaps we will find something of value. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sound emanated from deep within the power plant, a brief yet clear tone that Xiaoyu's keen senses detected. What was that? Xiaoyu paused, listening intently. But no second sound followed. He glanced at his Pokémon, who were equally alert. It seems to have come from that direction. Let us proceed, Xiaoyu urged, hastening his pace as they navigated left and right, ultimately arriving at a slightly ajar door. Through the crack, sunlight streamed from the glass ceiling, illuminating the room filled with the low hum of several generators. Xiaoyu instantly recognized it as the main power room, the heart of the power plant. To his astonishment, inside stood a massive, golden bird Pokémon, feeding on the electric energy from the generators. Recognizing its familiar form and majestic presence, Xiaoyu's heart raced. It is indeed the legendary Pokémon Zapdos. Zapdos is a remarkably rare legendary Pokémon, predominantly golden, with numerous sharp, spike-like feathers adorning its wings and tail. Its keen eyes and long, pointed orange beak signify its mastery over thunder and weather, earning it the moniker of the Thunder God. What should I do now? Xiaoyu turned to his Pokémon, who were all gazing expectantly at him, awaiting his command. Clenching his fists, he resolved, this is a divine opportunity. Since fate has brought us together, I must capture it at all costs. However, capturing Zapdos would not be an easy feat with an electric and flying typing. Xiaoyu lacked Pokémon that could effectively counter it, while his Squirtle would be doubly vulnerable to its attacks. Yet, despite the challenges, Xiaoyu was determined not to let this chance slip away. Cheerilean, Bulbasaur, Jolteon, Squirtle, and Charmander, it is now your time to shine. Our opponent is exceptionally formidable. If we fight individually, none of you stand a chance. So let us join forces and defeat it together. All the Pokémon responded with a unified cry, and as the door to the power room was suddenly flung open, Jolteon dashed out first, followed closely by the others. Surrounding Zapdos. Startled from its meal, Zapdos roared in fury upon encountering these low-level, unevolved Pokémon trespassing in its territory. With a flap of its wings, a surge of searing electricity radiated outward, attempting to intimidate the intruders. Xiaoyu stepped into the power room and boldly challenged Zapdos. Zapdos, wager your freedom, and let us engage in a grand battle. Zapdos looked down upon Xiaoyu with disdain, seemingly unimpressed by his presence. In that case, I shall take your silence as consent, Xiaoyu declared, retrieving a Pokeball and tossing it into the air. Cheerilean, use Magical Leaf. Bulbasaur, unleash Leaf Blade. Charmander, invoke Ember. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Let us all attack at once. At Xiaoyu's command, a barrage of various moves surged toward Zapdos, marking the inception of an epic battle for its capture. Chapter 23. Capturing Zapdos. Zapdos screeched, extending its wings as electricity crackled around it, effortlessly countering all the incoming attacks with a discharge of Thunderbolt. Truly worthy of its legendary status, Xiaoyu remarked, even in the face of overwhelming odds, it remains composed. However, perhaps finding Xiaoyu too noisy, a bolt of electricity suddenly shot toward him. Reacting quickly, Xiaoyu ducked behind the door, narrowly avoiding a singeing fate. Peeking out once more, Xiaoyu continued to shout, Cheerilean, find a way to restrain its movements. Cheerilean raised its hands, enveloping Zapdos in an invisible psychic force. Yet, possibly due to the vast disparity in level, strength, and base stats, Zapdos merely struggled a few times before breaking free from the binding. After gliding beneath the skylight, the Zapdos suddenly began to spin, its long beak radiating with light as it charged directly towards Bulbasaur. This was problematic. It was using Peck. Charmeleon, quickly deploy Smokescreen. Smokescreen, a flying-type move, not only countered grass types effectively, but, given Zapdos' level, if it struck Bulbasaur, it could potentially incapacitate it entirely. Upon receiving the command, Charmeleon opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of black smoke that enveloped the room and concealed their presence. Losing its target, Zapdos veered off course, crashing its beak into the ground with tremendous force, creating a large crater and causing the entire power facility to tremble momentarily. Noticing it had missed its mark, Zapdos soared high once more, but within the smoke. Its electrically charged body resembled a bright bulb, drawing attention. Suddenly, a stream of water and a burst of flames pierced through the thick fog, striking Zapdos from both sides. It let out a pained cry, then flapped its wings to disperse the smoke. At that moment, two vines shot up from below, binding Zapdos' wings. Well done, Bulbasaur. Xiaoyu exclaimed brightly, pull it down. Bulbasaur exerted all its strength, attempting to drag Zapdos to the ground, but the bird flapped its wings, creating a stalemate in midair with Bulbasaur. Leafeon, use Quick Attack. Leafeon surged forward, dashing against the wall a few times before leaping into the air and crashing into Zapdos. Although the move bore the name of Electricity, it was merely a normal type attack. Upon collision, Zapdos lost control of its body and, in a moment of carelessness, was pulled down by Bulbasaur. Now's our chance. Xiaoyu shouted all-out attack. His Pokémon unleashed a flurry of moves, hitting Zapdos simultaneously. The legendary bird let out a mournful cry as it endured the full brunt of the assault. However, being a mythical Pokémon, it did not fall easily. Electricity surged over its body, and it unleashed Thunderbolt once more. The furious, chaotic bolts of electricity danced wildly in the power room, indiscriminately attacking everything in sight. In an instant, Xiaoyu's Pokémon scattered to evade the onslaught, and even the facility's equipment suffered extensive damage. When Xiaoyu peeked out from behind the door, he was met with a cacophony of explosions, thick smoke, sparks, and shattered machinery. He quickly scanned the area for his Pokémon, aside from Leafeon. The others bore various degrees of injury, appearing battered but thankfully still standing. Even Squirtle had managed to use Withdraw just in time to protect itself. Zapdos soared above, glaring down at those Pokémon it deemed feeble, its eyes aflame with fury. Having endured such humiliation, it was now utterly enraged. With a deafening screech, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the power plant, obscuring the sky within mere seconds. Lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, hinting at a brewing tempest. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, preparing to issue a command when he suddenly received a call from Professor Sakuragi. Without hesitation, he answered, activating the speakerphone to hear the professor's anxious voice. Xiaoyu, is everything all right? I thought I heard an explosion, and now this entire area, including the research facility, is without power. What on earth has happened? Xiaoyu gazed up at the swirling clouds, forcing a wry smile. Apologies, Professor, we've encountered a slight situation here, but I believe regardless of the outcome, everything will soon come to a close. As he spoke, a tremendous thunderclap resonated from above, striking through the skylight and engulfing the power room. Thunder, an electric-type move, inflicted immense damage over a wide area, capable of sweeping away all foes in its wake. Even if the damage fell short, there was still a chance of paralyzing the opponent. In the power room, Xiaoyu's Pokémon were left with no escape. Just then, a small figure leaped into the air to meet the impending thunder. It was Leafeon. Without time to call out, accompanied by the ear-splitting roar of thunder, the bolt struck Leafeon, erupting in a blinding flash that nearly blinded Xiaoyu. When the chaos settled, he hurriedly turned to check on Leafeon, only to be astonished to see it standing unharmed, albeit slightly winded. A moment of realization struck him as he recalled Leafeon's ability. Volt Absorb. Pokémon with this ability are immune to electric-type moves and recover a small amount of health when hit by one. Wonderful Leafeon. In midair, Zapdos had not anticipated such a turn of events. As it gasped for breath, Kirlia unleashed Psychic while Bulbasaur lashed out with its vines, ensnaring Zapdos simultaneously. Do not give it a chance to resist. Xiaoyu commanded. Everyone, unleash your attacks and finish it. A vibrant array of moves struck Zapdos all at once. And this time, it could no longer withstand the assault, plummeting from the sky. Perfect opportunity. Xiaoyu seized the moment, hastily retrieving a Pokeball and throwing it toward Zapdos. The ball arced gracefully through the air, colliding with Zapdos, and with a flash of red light, it was drawn inside. Yet, in the next instant, it broke free. It still has energy? Everyone, exert yourselves. Continue the assault. Another series of moves bombarded Zapdos, which let out a despairing cry. Yet, fueled by its dwindling strength, it unleashed another thunderbolt. With crackling electricity, the dazzling light burst forth, overwhelming Xiaoyu's Pokémon, who fell one after another until only Leafeon remained. Damn it! Realizing they were at a critical juncture, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and shouted, Leafeon, quick attack. Leafeon surged forward like a shooting star, crashing into Zapdos with ferocity. This time, Zapdos could not muster a defense. With one final faint cry, it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Xiaoyu's heart raced as he retrieved another Pokeball, hurling it toward the fallen Zapdos. After another flash of red light, the ball shook violently, rocking back and forth until, after several tense seconds, it finally went still with a definitive click. Slowly picking it up, he gazed at the red and white sphere in disbelief. Have I truly captured Zapdos? Chapter 24. An encounter with Ash dragging his weary form. Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon Center in Leafy Town. After entrusting his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment, he made his way back to the Sakuragi Research Institute. Along the way, chaos reigned all around him. Due to the explosion at the power plant, as Dr. Sakuragi had mentioned previously over the phone, a widespread blackout occurred near the Sakuragi Institute, severely impacting transportation, dining, and work. He even witnessed Miss Junsha, accompanied by her cat-eye dog, directing traffic in the middle of the road. Fortunately, critical buildings like the Sakuragi Institute and the Pokémon Center have their own backup power sources, thus avoiding a complete shutdown. Upon meeting Dr. Sakuragi, Xiaoyu briefly recounted the events, and upon hearing that he had encountered the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, Dr. Sakuragi was taken aback, standing up in astonishment. You actually encountered the fabled Pokémon Zapdos. After Xiaoyu nodded, Dr. Sakuragi quickly regained his composure and continued. So the blackout at the Institute was caused by it. However, since an explosion occurred, I doubt that Zapdos will appear again. As for the power room, I will call the power company immediately to have them send someone for repairs and to replace the unit. Xiaoyu scratched his head, adding, by the way, I also managed to capture Zapdos. What? Dr. Sakuragi nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing a couple of times in sheer shock. You captured it? Yes. Xiaoyu replied, producing the Pokeball containing Zapdos and shaking it before Dr. Sakuragi to prove his words were true. However, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he requested, please keep this matter a secret, Doctor. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Sakuragi adjusted his mindset and nodded, understanding the sensitivity of the situation. Rest assured, I will remain tight-lipped until you choose to disclose it. At that moment, Xiaoyu tentatively inquired, Doctor, is there a way to alter the setting that causes newly captured Pokémon to be sent to the Institute once a trainer exceeds 6 Pokémon? Doctor. Sakuragi chuckled at Xiaoyu's question. What? Is 6 Pokémon not sufficient for your needs? Under normal circumstances, it would be, Xiaoyu replied, gesturing towards the Pokeball in his hand. However, in this case, it is inconvenient to store it elsewhere, so I must carry it with me. Holding an extra one significantly restricts my options for normal battles. Dr. Sakuragi realized, you wish to utilize Zapdos as a regular battling Pokémon, correct? Exactly, Xiaoyu explained. For me, Chikorita and Bulbasaur are my aces, while Zapdos, being a legendary Pokémon, is more of a trump card, an unexpected surprise that could turn the tides of battle. I see. I understand your reasoning. It's quite a prudent strategy, Dr. Sakuragi remarked, extending his hand. Now, please hand me your Pokédex. After Xiaoyu presented the Pokédex, Dr. Sakuragi connected it to his computer and made some adjustments before returning it. All done. I have upgraded your carrying capacity from 6 to 12 Pokeballs. Now, even if you capture rare Pokémon in the future, you need not worry about them being sent away unexpectedly. In the afternoon at Sakuragi Park, Xiaoyu released Zapdos from its Pokeball. Since the area was not yet open to the public, he had no fear of anyone seeing Zapdos and causing a commotion. Zapdos spread its wings, gazing down at Xiaoyu. I know you're disgruntled about being defeated by weaker Pokémon and the odds being against you, Xiaoyu said with a smile. But don't worry, with time, you will soon accept me. Zapdos lifted its head in apparent disdain. Unfazed by its attitude, Xiaoyu remarked. It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge me. However, as my Pokémon, you must be prepared. Given your immense power, you shall serve as a training partner for them. Without waiting for Zapdos' response, Xiaoyu called out to his Pokémon. Now, everyone, attack together. With a fierce cry, a brilliant flash of electricity erupted throughout Sakuragi Park. After a day of rest, Xiaoyu, with his backpack and several Pokémon, departed from the Sakuragi Institute, intending to head towards the next gym city when he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Ash, Misty, and Brock. Was it fate that brought them together for a journey, just as in the anime? You all arrived in Leaf Town so quickly? Xiaoyu smiled as they approached. Are you planning to challenge the Leaf Gym next? Ash rubbed his nose, a proud look on his face as he unzipped his jacket to reveal 3 badges hanging from the inside. Gray badge, blue badge, and orange badge. Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. In just a few days, you've acquired 3 badges? That's remarkable. That's nothing. Ash laughed. My goal is to become a Pokémon master, so obtaining 3 badges isn't a big deal. I can't believe you, Misty interjected with a frown. Isn't that because we took it easy on you during battles, allowing you to win those badges? Brock nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's better to be a bit more modest. Having just boasted, Ash felt embarrassed as his 2 companions revealed the truth, but he brushed it off with a smile, not letting it bother him. Misty, with her hands behind her back, leaned closer to Xiaoyu and greeted him. Perhaps even she was unaware, but her tone was softer than usual, imbued with a hint of shyness and excitement. Xiaoyu, you seem even more handsome than before after 2 days, she said with a radiant smile. Brock extended his right hand to Xiaoyu. Before we officially introduce ourselves, I'm Brock. I resigned from my position as gym leader a few days ago to travel with Ash and Misty. I'm now striving to become a Pokémon breeder. That's a commendable ambition. However, I believe becoming a Pokémon doctor is also a worthwhile choice, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his hand. He then shifted the conversation, asking, but forgive my curiosity, Brock, are you truly only 10 years old? You seem older than me. Chapter 25, the SS and oh well. Brock shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect our first conversation upon reuniting would be about who looks older. Nevertheless, he understood that Xiaoyu was joking, trying to build rapport. He shrugged. Perhaps it's because I have 9 younger siblings to care for, which has worn me down. By the way, Ash interjected, are you coming with us to the port? Xiaoyu asked in confusion, what are you going to the port for? In the city center earlier, someone gave us a ticket for a luxury cruise, Misty explained. The person said it's going to be a grand event organized by a wealthy tycoon, featuring a lavish banquet for trainers. Many people will attend, and everything is free. Is there such a good thing? Xiaoyu frowned. It sounds suspiciously like a scam. Seeing Xiaoyu's skepticism, Ash pulled a ticket from his pocket. This is indeed true. Look, here is the ticket for the cruise ship, and we have already seen a multitude of people rushing to the port on our way here. Even so, gazing at that ticket, Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire, but there is only one ticket. How do you 3 plan to board? Xiaoji opened the ticket, revealing the word group emblazoned across it. Hehe, this is a group ticket. As many people as wish to join can board. If you want to come along, just walk with us. Xiaoyu scrutinized the ticket. On its front was an image of a luxurious cruise ship, accompanied by the bold inscription SS Saint Anne. The SS Saint Anne? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Isn't that the infamous sinking ship from the animated series? Unperturbed by Xiaoyu's hesitation, Xiaoji continued enthusiastically, battling with trainers from various places, exchanging experiences, and encountering many Pokémon we've never seen before. It's simply marvelous. Indeed, Xiao Gang nodded in agreement, lost in a daydream. And there must be an abundance of delicious food, not to mention the beautiful ladies. Even Xiao Xia's eyes sparkled with longing, a leisurely cruise. Basking in the sun on the deck, just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. While the 3 were lost in their reveries, Xiaoyu pondered a different concern. If memory served correctly, the SS Saint Anne was attacked by Team Rocket shortly after its departure and encountered a storm, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the sea beneath towering waves. Such an extravagantly constructed vessel sinking would result in losses amounting to at least several billion, wouldn't it? However, Xiaoyu reconsidered. Even if she kindly warned them, it was unlikely to alter its fate. Team Rocket, having infiltrated the SS Saint Anne, must have made thorough preparations. Intervening without evidence would not only attract the captain's attention, but could also raise Team Rocket's suspicions. If her warnings were too conspicuous, they might even draw the attention of the event's organizer, the elusive Sakaki of Team Rocket. As for the storm, while Xiaoyu was not well versed in maritime matters, a vessel of such magnitude would surely have weather information monitored prior to departure. The captain's approval to set sail indicated that if Team Rocket hadn't abruptly altered the ship's course, the formidable storm must have formed unexpectedly. Hey, Xiaoyu, what are you thinking about? Xiao Xia noticed Xiaoyu's prolonged silence and asked, so, are you not coming with us? Xiaoyu nodded, of course I will join. I, too, wish to witness it all. The group arrived at the port of Key City, and upon stepping onto the dock, they were greeted by a multitude of vessels of varying sizes. However, the largest and most opulent among them was undoubtedly the SS Saint Anne, towering several stories high. This colossal entity stood out as the undisputed centerpiece of the port. The SS Saint Anne is a world-renowned luxury cruiser, reputed to dock at Key City once a year before embarking on its global voyage. Just as Xiaoji had mentioned, numerous trainers accompanied their Pokémon as they queued at the dock for ticket verification. The closer they drew, the more awe-inspiring the cruise ship became. Wow, it's enormous! Xiao Xiao exclaimed, gazing upward. Is this the ship we are going to set sail on? Yet, just as Xiao Ji and the others were about to board, Xiaoyu called out to them, wait a moment, I need to buy a few things first. She approached a nearby diving equipment store and, after considerable deliberation, purchased a pair of goggles and a simple breathing apparatus. How expensive! After acquiring these items, only a fraction of her previous savings remained. Noticing Xiaoyu's serious demeanor as she paid and stowed the items in her backpack, Xiaoji inquired, what do you need these for? I'm not a strong swimmer, and these might come in handy at some point. Xiaoyu chose not to disclose the full truth to her companions. After all, this was yet to unfold. And considering various factors, they each seemed to possess a fortuitous aura that often led them out of peril. Even if the SS Saint Anne were to sink, they would surely find a means of escape. They queued, had their tickets checked, and boarded the vessel. As Xiaoyu and her friends ascended the gangway and crossed the deck, they entered a splendid hall. The grand hall was expansive, adorned with golden decorations and countless crystal chandeliers, filled to capacity with a diverse array of visitors. Long tables laden with sumptuous food lined the red carpet, inviting all to indulge. Xiaoyu moved through the crowd, observing. Whether familiar or strangers, the attendees engaged in lively conversations, sharing tales of their journeys and discussing their Pokémon, each face radiating joy. It was clear that everyone was thoroughly pleased with the cruise ship. Along both sides of the hall, various merchants displayed an assortment of goods. From small earrings to large Pokémon figurines, every imaginable item was available. and the lively chatter and haggling filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, the most captivating spectacle was the Pokémon battle unfolding in the center of the hall, drawing a crowd of onlookers. This battle was organized by the travelers themselves, featuring two trainers, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young boy in a green shirt. Their Pokémon were a Rattata and a Starmie. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu recognized the suited man. He was the very same individual she had faced in battle when she arrived in the Kanto region. What a coincidence! However, the Rattata she had battled then had evolved into a formidable Raticate. Raticate, use Quick Attack. Starmie, use Tackle. The two Pokémon collided, appearing evenly matched. Yet Raticate held the upper hand. After they separated, the suited man commanded, Raticate, use Hyper Fang. In a burst of speed, Raticate charged at Starmie, sinking its powerful fangs into its opponent. With a decisive force, the gem in Starmie's center shattered, causing it to topple to the ground. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating the victor. As the young boy cradled his Pokémon, the man, despite his win, displayed his gentlemanly demeanor, saying, "This was merely a minor skirmish. It seems the goddess of victory favored me today. In any case, you should train your Starmie to be even stronger." At that moment, a woman in a red strapless gown approached, linking her arm with the suited man. His success in battle mirrored his triumph in romance, clearly relishing such a lifestyle. "Now, is there any trainer willing to challenge my Raticate?" Before Xiaoyu could process his words, she felt a rush of movement. Xiaoji had already dashed to the suited man's side. "I am fired up. Let my Butterfree be your opponent." With a shake of his head, Xiaoyu greeted Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, but chose not to spectate. Instead, accompanied by his Kyurem, he ventured toward another area. Before boarding the ship, he had recalled his other Pokémon, leaving only Kyurem by his side to avoid the clamor of the crowd. As he strolled past numerous stalls, he suddenly noticed a young attendant engaged in conversation with an elderly man selling Magikarp. The young man, possessing striking features with blue-gray medium-length hair parted down the middle, exuded an aura of gentle amiability. "Let me share a secret with you," the elderly Magikarp seller said, adjusting his white headband with a shrewd expression. "This particular Magikarp can produce gold." The man paused, bewildered. "Gold? Indeed," the seller continued, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "A single Magikarp can lay 1,000 eggs. Those 1,000 Magikarp would each lay another 1,000 eggs, resulting in a staggering 1 million. Just imagine, if that million were to lay eggs, the number would be astronomical." The blue-haired man appeared entranced by the seller's words, murmuring, "That sounds truly impressive." Noticing his growing interest, the Magikarp seller pressed on. "This Magikarp is only 10,000. If it produces eggs 3 times, you could become a billionaire." "Only 3 times?" The blue-haired man was clearly captivated, his astonishment evident. "Wouldn't that make me a millionaire in no time?" "Exactly. That's why I say it produces gold." The seller replied with a tone of having struck a remarkable deal. "Right now, it's a promotional price. Normally, I would sell this Magikarp for 10,000, but with the egg-laying kit, breeding kit, and nurturing kit included, I can let it go for only 30,000. What a scene. This was reminiscent of Team Rocket's Jesse and that loquacious Magikarp vendor. Xiaoyu could hardly believe his eyes. He had stumbled upon this legendary source of mischief. Yet, he found it puzzling that Jessie, despite her affluent background, could still be swayed by the allure of money. As Jessie pulled out her wallet, seemingly ready to purchase the Magikarp, Xiaoyu cleared his throat and approached. "Excuse me. How about I buy that Magikarp for 500? What did you say?" The elderly seller waved his hand dismissively, irritation etched on his face. No. This is a Magikarp that produces gold. How could I possibly sell it for 500? Produces gold?" Xiaoyu stroked his chin, scrutinizing the lively Magikarp in the water. It appeared no different from the ordinary Magikarp found in rivers. "I must say, sir, you seem to be mistaken. This common Pokémon is practically everywhere, whether in lakes or seas. With just a fishing rod, anyone can catch one. Who would buy it aside from me?" Jessie seemed taken aback, her body jolting slightly. "Common Magikarp? No one would buy it?" Noticing Jessie's wavering conviction, the elderly seller quickly interjected, Hey, don't listen to him. This Magikarp is unlike any other. It produces gold." "Gold? Oh, is that so?" Xiaoyu smirked. "If that's the case, why haven't you become a millionaire and are still here selling Magikarp?" At this moment, Jessie comprehended the truth. "You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me?" She kicked the fish tank in frustration and nodded gratefully to Xiaoyu before storming off. Seeing this, Xiaoyu turned to leave but was halted by the elderly seller. "Hey, we have no grievances. Why are you ruining my business?" Xiaoyu glanced at him and replied, "My sincere apologies. But I have a favorable impression of that person and couldn't bear to see her deceived. If you wish to sell, find another willing buyer." With that, He attempted to bypass the elderly seller, only to be stopped once more. You can't just walk away. You disrupted my business, now you must buy it. Perhaps fearing Xiaoyu would escape, the seller reached for his sleeve, but Kyurem stepped forward. Its eyes beginning to glow ominously as it fixed a cold gaze upon him. The sight suggested that should the seller extend his hand any further, it would unleash a psychic attack. Startled, the elderly seller quickly withdrew his arm. Ignoring him, Xiaoyu turned back to the Magikarp. Even if Jessie hadn't kicked the tank, experience suggested this Magikarp was nearing evolution. If purchased, it wouldn't be long before it evolved into a Gyarados. Indeed, a worthwhile investment. Considering all that, I'll buy it for 500, he declared. This price was not arbitrarily chosen. In other places, a Magikarp typically sold for that amount, aligning perfectly with market standards. 500? The elderly seller frowned, displeased. I could have sold it for 30,000. After a prolonged stalemate, the elderly seller's eyes darted around, and he sighed in resignation. All right, 500 it is. I'll take a loss and sell it to you. Chapter 27. Codename. Handsome after the transaction. Xiaoyu captured the Magikarp in a Pokeball, marking his acquisition of his 7th Pokémon. As he traversed the corridor, the number of tourists dwindled. And upon entering the ship's guest quarters, he scarcely encountered any crew members. It seemed most people were congregated in the hall and on the deck, likely reluctant to rest so soon after boarding the cruise. Having scoured the area without a trace of Team Rocket and wary of surveillance cameras, Xiaoyu pretended to visit the restroom. Just as he was about to return to the hall, he caught sight of several furtive figures darting around the corner of the corridor. Could it be Team Rocket? He glanced at Kyurem and chose to follow quietly. When he reached the corner and cautiously peeked around, he spotted a figure crouched at the door of a guest room, attempting to pick the lock with a tool. This was a middle-aged man clad in a brown trench coat, dressed in a suit and tie. His average build was neither overweight nor underweight. Yet his serious demeanor revealed a weariness indicative of sleepless nights. Noticing the surveillance camera above, Xiaoyu realized it had been temporarily obscured by a jamming device. Explaining the man's audacity, the man focused intently, skillfully maneuvering the lock-picking tool. With a soft click, the lock yielded, but before he could savor his triumph, a shadow gradually emerged on the door, illuminated by the light. This startled the man, sending a chill down his spine. He instinctively placed his hand on his waist and turned, only to find a dashing young man, around 20 years old, observing him with keen interest. Who are you? His voice trembled, betraying his anxiety and carrying a hint of foreign accent. Are you an international police officer? The man's complexion paled, his heart racing as he quickly denied. What are you talking about? I'm not an international police officer. Oh, is that truly the case? Xiaoyu spoke as she produced a wallet from behind her, waving it before the man. I just found your wallet, and indeed, it contains your identification photo. The middle-aged man quickly reached for the pocket at the back of his trousers, only to find that his wallet was missing. Ah, I see, he exclaimed, snatching the wallet from her hand with an embarrassed yet courteous smile. To be frank, I am an Interpol officer currently investigating a vast criminal organization. I must implore you to keep this confidential. A criminal organization? Xiaoyu inquired. Are you referring to Team Rocket? At this, the man's composure faltered. He grasped Xiaoyu's arm and led her to a nearby stairwell. How do you know about Team Rocket? He whispered urgently. Is it really that surprising? Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly. They are notorious here, having appeared on wanted lists more than once. It would indeed be peculiar if any trainer were unaware of them. You have a point, the man chuckled, glancing at Kyurem before asking, are you a trainer? Xiaoyu produced her Pokédex, presenting her credentials. Not merely a trainer, but also a special research investigator at a research institute. I see. The man straightened his collar and said earnestly, I must apologize. I have yet to introduce myself. I am called Handsome, and I am currently investigating Team Rocket in the Kanto region to thwart their nefarious activities. You are called Handsome, Xiaoyu exclaimed, surveying him with a skeptical gaze. How can you be so self-absorbed? You hardly fit the title. Perhaps stung by her words, Handsome's face flushed slightly. After a few coughs, he retorted, we would never use our real names. Handsome is merely my code name. Even so, Xiaoyu continued to scrutinize him. It seemed rather vain to adopt such a moniker. Handsome, feeling somewhat weary, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have work to attend to. We should part ways. Work? Are you referring to entering that room back there? Handsome had not intended to involve anyone unrelated to his mission, but recalling that Xiaoyu had already seen too much, he hesitated before replying, indeed. While tracking a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, I discovered he boarded the ship. I surmised they must have some ulterior motive. So I followed him here, hoping to gather intelligence when he leaves. How fortuitous, Xiaoyu decided to drop a hint, cautious not to be too blunt. Before boarding, I noticed a group of individuals in disguise boarding the ship. If Team Rocket is indeed involved, they must be them. What? A large group. Upon seeing Xiaoyu nod, Handsome's brow furrowed. This is troubling. Something significant must be afoot. Otherwise, they would not travel in such numbers. I must urgently request support from headquarters. However, as soon as he spoke, the ship suddenly jolted in response to a loud horn, followed by a brief swaying motion. He rushed to the window, only to find that the ship had already departed from the dock. This is bad. If I contact headquarters now, it may be too late. With this, Handsome took out his phone, only to discover that the signal had been completely jammed. Damn it. Seemingly undeterred by the odds, he moved around in search of a signal, but to no avail. Xiaoyu also checked her phone and confirmed that the signal was indeed blocked. With a sigh, Handsome turned to Xiaoyu, his expression mixed. You should leave here at once. I need to check in with the captain. And what follows will not concern ordinary civilians like you. Upon returning to the hall, Xiaoyu spotted Misty and Brock seated at a dining table, ravenously consuming food, while Ash sat quietly beside them, unusually somber. What's wrong, Ash? Did you lose your recent battle? Gazing at Xiaoyu, Ash spoke in a defeated tone. No, I actually won. Oh, Xiaoyu replied in surprise. Then why do you look so glum? Did something happen? Misty rolled her eyes at Ash. Even though he won, he traded his Butterfree for a Rattata. Traded? Xiaoyu paused, recalling the plot line with a shake of her head. But Butterfree is your partner. Why would you trade it? Besides, you're not even aiming to collect the Pokédex. Rattata isn't particularly rare. There was no need to make that exchange. However, Ash was clearly conflicted, his disappointment evident. But Brock agreed to the trade. Brock was too distracted by the other trainer's female companion to pay attention to your concerns. Misty lamented, resigned to Brock's infatuation with pretty women. Given the circumstances, Xiaoyu refrained from urging Ash to reclaim his Butterfree immediately. Everyone grows at their own pace. And this was a lesson Ash needed to learn for himself, having consented to the trade. If he regretted it, he would have to come to that realization on his own. By the way, Misty said, taking a bite of cake, where did you go? I was just wandering nearby. Xiaoyu replied, eyeing the cake in Misty's hand. While I understand you are still growing, try not to indulge in too many sweets. It could lead to weight gain. At her words, Misty glanced at Xiaoyu, recalling something that made her regretful, but she gradually set down the cake. The horn blasted once more, and the Saint Anu had been sailing for quite some time. Outside, the land and other ships had vanished, leaving only the vast expanse of blue sea. Sitting beside Misty, Xiaoyu had barely taken a few bites of food when suddenly, the hall doors were slammed shut, and a group of nefarious individuals emerged from seemingly nowhere. These assailants wore black hats, their faces concealed with masks, dressed in black uniforms emblazoned with letters. They wielded a machine with several tubes, surrounding the passengers menacingly. As everyone stood bewildered and uncertain, the lights in the hall dimmed suddenly. A man and a woman clad in white uniforms leapt onto several tables stacked high, their wild laughter echoing through the room. A beam of light illuminated them as they proclaimed, to prevent the world from destruction, to protect world peace, to promote love and truth, we are the charming yet diabolical villains. I am Musashi. I am Kojiru. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy, with a bright future ahead. Meowth is standing Meowth, leaping between the two. Thus, the legendary trio of Team Rocket, a staple of the Pokémon anime, made their grand entrance. Musashi, with her striking purple-red hair, placed her hands on her hips and announced loudly to the passengers, we, Team Rocket, shall take all the Pokémon aboard today. Indeed, Kojiru echoed, crossing his arms and proclaiming just as loudly, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall face our wrath. As the passengers failed to react in time, the Rocket team members clad in black activated their switches, and in an instant, a powerful gust swept through the area. Those standing at the forefront, with Pokeballs in hand or at their waists, found a significant number of them being drawn into the machine. Chaos erupted among the crowd, while Xiaoyu, Ash, and Misty, standing at a safer distance, remained untouched by the turbulent air. Indeed, the Rocket team was proving to be just as troublesome as depicted in the animation. After a brief moment of panic, the passengers refused to succumb easily. One after another, they unleashed their Pokémon, which, under their owner's command, bravely fought back against the Rocket team's Pokémon. The adversaries on the Rocket team predominantly wielded poison-type Pokémon, with the most common being Ekans, Coughing, and Zubat. In contrast, the passengers possessed a diverse array of Pokémon. The many were unevolved creatures like Rattata, Pidgey, and Mewtwo. At this juncture, Ash, Misty, and Brock joined the fray. The battle intensified within the Grand Hall, with explosions and flames rendering the scene chaotic. Overall, it was evident that without additional strategies, the Rocket team faced inevitable defeat, regardless of Ash's involvement. Could a plan meticulously crafted for so long truly be this easily undone? Observing the turmoil with composure, Xiaoyu suddenly spotted a man in the second-floor corridor, codenamed Handsome, battling against a slender man in a Rocket Team uniform with a striking purple mohawk. Without time to greet Ash and the others, Xiaoyu dashed to the staircase and ascended to the second-floor corridor. Handsome's Pokémon comprised a mischievous-looking Froakie and a fiery, lion-maned Herdier. The slender man's Pokémon, in contrast, were a blind Zubat with a gaping maw and a coughing exuding toxic gas. The four Pokémon were locked in a fierce battle, and upon noticing Xiaoyu's arrival, Handsome's face lit up with surprise, while the slender man's expression soured. Xiaoyu, Handsome called out, pointing at the man. This guy is Ramda, one of the 4 elite members of the Rocket Team and the commander of this heist. If we can capture him, we could truly put an end to this chaos. Damn it, don't interfere. Ramda retorted angrily. Whether you're Interpol or just any other trainer, those who dare thwart the Rocket Team's plans will pay the price. So he was the commander on site, which explained why the Rocket Team members below were in disarray. Save your breath, Xiaoyu replied. Look down. Your plan has been thoroughly thwarted, and your subordinates are scattered and fleeing. Defeat is now inevitable. Kyurem, use Psychic. In the next moment, Ramda's Zubat was seized by an unseen force and slammed onto the ground. With Xiaoyu's intervention, the once evenly matched battle swiftly turned in their favor. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Ramda could only begrudgingly accept his defeat. Don't celebrate too soon. We will return. He glared fiercely at Handsome and Xiaoyu before commanding, coughing, use smokescreen. A thick cloud of smoke erupted from coughing, enveloping Ramda. Oh no, Handsome exclaimed. And as he covered his nose and plunged into the smoke, he discovered that Ramda and his Pokémon had vanished without a trace. Chapter 29, The Sinking of the Cruise Ship. Damn it. Handsome struck the railing of the corridor in frustration. He got away. Before Xiaoyu could speak, he hastily explained. This Ramda is the high-ranking Rocket member I've been tracking. I thought I could capture him today to cut off a significant support for the Rocket Team. But in the end, I was thwarted. You've already done remarkably by stopping this heist, Xiaoyu reassured him. However, now is not the time for self-pity. Our immediate priority is to deal with the ordinary Rocket members below. You're right, Handsome nodded earnestly. Let us act swiftly. A gentle breeze swept across the previously calm sea, stirring waves that rippled towards the horizon. Gazing into the distance, they could see the sky darkening, with heavy clouds slowly approaching the SS St. Anu. In the first-floor hall, with the collective efforts of the passengers, the Rocket Team was swiftly defeated. The members scattered and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Handsome, feeling powerless, could only watch as they escaped. After exchanging contact information with Xiaoyu, he chose to leave quietly. At that moment, a massive wave struck the ship, causing it to lurch violently. The passengers, caught off guard, stumbled and fell backward. Xiaoyu, quick on his feet, grabbed a nearby table to steady himself, and before he could look up, a petite figure collided into his embrace. It was Misty. Xiaoyu quickly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling, mentally reassuring her. Are you all right? Misty, her face slightly flushed, looked up at Xiaoyu and gently shook her head. As the waves battered the SS St. Anu, its stabilizing mechanism struggled to function amid the adverse weather. People hurried to the windows, peering outside, where the sky resembled night, illuminated only by flashes of lightning. It's a storm, someone shouted, triggering a wave of panic among the crowd. Xiaoyu helped Misty to her feet, sighing, in such dire weather, this ship cannot possibly return to port. On the opposite side of the hall, the captain, who had been missing since the onset of chaos, suddenly appeared, his face betraying a hint of panic. Yet he attempted to maintain composure. By the time I noticed, the ship was already surrounded by the storm. But rest assured, the SSST Anu is battle-tested and has a substantial tonnage. I assure you, it will not sink. No sooner had he spoken than another colossal wave crashed against the ship, causing everyone to stagger and fall. As they rose, they noticed the captain had already fled to the emergency exit, seated in a lifeboat. Everyone, the captain called from the lifeboat, repeating his earlier assurance. I guarantee this ship will not sink. Please remain calm. However, seeing the captain in the lifeboat, the passengers lost faith in his words and rushed toward the lifeboat in a frenzy. In the uproar, women screamed, men shouted, and children cried, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. We must hurry. Xiaoyu beckoned to Misty and Brock, just as he noticed Ash was missing. Where's Ash? Misty and Brock quickly searched, finally spotting him in a corner by a machine. There he is. As soon as Xiaoyu and his companions arrived beside Ash, they found him engaged in a Pokémon exchange with a man in a suit. It seemed he had finally grasped the situation. The suited man, noticing Xiaoyu, expressed surprise, exclaiming, So it's you? In such a short time, your Ralts has evolved into Kirlia. It must be significantly stronger now. Xiaoyu nodded amicably but offered no further response. At that moment, Ash picked up a Pokeball containing Butterfree, But before he could secure his grip, the S, and swayed violently, causing the Pokeball to slip from his hands and roll into the nearby corridor. Butterfree, Ash shouted as he hurried after it. His companions, Misty and Brock, sensing his urgency, followed him into the corridor. Xiaoyu glanced back at the lifeboat. If they were to escape safely, now was indeed the best opportunity. However, logically speaking, with such towering waves, boarding the lifeboat would be exceedingly perilous. Shaking his head, he chose not to leave alone and instead followed closely behind Misty and Brock into the corridor. After running a few dozen steps, he caught up with Ash. Just as Ash retrieved the Pokeball and had not yet risen, a colossal force suddenly swept through the and in the next instant, Xiaoyu felt as if the world had turned upside down. His body was propelled into the wall with a jarring impact. It took quite a while for him to rise with the assistance of Kirlia, only to discover that the entire ship had completely flipped over. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the vessel descending steadily as the sounds of water breaking through echoed around them. It had indeed begun to sink. Beside him, Ash and the others were also disoriented. Xiaoyu roused them one by one, and as they grasped the gravity of their predicament, their expressions shifted to one of alarm. With another tremor, it seemed the and had settled at the ocean's floor, coming to a complete halt. The corridor lights continued to illuminate the cabin, indicating that the power system had not yet suffered any damage. What should we do now? Ash exclaimed, leaning against the ship's window, his face a mask of shock. This ship has completely sunk to the seabed. Calm down, Xiaoyu reassured him. We must find a way out quickly before we are entirely submerged by the sea. Fortunately, the presence of ample air within the ship meant that, due to water pressure, the seawater would not fill the vessel entirely for the time being, granting them some much-needed time. The group hurried down the corridor, but alas, due to the ship's inversion, what was once above had become below, and certain pathways were obstructed by water, complicating their escape. Upon reaching the staircase, they froze, gazing at the steps completely engulfed by water, uncertain of their next move. Next, are we supposed to dive underwater? Ash inquired. Brock stirred the water with his hand, expressing concern. But what if we swim for a long time only to find a dead end or an impassable gate? That would be troublesome. That's where our Pokémon come in, Misty declared, producing her Pokeball and releasing a Groudon into the water. Groudon, go check the situation below and find a route for us to escape. Groudon nodded and sank beneath the surface, quickly disappearing from sight. However, after an extended wait, it had yet to return. Is it really not possible? Misty frowned. Just as she contemplated diving in herself, the water's surface began to ripple. Moments later, breaking through the surface was a disheveled figure resembling a drowned ghost. Everyone was startled, and Misty let out a shriek, clutching Xiaoyu's shirt in fright. Compared to the girls, Xiaoyu maintained a steadier composure. As the figure emerged, he discerned that it was none other than Team Rocket, tangled together and brought up by Groudon. There's no need to fear. It's Team Rocket, Xiaoyu assured, patting Misty's shoulder. Once she recognized them, she sighed in relief. What on earth are they doing in the water? Jessie, James, and Meowth lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up seawater. Initially dazed, they perked up upon hearing Misty's voice. How ironic that we meet again, Jessie exclaimed, her tone laced with indignation. In that moment, tensions escalated, and both sides readied their Pokeballs. Jessie and James released Arbok and Weezing, while Ash and Brock summoned Squirtle and Geodude. Hey, Misty interjected, stepping between them. You all need to understand that my Groudon just saved you. Look around. Now is not the time for fighting. If we don't find a way to escape soon, we might all perish here. Despite her words, Ash, Brock, and Team Rocket remained locked in a fierce standoff, unwilling to back down. Suddenly, James spotted Xiaoyu standing aside and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. Thank you for earlier. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to that guy selling Magikarp. Idiot, we're the villains. Why are you thanking anyone?" Jessie scolded, giving James a sharp tap on the head. But who is he anyway? James, his face slightly flushed, hesitated to reveal the truth. Knowing that if Jessie learned, he almost spent their wages on a flopping Magikarp, she would surely retaliate. Everyone, let's just settle down, Xiaoyu interjected. Misty is right. We truly don't have much time. With Xiaoyu mediating, both sides reluctantly withdrew their Pokémon. Through their inquiries, Xiaoyu learned that Team Rocket had also failed to evacuate the and in their haste to escape after the ship capsized, had inadvertently breached the hull, allowing water to flood the cabin and sweep them into the current. Had Groudon not fortuitously passed by, they would have become victims of the depths. Fine then, Jessie said, placing her hands on her hips, but don't think this means we've made peace. This is merely a temporary truce. By the way, Xiaoyu ventured cautiously, you don't have any water-type Pokémon, do you? We're going to need to swim to get out of here, and your arrogance might not serve you well. Team Rocket's expressions shifted instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation, and they collectively bowed in apology. We're so sorry. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, noting that despite the dire atmosphere, their presence seemed to inject a sense of whimsy and joy. Having resolved the situation with Team Rocket, they could finally focus on strategizing their escape. Brock stroked his chin thoughtfully, asking, "So, how exactly do we leave this place?" "Leave that to me," Xiao proudly proclaimed. "I have previously crafted a model of the SS, and so I am quite familiar with its structure. Since the route below has been sealed off, we must ascend. I recall that the hull beneath the engine room is relatively fragile. If we create an opening there, we can escape." Xiaoji and the others nodded in agreement. But Xiao raised an objection. "We cannot breach the hull." "Why not?" Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. Xiao explained, "If we puncture the hull, water will rush in from above, and the pressure will be tremendous. Ascending against such a current will be incredibly difficult. Furthermore, once the cabin is breached, the pressure imbalance will allow seawater to flood the entire cruiser. If we fail to escape through the hull, we will be out of time to consider alternative methods." Xiaoxia's eyes widened in understanding. "I see. Do you have a plan?" Xiao continued. "Since the area below is already completely submerged, why not let our water-type Pokémon break through a wall in that section and swim us out? This way, we will face significantly less water pressure." However, Xiaoxia hesitated. "But this will surely take longer than exiting from above. I fear we won't be able to hold our breath for that long." "Do not worry," Xiao reassured her. "I glanced out the window earlier. Although the ship has sunk, the seabed here is relatively high. We are not too far from the surface." With that, Xiao pointed to the water beneath them. "And look, what is that?" The group turned to see several plastic water bottles floating in the water. Having been emptied of their drinks, they were now filled with air and had somehow drifted here. Xiao suggested, "If we hold the bottles in our mouths, even an extra breath will allow us to last a few more minutes. Moreover, the water here is not deep, so we need not worry about the bottles being crushed." Had anyone else proposed such an idea, Xiaoxia might have remained steadfast in her opinion, but once Xiao spoke, she became the most agreeable. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. But since Xiaoxia supported Xiao, they felt there was little room for further debate. "Very well, let us proceed." Chapter 31. The Great Escape Under the Sea. As the Pokeballs were released, Xiaoxia sent forth her Goldeen and Stereo, while Xiao and Xiaoji unleashed their Squirtless. The four Pokémon dove into the water and collectively charged at the nearest window, repeatedly striking until it fractured, ultimately forming an opening large enough for two to pass through simultaneously. Since the hull was completely submerged, no additional seawater entered, nor did it affect the cabin's pressure. When the Pokémon returned to the group, Xiaojang retrieved some clotheslines from his backpack and securely bound everyone to the Pokémon. "Hey, what about us?" Musashi exclaimed anxiously. "We don't have any water-type Pokémon." At that moment, Xiao released his Magikarp. In the animated series, it was this very Magikarp that had enabled Team Rocket to escape the sinking ship. Now, under a different owner, it still seemed unable to evade its fate. Kojiro looked down at the lively Magikarp and instantly recognized it. Isn't that the one from that unscrupulous merchant?" Xiao nodded gently. "Indeed, I purchased it for 500 yen. That scoundrel." Kojiro clenched his fists, his expression filled with rage, realizing that the Magikarp was truly worth no more than 500 yen. "All right," Xiao addressed Team Rocket. "Let this Magikarp guide you out. But let me be clear, it may not comprehend human language due to its foolish appearance. If anything goes awry, I will not be responsible." "Exactly," Xiaoxia added, "and do not attempt any tricks, or we shall abandon you to your own devices. You can rest assured." Team Rocket quickly shook their heads, appearing small and meek. In such a life-and-death situation, they certainly would not cause trouble. "Precisely," Meowth chimed in. Nonetheless, Xiao pointed to Meowth. "But just in case, Meowth, come here and join me." Meowth blinked in confusion. "Huh? Why me?" "You idiot. Of course, you will be my hostage," Xiao remarked. Then turned his gaze back to Musashi and Kojiro. "Once we reach the surface, if you wish to redeem Meowth, take good care of my Magikarp. Otherwise, it will serve as collateral." Horrified at being treated as a hostage, Meowth looked at Xiao with wide eyes, while Musashi muttered under her breath, "How is this guy even more villainous than us?" Once everything was arranged, Xiao returned Curlia to its Pokeball and secured Meowth to his waist. Xiaojang then picked up several empty water bottles and handed them to everyone. "We don't know if this plan will work, but better safe than sorry. So let us all take one," he suggested. Xiao pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos, recognizing that while unfortunate, this was indeed a rare experience in life. A precious memory. He then placed his phone, Pokédex, and wallet into a waterproof pouch, sealed it tightly, and wrapped it in a raincoat before stowing it in his backpack. Finally, he donned a diving mask and took out the underwater breathing apparatus. Although he could swim, his skills were not exceptional. He could neither swim quickly nor open his eyes underwater like the others. However, this underwater breathing apparatus was merely a portable oxygen tank, capable of providing 3 minutes of oxygen under normal conditions. He was uncertain how long it would last at this depth. Everyone else held a bottle in their mouths, resulting in a rather comical sight as they eyed each other, laughter gleaming in their eyes. Seeing that everyone was ready, Xiao placed the breathing apparatus in his mouth, signaled with his hand, and together they plunged into the water. The currents below the surface were relatively steady, with the aid of the squirtless. Xiao found himself effortlessly pulled along. Following the corridor, they swam for several meters until they finally spotted the window that the Pokémon had broken. The group exited the cruiser in an orderly fashion, then turned to swim toward the surface. Sunlight penetrated the water, casting soft shadows, but visibility was low. Beyond a few meters, darkness enveloped them. Under the faint light, Xiao caught sight of Xiaoxia's fair legs dancing before him, reminiscent of a mermaid. At that moment, the bottles in their mouths began to deform due to the pressure of the seawater, the force of the currents, or their own breathing, forcing them to take deep breaths before discarding the bottles. After swimming a few more meters, Xiao glanced back, only to see that the ropes binding Musashi and Kojiro had somehow become entangled. Their bodies spun as they struggled, creating a counterforce against the Magikarp. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoyu hurriedly tugged at the rope around his waist. Squirtle turned back, and upon seeing Xiaoyu's gestures, swam back to Musashi and Kojiro's side. Xiaoyu extended his hands, eager to assist in untying the ropes. However, the two were entwined too tightly, and despite Xiaoyu's efforts, he could not separate them. Just then, a figure flitted by. It was Kasumi, who had noticed the delay and rushed over to help. Nevertheless, even with her arrival, the ropes remained unyielding. Ultimately, Meowth, unable to bear the sight any longer, utilized its sharp claws to sever the rope binding Kojiro, liberating them from their predicament. Unfortunately, during the struggle, Musashi inadvertently kicked Kasumi in the abdomen, causing her to gasp in pain and instinctively open her mouth, bubbles erupting forth. Sensing that Kasumi was deprived of air, Xiaoyu swiftly removed his underwater breathing apparatus and handed it to her. Kasumi wasted no time, hurriedly accepting the device, placing it in her mouth, and taking a deep breath, which indeed saved her life. After returning the apparatus to Xiaoyu, she gave him a thumbs up, signaling that she was all right. Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, waved to Squirtle, and together with Kasumi, grasped a hand of Kojiro each. Aided by the two Pokémon, they ascended once more. Following the earlier incident, the remainder of their journey was devoid of further complications. The light above grew ever brighter, and after swimming upstream for several more meters, they burst through the water's surface, finally escaping peril. Chapter 32. The Summer Festival of Sh. Joe Gorge on the surface of the sea. Ash and Brock, having surfaced before Xiaoyu, had already located a piece of driftwood and patched it together to form a makeshift platform. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and the others emerge, they hastily pulled them from the water. Saved at last, Kojiro lay back on the plank, thoroughly drenched, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling as though he had traversed the river Styx. Xiaoyu removed his water mirror, untied the ropes, released Meowth, and returned Magikarp to its Pokeball. Beneath the warm sun, the surroundings were tranquil, strewn with debris from the and oddly, not a single soul was in sight aside from them. Brock, squinting his eyes, surveyed the area and, disheartened, remarked, "It seems that those who escaped in the lifeboats have all departed. What should we do next?" Ash inquired, only to notice that Kasumi was seated on the ground, her back to them, her cheeks flushed. "Strange, Kasumi, what's wrong?" Kasumi quickly stood, shaking her head. "It's nothing. I just inhaled a bit of water earlier and feel a tad uncomfortable." She intended to compose herself, yet her gaze couldn't help but wander to the breathing apparatus in Xiaoyu's hands, as well as the corner of his mouth, causing her face to redden further. Approaching Xiaoyu, she abandoned her usual lively and proud demeanor and softly expressed, "Thank you so much for earlier." Xiaoyu understood her gratitude. Yet in the heat of the moment, he had been too focused on the rescue to consider anything else. "You need not dwell on it," he replied, clearing his throat, feeling somewhat awkward, and turned his attention to Ash. "Ash, release Pidgeotto and have it scout the area for any passing ships or nearby islands." Ash released Pidgeotto and issued the command. The Pokémon circled overhead twice, seemingly finding its bearings, and then flapped its wings, soaring into the distance. Before long, Pidgeotto returned, appearing to have made a discovery. It landed on Ash's shoulder, gesturing animatedly with its wings. Meowth, as a Pokémon capable of speaking human language, took on the role of translator. There's a port town not far ahead. Upon hearing the word port, everyone perked up, directing their water Pokémon towards the town. Joe Gorge, a quaint port town nestled between Kureha City and Kinoko City, though small, bustled with life. It boasted a large population and, thanks to its natural harbor and strategic location, was frequented by numerous ships daily, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon reaching the port, as soon as Xiaoyu and his companions set foot on the fine sandy beach, the trio from Team Rocket regained their spirits. They appeared to have procured 2 roses from somewhere, standing back to back. Savoring the fragrance of the roses, Musashi scoffed, now that we've arrived here. It's time to bid farewell. Indeed, Kojiro added, holding another rose in his mouth with flair, though we appreciate your help. We want to go easy on you next time we meet. With that, amidst a cacophony of laughter, they turned and dashed towards a large rock by the sea, disappearing from view. Unbearable. Kasumi sighed, but I lack the energy to deal with them right now. I'm drenched and uncomfortable. How I yearn for a hot shower and a good night's sleep. In truth, not just Kasumi, but Xiaoyu, too, felt utterly exhausted after the ordeal. Let us hurry to the Pokémon Center for some rest, he suggested, tightening his backpack and preparing to move forward. Just then, an unusual sensation surged within him as he glanced towards a distant dock, where a woman clad in a white dress with flowing lavender hair stood quietly. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing a profile that was exquisite and beautiful, yet an air of subtle sorrow lingered around her. Brock, seemingly captivated by the woman, his eyes turning into hearts, could not restrain a gasp. What a beautiful woman! Hearing the commotion, Ash and Kasumi looked in the direction but saw nothing. What are you looking at? Kasumi asked curiously. There is nothing there. Xiaoyu blinked, and in the briefest of moments, the woman's figure had vanished. Continuing on. Once they arrived at the Pokémon Center and checked in, Xiaoyu learned from Nurse Joy about their current location. Joe Gorge. Recalling details from the animated series, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, realizing they had unknowingly ended up here. Indeed, Nurse Joy added with a smile, you've arrived just in time. The town is currently hosting a summer festival, complete with grand parades, bonfire nights, and an abundance of snacks. If possible, do not miss out. Naturally, as a girl, Kasumi, along with the youthful Ash, was drawn to such festivities, yet given their exhaustion, they agreed on a meeting time and retreated to their rooms for rest. The accommodation at the Pokémon Center, being a public facility offering free lodging, varies by region. In Joe Gorge, due to the town's modest size, the Pokémon Center was similarly small, with the boys' dormitory merely a tidy room housing 2 bunk beds. However, for Xiaoyu, the pristine white sheets seemed to possess an irresistible allure, tempting him to collapse upon them. Nevertheless, he resolutely stifled his drowsiness, took a quick shower, and tossed his clothes into the dryer before finally collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. The sun dipped low in the west, and he slept soundly until dusk. Awakening with bleary eyes, noticing that Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang were still fast asleep, he shook them awake and proceeded to knock on Xiao Xia's door. Once they regrouped, they departed from the Pokémon Center. At this moment, the town was enveloped in the festive spirit of the celebration. Countless elegantly dressed individuals trailed behind various floats. Traversing the streets, and amidst the laughter and cheer, both the town's residents and travelers like Xiaoyu found their spirits lifted. Chapter 33. The woman from 2,000 years ago. Xiaoyu and his companions joined the throngs of visitors, meandering forward. The streets were lined with stalls offering a plethora of delectable snacks and trinkets. Observing Xiao Ji's interest, Xiaoyu purchased an assortment of treats for them to share. When he noticed Xiao Xiao pausing at a jewelry stall only to leave quietly, he approached the stand, carefully selected a hairpin, and gifted it to her. A smile graced Xiao Xia's face. Though she said little, her expression revealed her delight in the present. This year's festival, like those of the past, was exceptionally lively. As they wandered further, they even encountered a beautifully adorned woman performing an exotic dance amid the music and the cheers of the crowd. In contrast to the carefree demeanor of Xiaoyu and his friends, Xiao Gang seemed preoccupied, trailing behind with a wistful expression. Clearly still enamored with the woman from the dock, mumbling to himself. Wait a moment. A voice, aged yet robust, suddenly emerged from behind them. Xiaoyu turned to find a small, elderly woman with white hair, standing less than a meter tall, supported by a cane, and clad in a purple robe. Her large mouth and dry skin, particularly her piercing eyes, gave her a striking appearance. Xiao Gang, previously lost in thoughts of the beautiful woman, was startled by the old woman's sudden presence and fell to the ground in surprise. Ah, a shriveled old Kappa has appeared. Who is the Kappa? The old woman retorted sharply, her gaze sweeping over Xiaoyu and Xiao Gang, her expression shrouded in mystery. Listen closely, you must be wary of beautiful women, otherwise. Misfortune will surely befall you today. What are you talking about? Xiao Xia pouted, casting a quick glance at Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could I possibly bring him misfortune? You fool, the old woman exclaimed. I'm speaking of beautiful women, not a little girl like you. What? You're calling me a little girl? Xiao Xia flared up, evidently offended by the remark. Meanwhile, upon hearing the old woman's warning, Xiao Gang appeared contemplative. Xiaoyu, however, recognized that she was merely a phantom transformed by a ghostly entity and chose to dismiss her words with a smile, not allowing them to trouble him. Xiao Xia, unwilling to let this peculiar old woman disrupt their rare festival outing, declared, "This is nonsense. Let us ignore her and move on." With that, she gently pushed Xiaoyu forward while pulling Xiao Gang by the ear as they departed. The conclusion of the festival led them to a shrine at the end of the town. Upon arriving at the shrine with the crowd, they witnessed an elderly priest striking the hour bell. Everyone, please be quiet. The treasures of the maiden shrine are about to be unveiled. Beside the priest stood a scroll, currently shrouded in white cloth, concealing its contents. The crowd gathered around the shrine as the priest continued. This painting is a treasure that has been passed down from 2,000 years ago, exhibited only during the summer festival. Now, I invite all guests to behold it. With that, he dramatically unveiled the scroll, revealing a portrait of a woman. Her eyes gazed forward, hands clasped before her chest, as if in prayer. Though rendered in monochrome, the image conveyed both her beauty and profound sorrow. Xiao Gang gasped in astonishment. For the woman depicted in the painting was none other than the figure in the white dress he had seen earlier at the dock. The priest's voice resonated like a narration. 2,000 years ago, there was a pair of lovers deeply devoted to one another. However, due to war, the man was conscripted and sent to battle. Before departing, he promised to return victorious. Thus, the woman awaited him for many years, but he never returned. Her endless waiting transformed her into a stone, eternally standing upon the cliff, still hoping for her beloved's return. It was indeed a sorrowful legend, and as they listened, a melancholic atmosphere settled over the crowd. Suddenly, Xiao Gang, as if entranced, inquired, "May I ask, where is that stone located now?" Alas, the old priest was taken aback. "Do you not know of Maiden Rock?" As night fell, the land was cloaked in darkness. Atop the seaside cliffs stood a solitary wooden house. As Xiaoyu and his friends navigated the rugged path up the cliff, they circumvented the house and soon spotted a stone statue of a woman perched on a sheer precipice, seemingly fused with the rock after countless years. The waves crashed against the rocks below, while in the distance, the lights of the town twinkled, and even here, they could faintly hear the sounds of the ongoing celebration. In stark contrast to the legend, this place was steeped in solitude. Gazing at the maiden rock, Xiao Xia whispered, "Do you think this rock truly is the woman transformed?" "Who knows?" Xiaoyu shook his head. "At least, I haven't seen any signs of human craftsmanship." By now, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and clouds suddenly obscured the moon. A gentle breeze brought a chill to the air. Relying on his instincts, sensing that something was about to unfold, Xiaoyu retrieved 2 Pokeballs. As they glimmered with blue light, Charmeleon and Jolteon appeared at his feet. The flickering flame on Charmeleon's tail and the occasional crackle of electricity from Jolteon illuminated their surroundings, providing him with a sense of security. "There's nothing much to see here. Let us return to the town," suggested Xiao Xia, who, compared to the bustling streets, had no desire to linger in this place. Yet, just as she turned, she beheld the door of the little house slowly creaking open. Creak. At first, she thought it was the wind pushing the door ajar. But in the next moment, a glowing, indistinct figure suddenly floated out from within. Ah, a ghost. Chapter 34. Gasped upon hearing Xiao Xia's startled exclamation. Xiaoyu and the others swiftly turned around to behold the so-called specter. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman depicted in the portrait, floating ethereally in the air. Her form translucent and indistinct, gradually drifting before them. "I miss you dearly," she whispered softly. While Xiaoyu remained unaffected, Xiao Jiang was utterly captivated by her enchanting visage, rendered spellbound. "I miss you too," he murmured dreamily. Observing the exchange between Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiang, the ghost gently proclaimed, "I have been waiting for your return." As her words hung in the air, a sudden gust of uncanny wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu and Xiao Jiang found themselves uncontrollably drawn towards her. The force was formidable. Instinctively, Xiaoyu reached out, desperate to grasp something, yet found only emptiness around him. Devoid of anything to anchor himself. Just as he was being pulled closer, a delicate pair of hands suddenly grasped him. Xiao Xia had come to his aid. Realizing that Xiaoyu was being whisked away, she cast aside her fear of the specter. "Where are you taking them?" she demanded, gripping Xiaoyu's hand tightly and pulling back with all her might. Although she was merely a girl and lacked significant strength, she resolutely refused to let go, even as the eerie wind howled around them. Understanding that this ghost was indeed gassed, with Xiaoxia's assistance providing him a moment of reprieve, Xiao called out to his Pokémon, Charmeleon, use Ember. Jolteon, unleash Thunderbolt. A fiery blaze and a crackling bolt of electricity surged forth simultaneously towards the specter. Under the onslaught, the ghost could no longer maintain the gust of wind. As she evaded the attack, the force of her pull dissipated, causing Xiao and Xiaojing to tumble from the air. Xiaoxia instinctively stepped forward to catch Xiao, only to find herself pinned beneath him, while Xiaojing was less fortunate, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, this fall jolted him back to lucidity. What just happened? He asked, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Since arriving at the Maiden Gorge, his mind had been clouded, as if enchanted by the ghost. On the other side, the ghost, incensed by the interruption, growled, "You pesky humans, do not meddle." Suddenly, a swarm of skeletons emerged, sweeping ominously overhead. What are those? Xiaoxia gasped, instinctively seeking refuge in Xiao's embrace. Rising to his feet, Xiao observed the waning morale of his companions and shouted, "Do not fear. It is merely a Pokémon." With that, he produced his Pokédex and aimed it at the apparition. Pokédex, Ghast, the gas Pokémon, ghost and poison type. Born from toxic gas, it excels in hypnosis and delights in mischief. It typically conceals its form and can pass through any solid object, including walls. Ghast. Upon realizing it was merely a Pokémon, both Xiaoji and Xiaoxia stared in astonishment. "Well, since I've been discovered, there's no turning back now," the ghost grinned. Her form shifting gradually, first into an old woman clad in a purple cloak, and then into a black balloon enveloped in violet mist. "Sometimes I am the legendary beauty. Other times a mysterious fortune teller. Yet my true form is Ghast." This black balloon, serving as Ghast's body and face, revealed only a pair of sharp eyes and a mouth adorned with two short fangs. "Indeed, it is a Pokémon," Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. "All right. Let us battle with Pokémon. Pikachu go? Pika Pika. Want a battle?" Ghast grinned mischievously. "I'm on a tight schedule, so let me take care of all of you at once." As her words echoed, waves of energy emanated from Ghast, surging towards the group. Xiao immediately recognized the technique. Oh no, it's hypnosis. Before anyone could react, they were all enveloped by the hypnotic rays, a wave of drowsiness washing over them, causing them to succumb to sleep one by one. That was rather effortless, Ghast mused, surveying the scene of 3 humans and their Pokémon now fast asleep. Now, time to conduct some business. The strange wind swept in again, ensnaring Xiaojing's body. When Ghast's gaze fell upon Xiao, she suddenly noticed a flash of blue light at his waist, as a Pokémon materialized beside him, Kyurem, with hair like verdant tresses, resembling a maiden. "Oh, you escaped from your Pokeball. What is this? Do you wish to assist your trainer?" Ghast scrutinized Kyurem, then shook her head. "Unfortunately, your Psychic-type Pokémon is at a disadvantage against my Ghost-type. All your efforts will be in vain." Understanding the type disadvantage, Kyurem opted not to launch a direct attack, but instead utilized telekinesis to release all of Xiao's Pokeballs. Instantly, a cascade of blue light erupted, unleashing all of his Pokémon, including Zapdos. Ghast's gaze flitted over Kyurem, Zapdos, Ivysaur, and Squirtle, lingering for a moment on the exuberant Magikarp before she laughed. "For against one? I did not expect this trainer to possess Zapdos. Quite impressive." Zapdos proudly raised its head, a display of disdain towards Ghast, clearly stung by her words. Conversely, Ghast, perhaps intimidated by Zapdos's presence, felt the situation turning precarious. After a brief moment of hesitation, she declared, "Very well, although I am alone and somewhat fatigued. Since you are so protective of your trainer, I will spare him and only take this one." With that, she took Xiaojing and departed without a backward glance. When Xiao regained consciousness, he found himself on the ground, with Kyurem's worried face hovering above him. "How did you get out?" he inquired, gently ruffling its hair as he sat up. He noticed Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, along with Charmeleon, Jolteon, and Pikachu, all nestled around him, peacefully asleep, yet Xiaojing was conspicuously absent. On the other side, he observed his remaining Pokémon, including Zapdos. Even Zapdos is out. Realizing the sequence of events, Xiao began to piece together what had transpired. Chapter 35. Challenging Ghast. After recalling all his Pokémon except Kyurem, Xiao gently roused Xiaoxia and Xiaoji. Xiaoji stretched widely, clearly having enjoyed a good rest. "Is it already morning?" Xiaoxia rubbed her eyes, still drowsy. "I think I just had a dream about being attacked by a ghost." With a wry smile, Xiao replied, "That was no dream, it was real, and Xiaojing is missing." "What?" Both Xiaoxia and Xiaoji exclaimed, instantly alert. "He was taken away?" Reflecting on the related plot lines from the animation, Xiao nodded. However, I believe he is not in any life-threatening danger. Regardless, we must find him swiftly. A few individuals cautiously approached the wooden cabin before them and stepped inside, only to find it devoid of life, permeated by a damp and decaying odor, leaving one to wonder how many years it had stood in such disrepair. The floor creaked ominously beneath their feet, and Xiaoxia's head peeked out from behind Xiaoyu, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of trepidation. Huh, where's Xiaogang? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and then declared to the others. Let us return to the Maiden Shrine. Upon their return to the quaint town of Maiden Gorge, the hour had already struck midnight. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the day's clamor had subsided, casting an unusual stillness over the town. The crisp air seeped through their garments, causing a shiver to pass through them. The festival-goers had long dispersed, leaving behind a littered landscape awaiting the dawn's cleanup. Arriving at the Maiden Shrine, they opened the door to discover Xiaogang lying unconscious on the floor. Aside from him, there was still no sign of Gaisai. Xiaoyu understood that. Given Gaisai's elusive nature, locating it would prove to be quite challenging. Xiaogang, wake up. Xiaoji urged, shaking him vigorously. After a considerable while, Xiaogang finally stirred. Mumbling weakly, I miss her so much. Kneeling beside him, Xiaoyu assessed his condition. Dark circles under his eyes, disheveled clothing, and a lackluster spirit indicated he had become noticeably weaker, likely due to excessive energy depletion. Unlike Xiaoji, who possessed a more naive disposition, Xiaoxia, being a girl, exhibited a more mature understanding of such matters. Blushing, she inquired, was it Gaisai's doing? No, Xiaoyu shook her head. I believe it was the true spirit that drained his energy. Gaisai is merely its accomplice. A real spirit? Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. You mean that woman actually exists? Indeed, Xiaoyu affirmed. Otherwise, Gaisai would not have brought Xiaogang to this place. Then why would she do such a thing? Xiaoxia pressed on. Xiaoyu contemplated briefly before speculating. Having existed for 2 millennia, even a spirit requires energy to sustain its existence. Thus, during the summer festival, it seems plausible that she seeks to absorb the vitality of men. Seeing that Xiaoxia was about to inquire further, Xiaoyu quickly interjected, enough questions. We must hasten to take Xiaogang back to the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy confirmed that Xiaogang was merely exhausted, which alleviated their concerns. Yet, despite their persistent inquiries, Xiaogang remained oblivious to what had transpired after being taken by Gaisai. After placing him on the dormitory bed and entrusting his care to Xiaoji, Xiaoyu departed from the Pokémon Center alone. Despite the formidable nature of Gaisai, Xiaoyu resolved to capture it. As a wild spirit that had lived for who knows how long, its abilities were undoubtedly impressive. Moreover, it shared the remarkable trait of being able to speak human language, akin to Team Rocket's Meowth. This alone would facilitate communication with her Pokémon, eliminating the need for mere intuition and guesswork. However, where could Gaisai be now? At 2 o'clock in the morning, the night was at its deepest. Xiaoyu scanned her surroundings and ultimately decided to trust her instincts, making her way to the seaside cliff known as Maiden Rock, hoping for a stroke of luck. Following the mountain path, she soon reached her destination, but as before, it was silent save for the crashing waves and the salty sea breeze. Gaisai, are you here? Xiaoyu called out, her voice echoing into the void, yet there was no response. Surely it cannot be absent? Standing before Maiden Rock, she mused aloud, in that case, what if I were to destroy this rock? Would it matter? Hey, a voice suddenly called from behind her. I cannot pretend I did not hear that. With a smile gracing her lips, Xiaoyu turned to see Gaisai before her. Gaisai, let us duel. Oh? Gaisai replied with a serious expression. Do you intend to capture me? Xiaoyu retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, enlarging it in her hand. Indeed. I aim to compete in the court's conference and seek companions, and your abilities would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. With that, she tossed the Pokeball. And as the red light flickered, a fully furred Lei-Ebu materialized before Gaisai. What? It's Lei-Ebu? Gaisai exclaimed. A mix of surprise and relief evident in its tone. Xiaoyu inquired. What? Are you taken aback by Lei-Ebu? Gaisai responded. I expected you would unleash that legendary Pokémon, the Thunderbird, against me. To be honest, even I would stand little chance against such a formidable opponent. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. Do you think I wouldn't want to? But would I confess that I currently cannot command it? Fear not, even if Lei-Ebu falters. I will not resort to the Thunderbird against you, Xiaoyu said, crossing her arms with feigned nonchalance. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries and commence our battle. Lei-Ebu, use Thunderbolt. Electric currents danced across Lei-Ebu's body, coalescing into a brilliant surge of electricity directed at Gaisai. Upon seeing the attack initiated, Gaisai conjured a black energy sphere beside it, which collided with the electric strike. It was the ghost-type move, Shadow Ball. However, The power of Thunderbolt was evidently inferior. As the Shadow Ball pierced through it, continuing its trajectory toward Lei Yibu. Lei Yibu, evade quickly, Xiaoyu shouted, then commanded, now, use Needle Bomb. With remarkable speed, Lei Yibu effortlessly dodged the Shadow Ball, leaping aside as its fur bristled like steel needles, launching a barrage of attacks toward Gaisai. Chapter 36. The notion of a draw and consent. As the onslaught of needles approached, a gust of eerie wind swept through, scattering all the projectiles. Xiaoyu, intrigued, inquired, what is this technique of yours? Gaisai, brimming with pride, replied, throughout my lengthy existence, I have not only mastered the human language, I possess numerous abilities. As if to showcase its prowess, Gaisai transformed its appearance to resemble Lei Yibu. Xiaoyu could not help but scoff. Isn't that a violation of the rules? Moreover, isn't transformation a skill of shapeshifting? Why can you do it? Casting a glance at Cerulean. Perhaps it was its prior act of saving its master that had earned Gaisai a modicum of respect for Xiaoyu. It reverted to its original form and stated, in truth, it is merely a form of hypnosis. However, my hypnosis no longer requires inducing slumber. It can influence the real world. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Is it truly that powerful? Feeling the wind brush against her face, palpable and vivid, it seemed implausible that such sensations could arise from mere hypnosis. Yet, this Gaisai was extraordinary, defying conventional understanding. Lei Yibu, utilize Thunderfang. With electric currents crackling between its fangs, Lei Yibu charged toward Gaisai with astonishing speed. However, just as Lei Yibu's attack was about to connect, Gaisai's form dissipated like smoke in the wind, vanishing from sight. Jia. When Jengar's reappeared, it had stealthily approached Leafeon, mockingly extending its long tongue to give Leafeon a hefty lick. A shiver ran down Leafeon's spine as it attempted to leap away, only to find itself paralyzed and unable to move. Ah, the taste of electricity. Jengar laughed heartily, conjuring another Shadow Ball and striking Leafeon with it. With a single blow, Leafeon collapsed to the ground. Was this a swift defeat? Was the level disparity too vast? Retrieving Leafeon, Xiaoyu glanced down at Kirlia. It is your turn to take the stage. Kirlia nodded and stepped forward to confront Jengar. Are you planning to wear me down with a series of battles? Jengar taunted. But I believe you understand that Psychic-type Pokémon cannot overcome me. Of course, I am aware of that, Xiaoyu replied, drawing several Pokeballs from his waist and tossing them into the arena. I did not intend for it to fight alone. Let's all join forces. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander emerged, standing alongside Kirlia. What is this? A gang up? Jengar smirked, yet its tone betrayed no concern. It is simply unavoidable, Xiaoyu laughed. Having just experienced your strength firsthand in the battle with Leafeon, if I were to employ conventional methods, how could I possibly capture you? At Xiaoyu's words, Jengar fell silent for a moment and inquired, why are you so determined to capture powerful Pokémon? Is participating in the Pokémon League truly that significant to you? How should I put it? Xiaoyu pondered. Life is filled with joys and sorrows. Although the Pokémon League is not everything, it is both a dream and a part of my pursuit. Do you not have a goal you wish to chase? Dreams? Goals? Jengar murmured. As a mischievous Pokémon, it had lived for many years, finding joy in teasing others and living happily, never contemplating such abstract notions. Observing Jengar deep in thought, Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. A flaw. Kirlia, use Magical Leaf. At Xiaoyu's command, shimmering green leaves shot toward Jengar. Hey, attacking during this moment is rather despicable. Jengar hastily evaded the attack, only to be met with a jet of water from the side. That is not despicable. It is seizing the moment. Xiaoyu shouted, Charmander, use Ember. The water jet grazed Jengar's body, and just as it regained its footing, a flurry of sparks surged toward it. What difference does it make? Jengar's form vanished, and when it reappeared, it was caught off guard by another onslaught of Leaf Blade. Enduring successive hits left Jengar somewhat disheveled, but it resolved to hold nothing back. Waves of light radiated from Jengar's body, enveloping all Pokémon present. Xiaoyu felt a sinking sensation. He had no immediate counter to this attack and could only grit his teeth and shout, Charmander, quickly use Smokescreen. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed from Charmander's mouth, swiftly filling the arena. You wish to obscure my vision in order to reduce the accuracy of hypnosis? Jengar chuckled, a clever idea, but still too naive. Jengar concentrated, and in the next moment, the waves of light accelerated visibly, becoming tighter and expanding from a targeted attack to an area attack, quickly sending all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon into slumber. At this point, Xiaoyu truly found himself at a loss. Jengar slowly floated upward, gazing down at the dense black smoke, preparing to unleash its final assault. Pink gas erupted from the bodies of Xiaoyu's Pokémon, swirling into Jengar. And with a fierce glare, Jengar unleashed Dream Eater upon them. causing them to collapse as if struck by a mental attack. Dream Eater. A psychic-type move that devours dreams to deal significant damage while restoring half of the damage dealt to the opponent. As the darkness gradually dissipated, Xiaoyu looked at his fallen Pokémon, all rendered incapable of battle, and let out a deep sigh. This Gengar was far superior to its peers. Even when he had faced Zapdos, Xiaoyu had never felt so utterly powerless. Retrieving his Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs, he lamented, "I have lost." Gengar floated slowly before Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him closely. "No, you have not yet lost." Its gaze shifted to the Pokeball containing Zapdos. Smiling, "You still possess a legendary Pokémon, so how can this be deemed a loss? Moreover, I have expended considerable energy. Since you do not intend to send out Zapdos to battle with me, let us consider this match a draw." Huh? Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting Gengar to utter such words. Gengar continued, "Your qualities are quite to my liking. Although I currently lack a dream, I wish to leave this place and explore the world. Winning the Pokémon contest and claiming the championship is indeed an excellent choice." Xiaoyu looked at it, his heart swelling with joy. "What do you mean by that?" Gengar grinned widely. "It means I have recognized you. Now, take out your Pokeball. I am willing to be your Pokémon and help you achieve your dreams." Chapter 37. Aiding Beauty. Xiaoyu pulled out a Pokeball and slowly extended it toward Gengar. Without hesitation, Gengar touched the switch of the Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, it entered the sphere. The Pokeball wobbled slightly before coming to a complete stop with a soft click. Has it truly been captured successfully? However, before Xiaoyu could revel in his triumph, the freshly captured Pokeball suddenly burst open, and Gengar flew out once more. "I simply cannot tolerate the environment in there. It is dark and cramped." Gengar complained, "Having grown accustomed to freedom, I prefer to remain unconfined outside." "Then you need not enter the Pokeball," Xiaoyu replied indifferently. "Truth be told, I also dislike traveling alone. Having Pokémon by my side is far more enjoyable." Gengar nodded and drifted toward the Maiden Rock. "This year's summer festival has concluded. Your legend will likely continue to be passed down." A ghostly figure of a woman floated out from the Maiden Rock, revealing itself to be a genuine specter. The ghost gently spoke. "Thank you, Gengar." "No need for thanks." Gengar replied with a smile. "I merely wish to revive this gradually forgotten legend in the minds of the people." The ghost clasped her hands. "For so long, I have waited in this place for the day of our reunion, and no matter how long it takes, I will continue to wait." Gengar moved aside slightly, allowing the ghost to see Xiaoyu, saying, "I trust you heard our conversation just now. From this moment onward, I shall embark on a journey. Perhaps one day I will encounter your beloved, and at that time, I will convey your feelings to him. Thank you so much." The ghost's tone brightened with joy as she spoke, drifting backward and dissipating upon the Maiden Rock. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, dawn was breaking. Xiaoyu, who had been forcing himself to stay awake, instantly felt his eyelids grow heavy as he stepped into the warm room. As Xiaoji slept soundly, Xiaojing, having napped excessively during the day, awoke to the sounds around him. His complexion, having benefited from ample rest, was much improved compared to before. "Why have you returned so late?" he inquired, stifling a yawn. "I took advantage of the night to conclude matters regarding the ghost," Xiaoyu replied. "Ah, by the way," Xiaoyu suddenly recalled, since Gaisai had been rather offensive, perhaps it would be prudent to have it apologize to you. Xiaojing was taken aback. "You managed to subdue it?" Without uttering a word, Xiaoyu's shadow revealed a black orb entwined in purple mist, which floated into view. "Wow!" Xiaojing exclaimed in surprise, causing Pikachu to rub its eyes and peek curiously, while Xiaoji simply turned over and continued to slumber. "You little man with small eyes, aside from your lecherous tendencies, you seem rather timid," Gaisai chuckled. "What transpired before was merely a jest of mine. Do not take it to heart." Xiaojing, with his inherently good temperament, had never held much concern over the previous incident, and hearing Gaisai's apology made his annoyance dissipate. Xiaoyu pulled out his phone to check the time. "I wonder how long I will sleep. When Xiaoji awakens, you should depart first. I plan to stay here for another day or two. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Isn't everything resolved? Why linger here?" Xiaojing paused, but upon seeing Xiaoyu's lack of further explanation, he nodded. "Very well, we shall take our leave then." After a hurried wash-up, Xiaoyu collapsed into slumber once more, and when he next opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. The exhaustion of the past 2 days, coupled with his nocturnal habits, had thrown his biological clock into disarray, leaving him still less than revitalized. Xiaoji and the others had long departed. Originally, Xiaoxia had intended to remain with him for a few more days, but as Xiaoyu did not express this desire, she reluctantly set off again, looking back with every step. Xiaoyu wished to stay, of course, to ensure that the beautiful legend would be better preserved. His personal involvement in the events had convinced him of the existence of a love that transcends even death. However, The manner in which Gaisai had approached the situation was not advisable. It was not only inefficient, but also ineffective in conveying the story. Now that Gaisai had become his Pokémon, Xiao felt he could contribute to the completion of this task. He meticulously documented the events that transpired in Sh. Gorge and visited the shrine to gather insights from the elder priest about the love and hatred that had unfolded here over 2 millennia. He then synthesized this information, refining and editing it into a poignant tale of over 6,000 words. Recalling a conversation with Xiaochun, in which she mentioned her mother, Yoshino, who had self-studied painting and aspired to be an illustrator, he sent the story to Xiaochun's email, requesting her to convey his wish for Yoshino to illustrate it. Xiaochun replied with an emoticon. Soon after, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. Upon answering, he was greeted by a cheerful voice. "Hello, this is Sakuraji Yoshino. May I speak with Mr. Xiao?" Note that Yoshino is her first name, derived from the Yoshino cherry blossom. Realizing this was Xiaochun's mother, Xiao quickly responded, "Hello, ma'am. This is Xiao." Yoshino replied, "I just heard Xiaochun mention your story. It is beautifully written. I had heard of the legend of Shiwa, but I never imagined it to be true." Xiao smiled. "Though it may seem unbelievable, I indeed witnessed the ghost of that woman. However, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential, as the rock may attract those with ill intentions." Yoshino assured him, "I understand. Just as with some of my husband's research, this too must remain a secret. Xiaochun mentioned you need my assistance with illustrations?" "Yes," Xiao hesitated. "I truly appreciate your help. After delving deeper into this matter, I believe it is essential to preserve this legend." Yoshino responded with a smile. "There is no need for formality. After all, you are part of the Sakuraji Research Institute. However, I believe that a comic would better convey the story than mere illustrations." "A comic?" Xiao raised an eyebrow, as he had never considered this direction. Indeed, comics convey the story's excitement more directly than text or illustrations, and they are more appealing to the youth. Wouldn't that be too troublesome? Yoshino's tone was filled with anticipation as she replied, "It may be somewhat of a task, but the story structure is already in place. What remains is merely to depict it, and I find myself with some free time. Creating such a comic would fulfill a dream of mine." With her enthusiasm, Xiao felt no reason to refuse. They discussed the details before ending the call. Due to the change in plans, he messaged Xiaoxia to inform her that they should wait for him, as he would challenge the Goldenrod Gym before continuing their journey. Over the next 2 days, Xiao gathered material from Sh. Gorge, maintaining contact with Yoshino to provide her with relevant supplementary information. On the 3rd day, receiving her call to learn that she had completed over 20 pages of the draft, he finally set off back to Kure City. Dr. Sakuraji's home was a typical Japanese one, conveniently located near the Research Institute. Knowing that Xiao would arrive, Dr. Sakuraji had stayed home instead of going to the institute and awaited him. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and the entire Sakuraji family, including Xiaochun and her younger brother, Suda, came out to greet him. As Xiao arrived, the family dog wagged its tail excitedly around him. Observing this well-organized family, Xiao felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. How peculiar! It felt akin to visiting one's future in-laws for the first time. As the host, Dr. Sakuraji was the first to speak. "Welcome, welcome. Please, come in." Xiao politely nodded, his gaze briefly passing over Suda before settling on the lady of the house. "Pleased to meet you. I am Xiao, and I apologize for the intrusion." Yoshino, wearing round red-framed glasses, bore a resemblance to Xiaochun, though her face was rounder and more mature. Her cherry-colored hair was styled into a side braid cascading down her left shoulder. As for Suda, he resembled Dr. Sakuraji more closely. The little boy had a cool demeanor, embodying the essence of a young lad, appearing more mature than Xiaochun despite being a few years younger. After exchanging polite greetings and stepping into the living room in their slippers, Yoshino produced a transparent bag containing over 20 pages of comics. "This is what I have drawn so far. It is estimated that we will need about 195 pages to fully present the remaining story. However, given the simplicity of the compositions, the pace may be quicker." The meticulous calculations indicated her dedication to the project. Xiaoyu meticulously examined the artwork, expressing admiration. Truly remarkable craftsmanship. It is a pity that Annie does not pursue a career as a professional comic artist. As a full-time homemaker, receiving recognition for one's abilities is undeniably a source of great joy. Your story is quite impressive as well. Sakuraji Yoshino chuckled softly, her first impression of Xiaoyu exceedingly positive. After all, only an engaging narrative, complemented by exceptional artistry, can achieve widespread acclaim. Indeed, Zeraora concurred. "I am the story's first reader, and upon careful review, it is undeniably captivating. I am the second, and my father is the third," Sakuraji Suda declared. reclining with his hands behind his neck, exuding a relaxed demeanor. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Suda suddenly perceived what appeared to be a round head within Xiaoyu's shadow, making a comical face at him. He rubbed his eyes and leaned in closer for a better look, only to be startled when a dark spherical figure abruptly appeared before him. Wow! Suda jumped high, tumbling behind the sofa. Hee, it's Gaisai? The mischievous spirit materialized, grinning wickedly. What a coward! Is this the Gaisai mentioned in the story? Doctor. Sakuragi helped his son up, his gaze towards Gaisai filled with astonishment. Indeed, Xiaoyu interjected, halting Gaisai. To some extent, it is actually the true protagonist of the tale. Suda, rising from the floor, was not frightened by his fall. Instead, he circled around Gaisai, curiously scrutinizing it, clearly intrigued by its presence in the shadows. At noon, the Sakuragi family graciously invited Xiaoyu to lunch, where laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of ease and joy. When Xiaoyu presented photographs he had taken at the bottom of the SS St. Anu, the four gasped in awe. Dr. Sakuragi widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "The news of the SS St. Anu's sinking has been the talk of Kanto for days. I cannot believe you not only experienced the event, but also sank with the ship and ultimately escaped." Zayahara scrutinized Xiaoyu from head to toe as if seeing him anew. Meanwhile, Suda gazed at him with starry eyes, utterly in awe. "Xiaoyu, you are so cool." After agreeing on a completion date with Sakuragi Yoshino, Xiaoyu set off once more, heading towards Kinwang City. Kinwang, a name that evokes the dazzling brilliance of gold. This time, the only Pokémon accompanying him, aside from Kyra Lillian, was Gaisai, hidden within his shadow, as he had stored the others in their Pokeballs. The journey was uneventful. Upon arriving at this grand metropolis in the Kanto region, he learned that Ash and his companions had already departed for another gym city. However, according to Misty, they had encountered numerous challenges while attempting to conquer the Kinwang Gym. Suffering greatly after their initial defeat, and ultimately venturing to the Spirit Tower in Shiwan Town. Only after capturing a Gaisai stone did they manage to secure the badge with its assistance. Consequently, they too had wasted 2 days, placing them not too far behind Xiaoyu. Kinwang City was a bustling hub of skyscrapers, serving not only as the central commercial district of Kanto, but also housing the region's largest infrastructure. Notably, it featured a suspended train station connecting to the city of Jado, with countless trains traversing between Kinwang and Manjin City at a staggering speed of up to 550 kilometers per hour, injecting economic vitality into both cities. Navigating through the crowded streets, Xiaoyu arrived directly at the Kinwang Gym. Looking up, he noted that its architecture resembled numerous white umbrellas clustered together, exuding a sense of design, yet appearing somewhat monotonous compared to other gyms in his discerning eyes. As the official gym of Kinwang City, its leader, Naji, specialized in psychic-type Pokémon, making her quite formidable. However, defeating her would yield the coveted golden badge. Upon entering the gym through the automatic doors, Xiaoyu glanced around. The hall was devoid of anyone to greet him, and after taking a few steps forward, he caught sight of a group of individuals clad in white lab coats seated at a table in an adjacent room, intently focused on their spoons, seemingly engaged in some psychic training. Chapter 39. The Psychic Duel. At that moment, footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, sporting a beard, and dressed casually, approached him. "What brings you here?" "Hello," Xiaoyu replied amicably. "I am here to challenge the gym leader, Naji. May I ask if she is present?" The man nodded, his gaze shifting to Kyra Lillian. "You also favor psychic-type Pokémon. Yet, you appear to lack the potential to awaken psychic abilities yourself." "Huh," Xiaoyu responded, perplexed. "I don't need to perform magic tricks. What use are psychic abilities?" "What? Magic tricks?" The man felt a lump in his throat, clearing it a few times before turning to venture deeper into the gym. "Follow me, but don't say I didn't warn you. Those without psychic abilities cannot fully harness the power of psychic-type Pokémon, unable to unleash their full potential." Xiaoyu mused, stroking Kyra Lillian's head, refraining from retorting immediately. He understood that this merely implied that trainers lacking psychic abilities could not establish a connection with their Pokémon. While this indeed posed a challenge for other trainers and their psychic Pokémon, it was not an issue for Xiaoyu and Kyra Lillian. Traversing a long corridor, Xiaoyu arrived at the battlefield. The floor was adorned with marble tiles, flanked by stone pillars reaching the ceiling, and torches flickered at the edges, giving the space a more temple-like ambience than that of a gym. On the opposite side of the arena, a striking woman with long black hair, tall stature, fair complexion, and dressed in a tight red leather dress and long black stockings, sat calmly on a chair, observing him intently. This was Naji, the leader of the Kinwang Gym. "Naji, another challenger has arrived," the middle-aged man announced, stepping into the center of the battlefield to assume the role of referee. Naji gracefully levitated off the ground, slowly ascending to the trainer's command area. The sheer ability to do so with her psychic powers left Xiaoyu both envious and astonished. I have foreseen your arrival. Naji's voice was calm, yet distant, as if devoid of any significant emotional fluctuation. However, your presence carries an unwelcome aura of mischief. Xiaoyu recalled his impressions of her vividly. From a young age, Naji had awakened her innate and formidable psychic abilities. Regrettably, her obsession with honing these powers had gradually rendered her emotionally withdrawn, leading her to shun friendships, devastate her home, and even use her abilities to expel her father, transforming her mother into a doll in the process. It was from that moment on that Naji's personality splintered into two. One, a powerful persona unyielding to anyone, and the other, a mischievous spirit yearning for companionship, plagued by loneliness. However, now is a fortuitous moment for Xiaoyu. Just days prior, Ash had successfully restored Nasi to her former self using a Jengar he had obtained from the Ghost Tower. At this moment, although she still appeared cold and emotionally distant, she was no longer closed off from her family and occasionally bore a smile. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyu swiftly cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside her. He must be Nasi's father, she thought. Regaining her focus, Xiaoyu inquired, "What are the battle rules?" Nasi replied, "It is a one-on-one match. Defeating my Pokémon will signify your success in the challenge." As she spoke, Nasi slowly produced a Pokeball, with a flash of red light. A Pokémon resembling a golden fox with whiskers materialized on the battlefield. Indeed, it was the Yungara that accompanied Nasi in the animation. Pokédex entry, Ding. Yungara. The telekinesis Pokémon, psychic type, the evolved form of Keisai. Strange phenomena occur in the presence of Yungara, such as clocks reversing. It can emit unique alpha waves from its body that inflict pain on approaching enemies. Furthermore, it demands high standards from its trainers. Only those with substantial mental strength will earn its respect. It is said that without a spoon, its psychic abilities are diminished to half. Xiaoyu tucked away the Pokédex and gestured forward. Below her feet, Kyurem walked slowly toward the battleground. "Aren't you sending out your ghost-type Pokémon?" Nasi asked. Xiaoyu shook her head, refraining from further explanation. After all, Jengar's strength was overwhelming and advantageous in type matchups. Utilizing it against Yungara would not only deny her Pokémon the chance to train, but also leave no opportunity for the opponent to retaliate. At that moment, a Jengar flew in from the side, circling Nasi before seemingly spotting Xiaoyu's shadowy Jengar and hastily approaching. Upon seeing it, Xiaoyu's Jengar emerged from the shadows, and the two Pokémon playfully made faces at each other, exuding joy. Jengar's evolution was present, and their immediate camaraderie suggested that this lineage indeed revels in playful antics. However, this was the Jengar Ash had brought from the Ghost Tower, now accompanying Nasi instead of returning to the tower. Noticing that both Pokémon were ready and that Nasi showed no inclination to strike first, Xiaoyu called out, "Kyurem, use telekinesis." Kyurem raised its hands, and in an instant, telekinesis was unleashed, sending an invisible force toward Yungara. While Nasi remained silent, Yungara raised its spoon-wielding arm and emitted its own telekinesis. The two forces clashed in the air, erupting in a brilliant light. However, as the energies continued to surge, Kyurem's expression gradually reflected its exertion. Despite both having undergone evolution, Kyurem's psychic powers were inevitably suppressed by Yungara. Ultimately, Yungara's telekinesis struck Kyurem, causing it to stagger backward. Fortunately, both Pokémon shared the same type, rendering their psychic attacks relatively harmless against each other. Kyurem, use Magical Leaf. With Xiaoyu's command, a green light formed in Kyurem's hands, followed by a flurry of magical leaves shooting at Yungara with astounding speed. Nasi's expression remained unchanged, yet Yungara, in a moment of urgency, employed teleport to evade the attack. Without uttering a word, she was able to communicate telepathically with Yungara, issuing commands. This was the true essence of Nasi's formidable prowess. Chapter 40. Tactical Deception. Once visible again, Yungara launched another telekinesis at Kyurem, lifting it into the air. However, when Kyurem also used telekinesis to resist, it merely struggled briefly before freeing itself. Kyurem, use Magical Leaf. The attack surged once more toward Yungara, but as before, Yungara effortlessly avoided it with teleport. This time, however, Xiaoyu was prepared. With a mere thought, Kyurem understood his intent and unleashed telekinesis the moment Yungara reappeared. Caught off guard, Yungara staggered, and although it attempted to break free with its own telekinesis, it still sustained minor damage. Thus, the two Pokémon were now evenly matched. Nasi remarked calmly, "Though you lack psychic abilities, your connection with your Pokémon is quite impressive. It seems your training has been exceptional." You and your Youngera are truly remarkable. Xiaoyu returned the compliment. While in terms of psychic prowess, his Kyurem was no match for hers. Nassi's lips curled slightly upward, revealing no other change in her demeanor. Even she felt a tinge of joy when complimented by other trainers. Nevertheless, she showed no mercy when it came to her next move. Suddenly, Youngera's eyes turned crimson, emitting waves of energy that enveloped Kyurem. This was a psychic move that could inflict damage while potentially causing confusion. Hypnosis Beam. Kyurem, use Teleport. Kyurem vanished, skillfully evading the attack. Xiaoyu's mind raced. With both Pokémon sharing the same attributes, relying solely on psychic attacks would not suffice to determine a victor. In a flash of inspiration, he shouted, Kyurem, use Telekinesis. Still planning to use Telekinesis? Nassi scoffed. Have you forgotten what you just stated? Kyurem's strength pales in comparison to my Youngera. As she spoke, she relayed a command to Youngera through their mental link. Youngera prepared to engage in a direct contest of telekinesis. However, as its psychic energy was unleashed, it suddenly discovered that the incoming attack was not telekinesis, but rather magical leaf. What? Both Youngera and Nassi were taken aback. Oh, did you not follow my command? Kyurem, Xiaoyu feigned surprise. The invisible telekinesis clashed with the relentless magical leaves, ultimately yielding to the latter, which struck Youngera. Being a grass-type attack, it no longer dealt merely half damage due to the lack of type disadvantage. Youngera winced in pain, kneeling on the ground. Nassi gazed at Xiaoyu, astonished. You deceived your opponent with falsehoods? No. Xiaoyu quickly shook his head, vehemently denying it. However, seeing Nassi's furrowed brow, it was evident she did not believe his evasive words. Clearing his throat, he rephrased. Alright, this is actually my trainer technique. I call it incongruity or contradiction, though if possible, I would prefer you to refer to it as tactical deception. Tactical deception? Nassi scoffed inwardly, ignoring him. The next moment, Youngera was enveloped in a golden glow, rapidly mending the scratches inflicted by the magical leaf. Oh no, it's regeneration, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Kyurem, use telekinesis. As he spoke, even before he could finish, Kyurem raised both hands, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that struck Youngela. This force sent Youngela tumbling to the ground, although it did not inflict significant damage. It interrupted its self-regeneration and knocked its spoon to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with determination, understanding the moment was ripe, and he decisively commanded, use Magic Leaf. The Magic Leaf spiraled like a miniature tornado, enveloping Youngela. Although Youngela could have teleported away, it could not abandon its spoon and stubbornly endured the full brunt of the magic damage amidst the verdant leaves, ultimately bending down to retrieve its spoon. When the magic leaf dissipated, Youngela was left gasping for breath, battered and bruised. Excellent, Xiaoyu exclaimed, finish it off. Use Charming Voice. Kyurem let out a beguiling call, followed by waves of pink sound waves that radiated outward, penetrating Youngela's form. The Charming Voice replaced the Shadow Clone, being a fairy-type move that, upon hitting, would invariably inflict mental anguish. As a result of this strike, Youngela swayed unsteadily before collapsing, unable to rise again. Witnessing this, Naz's father sighed softly, raised his right hand, and declared loudly, Youngela has lost its ability to battle. Kyurem is victorious. Naz retrieved Youngela into its Pokeball and approached Xiaoyu slowly. Despite the loss, her expression remained unchanged, cold and devoid of any further emotion. You have won. This is your well-deserved reward. With a wave of her hand, a badge fluttered in from the side, gently landing in Xiaoyu's palm. This badge was, of course, the golden badge, shaped like a round button. It glimmered with a golden hue that radiated the brilliance of gold. Placing it into his badge collection box, Xiaoyu now possessed 4 badges, indicating that he had triumphed over 4 gym leaders, leaving him halfway to the 8 badges required to participate in the quartz conference. With a casual wave to Naz, Xiaoyu departed the golden gym, leaving her with an elegant silhouette. Upon exiting the gym, he proceeded directly to a nearby shop selling Pokémon items. Since capturing Zapdos, Xiaoyu felt that his standard Pokeballs were inadequate for capturing Pokémon securely, so he purchased several Ultra Balls as a precaution, along with numerous Pockets to store in his backpack. Having completed his preparations, just as he was about to head to the Pokémon Center to restore his team's stamina, a fleeting glimpse of fire captured his attention. He looked up at the nearby skyscraper and noticed, through the windows on the upper floors, a sudden eruption of smoke and sparks, suggesting that a battle was occurring within. Can Pokémon battles actually take place inside the building? Xiaoyu pondered, shaking his head. He was about to continue walking when he suddenly halted and turned to look at the name of the towering structure. Silver Tower. Silver Tower. Isn't that the company building in the Pokémon game that was occupied by Team Rocket? Xiaoyu scrutinized further, although everything on the first floor appeared normal. With security personnel patrolling and the receptionist yawning in boredom, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. At that moment, a police car blared past him. Not stopping at Silver Tower but heading further away. Xiaoyu scanned the area and listened intently, sensing that a commotion was unfolding several streets away. How strange, he mused. I just finished a gym battle, and now the entire city seems somewhat different. It's as if something significant is occurring. Venturing into a deserted alley, Xiaoyu climbed to a higher vantage point and retrieved his binoculars to observe the upper levels of Silver Tower. The smoke had dissipated, revealing several individuals clad in black uniforms emblazoned with large letters, herding a group of researchers away while extinguishing the flames with fire extinguishers. Team Rocket, he realized. Contemplating, he found a public phone booth and dialed emergency services. The phone rang for quite some time before being answered, but when Xiaoyu conveyed the situation, the response left him astonished. What? You've already sent someone to Silver Tower, but found no abnormalities? Indeed, came the voice on the other end. We've been there twice. But everything appeared normal, nothing was discovered. Currently, there are numerous disturbances caused by Team Rocket throughout the city, and we are overwhelmed. Unable to address what seems to be a prank. What? Xiaoyu exclaimed, this is far from a prank. He sighed and abruptly hung up. Now, he comprehended Team Rocket's scheme. They had initially placed a call to the police, leading them to Silver Tower, but upon finding everything seemingly in order, the police dismissed it as a prank and returned to the station. Meanwhile, Team Rocket dispatched peripheral members to incite chaos throughout the city, drawing the police's attention while their main force seized control of the building. Even if researchers attempted to call the police, when law enforcement arrived again, they would be met by disguised Team Rocket members in the lobby, who, given the prior encounter, would not conduct a thorough investigation, thus treating it as another prank. In this manner, Team Rocket could boldly seize the entirety of Silver Company. What a cunning strategy. However, as an evil organization, Xiaoyu could not simply stand by after witnessing such events. Resolving to take action, he snapped several photos and sent them to his friend. However, these images were taken too late. They captured only the remnants of smoke and fire, devoid of any Team Rocket members or the captured researchers. His friend quickly called back. Is it truly a major operation by Team Rocket? The tone was both excited yet tinged with regret. Damn, I'm currently in Rainbow City investigating the Team Rocket base. Even if I rush over, I fear I will not arrive in time. It is indeed a significant operation, Xiaoyu replied slowly. And judging by the situation, they have likely completely taken over the entire building. His friend inquired, did you report it to the police? Of course. What did they say? Did they send someone? Xiaoyu chuckled ruefully, recounting everything he had just learned in his deductions. I see, his friend mused, grasping the essence of the matter. It appears they had this planned all along. But why target that place? Silver Company is the most renowned manufacturer and seller of products in the Pokémon world, including many items like Pokeballs. Given Team Rocket's financial resources, they shouldn't need those Pokeballs. Moreover, once the situation leaks, it would undoubtedly provoke a police backlash. No matter how you think about it, I cannot fathom their reasoning. Why bother with the reasoning? Xiaoyu remained indifferent, stating that even if the Rockets were merely attending a birthday celebration for the owner of the Silver Company, we must not allow them to succeed. You are right. The handsome man chuckled before shifting the conversation. However, these photographs you provided do not capture the Rockets. Even if I submit them to headquarters, collaborating with the police, I fear they may not gain their trust. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Is your status in Interpol so low that you lack any persuasive power? Let us set that aside for now, the man said, clearing his throat awkwardly. The pressing matter is to uncover their true intentions. I wonder if you could assist me with this task? Although Xiaoyu was inclined to help, he replied, hey, as an Interpol agent, isn't it inappropriate to involve an ordinary person like me in such dangerous affairs? You are no ordinary person, the handsome man praised. From the incident with the ST and a vessel, it is clear you are a kind-hearted elite trainer. Moreover, I will not let you face this alone. I will request assistance from the Pokémon League through my personal connections. The Pokémon League? They are involved in this. After hanging up, Xiaoyu stood in the shadows, closely monitoring the situation at the Silver Tower. After a while, a woman of similar age approached from behind. Xiaoyu turned to see it was Naji. What are you doing here? He exclaimed. To his surprise, Naji responded, the Pokémon League just contacted me, saying an Interpol agent needed help. I didn't expect it would be you. I am not an Interpol agent. Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands. I am merely assisting him. Have you heard the details? Naji shook her head. They only mentioned it was urgent and instructed me to come here to assist and follow orders, so I hurried over. With Naji's help, a formidable ally had arrived. Xiaoyu recounted the events leading up to this moment. So, We just need to enter the building and ascertain the situation inside. Naji turned to look at the silver tower and asked, how do we get in? Entering from the first floor is impossible, Xiaoyu replied, clearly having devised a plan. I initially intended to have Kyurem use telekinesis to lift me in from above and let Guis explore. However, since you are here now, let us enter together. Chapter 42. Infiltration of the tower. Naji calmly inquired. So, where should we enter? Xiaoyu lifted his gaze to the surveillance cameras surrounding the silver tower, then looked around before pointing to an adjacent commercial building. This structure rose only half the height of the silver tower. If they could access its rooftop, they could enter the silver tower's interior while evading the rockets on the ground floor. Naji agreed without objection, following Xiaoyu as they crossed the street, blending in with a group of office workers to enter the building. They took the elevator to the top floor, and at the staircase leading to the upper levels. Naji used her psychic abilities to unlock the door, granting them unobstructed access to the rooftop. It was apparent that psychic abilities were indeed a powerful and convenient asset. The cool breeze brushed against Xiaoyu as he stood at the edge of the railing, gazing out. The bustling vehicles below appeared minuscule, and the silver tower in the distance loomed significantly. Are you scared? Naji gently asked. Not exactly scared, just a bit unsteady, Xiaoyu admitted candidly. Though at such a moment, retreat was not an option. He soon spotted a broken window from when the rockets invaded, a large, shattered floor-to-ceiling window leading to an empty office due to the chaos. Let us enter from there, he suggested. Naji nodded in agreement, and Xiaoyu signaled to Kyurem, who approached and wrapped its arms around his waist. With a sudden burst of energy, they teleported. The next moment, they found themselves inside the office. Upon turning back, Xiaoyu saw Naji effortlessly float in from the opposite rooftop, her body moving as if carried by an invisible force. All right, you have psychic powers, you're impressive. Once they reunited, Xiaoyu quietly summoned Guis. Guis emerged from his shadow. What is it? Before Xiaoyu could respond, Naji gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. It can talk? What's so strange about that? Guis replied, casting a glance at Naji. It is merely a trivial human language. Young lady, your experiences are rather limited. Enough with the banter, Xiaoyu interjected. We should scout the area nearby. Make sure to clarify the rockets' positions. As Guis vanished through the walls, Naji turned to Xiaoyu, as if seeing him anew. A Pokémon trainer, an Interpol agent, and a talking Guis. I didn't expect someone your age to have such rich experiences. That pales in comparison to your accomplishments, Xiaoyu replied. Despite the perilous situation, he felt surprisingly calm. With your psychic abilities and status as a gym leader, you are truly someone to be admired. Perhaps having received too many compliments, Naji brushed it off and inquired again, do you know the rocket's objective? Xiaoyu shrugged, expressing his ignorance. The details about Silver Company from the game were too distant for him to recall clearly, though he was certain it involved the company's president. He pulled out his phone to check for a signal, only to find it completely blocked, just as it had been on the St. Anu vessel. Before long, Guis returned. Most of the rocket's members are concentrated on the upper and lower floors. The middle section is quite vacant. What about the employees in the building? Xiaoyu asked. They have all been gathered in a few rooms for confinement, Guis replied. From what I can see, the rockets have no intention of harming them. So they are currently safe. What do you want to do next? Naji inquired. With so many people, we cannot possibly rescue them all, Xiaoyu reflected. I think we should locate the president's office and rescue him. As long as we ensure his safe escape, the rocket's plans will ultimately fail. Naji nodded. That sounds quite dangerous. But rest assured, since I have accepted this task, I will certainly assist you. Her words offered a sense of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu peered cautiously into the corridor, only to quickly retreat. There are surveillance cameras ahead. We will definitely be seen if we go out like this. We must first disable the monitoring system before leaving. He turned to Guis and instructed, let's split up. Head to the monitoring room and see if you can incapacitate the entire system. Then, meet us on the top floor. Leave it to me, Guis grinned. Destruction is what I excel at. With that, it vanished from the room. At the Silver Tower's first floor monitoring room, 2 rocket members were intently focused on the surveillance screens, wary of missing any significant information. Before today's operation, whether it was their large-scale endeavor or the orders from their superiors, it had long been decreed that everyone must be on high alert, with no room for complacency. As ordinary members harboring grand aspirations, they naturally executed this command flawlessly. Although the nefarious organization often engaged in malevolent activities, the internal treatment within Team Rocket remained commendable. Not only were they vast in scale, boasting numerous large, inter-regional publicly listed companies, but they also provided their members with comprehensive social welfare, ensured timely salary disbursements, equipped them with necessary resources, including Pokémon and frequently organized social gatherings, tea parties, and motivational meetings, which fostered a remarkable sense of cohesion among them. Suddenly, a frivolous male voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Hello. How's the situation on your end?" Reporting to Mr. Lance. One Team Rocket member responded respectfully. No anomalies detected outside the building. The voice on the walkie-talkie inquired further. And inside the building? The member glanced across all the surveillance screens. No irregularities detected on any floor. Very well, the light-hearted voice commended, then instructed, stay vigilant. And report any issues immediately. After placing the walkie-talkie aside, the member wiped the sweat from his brow and jested, no matter how many times I speak with these officials, it always leaves me trembling with fear. However, his words lingered in the air without receiving any response from his companions. Feeling perplexed, he turned around only to find one of the members slumped over the control console, utterly motionless, seemingly asleep. "What are you joking about?" he exclaimed, approaching the comrade and giving him a firm shake. "How can you dare to sleep at a time like this? You truly have a heart of stone." Yet, despite his vigorous prodding, there was no sign of awakening from the slumbering member. Alarmed, he was about to call out loudly when he suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. He quickly turned around to find a dark, round face looming in front of him. Before he could scream, a broad, saliva-laden tongue had already licked his face. In an instant, he felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, collapsing to the ground just like his comrade. Gengar cackled malevolently. "Enjoy your nightmare." After incapacitating the two Team Rocket members, Gengar surveyed the various surveillance devices before conjuring a shadow ball, which he hurled at the main control panel. In the next moment, with a series of crackling sounds, rows of screens went dark. That should suffice, he mused contentedly, preparing to vanish when suddenly the walkie-talkie sprang to life. "Is this the surveillance room? I thought I heard something. Has anything happened there?" Gengar's form began to shift, ultimately resembling the previously incapacitated Team Rocket member. He picked up the walkie-talkie and, mimicking the original's voice and tone, replied, reporting, "Everything is normal here. The noise was merely me accidentally bumping into a chair." "Oh, I see," the voice on the other end expressed, harboring no suspicion. "Continue monitoring." In the office on the 15th floor, Xiaoyu peeked into the corridor and noticed the red light on the monitor extinguished, indicating that Gengar had succeeded. He beckoned to Nashi, and the two hastily made their way toward the stairs. Under such circumstances, they dared not use the elevator. If discovered, there would be no retreat. However, they were met with misfortune, as they suddenly heard chaotic footsteps approaching from within just as they were about to reach the stairwell. Xiaoyu's heart raced. The footsteps were alarmingly close, and it seemed they would collide at any moment. Given that they had already ventured far, returning to their previous room would undoubtedly consume too much precious time. Before he could react, Nashi seized his sleeve, pulling him into a nearby room. They had scarcely shut the door when several individuals emerged from the stairwell, arriving at their floor. Exchanging a knowing glance with Nashi, they both understood that they were still far from the top floor and must not expose their whereabouts. Simultaneously, they turned to seek a hiding place. The room appeared to be an activity area for Silver Company, furnished with several billiard tables and sofas and adorned with greenery in the corners. At the far end, a row of tall lockers stood side by side. They hurried to the lockers and attempted to pull open the doors, only to find them locked. Just as Nashi was about to use her psychic powers to unlock a cabinet, Xiaoyu managed to open one, revealing just enough space for both of them to conceal themselves. Noticing that footsteps were drawing nearer, Nashi wasted no time and quickly climbed inside. Xiaoyu retrieved his Pokeball, recalling Chikorita, and joined her in the locker. However, even though the locker had ample capacity, it was still somewhat cramped for two people, resulting in inevitable physical contact. Their breaths mingled in the confined space. Nevertheless, they had no time to dwell on this as the door to the activity room swung open, and several Team Rocket members slowly entered. One of them declared, "Everyone, search thoroughly. We must not overlook anyone." "Captain," someone replied, "didn't we already search the entire building? Why are we searching again?" "Fool," the captain scolded, "this company is vast, and those researchers are cunning. They might be hiding somewhere, a potential oversight. Our plan cannot afford any mistakes. Keep your eyes wide open and search diligently." The footsteps drew closer, and one Team Rocket member approached the lockers, reaching for the door. However, it remained firmly shut. After shaking it to confirm it was locked, he moved on to the next locker. After trying several more, he stood before Xiaoyu, who felt a sinking sensation in his heart and braced himself for an explosive reveal. Yet, when the Team Rocket member tugged at the locker door, he found it just as unyielding as the others. "Why is everything locked?" he muttered under his breath. Xiaoyu turned to Nashi, realizing she had used her psychic power. "Captain," called a voice from the other side of the room, "is it really locked?" They're all locked. The captain replied. Then let us move on to the next room. Wait, can we take a break? Someone complained. We've already searched several floors and are exhausted. Exactly. Let us rest for a bit, echoed several other Team Rocket members. After a moment's consideration, the captain acquiesced. Very well, we'll rest here for 5 minutes. And then we'll continue our operation. The members cheered, promptly sinking into the sofas. Within the dim confines of the locker, Xiaoyu and Nashi remained silent. The air growing stagnant as time passed, becoming increasingly suffocating and warm. In the activity room, the Team Rocket members seized the rare opportunity to relax, their minds wandering as they engaged in casual conversation. By the way, what is the ultimate purpose of this large-scale operation? As lower-ranking members, they were not privy to the details of the mission, but their curiosity compelled them to inquire during this brief respite. In the beginning, the captain was reluctant to divulge any information. However, unable to withstand the persistent inquiries from the others, he pondered for a moment before finally speaking. All right. I cannot disclose much, but I can share a fragment of our goal. Clearing his throat gently, he continued, beyond the assets of this company. Our true objective is the Master Ball they are secretly developing. A Master Ball? One of the team members exclaimed in bewilderment. What is that? It is the most coveted of all Pokeballs, the captain replied, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. It is said that no matter what Pokemon it is, using this ball guarantees a 100 capture rate, even without battling or exhausting the creature. How incredible! The members of Team Rocket gasped in astonishment. Of course, the captain chuckled. Why else would we go to such lengths to seize this place? If we truly obtain the Master Ball, capturing formidable and rare Pokémon will no longer be a mere dream. Chapter 44. Layers of obstacles. Their objective was indeed this. At that moment, Nashi shifted uncomfortably, having maintained a single posture for too long, her body inevitably feeling somewhat stiff. Yet, with her movement, although there was a slight alleviation, her proximity to Xiaoyu became even more intimate. Sensing the soft contact, Xiaoyu's heart raced, and even Nashi's breathing grew heavier. Fortunately, the Team Rocket members only rested for a brief moment before departing from the activity room. Once their voices vanished, the two hurriedly emerged from the changing cabinet. Having been cooped up for so long, Xiaoyu took a deep breath of fresh air. Was it merely his imagination, or did he feel an alluring scent lingering from Nashi's closeness? To avoid any awkwardness, Xiaoyu refrained from glancing at Nashi's expression and instead approached the door. Cautiously peering outside, a dark, round face met his gaze, startling him as he recognized it to be his Jengar's. What are you doing out here? Isn't it because your movements were too slow? Jengar's floated in, casting a suspicious glance between Xiaoyu and Nashi. What were you two doing just now? Why is her face a bit flushed? Hey, don't say such things, Xiaoyu exclaimed, hurriedly attempting to cover Jengar's mouth, only for his hand to pass through the ghostly figure. We were merely evading Team Rocket's search. Rest assured, Team Rocket has already left. Jengar's grinned mischievously, clearly interpreting Xiaoyu's explanation as a cover. Since there's nothing to worry about, let's hurry and leave. Exiting the activity room, the two ascended the staircase, but regrettably, the building was teeming with Team Rocket members. Before long, they encountered several of them head-on. Who are you? One member, noticing their attire was markedly different from that of the researchers, shouted. However, before any action could be taken, the next moment found them ensnared by psychic energy, transformed into small dolls by Nashi. This tactic had previously been employed by her against Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia during a gym challenge, leaving those ensnared utterly defenseless. Although they had successfully dealt with these individuals, the earlier shout had alerted others, prompting numerous Team Rocket members to converge on their location. Indeed, it cannot proceed as smoothly as anticipated. The two sprinted up the stairs, pursued by an increasingly large number of Team Rocket members. There are intruders. How could the monitoring room not detect them? How infuriating. How did they manage to infiltrate? After ascending several floors, their path was abruptly blocked by another group of Team Rocket members. Now, trapped between pursuers and barriers, their escape route was completely sealed. In this dire situation, Xiaoyu decisively produced a Pokeball, releasing Kyurem. Jengar's, use Hypnosis. Kyurem, employ Psychic. The two Pokemon unleashed their moves simultaneously. And before the Team Rocket members could even summon their Pokemon, they collapsed like bowling pins. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu and Nashi continued their ascent. At the top of the silver building, in the president's office, Sakamoto, dressed in a sharp black suit and with meticulously groomed hair, surveyed an elderly man seated on the sofa. Despite his advanced age, the old man appeared vibrant and composed, showing no signs of panic even in the face of adversity. Old fool, Sakamoto's voice was low and deliberate, exuding an oppressive force. For the safety of your employees, you had better tell me where the Master Ball is hidden. Do abandon that hope, the old man replied calmly. Such a perilous Pokeball would never be entrusted to you. He continued. I truly did not expect the infamous Team Rocket leader would personally lead a takeover of my company. How surprising. Sakamoto remained unfazed by the old man's taunts. In truth, after thoroughly searching the building without uncovering the Master Ball, this elderly gentleman had become his last hope, and due to his age, Sakamoto was not inclined to resort to violence. At this moment, a Team Rocket member approached Sakamoto and whispered a few words in his ear. Intruders? Sakamoto cast a cold glance at the member, his demeanor authoritative. Why was this only discovered now? Cold sweat beaded on the member's forehead as he stammered. It's because they infiltrated the control room, incapacitating our personnel and damaging equipment, which disrupted our carefully laid plans. Who are the intruders? The intruders are two individuals. One has been identified as Nashi, the gym leader of the Golden Gym. The other is a male, of a similar age to Nashi, but his identity remains unverified. Nashi. A flicker of malice crossed Sakamoto's eyes. While others were inconsequential, his familiarity with Nashi, as a fellow official of the Pokémon League, posed a significant threat. If she were to discover his true identity, it would indeed be a substantial loss. With this thought, he glanced at a Rocket executive who had been leaning against the wall. Lance, I entrust this matter to you. Do not allow them to leave alive. The man named Lance, wearing a standard-issue Team Rocket black cap and sporting short azure hair, responded with an elegant bow, his tone light yet respectful. Rest assured, my lord. Everything will be resolved shortly. As Xiaoyu and Nashi, breathless and weary, finally reached the floor, they suddenly heard the whirring of helicopter blades from outside. A helicopter swiftly departed from the silver building, vanishing into the distant sky. They entered the floor, locking the door to the stairwell. And just as they prepared to exhale in relief, a round of applause echoed before them. Lance approached, clapping his hands, and praised. To breach our Team Rocket's formidable defenses and arrive here. I must say, you two are quite impressive. Surrounded by numerous members of Team Rocket, Lance stood firm. While behind them, the relentless pursuit of Team Rocket culminated in a violent crash as they broke through the stairway door, flooding into the corridor. Chapter 45. The third executive, however, your stroke of luck ends here. With Lance's declaration, the members of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon, instantly overcrowding the corridor. Xiaoyu and Nasi stood back to back, clinging to each other, wary of any moment of negligence. What shall we do now? Should we escape? Nasi inquired softly. Certainly not. Xiaoyu shook his head, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and tossing it into the air. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. A flash of blue light illuminated the corridor as a majestic Pokémon, with a wingspan nearing 3 meters, its golden body crackling with electricity, emerged before them. Is that Zapdos? Wow, it's my first time seeing one. The Team Rocket members gasped in astonishment, and even Nasi turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the legendary Pokémon. Such mythical creatures are exceedingly rare. Most ordinary people would never encounter one in their lifetime, let alone attempt to capture or battle it. Do not panic. Seeing his team in disarray, Lance shouted to calm them. Even if he possesses Zapdos, what difference does it make? Let us attack together. Xiaoyu commanded. Zapdos, use Thunderbolt. Initially reluctant to heed Xiaoyu's command, Zapdos, sensing the imminent attack from all sides, let out a fierce cry and unleashed an indiscriminate assault. Brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from Zapdos, not only countering the moves of other Pokémon, but also spreading out to engulf most of the corridor. In that instant, Kyurem seized Xiaoyu and Nasi's hands, teleporting them to the other side of the corridor, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The blinding electric display echoed with the cries and wails of the Team Rocket members. When the light dissipated, the corridor lay strewn with the fallen bodies of Team Rocket members and their Pokémon. Damn it! Lance's expression darkened as he turned towards Xiaoyu. He had narrowly escaped the thunderbolt from his position at the back of the crowd and, gritting his teeth, released his own Pokémon. Unless you defeat me, you shall not leave this place. His Pokémon were the same as those encountered by Xiaoyu aboard the St. Anu, Hypno, and Weezing. The sound of footsteps echoed as more Team Rocket members poured in from the stairway, aligning behind Lance. TCH, Xiaoyu sighed, this relentless onslaught is indeed troublesome. At that moment, Nasi stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Xiaoyu, casting an alluring silhouette. Leave this to me, now. You must go and do what you need to do. Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily, yet understanding the urgency of the situation. He recognized that this was not a moment for hesitation. Given Nasi's exceptional abilities, he felt reassured. Very well, I will leave Zapdos and Gengar with you. Just be careful. Without waiting for Nasi's agreement, he took Kyurem and dashed towards the president's office without obstruction. Damn, stop right there. Lance attempted to pursue Xiaoyu, but But after only a few steps, he found his path blocked by Nasi, who calmly threw forth her Pokeball. Upon entering the office, Xiaoyu was met with the sight of an elderly man slumped on the sofa, the room devoid of anyone else. Huh, Bamu isn't here? Recalling the helicopter that had just departed, Xiaoyu's heart raced. Without time to ponder, he noticed the old man's demeanor and attire indicated he was not a member of Team Rocket. Rushing forward, he assisted the old man to his feet. Are you all right? The elder opened his eyes, gazing at Xiaoyu, visibly relieved. You police officers are quite slow to arrive. Apologies, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. I am not a police officer. I was merely commissioned to investigate the situation. What? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not a police officer, and yet managed to infiltrate here? Remarkable. Those Team Rocket members outside, indeed. Xiaoyu paused, allowing the elder to hear the continuous cries from the corridor. They are still out there. We should hurry and leave. However, just as he was helping the elder, intending to have Kyurem teleport them away, a woman's voice suddenly echoed within the room. I knew that scoundrel Lance was unreliable. He allowed a rat to slip in, truly a waste of the leader's trust. Xiaoyu whirled around, discovering a woman clad in a white Team Rocket uniform, with red eyebrows and hair, standing ominously in the corner of the office. Her presence was ghostly, eerie, and without a trace. Who are you? Xiaoyu demanded. Allow me to introduce myself. The woman's expression was both fierce and imposing. My name is Athena. I am a researcher and, like that inept fellow outside, one of the executives of Team Rocket. Another executive? Xiaoyu scrutinized her, assessing her as a researcher. Athena nodded with a smile. My primary focus is on researching forced evolution of Pokémon. I came here today hoping to encounter the legendary Master Ball, but it seems this old man is rather tight-lipped. Noting her evidently malicious demeanor, Xiaoyu remained vigilant, responding with a smile. Since you are a researcher, engaging in battle would tarnish your reputation. How about we pretend we have never met and leave safely? You're quite the silver-tongued lad, she retorted with a derisive smile. Might I inquire as to your identity? That is out of the question, Xiaoyu shrugged. My mother once advised me never to reveal my name to those who appear fierce and unlikable. Though their exchange seemed lighthearted, it was a battle of wits. With neither willing to concede, Athena's expression soured, clearly growing furious. Very well, then I cannot allow you to leave. With that, she produced 2 Pokeballs from her pocket, releasing her Pokémon. One was a massive serpent-like Pokémon, Arbok, while the other resembled a large crow, entirely black, with feathers resembling a wizard's hat and a tail akin to a broom, known as Murkrow. At this juncture, Xiaoyu ceased to engage in further banter, throwing forth his own Pokeballs. In a dazzling display of blue light, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, and Eevee materialized in the office. Tension filled the air as the stage was set for an inevitable clash. Chapter 46. The conclusion of the incident and gratitude shielding the elder behind him. Xiaoyu took the initiative, commanding, let us attack together. His Pokémon unleashed their moves simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of colorful skills hurtling toward Murkrow and Arbok. As Athena directed her Pokémon to evade, she mockingly remarked, using numbers to overwhelm a single opponent. Your tactics are quite different from the average trainer. In response to her mockery, Xiaoyu chose not to engage further, for this was not a trainer battle that required the articulation of rules. Nevertheless, her 2 Pokémon were undeniably formidable. Despite being besieged by several others, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. Dark Raven, use Wing Attack. Arbok, deploy Acid Bomb. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyu was resolute and opted for a direct confrontation. Charmander, unleash Ember. Squirtle, fire Water Gun. The techniques clashed, resulting in an explosion. However, Xiaoyu commanded with confidence, Leafeon, use Thunderbolt. Bulbasaur, employ Leaf Blade. Caught off guard, Dark Raven and Arbok each succumbed to the attacks, emitting low cries of distress. Athena gritted her teeth, realizing she had underestimated this man and the number of his Pokémon. Excellent. Seeing the effectiveness of the assault, Xiaoyu pressed the advantage, commanding, Kirlia, use Psychic to immobilize them. Originally evading the strikes, Arbok suddenly found itself ensnared by the psychic force, halting momentarily, allowing Xiaoyu's Pokémon to unleash a barrage of attacks simultaneously. The onslaught revealed the precariousness of Athena's position, and despite her reluctance, she was compelled by necessity to issue the most prudent command. Damn it, we retreat. With that, she recalled Arbok into its Pokeball and leapt through the shattered window of the office, plummeting from the 20-something floors of the building. Xiaoyu barely had time to register the fleeting shadow of Dark Raven as it swooped past him, clutching one of Athena's arms and whisking her away from the silver building. With Athena truly gone, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, surveying the chaos strewn about, and turned back apologetically. I'm sorry for the state of your office. The elderly man smiled kindly, saying, no worries. In comparison to the safety of life, this minor damage is inconsequential. However, to everyone's astonishment, Athena's withdrawal seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The sounds of battle in the corridor had ceased, and the voices of the Team Rocket members had vanished. When Xiaoyu opened the office door, he encountered Nasi face to face. "Are you all right?" Xiaoyu inquired with concern, glancing over Nasi's shoulder to look behind her. "I'm fine," she shook her head, but for some reason, they all retreated unexpectedly. In the corridor, aside from the remnants of the recent battle, there was no trace left of Team Rocket. Even the unconscious members had been taken away. Perhaps their plans were disrupted, and the abduction of the old gentleman was rendered futile, prompting their exit. As he spoke, Xiaoyu returned the remaining Pokémon to their Pokeballs, keeping only Kirlia and Jengar. The elderly man's gaze flitted between Xiaoyu's face and the Pokeball containing Zapdos, nodding subtly. He expressed heartfelt gratitude. "I cannot thank you both enough. Had you not come to my aid today, not only would this office have been utterly destroyed, but the world might have faced a calamity." This was not an exaggeration. If the Master Ball fell into the hands of Team Rocket and was mass-produced, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc on ecological balance. "We merely did what we could," Xiaoyu replied. Turning to Nasi, "There are still many researchers trapped elsewhere. I believe it's best to notify the authorities to handle the situation." Nasi nodded and headed downstairs to address the necessary matters. Xiaoyu then sent Jengar to scout the area for any lingering threats. Once these tasks were completed, he was invited back into the office by the elderly man. "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner," the elderly man said. "I am Silver, the president of this company." Xiaoyu had already deduced this and replied, "Hello, Mr. Silver. I am Xiaoyu, a Pokémon trainer." Silver offered Xiaoyu a seat on the severely damaged sofa and scrutinized him for a moment, as if reaching a decision. He gradually approached a wall, activating a switch that revealed a high-tech safe. After inputting his fingerprint, he opened the safe and retrieved a unique Pokeball. This Pokeball differed from ordinary and Ultra Balls. Its lower half was pristine white, while the upper half was a deep purple, adorned with two pink semicircles resembling eyes, and prominently featured a large symbol. Stepping in front of Xiaoyu, Silver presented the Pokeball solemnly, stating, "As a token of my gratitude, I wish to gift you this Master Ball." "Isn't this gift too extravagant?" Xiaoyu protested, rising from his seat. While the Master Ball was indeed precious, he preferred to capture his beloved Pokémon through battle. "Please accept it," Silver sighed. "The Master Ball has already caused considerable turmoil with just a few units produced. Who knows what chaos may arise if research continues? Then why not seal it away permanently?" Xiaoyu inquired. Silver shook his head, as if seeing through the layers of greed. "No matter where treasures are buried, they will always attract the avaricious. It is best entrusted to you." Recognizing Silver's resolve, Xiaoyu pondered briefly before accepting the weighty object with both hands. When Nasi returned, Xiaoyu, wishing to avoid further complications, decided to leave discreetly before the police arrived. After all, he did not wish to disclose any information about Zapdos or the Master Ball. The two bid farewell to Silver and took the elevator down to the building's exterior, watching the sun descend slowly. Although they had only been inside for a short while, the series of intense battles made it feel as if an eternity had passed. At that moment, Nasi remarked, "Well, now that our task is complete, I should return to the gym." Xiaoyu turned to her, wanting to express his gratitude, but ultimately refrained, extending his right hand instead. "I hope we can meet again next time." Nasi nodded, her delicate hand clasping his in agreement. "My intuition tells me we certainly will." Chapter 47. Encountering Green within the Pokémon Center of Goldenrod City, Xiaoyu dined while conversing on the phone with a handsome man. The man praised, "You are truly remarkable. I merely asked you to assess the situation, yet you managed to resolve it effortlessly." "I didn't resolve anything," Xiaoyu replied, taking a generous sip of juice. "It was their leader's premature departure that left them disorganized. Not only did we fend them off for a considerable time, but we also managed a wise retreat without sustaining a single injury." "Well, don't dwell too much on the details," the man continued. "If it were someone else, they could not have accomplished the task like you did. So what do you say about considering joining our international police? I see great potential in you." "Forget it. My goal is to become the champion of the league, not to deal with these villains daily," Xiaoyu firmly declined, reclining back in his chair. "By the way, how are things on your end? Have you located Team Rocket's base?" "Not yet," he replied succinctly. "Goldenrod City is vast, and I truly don't know where to begin. Although we found a lead earlier, it quickly went cold. Speaking of which, is your next destination here? Once you arrive, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of thanks." "Certainly, I will reach out to you once I arrive there." Though I speak these words, Xiaoyu finds himself preoccupied with another matter. The rocket's base, perhaps? He hesitates to voice his thoughts, ultimately deciding against it. Being forewarned does not always equate to an advantage. Often the more one speaks, the more one risks misinterpretation and vigilance from others. After resting for a night in Golden City, Xiaoyu sets off the next day toward his next gym. According to the map, the nearest gym city is Yuhong City. Without having contacted Xiaoxia, he is unaware if Xiaoji has successfully acquired his 5th badge. The distance between the two cities is not particularly great. Yet it is already midday, and he has only covered more than half the journey. As he traverses through plains and forests, a gentle breeze stirs the air, and flocks of butterflies soar above, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Just as Xiaoyu considers finding a place to take a breather, a red convertible sports car rushes past him, only to swiftly reverse. When the dust settles, Xiaoyu glances over to see 5 individuals in the car. Apart from a handsome youth with reddish-brown hair in the passenger seat, the remaining occupants are all striking young ladies. The youth, wearing oversized sunglasses, turns to scrutinize Xiaoyu and speaks. "I remember you. I caught a glimpse of you when you delivered something to my grandfather at the Ohm Research Institute." This young man is naturally Shota, the grandson of Professor Ohm and Xiaoji's first formidable rival. "You are Shota, aren't you?" Xiaoyu inquires knowingly. "Just the other day, while chatting with Xiaoji, he mentioned you, stating that not only are you his childhood friend, but also his recognized rival. Is that so?" Shota seems indifferent, that Xiaoji can be quite the charmer with his words. He continues, "By the looks of the Pokémon beside you, it must be the same one you instructed that swordsman youth in Evergreen Forest to properly teach a lesson to the trainer from Shinshin Town, right?" Recalling that encounter, Xiaoyu chuckles. "That was indeed me. Did he give you any trouble?" "Thanks to you, I was ambushed the moment I stepped into the forest." Shota retorts with a smirk. "Moreover, he claimed you were an exceptionally skilled trainer. I wonder if that is true?" "Well, that depends on whom you compare me to." Xiaoyu replies, not denying the assertion. "At the very least, I have yet to suffer a defeat on my journey thus far." "Is that so?" "I too have never faced a loss." Shota's response carries a hint of arrogance. He contemplates for a moment before asking, "How many badges do you currently possess?" "For badges," Xiaoyu responds, gesturing towards the path ahead, "I am on my way to the Yuhong Gym to challenge the gym leader. And I shall soon acquire my 5th badge." "What? Only 4 badges? How slow indeed. It seems your level is on par with Xiaoji." Shota proclaims with a tone of pride, "I have already collected 7 badges, and am now heading to Evergreen City to obtain my next one." It appears that this young man measures strength by the number of badges. One cannot help but notice his rather haughty demeanor. Yet, it is understandable. Being the grandson of Professor Ohm, he feels entitled, and, without having faced 2 crushing defeats at competitions, he naturally looks down upon others. With this in mind, Xiaoyu retrieves a Pokeball, enlarging it, and spinning it on his finger. "In that case, how about a friendly match?" "A match?" Shota shrugs. "I'm afraid I cannot waste time here. If you wish to challenge me, I suggest you meet me in the Quartz Conference." With that, he waves his hand, and the sports car roars back to life, speeding away. "Ha ha." Guiz floats up from Xiaoyu's shadow, chuckling to himself. "It seems we have been underestimated." Watching Shota's retreating figure, Xiaoyu shakes his head. Such youth, with a sports car and surrounded by so many lovely companions, it truly is enviable. Returning to his thoughts, he sets down his backpack, instructing Carillion to gather some firewood for cooking, while releasing all his Pokémon except for Zapdos and Magikarp. These Pokémon, having spent considerable time with him, instinctively know what to do without needing direction from Xiaoyu. Squirtle takes a water jug to fetch water from the river, while Charmander ignites the fire, and Bulbasaur leads the others into the nearby woods to collect berries. Everything proceeds in an orderly manner. After they have all enjoyed a hearty meal, Xiaoyu retrieves the Pokeball containing Magikarp, pondering for a moment before heading to the riverbank to release it. With a flash of blue light, Magikarp appears in the water, swimming joyfully. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu realizes that he had been deceived by the man selling Magikarp. This is undeniably a male Magikarp. How could it ever lay eggs? However, considering the time that has passed since Xiaoyu acquired this Pokémon, it should have evolved by now, yet there have been no signs of evolution whatsoever. Is it truly the absence of the necessary push that has hindered its evolution? "Hey, Guiz," Xiaoyu turns to his companion. "Is there any way to facilitate its rapid evolution?" "Evolution?" Guiz chuckles. "What? Is evolution truly such a daunting task?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiaoyu is taken aback. "What I mean is, if it wants to evolve, it can do so at any time." As Guiz speaks, its form is suddenly enveloped in a radiant glow, and when the light dissipates, a new Pokémon form stands before Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is utterly astonished. Without any prior warning, it has evolved into Guisong. Compared to its previous form, Guisong's round body has transformed. The surrounding purple mist has vanished, and on either side, 3 spiky protrusions have emerged. Even two claws, seemingly disconnected from its body, now hover in the air. Xiaoyu pulls out the Pokédex. Pokédex, Guisong, the gas Pokémon, a ghost and poison type, the evolved form of Guis. It typically resides in haunted houses and graveyards, possessing greater power than Guis. It lurks in the shadows to hunt for prey. If licked by its gas-like tongue, even one's soul may be captured. Wait, you just evolved at will? How did you manage that? Xiaoyu instinctively asks, but upon reflection, Guis's evolution, while unexpected, does make sense. After all, Guis had likely lived for many years before their encounter, and logically, it should have evolved into Guisong long ago. It seems the delay was merely due to its own reluctance. What is so surprising about that? Guisong flexes its claws, getting accustomed to its new abilities, and casually remarks. In fact, I can even evolve into a third form now. Stop right there. Xiaoyu hastily interrupts, evolving rapidly is not necessarily a good thing. You should take the time to adapt to your new body first. At this moment, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze towards the Kingler. However, while I am pleased that you can evolve, our earlier dilemma remains unresolved, does it not? Hey, Jingstone, quickly attempt to communicate with Kingler. To let me communicate with it. Jingstone first appeared bewildered, then flew above Kingler, engaging in a silent stare down, moving its mouth slightly. After a prolonged moment, it returned quietly. This creature seems utterly vacant. I cannot discern its thoughts. Upon seeing Xiaoyu frown in silence, Jingstone assisted in the analysis. Since you mentioned it is on the verge of evolution, yet stuck at a critical point, it must lack some experience or stimulation. I believe that through battle, it will swiftly complete its evolution. Experience? Stimulation? Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if inspired by an epiphany. Observing Xiaoyu's intent, Jingstone expressed its astonishment. Are you truly considering having it battle? But this creature only knows Splash, which is entirely harmless. It would merely be on the receiving end against other Pokémon. This is not a challenge for me. Xiaoyu clearly had a plan. He looked at his array of Pokémon and commanded, spread out, and see if there are any wild Pokémon nearby. They were currently at a bend by the road, adjacent to a small forest. The Pokémon dispersed, and soon, Kyurem Lillian discovered a bug-type Pokémon, Caterpie, sleeping on a tree trunk within the forest. It let out a gentle call, and as Xiaoyu arrived, he nodded in satisfaction at the sight of this Pokémon. Caterpie? Excellent. Everyone, keep an eye on it. We must not let it escape. Although puzzled, the Pokémon obediently moved around, encircling Caterpie and cutting off all its escape routes. Once everything was prepared, Xiaoyu turned to Charmander. Use Ember Attack. Charmander stealthily approached, took a deep breath, and unleashed a spark towards the slumbering Caterpie, enveloping it instantly. Fire is super effective against bug types. Haha, Kingler, allow me to assist you now. Noticing that Caterpie was nearly incapacitated, Xiaoyu picked up Kingler and held it high above Caterpie. Go, Kingler. Show it our combination move. Stupid Fish Smash. With Xiaoyu's forceful downward motion, Kingler's body, adorned with bones and scales, crashed heavily onto Caterpie. With a thud, the two Pokémon collided, producing a dull sound. Observing that Caterpie had not yet lost consciousness, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, it hasn't fallen yet. Quite resilient. Nevertheless, no worries, Kingler. Let's do it again. With that, he lifted Kingler once more and slammed it down again. This time, Caterpie could no longer withstand the impact and fainted, while Kingler's body was suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light, just as Xiaoyu had hoped. Excellent. A resounding success in battle. With a roar that pierced the heavens, a massive Gyarados appeared before Xiaoyu. Its length spanned 6 to 7 meters, with a blue back and a pale yellow underbelly. Besides possessing a 3-pronged dragon horn, it also had 2 long whiskers, its gaping maw filled with formidable teeth, and its eyes seemingly perpetually brimming with fury. Pokémon Encyclopedia, Ding. Gyarados, the ferocious Pokémon. Water and flying type, evolved from Kingler. It is known for its exceedingly aggressive nature, possessing scales as tough as steel, and its teeth can shatter rocks. When enraged, it can incinerate anything in its path, even amidst storms, making it an exceedingly violent Pokémon. Although Gyarados' evolution appeared somewhat foolish at first, it nonetheless represented a significant transformation. Perhaps due to its inherent nature, upon completing its evolution, it immediately initiated indiscriminate attacks on its surroundings. Hey, does this creature have a problem with its head? Jingstone flew into the sky to evade Gyarados' chaotic charges, exclaiming to Xiaoyu, "Did your earlier slam cause some damage?" Nonsense. Xiaoyu quickly retreated, distancing himself from Gyarados' assault range. Did you not hear the Pokémon Encyclopedia just now? Its temperament is inherently violent. What do we do now? Jingstone inquired. Should we wait for it to calm down? That will not suffice. After all the effort to facilitate its evolution, We cannot simply neglect it now. Xiaoyu waved his hand forward, commanding, "All right, everyone, do not just stand there. Let this unruly one taste your power." Daring to attack its trainer and companions, it is time to teach it a lesson and make it understand who the true leader is. Chapter 49. Selecting a gift, Xiaoyu's Pokémon launched a series of attacks against Gyarados, and with the final electric strike from Raichu, inflicting quadruple damage. Gyarados could withstand no more and collapsed to the ground. Now you should be more compliant. It is said that Gyarados' extreme aggression stems from the reconfiguration of its brain cells during evolution, resulting in a drastic personality change. It will only truly settle down upon familiarizing itself with or recognizing its trainer. Recalling that it was said a gentle stroke of the horn atop Gyarados' head could temper its ferocity, Xiaoyu approached and tenderly caressed its hard horn with his right hand. Indeed, its gaze shifted from initial resistance to gradual acceptance. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Xiaoyu reorganized his backpack and set forth towards Rainbow City once more. Little did he know that in a secret chamber beneath the Evergreen City Gym, a conspiracy against him had already begun to unfold. In the dimly lit room, Sakaki sat on a sofa, a large cat-like Pokémon adorned with a red gemstone resting quietly at his feet. As a knock echoed through the room, a woman with a bob haircut and glasses entered. Sakaki glanced at her nonchalantly. "Jean Niao, have you gathered the information?" Jean Niao produced a dossier and handed it to Sakaki, the upper right corner featuring a blurred photograph of Xiaoyu. "The investigation is complete." Being a competent and meticulous secretary, she naturally executed her duties with great efficiency. This individual is named Xiaoyu, age 20, who arrived in Kanto from the Kalos region half a month ago. During this time, he has been challenging various gyms, and according to Ramda, he was involved in the recent St. Anna incident alongside the international police, and with the recent Silver Corporation incident, he has obstructed us twice. Sakaki perused the dossier, which included general information about all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon, including Zapdos and Jengar. "Where is this person currently?" Sakaki inquired. Jean Niao adjusted her glasses. According to the tracking data, after leaving Golden City, his next destination should be the Rainbow Gym in Yuhong City. Yuhong City? Sakaki furrowed his brow. "Is that international police officer investigating our base in Yuhong City?" Jean Niao nodded. "Indeed, he has been lurking in Yuhong City for several days. Although we managed to shake him off in time, it seems he has not given up on searching. We cannot allow them to meet again. Send someone to eliminate that trainer." Sakaki's tone was as if he were crushing an ant. "Now which of our operatives are nearby Yuhong City?" Jin Niao contemplated for a moment. Aside from the base's defense troops, several officials had been dispatched to the metropolitan area, and the remaining personnel were largely scattered across other cities. Only Musashi and Kojiro lingered around Yuhong City. "Then let's deploy them," Sakaki decided. However, upon speaking, he noticed Jin Niao hesitating, prompting him to inquire, "Is there a problem?" "There are some concerns," Jin Niao replied cautiously. "Given the capabilities of Musashi and Kojiro, they may not inspire much confidence. Perhaps it would be better to deploy my elite team, the Jin Niao Matrix." "That is acceptable," Sakaki said slowly as he lit a cigar. "Even if we cannot eliminate him, we should at least delay him for a while. In the meantime, let your team eliminate that rat in Yuhong City." Yuhong, a city reminiscent of a fantastical rainbow, is the second largest city in the Kanto region, trailing only behind Jinwang City. It is renowned not only for a prestigious university that enjoys international acclaim, but also for its myriad shopping malls in the famed Yuhong Game City. As Xiaoyu strolled toward the dojo, he was suddenly enveloped by an alluring fragrance. The scent, akin to a blend of numerous perfumes, wafted gently through the breeze, permeating the entire street. Following the aroma, Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon a sizable perfume store nestled among several buildings. Intrigued, he made his way over. "Welcome." Upon entering, he found a few fashionably dressed female attendants engaged in light-hearted conversation at the counter. Upon spotting Xiaoyu, they giggled. "Are you looking to purchase perfume?" Xiaoyu nodded, gazing at the vast array of fragrances, feeling somewhat overwhelmed as he pondered where to begin. One girl approached him, sizing him up with a smile, and asked, "Are you buying for a girlfriend?" "No, I don't have a girlfriend yet. I just want to buy a few bottles for some friends." "Friends?" The attendants exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, playfully suggesting, "It seems there is more to it than mere friendship. Are you perhaps courting several young ladies at once?" Before Xiaoyu could respond, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from behind. "You all, cease your banter with the customer." At the sound, the attendants became noticeably more respectful, and Xiaoyu turned to see a beautiful girl dressed in a kimono, adorned with a red headband and shoulder-length hair, gracefully approaching. "Manager, why are you here?" one attendant inquired. "The warehouse has received a new shipment of perfumes. Please organize it quickly. I will take care of things here," she replied before turning to Xiaoyu, offering a polite bow. I apologize for their playful nature. They sometimes forget their manners. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Xiaoyu waved it off, recognizing her as Rika, the master of the Yuhong dojo. Rika approached the shelves and asked, "What kind of perfume are you interested in purchasing?" After a brief pause, Xiaoyu described the personalities of Xiaochun, Xiaoxia, and Natsi to Rika. Remembering how Yoshino Sakuragi had assisted him, he also requested her help in selecting a fragrance for her. I see, Rika nodded thoughtfully. All the perfumes in our store are quite exquisite, but based on your descriptions, I would recommend the following options. She gestured to a selection in the center of the shelf. These are popular floral fragrances from our store. The two on the left are suited for more vivacious girls, while the two on the right are lighter yet long-lasting, perfectly aligning with your requirements. Regarding perfumes, Xiaoyu was not particularly knowledgeable, but he trusted the expertise of professionals. Rika then took out a sample of the perfume meant for Natsi, rolled up her sleeve, and spritzed a bit on her wrist. Take a whiff. Isn't it delightful? Gazing at her smooth, fair arm, Xiaoyu leaned in to sniff, immediately captivated by the pleasant scent, fresh and not overpowering. Along with the fragrance, there was an exhilarating hint of femininity that contrasted with Natsi's scent, subtly reflecting the differing personalities of the two girls. This perfume is unique to our store, and you won't find it elsewhere. It's a special blend, Rika explained with a smile. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyu replied, "All right then, I'll take these 4 perfumes. Please wrap them up for me." After completing the transaction and bidding farewell to Rika, Xiaoyu stepped out of the perfume store, intending to contact the handsome man, only to find his phone calls were continuously unanswered. How peculiar. Didn't he say he wanted to meet once I arrived in Yuhong City? However, recalling his mysterious identity, Xiaoyu dismissed the thought. Perhaps he is on some clandestine mission, as Rika was the dojo master and was currently at the perfume store. Challenging her at the Yuhong dojo would be futile. After some contemplation, Xiaoyu turned his direction toward Yuhong Game City, thinking it better to pass the time there. Yuhong Game City lay in the southeast of the city, and upon his arrival, Xiaoyu was astonished by its grandeur, far exceeding that of any game he had played. The complex featured not only hotels and restaurants, but also a cinema and numerous dance halls. Inside the game city, people flowed in and out, including clusters of young people and even many middle-aged individuals. Within, there were claw machines, arcade games, slot machines, dance machines, balloon guns, and pachinko, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement. At the bar, he purchased a handful of game tokens, and just as he was about to approach the claw machine, something at a nearby stall caught his attention. The stall owner was an ordinary-looking man selling an array of Pokémon masks. "How much for that mask?" Xiaoyu inquired, pointing to a half-masked Genghis. This mask, with its upper half resembling Genghis' deep purple visage, covered most of the wearer's face, while the lower half was missing a section, allowing the mouth to remain exposed. "Ah, you have a discerning eye. This mask is my prized possession," the seller boasted. "Not only is it exceptionally durable, but the eye holes are made of glass, so visibility is unobstructed. It usually sells for 300 yuan, but today I can let it go for just 250 yuan. Xiaoyu frowned at the price and countered, "Would you take 100 yuan? You're quite the joker." 250 yuan is already a steal, the seller replied earnestly, unwilling to budge. Xiaoyu shook his head lightly and began to walk away. Observing this, the seller quickly grabbed him. All right. I see we have a connection. How about 150 yuan? Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly. This tactic was indeed reliable. Yet, maintaining an impassive facade, he produced a single 100 yuan note. The seller, although sighing, swiftly accepted the bill and handed over the mask to Xiaoyu. His speed was so astonishing that Xiaoyu couldn't help but doubt whether the $100 had been too extravagant. After leaving the stall, Xiaoyu carefully stowed the Gung-Gui mask in his backpack. Since the last incident at Silver Company, where the lightning bird was revealed, he had become acutely aware that exposing his true identity could easily lead to unnecessary troubles. This mask, though simple, effectively concealed his identity, significantly reducing the chances of being discovered. As he pulled out a game coin and inserted it into the claw machine, he became engrossed in the game. Outside the arcade, several pairs of eyes were fixated on him. "Hey, are we really going to attack him?" Xiao Zilong whispered from a nearby phone booth, flanked by his ever-present companions, Musashi and Meow Meow. "Of course. This is the boss's command," Musashi nodded. "We abandoned the little brat and his Pikachu, hurried back to Yuhong City, precisely for this person." But Xiao Zilong hesitated. "He's really a nice guy. Didn't he help us escape from the seabed last time? Won't this be considered ingratitude?" "Fool, we are the villains. How can you say such things?" Meow Meow leaped up and scratched Xiao Zilong's face. "Ouch, my face." Xiao Zilong cried out in pain, but quickly got back up. "But this is the entrance to our secret base. Do we really want to act here?" "Of course not," Musashi, the true leader of the trio, declared. We'll wait until he leaves the arcade, then seize the opportunity. After enjoying himself in the arcade, Xiaoyu, carrying 2 plush prizes, was about to depart when he suddenly received a message. It was from a handsome guy and contained only a location pin without any words. What could this mean? Was he supposed to meet there? Feeling cautious, Xiaoyu followed the location, walking towards the edge of the city until he reached several warehouses near the freight train station, where he finally stopped. It was eerily quiet, with no one in sight, save for the occasional freight train passing by. Gengxi Tong, go check the vicinity, Kyurem. Stay alert, Xiaoyu whispered, then donned the mask he had just purchased. To his surprise, this mask, but not long ago, was already proving its worth. Before long, Gengxi Tong returned, shaking his head. There are no ambushes here, but inside that warehouse, there's a severely injured person. Injured? Xiaoyu paused. Knowing Gengxi Tong had never seen the handsome guy and was unaware of his appearance, he nodded and followed Gengxi Tong's lead. Quickly arriving at the entrance of a dilapidated warehouse, the large doors were damaged, ajar, and to his astonishment, a trail of blood led from outside the iron door into the interior. The blood was strikingly vivid. The heavy scent of it seemed to narrate a grim tale. Chapter 51. The attack of Team Rocket. As Xiaoyu stepped inside, he spotted the handsome guy half lying on the ground behind a few cargo boxes. His condition was quite dire. He bore serious injuries, and his abdomen, bound with bandages, continued to seep blood, staining his suit. Upon seeing the mask on Xiaoyu's face, the handsome guy was initially startled, but upon noticing Kyurem beside him, he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile emerging on his weary face. You finally arrived. Xiaoyu hurriedly retrieved some healing medicine and sprayed it on his wounds. As a competent trainer, he had prepared various medications, including healing potions, antidotes, burn ointments, and anesthetics, all tucked away in his backpack for situations like this, ensuring he was not left helpless. How did you get so badly hurt? Ignoring the blood on his hands, Xiaoyu frowned and took out his own bandages to rewrap the handsome guy's abdomen, even though it was his first encounter with such a severe injury. In this life-and-death situation, he persevered against the overwhelming scent of blood and discomfort, patiently completing the bandaging. I was ambushed. They caught me off guard. The handsome guy's lips had turned pale as he endured the pain, releasing his 2 Pokémon, both of whom were also injured. Please help them too. His Froakie and Houndour were in poor condition, covered in wounds and poisoned. Xiaoyu took out an antidote and gently administered it to them, bandaging their wounds before returning them to their Pokeballs. While these medications could provide immediate relief, true recovery would require professional treatment. Compared to being outside, the safety of the Pokeballs allowed them to rest and prevented their injuries from worsening. He retrieved his water bottle and offered the handsome guy a sip. Seeing his complexion improve slightly, Xiaoyu asked, "Who attacked you so viciously?" "Team Rocket. Who else could it be?" "After using the medicine, I'm feeling much better. At least I won't bleed out anymore." But unlike regular members, the ones who attacked me this time were the elite squad of Team Rocket, calling themselves the True Bird Matrix. They're particularly troublesome. I had to exert considerable effort to shake them off. True Bird Matrix. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He seemed to recall that name but couldn't remember the specifics. "I should take you to the Pokémon Center." "No." The handsome guy weakly protested. "Those people are still searching for me, and Team Rocket has eyes everywhere in the city. As soon as I show my face, they'll undoubtedly spot me." "What do you plan to do?" Xiaoyu inquired. The handsome guy glanced behind him, seemingly having already devised an escape plan. "The freight train station is right behind us. I calculated that a train passes through almost every 10 minutes. I intend to take a train and leave this city." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu suggested, "I think it would be safer to have your colleagues pick you up or to call the police." "Forget it." The handsome guy smiled bitterly. "This city has been under Team Rocket's control for years. Who knows if there are undercover agents among the police? It's far too risky. And I just contacted the headquarters. Even if they send someone, it will take time." Though Xiaoyu still felt uneasy, since the handsome guy had made his decision, he refrained from further discussion. He supported the handsome guy and was about to leave the warehouse when, with a raucous laugh from a woman, 2 figures suddenly leaped through the window. "Ha ha ha." Musashi looked triumphant. "That kid has been following you for so long. We finally found our chance." "Musashi." Xiaoyu tensed. "Why aren't you bothering Ash? Why are you here after me?" "Of course, it's by the boss's orders to eliminate you here. Don't think that just because you're wearing a mask, I won't recognize you. Go, Arbok." As Musashi spoke, she threw out her Pokeball, but after a long pause, Xiao Zilong failed to respond, prompting her to angrily grab him by the collar and shake him back and forth. "Idiot, stop hesitating. Act quickly." Xiao Zilong, left with no choice, released his Pokemon, weakly saying, "Go, Weezing." Seeing the large letters on their chests, the handsome guy shook his head in resignation. I never imagined that even you would be targeted by them. Xiaoyu could not help but sigh. Although he was prepared for the confrontation with the rocket team, he had not anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly. The two members of the team, despite having previously interacted with Xiaoyu, had never engaged him in battle and were therefore unaware of his true strength. However, Xiaoyu had no time to spare for them at present. He tossed two Pokeballs from his waist. Charmeleon, Squirtle, I leave this to you. We must take our leave. Trying to escape, Meowth suddenly appeared, blocking Xiaoyu's path. Behold my fury swipes. With that, Meowth leaped forward, its claws glinting ominously as they aimed for Xiaoyu's face. Well done, Meowth, Musashi exclaimed with delight. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Meowth's body seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, pausing momentarily in midair before being propelled backward like a cannonball. Crashing through several wooden crates, Kyurem slowly lowered her arms, her gaze fixed intently on Meowth. How infuriating. Musashi clenched her fist and shouted, Arbok, use Sludge Bomb. Don't just stand there. Attack quickly. The two Pokémon responded to her command, unleashing their moves, but in the blink of an eye. Charmeleon and Squirtle countered with Water Gun and Ember, blocking their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu led the handsome figure out through the back door of the warehouse and onto the railway tracks. Just as he was about to set the handsome figure down, a rocket flew past at incredible speed. In the split second that followed, Xiaoyu, being an ordinary human, had no chance to react. However, at that critical moment, a strange gust enveloped him and the handsome figure, whisking them aside and evading the attack. The explosion reverberated throughout the freight station as debris and shrapnel scattered in all directions, yet the peculiar wind shielded them from harm. You managed to evade it? How did you accomplish that? A deep voice called from above, and Xiaoyu looked up to see 5 individuals clad in black Team Rocket uniforms and berets, coldly observing them from the rooftop. Observing the unusual demeanor of these Team Rocket members, Xiaoyu inquired in a somber tone, Who are you? Indeed. It is time for introductions, so you may know who has brought you to your demise. The leader, a burly man with an eye patch over his right eye, grinned ominously. I am Gaz, and we are the elite unit known as the True Bird Matrix, under the command of Miss True Bird of Team Rocket. Chapter 52. The True Bird Matrix. You are the True Bird Matrix? Xiaoyu turned to glance at the handsome figure, who nodded gently, signaling that the situation had become increasingly precarious. Using rockets, you truly disregard the ethics of battle. We are villains. After all, completing our mission is our utmost priority. Gaz replied, crossing his arms and addressing the handsome figure with a smile. I never expected you to be hiding here. Initially, we only intended to follow those two fools and see what mischief they were up to, but it seems we have stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Hey, who are you calling a fool? Behind them, Kojiru and Musashi, accompanied by Meowth and their Pokémon, burst forth from the warehouse, overhearing the remark. However, they appeared disheveled, drenched, and with singed hair. Following them were Kyurem, Charmeleon, and Squirtle, who hurriedly joined the fray. Musashi pointed at Gaz and exclaimed, I remember you. You are that underling of the one with the watermelon glasses. How dare you follow us? Watermelon glasses? Gaz's expression darkened. To dare refer to Miss True Bird in such a manner, you possess quite the audacity. Enough chatter, Musashi shouted. That person is our target. You must not interfere. Oh, your target? Gaz's gaze lingered on Xiaoyu's mask for a long moment before realization dawned upon him. So he is Xiaoyu. How fortuitous. Since both of you have gathered here, we can eliminate you both at once, saving us the trouble of searching. What did you say? Kojiru exclaimed incredulously. Do you dare defy our leader's orders and steal our prey? Fool. Gaz retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it to the ground. As long as we resolve this matter, the leader won't care who accomplishes the task. Go, Boscodora. With a flash of blue light, a large Pokémon, adorned with 3 sharp horns and an iron-like tail, emerged, covered entirely in a tough shell. As soon as Boscodora appeared, it let out a deafening roar. The remaining 4 members of the True Bird Matrix also released their Pokémon. Come forth, Toxicroak. East Sea, show yourself. It's your turn, Tank Skunk. Crush them. Super Armor Rhinoceros. As all 5 Pokémon emerged, they advanced, encircling Xiaoyu and the handsome figure. To flee or to fight? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyu resolved decisively and released all his Pokémon without reservation. With flashes of blue light, when Zapdos and Gyarados appeared simultaneously, their imposing presence was not in the slightest inferior to that of the True Bird Matrix. Gyarados let out a bellow, its crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Boscodora. Zapdos. The handsome figure gasped in astonishment, and he was not alone. Even Musashi and Kojiru jumped in shock. Although they had received orders to eliminate Xiaoyu, that wretched woman, True Bird, had never informed them that Xiaoyu possessed such a legendary Pokémon. That damned watermelon glasses. Musashi cursed under her breath. Internally, many within Team Rocket were aware of her long-standing discord with Truebird, each regarding the other with disdain. Seeing this, Kojiru whispered, "What should we do now? We absolutely cannot allow them to succeed." Musashi gritted her teeth, stating, "If they complete their mission, I will lose all value in front of the leader. And I shall never hold my head high before that woman again." You want to stop them? Isn't that unwise? Kojiru hesitated. After all, they are also part of Team Rocket, and if the leader finds out, we will certainly face dire consequences. Fool, who said we were going to deal with them? Meowth said slyly. We are merely following orders. If they happen to be affected in the process of taking down that kid, so be it. Musashi and Kojiru's eyes lit up. You truly are the best, Meowth. Your cunning is unparalleled. Having come to a consensus, the trio swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the Pokémon at the scene had already engaged in fierce combat, and upon witnessing their master under attack, Cerulean, Charmeleon, and Squirtle disregarded the Team Rocket trio. Leaping into the fray, Gyarados charged directly at Boscodora, while Toxicroak ensnared Bulbasaur. East Sea relied on its speed to incessantly harass Charmeleon, while Tank Skunk targeted Raichu. And Super Armor Rhinoceros faced off against both Squirtle and Kyurem. As for Zapdos, it found itself entangled by the opposing five, unable to escape momentarily. In the shadows, with the presence of Gung Ghost, Xiaoyu remained unfazed, calmly directing Kyurem, deal with the poison frog. Bulbasaur joined Squirtle in confronting the Rampardos. Leafeon, cease your entanglement with the Tank Skunk and swiftly seek out the Dongshire Meow. As for Charmander, please hold off the Tank Skunk for the time being. This strategic repositioning gradually rendered the chaotic situation more coherent, ensuring that despite not having a type advantage, their Pokémon would at least not be at a disadvantage against their foes. Taking a moment, Xiaoyu glanced at Gyarados and Boscodora, both in a frenzy, their minds consumed with the singular desire to annihilate their opponent. However, Gyarados, having only recently evolved, was inexperienced and somewhat immature, clearly at a disadvantage, without external intervention. Defeat was merely a matter of time. It was no wonder that the handsome trainer found himself in such dire straits. The Pokémon of the True Bird Matrix were indeed beyond his capacity to contend with. At that moment, a freight train, billowing smoke, thundered towards them with a piercing whistle. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Xiaoyu softly instructed, Gung Ghost, I leave the handsome trainer to you. Understood, Gung Ghost cackled, emerging from Xiaoyu's shadow, and seamlessly merging into the trainer's shadow. The next instant, the handsome trainer was gently lifted, soaring toward the train car, landing securely atop it. Meanwhile, Gauze, who had been monitoring the situation, felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the handsome trainer aboard the train. Oh no, he*s making his escape. The members of the True Bird Matrix were startled, ready to abandon Zapdos to rush towards the train, only to be met with an overwhelming darkness before a massive Meowth-shaped robot leaped into their path. Who are you to obstruct our way? Gauze barked sharply. It is you who are the nuisance. Musashi's voice echoed from within the Meowth robot. We are here to deal with that brat. If you know what's good for you, vacate the premises at once. As she spoke, the robot's upper body began to rotate, its enormous mechanical claws slicing through the air, generating a powerful whirlwind. Observing the machine, Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire the ingenuity behind such equipment, realizing how swiftly they had acquired it. Damn it! The fierce wind whipped the hats off the True Bird Matrix members, and as they were momentarily distracted, they helplessly watched the freight train speed past. Gauze shouted, Do you dare to sabotage our operation? I will report this to the leader. What nonsense are you spouting? Kojiru, peering through the glass dome, looked down at Gauze. We are on a mission here. When did we disrupt anything? At this juncture, Gauze's frustration was futile. He could only focus on Xiaoyu as the primary target. However, when he turned his gaze back to Xiaoyu, he realized that their Pokémon were in a precarious position following the intense battle. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Bulbasaur, employ Leaf Blade. The first to breach the gap were Squirtle and Bulbasaur, a formidable combination of water and grass-type Pokémon, inflicting quadruple damage against the ground and rock-type Rampardos. Though Rampardos was a second-stage evolution, its hefty bulk could not withstand the relentless assaults from the two Pokémon, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Cut it out. A member of the True Bird Matrix exclaimed, We can capture it with a Pokeball. Everyone, do not underestimate him. He is alone. We absolutely cannot lose. Gauze urged loudly, but his words had barely left his mouth when another Pokémon fell. The Poison Frog, a dual poison and fighting type, only managed to last a few rounds before being overpowered by Kyrulean's psychic abilities, leaving it utterly defenseless. These two Pokémon succumbed swiftly due to their type disadvantage. But the remaining three presented a far greater challenge. Firstly, Dongshire, a normal-type Pokémon, while lacking unique attributes, was impervious to damage from all types except fighting. This seemingly plump cat possessed an agility that belied its appearance, with only Leafeon capable of matching its speed. The two Pokémon chased and tangled, having long since disappeared from sight. Next was the Tank Skunk, a combination of poison and dark types, which rendered Xiaoyu's Pokémon unable to inflict extra damage against it. Its foul odor accompanied every attack, preventing other Pokémon from closing in. Lastly, there was Gau's Boscodora. This Pokémon was indeed formidable. Even against Gyarados, it enjoyed an advantage. Boscodora, use Iron Tail, commanded Gau's, and with the last vestiges of rationality, Boscodora swung its tail forcefully, striking Gyarados on the head. Gyarados howled, its massive form collapsing instantly, just as Gau's intended to command Boscodora to pursue the advantage. The enormous Meowth robot fortuitously positioned itself in front of it. Behold my heavy stomp. Meowth grinned sinisterly, manipulating the robot's legs to repeatedly stomp down, unleashing a series of tremors. However, these tremors failed to finish off Gyarados and instead inflicted severe damage on Boscodora, sending it crashing to the ground. Fool! What are you doing? Stop this at once, Gau's exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but he too was knocked off balance by the shockwave. We are assisting you, Musashi chuckled, stifling a laugh. You should be grateful. Seizing the opportunity upon witnessing Boscodora tumble, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. As he recalled Gyarados with a Pokeball, he called to Bulbasaur and Squirtle rushing to assist. Attack now. In the next moment, a water gun and a flurry of leaf blades struck Boscodora squarely. Meanwhile, the Meowth robot, reveling in its success, continued its heavy strides toward the Tank Skunk. The Tank Skunk's moves were predominantly close-range attacks, but with Kyrulean's assistance, Charmander barely managed to withstand the pressure. Tank Skunk, use Bite. With a loud command from a true Bird Matrix member, the Tank Skunk surged forward, mouth agape, ready to clamp down on Charmander. At that moment, the Meowth robot unexpectedly stepped between the two Pokémon, causing the Tank Skunk to miscalculate and collide headfirst into the robot. Crash! The impact was significant, leaving the Tank Skunk dizzy and disoriented, its proud stench failing to permeate the Meowth robot's interior. The trio of villains were smug smiles, and it was only at that moment that everyone present finally discerned their intentions. Although Xiaoyu remained puzzled, feeling somewhat uneasy, he did not dwell on it. After all, both factions were adversaries in his eyes, and it was imperative to defeat them all. Meanwhile, the members of the True Bird Matrix, having recognized that Kojiro and Musashi were deliberately targeting them, furrowed their brows and gravitated closer to Gau's. Captain, what should we do? Let us temporarily retreat, Gau's replied. Gau's fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu, speaking in a low voice. Compared to that Interpol agent, this individual indeed possesses formidable strength. Continuing to fight would leave us without a chance. However, the team members cast a disdainful glance at the colossal Meowth robot, their hearts unwilling. What should we do about these two? We cannot let this incident go unpunished. Gau's declared fiercely. We shall return to report to Miss Zhen Niao and ensure that our leader meets out severe punishment. Agreed. The team members swiftly recalled their Pokémon and, alongside Gau's, retreated, vanishing from sight. Have they truly departed? As they watched the trio leave in disarray, Musashi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, she did not forget the task at hand and turned her attention back to Xiaoyu. Now, at last, there are no pesky intruders to disturb us. Allow me to demonstrate our prowess. With that, the gigantic Meowth robot advanced with resolute steps, charging directly at Xiaoyu. Chapter 54. Secrets unveiled in the face of the aggressive Team Rocket trio. Xiaoyu waved his hand lightly. In the blink of an eye, his Pokémon focused their energies, unleashing a chaotic flurry of attacks upon the Meowth robot. What? The relentless assault caused the warning lights within the cockpit to flare. The steel exterior could no longer withstand the onslaught, and after a violent explosion, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth lay amidst the ruins, unable to escape. Blinking in astonishment, they found themselves surrounded by malicious gazes. The trio exchanged awkward smiles, their earlier bravado vanished. Such beautiful aspirations, yet why must reality be so cruel? Just moments ago, they had spoken boldly, only to face a swift reversal of fortune. Before they could utter another word, a strange gust of wind swept them into the air, gradually shrinking them until they disappeared into the clouds. At last, it was over. Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, surveying the devastation around him. The scene was one of chaos, with shattered crates and ruined buildings strewn about, reminiscent of a hurricane's wrath. His Pokémon had also sustained varying degrees of injury. Xiaoyu first withdrew Zapdos, intending to recall his other Pokémon, when he noticed a brilliant white light emanating from Squirtle. It turned out that it had accumulated enough experience during the recent battle to evolve. Moments later, Squirtle appeared before Xiaoyu in a new form. While its overall appearance had not drastically changed, it now sported fangs and furry ears resembling small wings, with its tail transformed into a wave-like shape. Xiaoyu retrieved his Pokédex. Pokédex entry: Blastoise, the shellfish Pokémon, water type. As an evolved form of Squirtle, Blastoise possesses greater abilities and is known for its loyalty, reportedly living for over 10,000 years. Its thick, white, fluffy tail symbolizes longevity. 10,000 years. My goodness. Raising one of these would ensure my descendants are taken care of for generations. At that moment, he spotted guards approaching from a distance. Xiaoyu, confirming that his mask was intact, recalled his Pokémon and left without looking back. In the evening, Xiaoyu arrived at the Pokémon Center, handing over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for recovery. He then settled into a corner and took out his phone. A message from a handsome gentleman arrived half an hour prior. Handsome man, I have reached Golden City. How is the situation on your end? Xiaoyu, I have safely returned to the Pokémon Center. The Team Rocket members have been temporarily repelled, but I am uncertain if they will return. Handsome man, incredible. To take on many single-handedly, you truly are the man I have my eye on. Have you reconsidered joining our Interpol? Xiaoyu, no thanks. I would prefer not to encounter such situations again. How is your health? Handsome man, I am currently resting in a hospital room. The doctors have treated my wounds, and I am basically fine. I cannot thank you enough. The doctor mentioned that timely intervention saved my life. Xiaoyu paused thoughtfully, then revealed that the Team Rocket base was hidden beneath the game city. Since they had already targeted him, exposing one of their bases would serve as a fitting response. The officials likely never imagined that their long-established secret would be uncovered in such a manner. Just as he sent the message, the handsome gentleman called him. Upon answering, Xiaoyu was met with an astonished exclamation. Are you certain the Team Rocket base is truly concealed there? Is the intelligence accurate? Even without seeing his expression, Xiaoyu could sense the shock in his tone. Alongside his voice, he also heard a nurse urging him to calm down. Sir, please do not be so agitated. Otherwise, your wounds may reopen. Once the handsome man processed the information, Xiaoyu continued, it is likely accurate, but for precise entry methods, you will need to dispatch someone to investigate. Having spent enough time with Xiaoyu, the handsome man trusted that he would not jest about such matters. He calmed slightly and remarked, we have invested so much effort into this. It is astonishing that you uncovered it in just half a day. I will report this to my superiors immediately. Xiaoyu refrained from taking credit, knowing it was merely a matter of being perceptive. Hold on, he interjected. There is something even more significant I have yet to disclose, but you must promise not to be too shocked when you hear it. Rest assured. The handsome man replied confidently, there is nothing that could astound me more than discovering the Team Rocket base. Seeing his composure, Xiaoyu revealed that Sakaki was indeed the leader of Team Rocket. What? The handsome man's voice nearly broke in disbelief, echoing throughout the Pokémon Center, even drawing curious glances from Nurse Joy in the distance. Xiaoyu experienced a brief ringing in his ears, momentarily thinking he had gone deaf. After a brief silence, he then heard the nurse exclaim, oh no, sir, your wound has completely opened. Hold on, I will get a doctor immediately. Following was a flurry of commotion, accompanied by hurried footsteps as she rushed away. After regaining his composure, the handsome man gasped, Sakaki is the leader of Team Rocket? Are you certain you are referring to the Celadon Gym leader, the one known as the Earth S Sakaki? Xiaoyu gently affirmed. The handsome man was taken aback, repeatedly confirming with Xiaoyu, feeling a whirlwind of confusion. Although the situation seemed absurd, it also made a certain degree of sense, given that individual's temperament and character. It was not entirely surprising that he could be the leader of Team Rocket. This is monumental. I must report this to my superiors immediately. No. I will contact headquarters right now. He hung up, and Xiaoyu rested at the Pokémon Center overnight. Initially, he had anticipated that Team Rocket would send more operatives after him, yet the entire night passed without a single sign of activity. It was not until the next morning, after breakfast, that he was about to challenge the Rainbow Gym when he received a return call from the handsome gentleman. The tone of the handsome man was markedly more formal and grave compared to last night. Following discussions at headquarters, we have resolved to explore and raid the Rocket Team's base. As for Sakaki's identity, due to its sensitivity, it requires further verification before we can proceed. However, this will demand considerable preparation time. To avoid alerting our targets, you should depart from that city as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Yuhong Gym. Rest assured. Xiaoyu replied solemnly. Once I challenge the Yuhong Gym, I will leave immediately. I have faith in your abilities, so I shall preemptively wish you success in your endeavor. The handsome man shifted his tone, but I must disclose something further. If our preparations are successful, we will form a special operations team as a vanguard for the assault on the rocket team's base, and you may be invited to join us. Huh, me? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. Of course, I have no objections. Since the rocket team has targeted me, I cannot remain idle. However, who else will be part of this special operations team? Well, the handsome man pondered. Naturally, those who qualify for the special operations team possess considerable strength. We will do our utmost to invite the Elite Four, and will also reach out to exceptional gym leaders from the Pokémon League. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. If such a lineup could be achieved, it would indeed allow them to navigate the rocket team's base with ease. After ending the call, Xiaoyu followed the main road to the Yuhong Gym. The exterior of the Yuhong Gym bore resemblance to a typical sports hall found in schools. With a top in earthy tones and sides in silvery gray, nestled within a vast garden in the city center. As the official gym of Yuhong City, its leader, Li Jia, specialized in grass-type Pokémon. Defeating her would earn one the Rainbow Badge. Upon entering, Xiaoyu first arrived in a spacious hall where several young women in shorts were at work. Noticing him, a blue-haired girl approached. May I assist you with something? After Xiaoyu stated his purpose, she led him deeper into the gym. Upon leaving the hall, the first sight that greeted him was a series of greenhouses behind glass partitions. The greenhouses were lush with thriving trees, shrubs, and flowers, resembling an indoor garden more than a battle arena. Interestingly, the perfume Xiaoyu had purchased yesterday was produced here, and all the staff were young and beautiful, managing both the gym and the perfume shop. As he walked through, numerous grass-type Pokémon frolicked under the care of the staff, playing joyfully. Eventually, he arrived at a modest room. Through the window, he could see Li Jia kneeling on a tatami mat, trimming flowers with scissors while explaining something to several women before her. Noticing Xiaoyu's unwavering gaze, the blue-haired girl explained, Li Jia is not only the gym leader, but also a renowned floral artist. Many come weekly to learn the art of flower arranging from her. Do you also enjoy floral arrangements, sir? Indeed, in a sense, I do appreciate flower arranging. Xiaoyu nodded. It brings joy to the eyes and uplifts the spirit, a wonderful method for emotional regulation. Before long, the lesson concluded, and as Li Jia exited the room, she immediately recognized Xiaoyu. You were the one from the shop yesterday? Indeed, it is I, Xiaoyu replied. I did not mean to intrude last time. I have come specifically to challenge you, Miss Li Jia. Upon carefully observing Li Jia, Xiaoyu found her extraordinarily beautiful. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a petite stature. Her attire consisted of traditional kimonos, exuding an essence of classical femininity, with every movement embodying the grace of a Yamato Nadeshiko. I see. Please follow me, she said. The three retraced their steps until they reached a fork in the path, diverting towards the battle arena. Upon encountering the grass-type Pokémon again, Xiaoyu remarked, Look, there are Mewtwo, Execute, Oddish, Victreebel, and Vileplume. The variety of grass-type Pokémon here is quite impressive. Li Jia smiled. I have loved nature since childhood and have a fondness for grass-type Pokémon, which is why I have raised some. Moreover, the perfumes in the shop are crafted from extracts of their leaves. Arriving at the battlefield, the two took their positions. Despite her expertise in grass-type Pokémon, the arena was devoid of any advantageous obstacles, presenting instead an open and ordinary space. The only notable feature was a skylight above, allowing warm sunlight to pour down, enveloping the entire arena. The blue-haired girl stepped forward to act as the referee. Li Jia stated, The rules here permit 3 Pokémon. If you can defeat all of mine, you will be deemed the victor. With that, she sent forth her first Pokémon. It was a Pokémon entirely ensconced in vines, lacking arms. With only a pair of feet seemingly clad in red boots visible, and through the vines, only its large eyes could be seen. Pokédex entry. Ding, Vileplume. The vine Pokémon, grass type. Its body is completely entwined with blue, writhing vines, obscuring its true form. It sways while walking and enjoys ensnaring nearby objects with its vines. Even if the vines are damaged, they can quickly regenerate. Xiaoyu produced a Pokeball and tossed it to the ground. To counter such a pure grass-type Pokémon, one must naturally deploy a type advantage. Go, Charmander. Observing the little creature with a tail ablaze, Li Jia shook her head lightly. As the gym leader, she had no alternative Pokémon to counter Charmander, so unless there was a significant disparity in strength, the outcome of this battle was already foreseeable. The match commenced. At the blue-haired girl's signal, both Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously. Vileplume, use Stun Spore. Charmander, use Ember. A flurry of sparkling powder flew towards Charmander. And as the Ember was unleashed, it ignited the majority of the powder upon contact. Is this some sort of chemical reaction? The flames surged toward Vileplume. But perhaps due to the chlorophyll characteristic, Vileplume's speed doubled under the ample sunlight, narrowly evading the attack. However, it must be acknowledged that Lijia's strategy was sound. Recognizing her disadvantage, she sought to paralyze Charmander first. Unfortunately, her plan ultimately fell short. Chapter 56. Fire Charmander. Continue using Ember. Since the type advantage is clear, Xiaoyu saw no need to switch tactics and simply continued with fire-type attacks to overpower Vileplume. Lijia called out, "Vileplume, use Vine Whip," constantly dodging the flames. Vileplume made a sharp turn, seizing an opportunity, its vines swiftly lunging forward to ensnare Charmander tightly. Was she attempting to close the distance for a physical confrontation? However, for Xiaoyu, such a decision was precisely to his advantage. With the enhancement of chlorophyll, the speed of the vine monster was astonishingly swift. Xiaoyu had been troubled about how to conclude this battle with the least exertion, but now that an opportunity presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Charmeleon, let your sparks extend along its vines. Under the tight grip of the vines, Charmeleon was under considerable pressure, its face contorted in pain. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, it opened its mouth and unleashed a burst of sparks, using the vines as a conduit to incinerate the vine monster's core. "Oh no!" Lijia exclaimed anxiously, "Vine monster, quickly release." However, it was too late to undo the entanglement. The flames swiftly spread along the vines. In the next moment, the vine monster was engulfed in flames, resembling a moving fireball. "Well done," Xiaoyu said calmly. "Charmeleon, close the distance." As the vine monster struggled to escape the flames, it found an orange-yellow shadow already before it. Before it could react, another burst of sparks erupted at Xiaoyu's command, enveloping the vine monster once more. Fire was super effective against grass. Seeing the vine monster severely burned, Lijia gently shook her head and recalled it, promptly sending out her second Pokémon. This peculiar Pokémon resembled a trumpet and had a large mouth, with massive leaves growing on either side of its yellow body. And its round black eyes gave it a somewhat dazed appearance. Pokédex entry: Dewflower, the flycatcher Pokémon, a grass and poison type, is the evolved form of Mewtwo. With its appearance resembling that of a plant, Dewflower primarily preys on bug Pokémon. Upon detecting prey, it launches sharp leaves to incapacitate its target with poison powder, ultimately digesting it with a dissolving fluid. Despite Charmeleon having sustained minor injuries, Xiaoyu had no intention of switching it out, as both Pokémon readied themselves. Perhaps due to earlier setbacks, Lijia chose to take the initiative. Dewflower, use Leaf Blade. A continuous barrage of sharp leaves shot forth from Dewflower's leaf stems. Xiaoyu waved his hand, and Charmeleon unleashed sparks to counter the attack. Boom. The two moves collided midair and canceled each other out. When the leaves and flames dissipated, Dewflower, surprisingly, rushed toward Charmeleon without a sound. "So fast? Does your Dewflower also have the chlorophyll ability?" Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. "You guessed correctly," Lijia replied with a smile, glancing at the Kyurem beside Xiaoyu. "Your Pokémon has the type advantage, but the ample sunlight today has somewhat mitigated my disadvantage." That tone and slightly mischievous smile. "Are you implying that I only bully with type advantages?" Xiaoyu pondered as he began to grasp her intent. As Dewflower approached Charmeleon, Xiaoyu commanded loudly, "Charmeleon, use Smokescreen." A black smokescreen erupted from Charmeleon's mouth, just as it enveloped itself. Dewflower suddenly sprayed a thick yellow liquid from its large mouth toward Charmeleon's south hiding place. This liquid not only caused damage but also lowered the target's special defense. Observing the seamless coordination between Dewflower and Lijia, it was evident that this move had been executed countless times in prior gym battles. Despite Charmeleon dodging in advance, aided by the smokescreen, it still got splashed with a bit of the dissolving liquid. From within the smoke, Charmeleon let out a pained cry but quickly regained its composure. As the smoke gradually spread, it soon enveloped half the battlefield, and Dewflower stood outside, unable to see Charmeleon's whereabouts. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The arena fell eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. After a long wait, Charmeleon still had not reappeared. Lijia glanced at Xiaoyu, noting his calm demeanor. Realizing that the situation was not simple, was this strategy intended to delay the effects of the dissolving liquid? With this thought, Lijia hesitated no longer and shouted, "Dewflower, use Leaf Blade." Dewflower once again gathered leaves and swept through the smokescreen, dispersing it with a swift gust. "Now," Xiaoyu shouted, and at his command, Charmeleon burst forth from the other side, directly unleashing sparks at Dewflower. Since Dewflower was still in the midst of executing Leaf Blade, it was left with no choice but to take the full brunt of the attack. Flames engulfed Dewflower. The effect was outstanding, but Charmeleon's assault did not end there. It rushed toward Dewflower, extending its claws to scratch it fiercely. After a series of strikes, it unleashed Dragon Rage at close range, sending a shockwave that knocked Dewflower to the ground. Seeing Dewflower unable to rise, the blue-haired girl raised her right hand and declared loudly, "Dewflower is unable to battle." Ligia silently recalled it, preparing to send out her final Pokémon when suddenly, Charmeleon was enveloped in a radiant glow. It evolved? Having accompanied Xiaoyu for a considerable time, Charmeleon had finally accumulated enough experience to evolve. Soon, as the light faded, a more robust Charizard emerged in its place. Charizard's appearance was much fiercer than Charmeleon's, its skin a deeper hue, claws elongated and sharp, eyes more spirited, and a horn-like protrusion sprouted from its head. Pokédex entry. Charizard, the Flame Pokémon, a fire type, is the evolved form of Charmeleon. It excels in using flamethrowers and possesses a vast array of fire-type moves, the power of which is closely tied to its mental state. When faced with formidable foes, it becomes exhilarated, unleashing bluish-white flames, and the fire on its tail blazes fiercely. With its evolution, Charizard let out a triumphant roar, radiating overwhelming fighting spirit. Furthermore, this evolution signified that Xiaoyu's starter Pokémon had finally all entered their second forms. Ligia let out a soft sigh, already at a disadvantage due to type. Now her opponent had suddenly evolved, undoubtedly becoming even stronger, making the final battle all the more daunting. Reluctantly, but with the pride of a gym trainer, she sent out her last Pokémon. Go, my most cherished partner, Stinky Flower. Chapter 57. 1 against 3 and the 5th badge with a flash of red light. A Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. It boasted short limbs, eyes tightly shut like a small rock, and atop its head sat a reddish-brown flower. Its appearance resembled that of the Rafflesia from the tropical rainforest, with its flowers surrounded by 4 spherical petals. And beneath the enormous bloom lay a body akin to a blue plant bulb. Pokédex entry. Stinky Flower, the foul-smelling Pokémon, a grass and poison type, is the evolved form of Oddish. It perpetually exudes a foul odor from its mouth, yet its saliva is as sweet as honey. However, when relaxed, it does not emit a stench. Only when tense or sensing danger does it release its foul odor to ward off intruders. The stench of Stinky Flower wafted through the air, and even from his position in the trainer's command zone, Xiaoyu could smell it from afar. It seemed that, like the tank skunk he encountered yesterday, it too possessed the foul odor trait. As I observed the fire dinosaur, perhaps due to prior combat experience, despite feeling dizzy and nauseous from the smoke, it stands resolutely in place, unwilling to yield an inch, driven by an indomitable spirit inherent in its bloodline. Realizing that the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes, Xiaoyu takes the initiative and declares, "Fire dinosaur, let us strike first." The fire dinosaur opens its mouth, unleashing a flame that is more intense, larger, and hotter than mere sparks. Has it already mastered the art of shooting flames? Ligia calls out, "Stinky Flower, quickly dodge." Unfortunately, lacking the support of chlorophyll, Stinky Flower's sluggish speed renders any attempt to evade futile, and it ultimately succumbs to the scorching flames. As its body ignites, once the flames dissipate, Ligia hastily instructs, "Stinky Flower, use hypnosis." Aware that in such a scenario where hypnosis is used first, powerful follow-up moves typically follow, Xiaoyu remains cautious and decisively commands, "Fire Dinosaur, continue deploying smokescreen." The smokescreen from the previous battle has long since faded, and the fire dinosaur promptly exhales black smoke, enveloping itself once more. Meanwhile, a cloud of powder begins to drift from Stinky Flower's bloom, gradually spreading across the battlefield and eventually merging with the smokescreen. As the fog is still thin, Ligia can vaguely discern the silhouette of the fire dinosaur standing still, entranced in slumber. Excellent. Stinky Flower, use growth. A faint green light emanates from Stinky Flower's body, not only increasing its size but also significantly enhancing the power of its abilities under the sunlight. In the command area, Xiaoyu understands that while the fire dinosaur sleeps, it cannot awaken without external force, so he refrains from speaking, choosing instead to observe quietly, awaiting the next developments. Having done all that could be done, they now await the opponent's performance. At this moment, after much restraint, Ligia finally reveals her trump card. Stinky Flower, use Solar Beam. Following Ligia's command, Stinky Flower begins to absorb sunlight, and countless light particles rapidly converge at its bloom, ultimately forming a luminous sphere. When the energy reaches its zenith, it is abruptly unleashed towards the fire dinosaur. A beam of light streaks through, dispersing the layers of smoke and striking the fire dinosaur directly. Solar Beam, a high-level grass-type move capable of inflicting substantial damage, typically requires preparation time to accumulate sunlight, but in today's abundant light, the energy gathering time is drastically reduced. The fire dinosaur bears the full brunt of the attack, staggering and collapsing to the ground. Though grass-type moves inflict only half the damage against fire types, the augmentation from the growth ability nearly renders the fire dinosaur incapacitated in a single blow. The fire dinosaur, gritting its teeth in pain, struggles to rise. Its stamina and resilience are at their breaking point, yet the beam of light has finally roused it from slumber. With a fierce howl, it activates its blaze ability and, upon Xiaoyu's command, instinctively charges towards Stinky Flower. Truly tenacious, Li Jiao praises, shaking her head. But with your current stamina, what can you possibly achieve? Stinky Flower. Use poison powder. Stinky Flower flaps its petals, generating a swirling barrier of toxic powder before it. Li Jiao's intention is to force the fire dinosaur to change direction. But to her surprise, it charges headlong into the poison powder, leaping high before pouncing, mouth agape. Flames flickering between its teeth as it delivers a powerful bite to Stinky Flower. In a flash, Stinky Flower cries out in agony. Fire Fang is unleashed. The effect is remarkable. What? Li Jia gasps in shock. Just as she intends to command Stinky Flower to break free, she witnesses the fire dinosaur sway. Its final vestiges of strength consumed by the poison powder, collapsing to the ground. She exhales deeply, and just as the blue-haired girl is about to announce the battle's outcome, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Stinky Flower's body suddenly radiates a crimson hue, as if it were burned, convulsing violently. Oh no, it's the burn effect. Li Jia exclaims involuntarily. And scarcely has her warning escaped her lips when Stinky Flower collapses, equally rendered unable to fight. Li Jia and the blue-haired girl exchange astonished glances, both taken aback by this outcome, until several seconds later, the blue-haired girl regains her composure and raises her right hand. Both Pokémon have lost their fighting ability. The challenger is victorious. Xiaoyu silently retrieves the fire dinosaur into its Pokeball, acknowledging the challenge at the gym was indeed taxing for it. This transformation also allows him to witness the fire dinosaur's latent potential, promising that with proper nurturing, it will undoubtedly become a formidable ally. Congratulations on defeating me and earning the Rainbow Badge. Li Jiao approaches Xiaoyu, gently applauding, and sincerely adds, I must say, your fire dinosaur is truly impressive. Especially its indomitable spirit at the end, it has left a lasting impression on me. Its performance surprised me as well, Xiaoyu replies, shaking his head. I will continue to train it to become even more exceptional. Li Jia says no more, retrieving a badge from her pocket and presenting it to Xiaoyu. Wonderful. The fifth badge is finally in hand. He examines it closely. Its shape resembles a blooming flower, with its petals reflecting the colors of the rainbow, truly distinctive. After placing it in his badge collection box, Xiaoyu expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Li Jia, for your guidance. Until we meet again. Chapter 58, Rest Ghastly. Use Shadow Ball. Under the vast sky of Sakuragi Park, Ghastly and Zapdos entwine in a fierce pursuit. Various electric-type and ghost-type moves clash, and as a Shadow Ball strikes Zapdos, both Pokémon expend a significant portion of their vitality, marking the conclusion of this training session. As they land back on the ground, both panting, the battle appears evenly matched, especially considering Ghastly's lack of hypnosis, having been tamed for a while through training and bonding. Zapdos finally bows its head slightly in Xiaoyu's presence. While it does not completely obey him yet, commanding it has become manageable. Nearby, Bulbasaur leisurely basks in the sun. Squirtle floats on its back in the water, and the fire dinosaur lies on a rock, repeatedly flicking its tail, while Eevee persistently teases it. At this moment, Chikorita suddenly lets out a soft call, prompting Xiaoyu to retrieve the Pokeball and return Zapdos, with Ghastly following suit back into Xiaoyu's shadow. Moments later, a boy and a girl enter Sakuragi Park. It is none other than Zeraora and Xiaohu. Xiaoyu picks up a brush from the ground, approaches the pool, and calls for Squirtle while cleaning the gaps on its shell, inquiring, what brings you here? Zeraora, hands behind her back, steps closer to Xiaoyu, her large eyes gazing at him as she cheerfully replies, I heard from my father that you returned to the Research Institute yesterday, so after school, I specifically came to see Chikorita. As for Xiaohu, he insisted on tagging along, and I couldn't dissuade him. Chikorita bends gracefully, resembling a dancer, and curtsies to Zeraora, who then turns her head and smiles in acknowledgement. Xiaohu paced back and forth, cradling his head in his hands, observing the vast Sakuragi Park. He couldn't help but chuckle. After traveling for so long, you've only managed to capture these few Pokémon? If it were me, I would have caught dozens by now. When he first encountered Xiaoyu, he had assumed that the presence of a rare Pokémon by his side indicated his prowess. But now he realized it was not so impressive after all. Just as his words faded, an ominous, shadowy face sprang forth from Xiaoyu's silhouette, coming alarmingly close to him. Well, Xiaohu exclaimed, startled, retreating several steps and emitting a shriek reminiscent of a frightened girl. Yet, the surprises did not cease there. From the pond, a massive, fearsome Pokémon with a gaping maw surged forth, fixing its menacing gaze upon him. still trembling from shock. Xiaohao lost his footing and tumbled into the water with a splash. After sputtering and struggling for a moment, he frantically climbed back to the surface. Avoiding the intimidating gaze of the Gyarados, he turned to Jinghost, incredulous, and exclaimed, "How can there be Pokémon lurking in shadows? Hey, could you refrain from startling me like that?" Hee hee hee. Jinghost mocked, "You little coward. Do you really think you can be a Pokémon trainer with such a timid disposition? You might want to consider a different path." Wow, it can talk. Xiaohao pointed at Jinghost, utterly astonished. TCH, what a naive reaction, Jinghost muttered, disinterested, as it lazily returned to Xiaoyu's shadow. At that moment, Xiaoyu approached his backpack and retrieved a beautifully packaged box, presenting it to Xiaochun. "This is a gift I bought for you in Yuhong City." "What is it?" Xiaochun's heart fluttered with excitement as she opened the gift box to reveal a perfume bottle. "What a delightful scent," she exclaimed, spritzing a bit on her wrist, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted through the air. Just a few days ago, the girls in our class were discussing the perfumes from Yuhong City, saying they are among the most renowned and finest in the Kanto region. Seeing Xiaochun genuinely pleased, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. However, Xiaohao, observing Xiaochun's joy, felt a twinge of discomfort. "Perfume is far too mature for someone your age," he scoffed dismissively. "What an outdated notion," Xiaochun retorted, rolling her eyes. "Perfume isn't solely for adult women. It can uplift one's mood, calm the spirit, and even heal the soul. It's much more than just a pleasant fragrance." Xiaohao was left speechless, bewildered by Xiaochun's passionate defense of perfume. "All right," Xiaochun suddenly recalled, turning to Xiaoyu. "My mom has completed all the comics. She said if you have time, you should visit her soon." "Oh, so soon?" Xiaoyu expressed surprise. Yet he did not immediately head to the Sakuragi residence. Instead, he temporarily left his Pokémon in the park and returned to the laboratory to find Professor Sakuragi. "Professor, could you please transfer Zapdos from this Pokeball to this Ultra Ball?" Looking at the two Pokeballs, Professor Sakuragi adjusted his glasses in astonishment. "Oh, what prompts this request?" Xiaoyu sighed. Zapdos has finally become somewhat obedient, but it has always harbored resentment over being captured by a mere standard ball. I thought changing it to an Ultra Ball might help soothe its feelings. "I see," Professor Sakuragi replied knowingly. "No problem, leave it to me." At the Sakuragi residence, with Professor Sakuragi preoccupied with his work, only Xiaoyu, Xiaochun, and Sakuragi Yoshino remained. Even Xiaochun's younger brother, Sota, was out playing with friends and had yet to return home. By the tea table, Xiaoyu first took a delicate sip of the tea Xiaochun offered, then presented a gift he had brought for Sakuragi Yoshino. "Auntie, you've worked so hard these days. This small token is my humble appreciation. Please accept it." "Oh dear, you've gone to such expense. How can I accept this?" Sakuragi Yoshino initially protested, but with Xiaochun persistently urging her on, she ultimately accepted the gift. Only then did Xiaoyu direct his full attention to a meticulously bound comic on the side. Sakuragi Yoshino was indeed dedicated, not only completing her work but also binding it into a volume, taking care of every detail. Flipping through the comic, he found the earlier content familiar, while the remaining stories, upon reading, brought him satisfaction and a nod of approval. As a woman, she had intricately and delicately portrayed the emotions within the story, perfectly aligning with its themes and intended sentiments. This is truly marvelous. I believe when this comic is published, it will surely be well received. Chapter 59. The incident at U-Town Dock, nestled between Kureha City and Xiaozhou Gorge, was merely a quaint dock town until a few months ago. However, due to its coastal location, a discerning investor set their sights on the area, planning to construct a luxurious hotel along the shoreline, aspiring to transform this small town into a renowned resort destination akin to the neighboring Blue Purity City. After departing from Kureha City, Xiaoyu traversed the town, en route to Xiaozhou Gorge, only to serendipitously encounter Ash, Misty, and Brock at the dock. The three of them lounged lazily on the shore, gazing out at the vast ocean, seemingly lost in thought. "What brings you three here?" Xiaoyu approached from behind, startling them. "Oh, it's Xiaoyu," Misty exclaimed, instantly springing up, her previous lethargy replaced by a burst of youthful energy. Brock greeted Xiaoyu before lamenting, "We're waiting for the ferry. We intended to take a boat to the other side of the sea, to Shallow Red City, but we just missed the departure. We'll have to wait at least 3 more hours for the next one." Through their conversation, Xiaoyu learned that after challenging the Yuhong Gym, they had spent a day resting in Blue Purity City, captured a prime ape in the wild, resolved a missing child incident, and even defeated Team Rocket in Beauty Street, helping Brock acquire a Vulpix. Their travel experiences were indeed quite colorful. However, Ash was more concerned about the number of badges. Upon learning that Xiaoyu had also obtained the Rainbow Badge, he invited, "Would you like to join us in challenging the Shallow Red Gym?" Not right now. Xiaoyu gently declined, shaking his head. I have some matters to attend to. You should go ahead. Just then, Misty noticed something surfacing in the distant waters. Hey, look over there. There's a Horsia. It's so cute. The group turned to see a horse-like Pokémon peeking its head above the water, watching them. However, keen-eyed Brock quickly noticed something amiss. Strange, it seems to be injured. With the distance between them, Xiaoyu squinted to observe closely, soon realizing there was a large bruise on Horsia's face. What remarkable vision! Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at Xiaogang, pondering whether his extraordinary distance perception was due to squinting his eyes to enhance focus. Upon sensing the gaze of the onlookers, the ink seahorse did not retreat but instead emitted a series of calls, followed by a substantial expulsion of black ink onto the surface of the sea, seemingly attempting to convey a message. As the ink continued to be ejected, it ultimately formed the likeness of two jellyfish upon the water's surface. This familiar scene prompted Xiaoyu to recall relevant plot points, and upon looking up, he indeed spotted a grand building under construction in the distance on the ocean's expanse. Is it painting? Xiaoji wondered, fixated on the dark ink. But what could the depiction of these two jellyfish signify? Perhaps out of affection for water-type Pokémon, Xiaoxia produced her Pokeball, aiming it at the ink seahorse. Since it was injured, treatment should take precedence. Ink seahorse, come into the Pokeball. Just as she was about to capture the ink seahorse, a sudden loud crash from afar drew several people's attention once more. A small cargo ship, recently passing by the Shallow Sea Hotel, appeared to have been struck by something, exploding dramatically and splitting in two, billowing smoke as it sank into the depths. The crew aboard was caught off guard, tumbling into the water. What just happened? Xiaoyu and Xiaogang stood up, their faces etched with shock upon witnessing the scene. Now is not the time to ask that. Xiaoxia exclaimed anxiously. People have fallen into the water. We must hurry to rescue them. It seemed that whenever matters concerning water arose, Xiaoxia became particularly spirited and decisive. She stowed her empty Pokeball, disregarding the ink seahorse, and swiftly released her 3 Pokémon, Goldfish, Starfish, and Gem Starfish, commanding, I entrust those individuals to you. At that moment, Xiaoyu also summoned his Squirtle to assist in the rescue, while Xiaoji and Xiaogang split up to search for help. They quickly managed to borrow a boat and headed towards the stranded crew members. The speedboat had limited seating, and with only a few crew members in distress, Xiaoxia and her companions were sufficient, so Xiaoyu refrained from complicating matters further. Instead, he remained at the spot, glancing towards the bottom of the cargo ship, where he vaguely observed a group of glowing red creatures swiftly departing beneath the sea's surface. It was just as depicted in animated tales, indeed. The onyx jellyfish were avenging themselves against humanity. In the distance, after a flurry of chaotic rescue efforts, the crew members were soon brought to the dock. But their condition was dire, their bodies rendered immobile, as if paralyzed. We were attacked by Pokémon. One crew member grasped Xiaogang's arm, struggling to speak. Quickly, inform the president. At the U-Town dock, Xiaoyu and his companions encountered the president mentioned by the crew member. She was a diminutive, unattractive old woman with red hair styled into braids and bangs. Beside her stood 4 strikingly handsome young men, clad only in their underwear, dutifully attending to her. I hear you rescued my company as crew members? Thank you so much, dear ones. Through introductions, they learned her name was Granny Jean. Though her peculiar demeanor and incessant chatter, punctuated by her habitual use of Granny at the end of every sentence, were quite grating. Xiaoji, perplexed, scrutinized her face and asked, haven't we seen you in Lawn Poochie before? To this, Granny Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Fool, though I am her cousin, do not associate me with that woman. Granny, cousin, Xiaoyu sighed in resignation, recalling the events concerning Lawn Poochie. It was bewildering how this world operated. There was a Granny Jean at U-Town dock and another in Lawn Poochie, making it hard to believe that 2 individuals, so strikingly similar in appearance, were merely cousins. Even Professor Oak had a remarkably similar cousin in the distant Alola region. Furthermore, the numerous Miss Junsha and Nurse Joyce, who not only looked almost identical but also worked in the same profession, made Xiaoyu wonder if they were products of some cloning technology, mass-produced for convenience. It was a chilling thought. At that moment, Granny Jean approached a sand table depicting U-Town, explaining, I plan to construct a tourist resort that surpasses Lawn Poochie, establishing a super luxurious paradise hotel on the sea. But Granny, that swarm of onyx jellyfish, which seemingly appeared out of nowhere, has been frequently attacking my employees, obstructing my project and causing us great distress. I see you all are capable of using Pokémon to rescue people. Why not help me drive away those jellyfish? If the issue is resolved smoothly, I can reward you 1 million. Upon hearing the promise of 1 million, Xiaoji and Xiaogang were instantly intrigued. Yet, before they could respond, Xiaoxia vehemently rejected, Don't be ridiculous. Who would agree to such a demand? Grabbing Xiaoyu's arm, she led him out of the office. On the city streets, they reached the coastline, and to this point, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang were left bewildered, still unaware of the reason behind Xiao Xia's anger. Wait up, Xiao Xia. Why don't you want to help her? Xiao Ji inquired, noting that if they could indeed secure the reward, it would be enough to repay Xiao Xia for her bicycle. That Granny Jean is infuriating, Xiao Xia complained. The onyx jellyfish are so adorable. Why would anyone wish to harm them? I believe there must be a reason behind their attacks on humans. Adorable onyx jellyfish? Xiaoyu, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Gang exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Xiao Ji chimed in, the onyx jellyfish feels so soft to the touch, quite delightful. And the red parts atop their heads are known as the rubies of the sea. Rubies? Xiao Ji retorted incredulously. You become a completely different person when it comes to water-type Pokémon. At that moment, the entire city was enveloped by an announcement blaring from speakers, echoing Granny Jin's voice. To drive away our enemies, the onyx jellyfish, we are now recruiting capable warriors. Anyone who can expel those vile jellyfish will be rewarded with 1 million. Trainers who wish to develop locally, hurry to the dock. The announcement repeated thrice, prompting trainers across the city to mobilize, whether genuinely eager to assist, driven by greed, or simply seeking excitement. Xiao Xia frowned, striding toward the dock, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Upon arriving at the dock, they were met with a throng of people. After much effort, they squeezed through the crowd, only to find Granny Jean seated inside a tank, while the Team Rocket trio seemed to have accepted the task and were quickly departing by boat. Team Rocket. Xiao Xia felt a sense of foreboding. When they banded together, things were bound to worsen. Sure enough, Team Rocket's vessel reached a coral reef, where they were soon besieged by the onyx jellyfish, resulting in a violent explosion. Until this moment, people were astonished to discover that thousands upon thousands of agate jellyfish had gathered there, submerged beneath the surface, their dark forms overlapping ominously. The rubies on their foreheads emitted a terrifying crimson glow, coalescing into a singular and fearsome sight. Silence enveloped the crowd as they finally grasped that the forces intent on obliterating one another might not be solely human. Strangely, under the provocation of Team Rocket, one agate jellyfish was drenched in a mysterious liquid, triggering a sudden mutation that transformed it into a colossal 10-meter-tall venomous jellyfish. As this monstrous creature emerged, panic erupted among the onlookers on the shore, with some already stealthily retreating in fear. How could it grow so large? Xiao Xia gasped in disbelief. It must be Gigantamaxing. Xia guessed. Perhaps the barrel contained substances from the Galar region. Otherwise, such a transformation would be impossible. Gigantamax? Ash pondered, recalling a similar experience. Did we witness a gigantic Pokémon shrouded in mist during our time at Zhenghui's Lantern Festival? Could it have been a Gigantamax as well? Who knows? Xia shook her head, acknowledging the multitude of enigmas in this world that defy scientific explanation, with countless truths awaiting discovery. Xiao Xia chuckled softly, remarking, "Your words sound like those of a scientific researcher." Really? Xiao was taken aback, wondering if her prolonged association with Dr. Sakuragi had subtly influenced her thoughts. Meanwhile, the enormous venomous jellyfish had ascended onto the still under construction super hotel, its tentacles relentlessly coiling and constricting, demolishing the structure as if it were an invading beast. Witnessing her dreams collapse, Granny Jean felt her vision darken, her blood boiling as she nearly fainted. How dare you destroy my hotel? I will not forgive you. Attack! Attack! Her tank suddenly opened fire, while the four handsome men inexplicably produced rocket launchers, aiming at the massive jellyfish. Unfortunately, the human artillery merely bounced off the jellyfish's soft body, failing to breach its surface. However, this provocation only further enraged the creature. With a thunderous roar, the agate jellyfish army began their assault on the city, and the giant jellyfish itself unleashed a tsunami that surged toward the shore. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's get out of here. As the towering waves approached, Xia hurriedly awakened Ash and Brock, grabbing Xiaoxia's hand and fleeing. Yet the waves came crashing in with ferocity, inundating the city. In mere moments, they were overtaken by the water, while those behind them were swept into the ocean, the buildings around them succumbing to the colossal force, doors and windows shattered, cars submerged. All submerged in a vast expanse of water. Go, Gyarados. Xia urgently released her Pokeball. As the Pokémon emerged, they scrambled onto its back, managing to escape the impending disaster. When they finally reached safety beneath a television tower on the hillside, they looked back to see the city laid to ruin. The gigantic venomous jellyfish, clearly unsatisfied, let its kin into the heart of the city, its tentacles thrashing wildly as it wreaked havoc. Brock sighed deeply, realizing. So that seahorse was trying to warn us about this. But why are they doing this? Xia questioned, perplexed. If this continues, they will only be hated more. At that moment, Xia knew she must provide an explanation. Pointing to the ruins of the hotel, she said, "Look closely. That hotel was built atop a coral reef, which is the very habitat of these jellyfish. The construction workers inevitably destroyed their coral colonies, encroaching upon their territory, thus provoking their attack and inciting this revenge." Chapter 61. Zapdos strikes back. As the seawater slowly receded, the city now occupied by the agate jellyfish forced the residents, whether they wished it or not, to make a final stand to defend their land. Once they had retreated to safety, they collectively released their Pokémon to fend off the jellyfish assault while attempting a counterattack. Observing this, Brock took out his Pokeball and proposed, "Let us lend a hand." However, Ash hesitated. "How can we fight against such a massive creature?" "Don't overthink it," Xia interjected, releasing her own Pokémon to first repel the smaller agate jellyfish. Kyurem, Gyarados, Raichu, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, go. Faced with this dire situation, there was no other choice. Everyone joined the fray. Ash dispatched Pikachu, Pidgey, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, while Brock summoned Zubat. Only Xiaoxia sought to mediate the chaos in hopes of calming the turmoil. "It's futile," Xia said, pulling her back. "The venomous jellyfish won't heed our pleas until its rage subsides. We must first pacify it before we can communicate." Under normal circumstances, Xiaoxia's assertive nature would have prompted her to argue back, but in the presence of Xia, she found herself reluctant to dispute, her stance shifting as she nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll help too. Go, Starmie, Shiny Staryu, and Goldeen." As the trainers' Pokémon joined the battle, a fierce conflict erupted in nearly every corner of the city. Given the scale of the chaos, issuing commands to the Pokémon proved impractical. They were left to fight instinctively based on their past experiences. Yet, the sheer number of agate jellyfish, coupled with the gigantic venomous jellyfish, meant that after a lengthy struggle, the humans had yet to gain any advantage. Realizing the stalemate and the destruction wrought upon the city, Xia understood it was time for decisive action. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Xiaoxia and softly said, "I must leave for a bit. I trust you to handle my Pokémon for now." "Huh? Where are you going?" Xiaoxia asked in confusion. Xia raised a finger to signal silence, offering no further explanation. Curiosity piqued, she watched him discreetly slip away from the crowd, heading toward the back of the television tower. Once he reached a secluded corner unnoticed, Xia crouched down and retrieved the Jengar mask from his backpack. Jengar emerged from his shadow, having anticipated Xia's intentions. "Are you truly going to do this?" Xia questioned. "What? Are you trying to dissuade me?" Jengar chuckled. "Not a chance. I thrive on excitement. How could I miss out on this? Just leave your back to me." With a mask adorning his face, Xiaoyu noticed in the distance a mysterious black raincoat, seemingly adrift from nowhere, entangled in a thicket. He approached it, draping it around himself like a cloak. Excellent. It concealed him completely. Even those familiar with him would find it nearly impossible to discern his identity. Having accomplished this, he summoned Zapdos. The moment Zapdos appeared, it spread its magnificent wings and emitted a resounding cry. As a legendary Pokémon, it abhorred confinement, even within the confines of a Pokeball. "Zapdos, this opponent is quite formidable, and the outcome rests in your capable wings." Zapdos gazed at Xiaoyu for a few moments, hesitated, and then reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Splendid." Xiaoyu pointed toward the pinnacle of the television tower and instructed, "Take me there." Upon hearing this command, Zapdos widened its eyes in disbelief, letting out an impatient squawk as if warning Xiaoyu not to overstep. "Do not mistake it for an ordinary bird, easily ridden by humans." "Hey, please don't look at me that way," Xiaoyu shrugged. "With Kyra Lillian not here, I can't teleport up there. Plus, the view is expansive, perfect for directing our battle." Zapdos turned its head toward Jengar. "It can't help either," Xiaoyu quickly interjected. "Jengar has been by my side, and others could easily identify me through it. So, I must ask for your assistance." Without waiting for Zapdos' consent, he wrapped his arms around its neck and climbed onto its back. Zapdos twisted and turned, trying to dislodge Xiaoyu, but the latter held on tightly, no matter how fiercely it struggled. "All right, don't be so stingy," Xiaoyu gently soothed. "We can't delay any longer. This city desperately needs our rescue. Let us take flight." Zapdos sighed in resignation and took to the skies, carrying Xiaoyu toward the top of the television tower. Once atop Zapdos, Xiaoyu truly felt its feathers, reminiscent of those of a Jolteon, somewhat prickly and uncomfortable. Moreover, a faint scent of electricity lingered in the air. The sea breeze tousled Xiaoyu's hair. Zapdos flew at remarkable speed, flapping its wings a mere few times before reaching the rooftop. Xiaoyu released his grip and steadied himself. Pointing to a colossal Tentacruel in the distance, he exclaimed, "Look over there. That Pokémon is a Tentacruel, your opponent this time. Don't be deceived by its size. It's merely a water and poison type." which means we hold a definitive advantage. Zapdos, seeing such a massive creature for the first time, was ignited with battle fervor and let out a thunderous cry, diving straight toward the Tentacruel. Meanwhile, the battle below was intensely fierce. Although the trainer's Pokémon were stronger, the sheer number of Tentacruels was overwhelming, often several attacking a single Pokémon simultaneously. As the trainers grew increasingly fatigued, someone suddenly noticed a disturbance above and looked up, spotting a brilliant flash of golden lightning streaking across the sky. "Look, it's Zapdos," a voice called out, and the surrounding trainers all gazed upward, their faces filled with astonishment upon confirming that the legendary Pokémon was indeed Zapdos. As some contemplated abandoning the Tentacruel to pursue Zapdos, they witnessed it swiftly darting before the massive creature, launching an attack. Wait, it's actually attacking the gigantic Tentacruel? Initially stunned, realization dawned upon them. Does that mean that Electric Bird has a trainer? Following Zapdos' flight path, they scrutinized for a long while, eventually spotting a figure atop the television tower, a man clad in a black cloak with a mask obscuring his features. Enveloped so thoroughly, his appearance and age remained a mystery. All they could discern was the comical visage of his mask as his mouth moved, seemingly speaking. On the rooftop, Xiaoyu stood precariously on the cement edge, casting a quick glance downward with a hint of anxiety. "I must admit, Gengar, I think I might have a fear of heights. Otherwise, why are my calves shaking so?" In the shadow of Xiaoyu, Gengar's eyes alone were visible as it replied, "If you fear heights, perhaps you should step back or simply refrain from looking down. Focus instead on the battle involving Zapdos." "I refuse," Xiaoyu asserted earnestly. "Only by confronting my fears can I truly overcome them. But on a different note, if I were to accidentally fall, you would catch me, right? Hey, don't go silent on me now. Speak up." Gengar materialized, feigning to clean its ears while exhaling a sigh. "Honestly, I never realized you had such a talkative side. Rest assured, I will certainly catch you when you are just 1 meter above ground, allowing you to experience the thrilling sensation of Gengar's drop ride." Perhaps Gengar's dark humor eased Xiaoyu's trepidation, for he glanced at his other Pokémon, observing them valiantly battling numerous Tentacruels under Xiaoxia's guidance. "Well done, Xiaoxia. Let my Pokémon gain more experience," Xiaoyu silently praised, and as anticipated, countless individuals turned their gazes toward him, some even pulling out their phones to capture footage of him and Zapdos. Thankfully, he had foreseen this. Otherwise, he would have been exposed to public scrutiny. In the distance, Zapdos circled around the massive Tentacruel, discharging electric currents from its wings toward the creature. The Tentacruel, undeterred, retaliated with laser-like beams emitted from the ruby atop its head, sweeping toward Zapdos. However, perhaps due to its Gigantamax form, the Tentacruel had significantly heightened resistance. Despite enduring such electrical assaults, it remained unfazed. Seeing this, Xiaoyu shouted, "Zapdos, cease the thunder shock. Use Thunderbolt instead." Whether his words reached Zapdos on the wind or not, the next second, Zapdos unleashed a barrage of dazzling electric light, emanating a formidable electric force in a wide-ranging attack. The massive Tentacruel let out a pained wail, and the electric currents surged through the water beneath, striking countless Tentacruels nearby. In an instant, several Tentacruels were rendered unconscious, drifting lifelessly with the waves. At that moment, Tentacruel's tentacles ensnared Meowth, who was inexplicably drawn from somewhere. Utilizing its toxins to manipulate Meowth's nerves, it expressed its fury to the world through Meowth's voice. "We are the Tentacruel and the Tentacle, this time. You humans have destroyed our habitat, so we shall retaliate by obliterating your city. You will experience the sorrow of losing your home." As it spoke, its gaze suddenly turned towards the Zapdos. "And you? Why do you side with humans when you are a Pokémon like us?" Unfortunately, in response to such arrogance, the Zapdos unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. Infuriated, the massive Tentacruel extended dozens of its tentacles, thrashing wildly, yet not even brushing against a single feather of the Zapdos. Realizing it could not inflict harm upon the Zapdos, the Tentacruel suddenly recalled the command given to it by Xiaoyu and began to move its large body towards the television tower. Along the way, any Pokémon daring to obstruct its path was ruthlessly crushed. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu understood that he could not allow it to approach and decisively commanded, "Zapdos, intercept it. Use your beak drill attack." The Zapdos glided through the air, gathering speed while continuously spinning, its long beak shimmering with light as it aimed directly at the massive Tentacruel. Despite the Tentacruel's tentacles flailing about, they could not halt the Zapdos' assault. With a fierce strike of its beak, the Tentacruel let out a tremendous wail. This cry seemed to resonate throughout the heavens and earth, allowing all trainers in the city to witness the true power of the Zapdos. Incredible! Is this the power of a legendary Pokémon? People stared, dumbfounded, at the battle between the two Pokémon, feeling as if their own Pokémon were mere children's play in comparison. Even Ash and Brock gazed on with longing expressions. As trainers, who could resist the allure of a legendary Pokémon? However, despite sustaining such a heavy blow, the massive Tentacruel remained standing. Once it was at an adequate distance, it suddenly fired a laser towards the top of the television tower. After the blinding light faded, Xiaoyu felt the ground tremble beneath him as the spot where he stood collapsed. In the next moment, amidst the falling debris, his body was involuntarily sent plummeting towards the ground, but just then, the Zapdos swooped in, catching him securely. Wow! Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. His heart nearly stopped in that fleeting moment. Grateful for his survival, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This Tentacruel is quite clever, knowing to capture the leader first." But returning to the matter at hand, he added, "Thank you so much, Zapdos. Even after resisting me earlier, you still caught me." After a brief silence, there was a moment when the Zapdos seemed to contemplate dropping him again. At that moment, several beams of light swept towards them, prompting the Zapdos to maneuver swiftly. However, with Xiaoyu on its back, its speed significantly decreased, and on several occasions, they narrowly escaped disaster. "This won't do," Xiaoyu half-crouched on the Zapdos and instructed. "Use that move." The Zapdos nodded gently. Then, Xiaoyu leapt back, voluntarily detaching himself from the Zapdos. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he seemed to sprout invisible wings and soared through the air, landing once more on the top of the television tower. This time, the crowd could no longer contain their emotions and erupted in astonished shouts. How did he do that? Chapter 63. Repulsion and Aftermath. Xiaoyu's ability to fly was, of course, thanks to Gengar. With it by his side, he had no worries about unexpected mishaps, allowing him to revel in the skies. As the Zapdos let out a fierce cry, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the city. Thick layers of clouds obscuring the sky as if it were the bottom of a dark pot, casting a shadow over everything. Below the television tower, Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, then looked up at the Zapdos, which shone like the sun beneath the ominous clouds. A glimmer of light flickered in their eyes. "That move. It's thunder." Brock, knowledgeable as always, confirmed, "It's a powerful electric-type move. On a rainy day, the enemy cannot evade it at all." As the might of the thunder accumulated to its peak, the Zapdos let out another cry, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down upon the Tentacruel with blinding speed. The Tentacruel could no longer withstand the force and toppled to the ground. Whether it was due to expending all its energy or losing consciousness, its body shrank once again until it returned to its normal size. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Without the Tentacruel's leadership, the other Tentacruels retreated in disarray and were soon driven out of the city. The Zapdos glided a few laps in the air before flying towards the television tower. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity, leaping onto its back. Under the gaze of the crowd, the pair swiftly vanished behind the tower. Not long after, when Xiaoyu removed his mask and blended back into the crowd, everything had already concluded. The chaos caused by the Tentacruels had inflicted billions in damages to the city, with numerous buildings collapsed and countless properties destroyed. Following such a disaster, Granny Jean not only lost her enterprises, but also saw her reputation plummet, making it unlikely for her to continue investing in the U-Town dock. With her dreams shattered, one could only wonder what lessons the people would learn from this painful calamity. Ash and Brock, having been too engrossed in the battle, failed to notice Xiaoyu's departure. Only Misty seemed to sense something, smiling gently at Xiaoyu without revealing her thoughts. As Xiaoyu recalled several Pokémon into their Pokeballs and prepared to leave with Ash and the others, he noticed that the seahorse had approached Misty. During the chaos, Misty had not only bandaged its injuries but also protected it, leading the seahorse to willingly acknowledge her as its trainer. Exhausted from the events, Xiaoyu and his companions set up camp outside the city for a well-deserved lunch. It was then that Xiaoyu experienced Brock's culinary skills for the first time. "Well, this is absolutely delicious," he exclaimed, giving Brock a thumbs up. "Compared to your cooking, my dishes feel unworthy of my stomach. I must find an excellent cook to travel with me in the future." Xiaoyu's praise was not exaggerated. Indeed, those seemingly ordinary ingredients transformed into mouth-watering dishes under Brock's careful preparation. Even Xiaoyu's Pokémon savored every bite. "It's not as good as you say," Brock replied bashfully, pulling out paper and pen from his backpack to write down a few recipes, handing them to Xiaoyu. "Here are a few recipes. Although the ingredients are quite common, if you follow my methods, they will surely be delicious." "Thank you so much." Xiaoyu gratefully accepted the recipes. Meanwhile, as they enjoyed their lunch, videos of the Zapdos battling the massive Tentacruel had already been uploaded online, quickly garnering immense attention and even reaching other regions. People were abuzz with speculation about the man wearing the Gengar mask. The Zapdos' magnificent appearance and displayed power left countless individuals yearning for more. After a brief respite, though Misty felt reluctant to part ways, she knew it was time for farewells. Xiaoyu waved goodbye, But before leaving, he gifted Misty a bottle of perfume. Please accept this gift I purchased for you in Yuhong City. I am unsure if you will like it. Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly accepted the gift box but did not open it in front of him, regardless of its contents. Even if it were merely a piece of candy, she would cherish it dearly. Watching the retreating figure of Xiaoyu, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she whispered softly, Xiaoyu, let us meet again next time. Xiaoxi's ears perked up. Huh? Why do you call him that? You fool. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, mortified that Xiaoxi had overheard her. She tugged at his ear and retorted loudly, he is older than us. It is only polite to address him as brother. Oh, I see. Xiaoxi replied, unable to comprehend the emotions of girls. Yet, finding her reasoning sound, he chuckled, then I shall also call him Xiaoyu from now on. It does indeed sound quite endearing. After departing from the Yachting Wharf, Xiaoyu continued northward, arriving once more at SH after several hours, returning after a long interval. He felt no sense of nostalgia or lament for the passage of time. He traversed the familiar streets, heading directly to the SH. At this moment, the elder priest, whom they had met previously, was sweeping the shrine grounds. Although the summer festival had long concluded, the town remained a bustling tourist attraction, with visitors arriving daily to commemorate their visit. Xiaoyu approached the elder priest to convey his intentions. What? You wish to help us better disseminate the tales of SH? The elder priest nodded enthusiastically. That is splendid. Thank you so much. When informed that the stories would be shared through a manga, the elder priest, though unfamiliar with the medium, recognized its significance. This matter, although rooted in events from over 2,000 years ago, involves the entire town. I cannot make decisions alone. Why don't you wait here while I inform the mayor? Once he arrives, you can explain everything to him again. Wait, I have to see the mayor? Xiaoyu was taken aback. His original intention was merely to assist the spirit of the young girl in conveying her wishes, thinking that printing the manga for tourists would suffice. He never anticipated that it would escalate to involving the town's mayor. Chapter 64. Convergence. When a young mayor, wearing golden spectacles and exuding an air of refinement, arrived at the shrine, Xiaoyu recounted the situation once more. As the mayor listened, flipping through the manga, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. As a businessman turned mayor, he quickly grasped the underlying commercial potential. The legend of SH draws numerous visitors each year, but aside from this, the town lacks distinctive features to attract tourists. With the renowned Lampiki nearby and the emerging Yachting Wharf, SH seemed overshadowed in comparison. If this manga were to circulate, it would likely engage more young people, drawing them to the area and enabling the town to host stage plays, subculture events, and merchandise sales, significantly boosting its popularity. I hear you intend to donate this manga to the shrine? Indeed, Xiaoyu confirmed. Though he had invested considerable time and effort, he never thought of profiting from it. However, he was taken aback when the mayor proposed a different suggestion. Creating a story and illustrating it must be quite arduous. How about I offer you a sum to acquire the rights? What do you think? Acquire it? Xiaoyu was startled. But this manga is based on the stories of SH. I have no rights to sell. Moreover, it remains uncertain if it will even be popular. I have my ways, the mayor assured, his demeanor exuding confidence. With the collective strength of the town, I believe we can generate significant buzz. Xiaoyu understood that the mayor aimed to secure rights at a lower price to avoid future disputes over profits. However, receiving a sum of money would be a welcome boon for him, so he had no reason to refuse. To demonstrate his sincerity, the mayor ultimately decided to invest 200,000 yuan, transferring the funds directly to acquire all rights, which replenished Xiaoyu's dwindling savings. After signing the contract, Xiaoyu left the shrine and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Xiaoquan, requesting that she pass it on to her mother. Before long, Sakuraji Yoshino called, initially refusing the money, but after much persuasion, she finally accepted it. With that, the affairs of SH reached a satisfying conclusion. From now on, as the manga continued to be printed, Gaisai would no longer need to worry that the tale of the young girl would fade from memory, enabling her to travel with Xiaoyu without reservations. In the outskirts of Yuhong City, Xiaoyu, donning a Gengue mask and a black cloak, approached a heavily fortified temporary camp. The officers on guard, noticing his suspicious attire, immediately drew their weapons and surrounded him. Halt! Who are you? Xiaoyu remained composed, replying, I was summoned by the handsome gentleman inside. Please inform him. The officers eyed him warily. One made a phone call for verification, and after a brief wait, a slightly weary handsome gentleman emerged from within. Why are you wearing that mask again? Take it off. Xiao shook his head, firmly declining. No way. After the last incident with the rocket team, I vividly recall the lessons learned. It is safer to wear the mask in such situations. But you are already on their blacklist. Even if you disguise yourself now, it may be too late. The handsome gentleman chuckled helplessly, realizing Xiaoyu would not relent. All right, Follow me inside. Inside the camp, armed special police and packs of Katy dogs were everywhere. In the corner, Xiaoyu spotted rows of armored vehicles and helicopters. With all this firepower, you must be quite determined this time. Of course, the handsome gentleman nodded. We have pinpointed the exact location of the rocket team's base. In addition to the underground passages in Game City, we have also discovered another route outside the city. Noticing the gentleman struggling to catch his breath after speaking, Xiaoyu inquired, "How is your injury?" The handsome gentleman waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing serious, but the doctor advised me to rest and avoid strenuous activities. If it weren't for this urgent situation, they would never have allowed me to leave the hospital." At this point, one must admire the medical standards of this world. Not just for humans, but even for Pokémon, regardless of how severely they are injured in the wild. As long as they receive treatment from Nurse Joy at a Pokémon Center, they are guaranteed to be fit for battle the very next day. "Are you still participating in this operation?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "Surely the international police has more than just you working hard?" "Of course not." The handsome man gestured for Xiaoyu to look around, somewhat smugly proclaiming that the nearby officers had all been dispatched directly from headquarters. Even his superior was present, overseeing operations at the command center ahead. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. With a curvaceous silhouette and long, straight black hair, complemented by black stockings, she was simply captivating, her exquisite features framed by a pair of cold, observant eyes that were silently fixed upon him. It was Nazi, whom he hadn't seen in days. He couldn't believe she was also part of this operation. However, upon reflection, given that the international police were collaborating with the Pokémon League, it made sense that Nazi, being located in Golden City and not far from Yuhong City, would be prioritized. Xiaoyu hastened towards her to extend his greetings. The last time they parted, she had mentioned they would reunite soon. He never expected it would be just a few days later that they would again fight side by side. Nazi's gaze seemed to penetrate through Xiaoyu's mask, as if she could see directly into his eyes. "I anticipated your arrival, which is why I waited for you here. It seems my intuition has proven correct," she remarked. The handsome man stepped back in surprise. What was happening? This aloof, superpowered beauty was speaking in such a tone to someone else. In truth, the handsome man and Nazi had only met a few times. The last time, during the West Buddha Tower incident, it was thanks to the Pokémon Association's mediation that he managed to enlist her help. Yet, he understood Nazi's character well. If their relationship were merely casual, she would never have come to greet him. Clearly, if these two had not forged a bond of friendship and understanding during their previous encounters, something else must have transpired. At that moment, Xiaoyu rummaged through his backpack and produced the last gift box containing perfume. "This is a token of appreciation for the last incident. I sincerely hope you will accept it." Chapter 65. Arrangements and deployments. As Xiaoyu entered the lounge, several individuals were already scattered about. At the forefront sat a strikingly handsome man with a serious demeanor, sporting fiery hair and draped in a black cloak, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Beside him lay a languid dragonite, curled up on the floor in a state of repose. In a corner, an elderly woman clad in a purple robe and leaning on a cane, with hair almost gray-yellow, exuded an air that would lead any unfamiliar person to believe she was a wicked witch. Furthermore, there was an older man with gray hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, appearing even more haggard than the handsome man. He wore an open tactical police uniform on his upper body but sported slippers on his feet, giving off a carefree and irreverent vibe despite his age. Lastly, there was Ligia, the gym leader of Yuhong City. With Xiaoyu, Nazi, and the handsome man, the members of this special task force were finally assembled. At that moment, all eyes were riveted upon Xiaoyu. Why is he still wearing a mask? The older man scoffed. Could he be an undercover agent on a secret mission? In the distance, Ligia scrutinized Xiaoyu with suspicion, feeling that his silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. However, having only met Xiaoyu a few times, she could not connect his figure with his identity, until Nazi walked past her. A faint scent of perfume wafting through the air. Ligia gently inhaled, immediately recognizing the fragrance as the unique perfume from her own shop. Yet, Nazi had not worn any perfume when she left. Moreover, given her status, even if she had personally purchased the perfume, her staff would surely have recognized her. Being a person of keen insight, Ligia quickly pieced together the circumstances and deduced Xiaoyu's identity. So it was him. However, another question plagued her. What was the relationship between these two, and why had he given Nazi perfume? Even more incredulous was that Nazi had accepted it. At that moment, the handsome man approached the tactical board, addressing everyone. "Our final team member has arrived, and I will introduce him." He glanced at Xiaoyu's Gungawei mask, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Never mind, perhaps you should introduce yourself." Xiaoyu cleared his throat. "Hello everyone. My codename is Player, and I specialize in ghost-type Pokémon. I hope to receive your guidance." Codenames. Player? What kind of nonsense is this? The handsome man's expression darkened, but he refrained from exposing Xiaoyu, instead introducing the individuals before him. These two on the left are the Elite Four of the Kanto region, Miss Kiku, the Ghost-type champion, and Mr. Dato, the Dragon-type champion and Pokémon investigator. An ancient relic, yet still referred to as Miss. Even I feel a bit embarrassed, Kiku remarked nonchalantly, nodding at Xiaoyu. Young man, to don a Gungue mask and claim proficiency with Ghost-type Pokémon is quite remarkable. You must know that today's youth increasingly shy away from Pokémon that exude an aura of death. Xiaoyu graciously accepted Kiku's praise. Although he possessed only one Ghost-type Pokémon, it was indeed the most formidable among his collection, making his claim not entirely unfounded. At that moment, Dato stepped forward to shake Xiaoyu's hand. Hello, I'm Dato. Your presence here indicates your capability, and you must have earned the officer's recognition. On behalf of all members of the Special Task Force, I welcome you. Indeed, a person of experience speaks differently. The handsome man then turned to the two girls on his right. Since you already know Miss Nazi, I need not elaborate further, and Miss Ligia. You must have met him previously, so I shall not introduce you either. Finally, only the haggard old man remained. This is Mr. Mo, my former superior. An expert in Dark-type Pokémon and an island king from the Alola region. Oh, these are just trivial titles, nothing to boast about, Mr. Mo waved dismissively at Xiaoyu, then sighed lazily. Really, let us complete this mission quickly, so I can retire early and return to Alola to enjoy my golden years. Mr. Mo, the handsome man chuckled. Do not say that. You are still quite young. Why are you always thinking about retirement? Just as Mr. Mo was about to respond, the door to the lounge swung open, and a bald man in a suit strode in. Upon seeing him, Mr. Mo quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Is everyone present? The bald man inquired. Report. The handsome man saluted respectfully, stating, the Special Task Force consists of 7 members, all present. The bald man nodded and addressed everyone. I am the commander of this operation, codenamed Zero. I appreciate your taking the time to gather here to help resolve the troublesome Team Rocket in the Kanto region and the world. Mr. Mo was the first to applaud, followed by a sparse round of applause echoing through the lounge. As the applause subsided, Zero turned to the tactical board and continued, for this operation, we have divided into 2 teams. The main force, composed of the Special Weapons and Tactics team from the International Police, will be the first to assault the base's gates, drawing the attention of the Rocket team with the aid of armored vehicles and helicopters. Meanwhile, your Special Operations team will covertly infiltrate through the underground entrance of the Yuhong Gaming City after the battle commences, coordinating with the main force to capture and eliminate these individuals. Adu inquired, what about Sakaki? Do not worry, Zero replied, casting a glance at him. The other 2 members of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Mr. Shiba and Miss Kona, have also arrived in Chaching City. When the time for the full-scale attack comes, they will act simultaneously with us to assault the Chaching Dojo. This arrangement appeared flawless, and no one voiced any objections. Incredible, Kakuko remarked with astonishment. Even now, I still cannot believe that the man known as the Earth's Sakaki, who remains so unflappable, is actually the mastermind behind the Rocket team, whether one wishes to believe it or not. The truth remains, Zero replied with a cold chuckle. Behind every successful man often lies immense secrets. No matter how perfectly he performs, there will inevitably come a day when he reveals his true self. No one is exempt from this. Chapter 66. The operation begins in Yuhong City. At 9 in the morning, 2 black sedans pulled up in succession outside the Yuhong Gaming City. The streets were bustling with vehicles of all sizes and pedestrians, preoccupied with their hurried journeys, barely glanced at the suddenly halted cars. Is it time? Asked a young man in the passenger seat, wearing a Jengar mask. In a low voice, the driver, a somewhat frail man, checked the time on the dashboard and nodded. Right on schedule. Are we moving? No. We must continue to wait for the signal. There are eyes everywhere. Everyone must be cautious. Understood. Hey. The exchange between the 2 caused Rika to frown. Could you 2 please speak normally? It sounds as if we are undercover agents meeting in secret. Ah, my apologies. The handsome man replied. It's just that the mask Summer is wearing doesn't exactly give off a good vibe. I inadvertently fell into the atmosphere. Casting a sidelong glance at the handsome man, Summer said earnestly, Mr. Handsome, please refrain from making such statements. Huh, what's wrong? He asked, taken aback. Why the sudden seriousness? Is it because I said you don't look like a good person? Summer enunciated clearly, during the operation, please refrain from using my name. Address me by my code name. Player. The handsome man felt a surge of indignation, thinking he had been left to ponder a name issue. Indeed? Summer asserted. This sounds much more professional. In the back seat, Rika stifled a laugh, and even Naji had a hint of a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from outside the city, followed by a series of crackling noises, resembling firecrackers. The sounds, reminiscent of gunfire and cannon blasts, reached them despite the distance. Pedestrians turned their gazes toward the city outskirts. But the towering buildings obstructed their view. That must be the signal, Summer suggested. The handsome man nodded, raising his arm to time the operation. All right, the time has come. Let us commence. With the command, the occupants of the car exited simultaneously, and behind them, Edu, Kakuko, and Morden emerged from another vehicle. The group, with serious expressions, strode directly into the gaming city. Inside, numerous visitors were engrossed in various video games, but upon witnessing the sudden influx of imposing intruders, they cast bewildered glances. Ignoring them, Summer and her companions reached the corridor leading to the staircase to the second floor. Instead of ascending, the handsome man felt along the wall and quickly found a hidden switch behind a poster. With a gentle press, the floor opened, revealing a staircase leading underground. At that moment, the long-hidden secret base of the Rocket Team was unveiled. 2 Rocket Team members disguised as staff rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Their faces changed drastically upon realizing the entrance to the secret base had been breached. Oh no, we have intruders. Before they could raise the alarm, Adu and Morden swiftly approached, seizing them by the throat and knocking them unconscious with swift blows. Disposing of their bodies in a corner, the group entered the interior, only to find the expansive space astonishing. It was far beyond a mere skirmish. The entire base was brightly lit, exuding a sense of advanced technology. However, red alarm lights blinked incessantly along the walls, not due to their presence, but because the International Police's SWAT team was launching an assault on another exit, causing the alarms to blare and drawing most of the Rocket Team members away. Excellent. Everything is proceeding smoothly, the handsome man declared. Now, we will split up as per the original plan. Everyone nodded, releasing their Pokémon, and promptly divided into 2 teams, hastening down the adjacent corridors. Although they were unaware of the base's intricate details, they deduced that the key areas likely included the control room, research lab, data room, armory, and power room. Thus, to prevent the destruction of vital information and data, they needed to seize control before the Rocket Team could respond. The allocation of team members had been predetermined during their earlier ride. Summer and the handsome man, along with Rika and Naji, advanced with resolute momentum, overpowering every Rocket Team member they encountered. However, as they delved deeper, the resistance intensified. In addition to armed Rocket Team members, they were suddenly ambushed by swarms of Pokémon that appeared from behind. Damn, there are too many of them. The handsome man narrowly dodged a barrage of acid bombs, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he gazed at the corrosive damage on the walls. Not only are there numerous foes, but their strength is also more formidable than the usual Rocket Team members outside. While speaking, Summer commanded Jengars to unleash Shadow Balls, finally dispatching this wave of adversaries. Look at this. Rika suddenly pointed at a gate. Behind it are computers and various machines. It seems to be the base's research lab. Upon hearing Rika's words, the handsome man approached the gate and attempted to open it but found it unyielding. Instead, he peered through the thick, specially designed glass of the door. Indeed, this is where they develop technology and equipment. But this door is so thick, we cannot open it. Leave it to me. Naji, who had remained silent, stepped forward. Her eyes glowed, and with her psychic ability, she forcefully opened the seemingly impenetrable, fireproof, and explosion-proof gate. Upon entering the research lab, the scene before them was chaotic, with papers strewn everywhere and shattered coffee cups littering the floor. It was evident that as the SWAT team attacked the front, the researchers had fled in a panic, leaving them no opportunity to capitalize on the situation. Damn it, are we too late? The handsome man gritted his teeth as he approached the computer, navigating the operating system in search of any potentially significant files that might have been overlooked. At that moment, Xiaoyu had also paced around the research room, noting that the equipment was almost all operational. It was evident how hurried and urgent the Rocket Team researchers had been before their departure. Just as he turned around, a uniquely designed telescope suddenly caught his eye. What could this be? He picked up the telescope and noticed that it was entirely white, with the lenses exuding a faint blue glow. Out of curiosity, Xiaoyu held the telescope up to his eyes and looked around, only to be surprised that it neither possessed any magnifying capabilities nor offered any microscopic or X-ray vision. Everything appeared exactly as it was. Just as he pondered this, when he turned his head towards Ghost Stone, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Chapter 67. The inspection mirror and Apollo. At that moment, Ghost Stone floated silently in place, its eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. However, its form appeared faintly translucent, not fully manifesting. Yet through the telescope, its appearance was crystal clear, even revealing the parts that had vanished. Upon removing the telescope, Ghost Stone's form returned to normal. Why are you staring at me? Ghost Stone inquired, curiosity evident in its tone. In this telescope, your body is utterly exposed, Xiaoyu replied. Ghost Stone was astonished. What? Such a remarkable device exists? Xiaoyu nodded. If I am not mistaken, this should be the Silver Inspection Mirror. Silver Inspection Mirror? What is that? As Ligia and Nasi approached, Xiaoyu explained. It is a high-tech product manufactured by Silver Company, designed to reveal things that are imperceptible to the naked eye, such as the invisibility of ghost-type Pokémon, enemies hidden within smoke, and even the fluctuations of psychic energy in the air. Is it truly that powerful? Xiaoyu turned to Nasi. Perhaps this was the prize taken during the rocket team's raid on Silver Tower last time. Nasi surveyed the surrounding equipment. So, they intended to analyze its principles and mass-produce it? Just as Xiaoyu was about to respond, the door to the research room swung open once more, and several individuals stormed in. Wearing berets and black uniforms, they were none other than the members of the True Bird Matrix who had previously tangled with Xiaoyu. Their captain, the burly one-eyed man Gaz. Those pesky mice. They have already infiltrated here. Upon seeing the handsome man and Xiaoyu, flames of fury ignited in Gaz's eyes. You again? This time, without those two fools to assist you, I shall ensure your destruction here. The sight of these individuals caused the not yet healed wounds of the handsome man to throb painfully. He exclaimed, Gaz, last time. It was due to your ambush that I was gravely injured. This time, I will bring you to justice and utterly annihilate the rocket team. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes burn with hatred. After each party exchanged their fierce words, their Pokémon leapt into action, clashing together in a chaotic melee. As Xiaoyu stowed the Silver Inspection Mirror in his backpack, he was about to call Ghost Stone into battle when the handsome man stopped him. We cannot afford to be fully entangled here. You must go to another location and prevent them from further sabotaging the data. Are we really going to split up? Xiaoyu frowned. If we divide our forces, we will lose our advantage. He preferred to keep all four together, forming a united front for a more powerful strike. However, he could not argue against the handsome man's decision, for their differing identities led to distinct strategies. Xiaoyu prioritized the safety of the group, believing it best to remain together to avoid being picked off one by one and incurring unnecessary losses. Meanwhile, the handsome man, as an international police officer, emphasized mission completion and efficiency, especially since the data and information here were invaluable to headquarters. Rest assured, the handsome man said with feigned nonchalance, once I deal with this bunch, I will come find you. All right, then I leave this to you. As Xiaoyu prepared to leave, Gaz bellowed, trying to escape. None of you shall leave here. Boscador, use Body Slam. Boscador lumbered forward, charging at Xiaoyu and the others, but Nasi intercepted with Psychic. I will stay to assist him. Nasi turned to Xiaoyu. You all hurry away. We will handle things here. This scene reminded Xiaoyu of a similar moment at Silver Tower. He exchanged a glance with Li Jia, and without further hesitation, they slipped out through the back door. They traversed a long corridor, reaching the core area, where an elevator descended. Xiaoyu pressed the button twice, but the elevator showed no signs of activation. Pointing at the control panel's card slot, Li Jia remarked, it seems a password card is required to activate it. We should find another route. Continuing forward, they passed through several rooms, fortuitously entering a hall within the base. They halted, not out of reluctance to advance, but because seated at a row of dining tables were a man and a woman who, despite dining leisurely, appeared to have been waiting for some time. Among them was Athena, the woman with whom Xiaoyu had battled at Silver Tower, and beside her stood a man clad in a white rocket team uniform. Beneath his azure short hair was a finely featured, competent visage. He gently wiped his mouth with a napkin and then raised his head, his sharp gaze gradually settling on Xiaoyu. This is as far as you go, the man declared. From here on, I will not allow you to advance any further. With his words, the walls beside Xiaoyu and Li Jia suddenly shattered, as a robust Pokémon, reminiscent of a monstrous Godzilla, crashed through the wall, colliding forcefully with Li Jia. Her body lurched backward, but Xiaoyu, quick to react, caught her. A trickle of blood escaped her lips as she gazed at the Pokémon, her expression grave. It's Tyranitar. After gently placing Li Jia behind him for protection, Xiaoyu, despite having an inkling of who this man was, still asked, Who are you? The man and Athena stepped forward. You must be Xiaoyu. I am Apollo, one of the 4 executives of the rocket team, alongside the ones you have previously defeated, Lambda, Lance, and Athena. Indeed it is him. Glancing back at Li Jia, Xiaoyu forced a smile. I had hoped that with the support of the international police, everything would go smoothly, but it seems we must engage these individuals in battle after all. So can you still fight? I'm fine. Li Jia slowly rose, raising her hand to release 2 Pokémon. One was the Weepinbell she had previously battled against Xiaoyu, and the other resembled a palm tree Pokémon, Executor. Athena, now fixated on Xiaoyu, coldly stated, "Remove that ridiculous mask of yours. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask?" As she spoke, she summoned her own Pokémon, Gengar and Honchkrow. Knowing that an arduous battle was now unavoidable, Xiaoyu hesitated no longer and opened several Pokeballs. In an instant, Chikorita, Charmeleon, Rayquaza, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur emerged, standing before Xiaoyu. With a fierce atmosphere thickening, a thunderous roar from Tyranitar pierced the tension. And within a heartbeat, the Pokémon unleashed their moves, attacking their adversaries. Chapter 68. The tide has turned as the scene descended into chaos. Xiaoyu swiftly issued commands to reorganize the Pokémon. Chikorita and Charmeleon, you two take on the Murkrow. Rayquaza, Squirtle, and Arbok will be your responsibility. Bulbasaur, assist Executor and Gloom in surrounding Tyranitar. Upon hearing his orders, the Pokémon quickly adjusted their positions. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu cast a glance at Gengar, instructing, Gengar, take them down one by one. I understand. Gengar's form disappeared, only to reappear beside Arbok. At that moment, Arbok twisted its body to narrowly evade a jet of flames, retaliating immediately by spewing a torrent of acid towards the two Pokémon before it. With no means of escape, Charmeleon found itself ensnared, but Chikorita seized the moment, using teleportation to whisk them both to safety. Unbeknownst to Arbok, Gengar had silently materialized, prompting Athena to shout, Arbok, watch your back. Just as Arbok turned, a shadow ball hurtled towards it, crashing into its form. It let out a pained cry, yet Gengar's assault was far from over. It extended its drooling tongue, slathering it across Arbok's face. This inflicted damage while also triggering a paralysis effect. What a perfect opportunity! Xiaoyu exclaimed. Chikorita, use Magical Leaf. Charmeleon, unleash Flame Fang. The two Pokémon executed their moves simultaneously, striking Arbok and igniting a burning effect due to the combination of fire and grass. This time, Arbok could not even muster a scream before collapsing from exhaustion. Well done. Just as Xiaoyu contemplated shifting targets to continue assaulting Murkrow, a voice from afar interrupted. Apollo had issued a command. Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse. With its mouth agape, Tyranitar unleashed waves of energy and a barrage of dark orbs from its maw. However, its target was not any Pokémon present but rather Xiaoyu and Ligia. Though Executor attempted to intervene with Psychic, the disparity in strength meant that, while some of the attack was mitigated, residual energy still surged towards Ligia. Watch out! Xiaoyu shouted, diving to tackle Ligia to the ground. In a flash, the shockwave hit, and though they shared the brunt of the impact, the force sent them tumbling several meters away. Upon finally halting, Xiaoyu felt a searing pain in his arm, thigh, and back, noticing several bruises. And even his mask had fallen aside. Looking at Ligia in his arms, she seemed unscathed but pale, clearly shaken. As she processed the situation, her large eyes met Xiaoyu's, filled with gratitude. Thank you. Her delicate form lay against him, and though he found her softness endearing, Xiaoyu insisted. Now is not the time for thanks. We can't allow them to strike at us again. Ligia nodded, quickly scrambling to her feet, readying her Pokémon for a counterattack. As Xiaoyu rose and donned his mask, he saw that Gengar had already defeated Athena's Murkrow. However, Apollo's Tyranitar remained formidable, standing resolute against the Pokémon's assaults. More troublesome was the sight of Athena being vanquished. Apollo calmly retrieved another Pokéball, releasing his second Pokémon. This creature, encased in flames from its tail to its forehead, resembled an ugly duckling engulfed in fire, appearing akin to a fiery orb. That's a Dusknoir, Xiaoyu whispered, and Ligia, recognizing the Pokémon, nodded in agreement. As a fire type, Dusknoir held a significant advantage over her Pokémon. Noticing Xiaoyu's hand instinctively reach for a super ball at his waist, Ligia's heart stirred, and she quietly urged, at this point, there's no need to hold back any hidden cards. If you have any trump cards, now is the time to unleash them. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu prepared to summon Zapdos when suddenly, a man burst through the shattered window. With fiery red hair and a black cape, it was unmistakably Edu. Surveying the scene, Edu grinned. Looks like I arrived just in time. Edu. Apollo squinted, glaring at him, astonished that he too had come. Waving dismissively, Edu replied, Hey Apollo. We've crossed paths before. There's no need to be so surprised, right? As he spoke, a massive Pokémon flew in through the window, colliding forcefully with Tyranitar, sending it crashing against the wall. Seeing Edu join the fight, Xiaoyu lowered his arm and asked, Mr. Edu, what is the situation on your end? Edu gestured reassuringly. Don't worry, the SWAT team has already stormed in. They'll soon take full control of this level. These ruffians won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Apollo and Athena exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling upon them. If only a handful of intruders had entered, they could easily eliminate them. However, with a large force breaching their base, it would be futile to linger any longer. With this realization, they hastily withdrew their Pokémon and fled without looking back. They're retreating? Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief as he calmed his thoughts. He could indeed hear the sounds of fierce combat and frantic footsteps echoing from the corridor outside. He recalled his remaining Pokémon, leaving only Chikorita and Gengar by his side, and stepped out of the cafeteria. Outside, the area was swarming with international police SWAT teams, with numerous Team Rocket members either fleeing or being apprehended, the scene one of utter chaos. Thinking of Naji and the handsome guy, Xiaoyu turned to find them approaching alongside Kiku and Merdan. Locking eyes with Naji, Xiaoyu inquired, "What happened to the Bird Brigade?" Before Naji could respond, the handsome guy interjected, "We drove them back, or rather, they retreated upon seeing the SWAT team enter the base. So, we still couldn't catch them," Xiaoyu mused, his expression contemplative. Indeed, the handsome guy sighed. After all, this is their stronghold, riddled with traps and secret passages. Capturing them is not an easy task. With the first basement secured, they pushed onward, conquering the second and third basements until they reached the fourth underground level. Just as everyone thought this operation would conclude perfectly, the handsome guy flung open the stairway door, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit reclining on a plush sofa in the expansive underground hall, calmly observing them. Chapter 69, Mewtwo and Moku. The group gasped in shock, quickly tensing and assuming battle stances. "What is going on?" Xiaoyu whispered to the handsome guy. "How did he end up here? You have already confirmed his presence at the Evergreen Dojo and dispatched Shiba and Kona to confront him, have you not?" The handsome man hesitated and replied, "I am not certain. Sakamoto's whereabouts have always been elusive. Perhaps Shiba and Kona have come up empty-handed. However, now that he has revealed himself here, it conveniently saves us a great deal of trouble. We can apprehend him directly." Behind Sakamoto stood Apollo, Athena, Lance, and Lambda, for executives of Team Rocket. Despite the dire circumstances, each of them wore a facade of calm, devoid of panic. The handsome man stepped forward, locking eyes with Sakamoto. "Sakamoto, you are suspected of kidnapping, destruction, and multiple acts of terrorism. According to international law, I hereby formally place you under arrest." Sakamoto glanced at him, responding coolly, "The exposure of this base was merely a matter of time. I am not surprised you found this place. Your speed, however, has indeed exceeded my expectations by a few years. It seems that you international police are not entirely inept. Enough of your musings." The handsome man retorted sternly. "The downfall of Team Rocket is inevitable. At this juncture, do you intend to surrender, or will you continue to resist?" Upon hearing this, Sakamoto slowly rose from the sofa. "You think that merely occupying one of my bases guarantees your victory? What do you mean by that?" The handsome man pointed behind him, stating, "With so many of us today, alongside Mr. Otto and Miss Kikuko, do you still believe you can escape?" Observing Sakamoto, Otto's expression turned somber. "Mr. Sakamoto, I once thought you to be an honorable man, but it seems I was gravely mistaken." "Indeed," Kikuko sighed, "despite our long acquaintance, I never imagined you harbored such a secret identity. Humans are often blinded by their perception of appearances, unable to see the true essence of matters. Have you ever truly understood who I am?" Sakamoto's tone was as composed and merciless as his character. "Enough with the theatrics," the handsome man scolded. "The strongest trainers and Pokémon in the Kanto region are here. If you are wise, you should surrender." "Strongest?" Sakamoto scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "What a joke. A group of ignorant fools, utterly unaware of their limits. Today, I shall show you what true strength in Pokémon looks like." As Sakamoto spoke, a faint red light suddenly illuminated a dark corridor behind him. Then, before everyone's eyes, a peculiar armored Pokémon with a helmet levitated forth, wielding psychic powers. This humanoid Pokémon was mostly obscured, revealing only its silver, cat-like legs and a thick, purple tail. "What Pokémon is this?" The crowd gasped. Even Otto and Kikuko, despite their vast knowledge, were astonished. Only Summer remained unfazed upon seeing this Pokémon. At this moment, it is indeed still under Sakamoto's control. "Do you think you can stop us with just one Pokémon?" The handsome man waved forward, sending out his Froakie and Houndoom. The two Pokémon leapt forward, unleashing a barrage of toxic needles and a jet of flames directly at the armored Pokémon. However, as the attacks neared, the armored Pokémon raised its arm, and in the next instant, the toxic needles and flames were ensnared by two orbs of blue light, halting midair. With a gentle push of its arm, the blue orbs surged forward, crashing into Froakie and Houndoom, sending them hurtling against the wall. Bang! Bang! After two resounding thuds, the two Pokémon collapsed to the ground. The crowd was taken aback. With just one strike, the armored Pokémon effortlessly subdued two Pokémon, showcasing such overwhelming power that no one dared to underestimate it any longer. Otto nodded to his Dragonite, while Kakuko sent out her Jengar. The two Pokémon flanked the armored Pokémon, launching an attack. A Shadow Ball coalesced in Jengar S-Claws, which it then hurled at the armored Pokémon, while Dragonite flapped its wings, charging in. Yet just as the attacks were about to connect, the armored Pokémon vanished, reappearing with outstretched hands, ensnaring both Dragonite and Jengar in blue light before slamming them to the ground. Impressive. Mewtwo exhaled, addressing the group. Everyone, let us join forces. Legia and Nasi nodded in unison, commanding their Pokémon, and as Froakie and Houndoom struggled to rise, they dispatched their own Pokémon to join the fray. With the increasing number of Pokémon, chaos ensued as attacks flew in every direction, causing the entire underground level to tremble slightly. Gistone was about to step forward when he noticed Summer's calm demeanor, prompting him to scratch his head and ask, "Hey, aren't you going to let me help?" Summer hesitated. Of course, help was necessary, but Sakamoto and his 4 executives appeared to be mere spectators, not attempting to flee or summon additional Pokémon to join the battle. Did they possess absolute confidence in Mewtwo's abilities? As Summer pondered, an unfamiliar, neutral voice resonated within his mind. "You know my name is Mewtwo? Do you recognize me? Whose voice is this?" Summer was initially taken aback, then realized that someone was engaging in telepathic communication with him. The tone clearly belonged to Mewtwo. However, when Summer looked up, he saw Mewtwo still engaged in battle, seemingly oblivious to him. "You indeed know my name. Who are you?" Yet before Summer could respond in his mind, an alarming sensation washed over him as his memories began to flash rapidly in his mind, as if someone were sifting through his life. "This is bad. Chikorita!" Summer suddenly exclaimed, startling Legia, Nasi, and Gistone. He paid no heed to their surprise and extended his hand toward Chikorita with great difficulty. Chikorita instantly sensed the urgency, using teleportation to arrive by Summer's side, extending its psychic-imbued hands to clasp tightly around his large hand. Chapter 70. Success and Failure. The blue psychic energy enveloped Summer, safeguarding his heart and mind. It was precisely Chikorita's powers that allowed Summer to finally break free from Mewtwo's influence, no longer hearing its telepathic voice. With a sigh of relief, Summer looked back at Mewtwo, his gaze filled with vigilance and caution, uncertain of how much of his privacy and secrets had been exposed in that fleeting moment. In the arena, Mewtwo, who had been wreaking havoc, suddenly came to a halt. It hovered in midair, completely still, save for its robust tail, which thrashed about, seemingly caught in a state of extreme agitation. This sudden change furrowed the brows of Otto, Kakuko, the handsome man, and Merdan. But as they were unaware of Mewtwo's intentions, none dared to issue commands for an attack. Their Pokémon, lacking orders, also ceased their movements, panting heavily. Sakamoto narrowed his eyes. In the laboratory where Mewtwo was created, a similar situation had previously transpired. At that time, it questioned its own existence, struggling to comprehend the essence of life and the significance of being alive. Consequently, it exhibited a ferocious side, unleashing cataclysmic power that obliterated everything on the island. Now, this scene inevitably reminded Sakaki of that hellish inferno. "What are you doing? Quickly defeat them. Remember, you must learn to control your powers, otherwise you will bring nothing but destruction to this world." Sakaki's voice echoed through the hall, yet Mewtwo remained unmoved. Observing this, a sense of foreboding gripped Sakaki's heart. He glanced at his 4 subordinates before slowly making his way to the nearby elevator. "Sakaki, where are you going?" a handsome fellow shouted. Sakaki ignored him, instead producing a keycard and swiping it on the control panel to open the once-locked elevator doors. "Damn it." The handsome one clenched his fists and turned to a special police officer behind him, asking, "Where does that elevator lead? Is there anyone guarding the exit?" The officer hesitated before replying. "We attempted to cut the power earlier, but that elevator seems to operate independently. Without the keycard, it is completely uncontrollable. Damn it. We cannot let him escape. Quickly, send someone to intercept him upstairs." The handsome fellow commanded, turning to his 2 Pokémon, Frogadier, Houndour. "Stop them." Just as the 2 Pokémon prepared to act, Mewtwo erupted in a dazzling blue light. A violent and unparalleled force surged forth, creating a powerful gust that swept in all directions. People instinctively squinted and soon found themselves knocked to the ground. When they regained their composure, they saw Mewtwo soaring upwards, shattering several layers of the ceiling before vanishing from sight. Its armor lay scattered on the ground, yet no one had glimpsed its true form. Has it left? Otto looked up at the gaping hole in the ceiling, perplexed by why this extraordinary Pokémon had chosen to abandon its trainer and flee. "Sakaki," the handsome fellow shouted, urgently scanning the area, only to discover that Sakaki had already entered the elevator with several officers. The heavy elevator doors slowly closed, revealing only Sakaki's somewhat grim visage. "This is bad. Quickly pursue him." The handsome fellow, realizing it was futile to stop the elevator, turned back towards the stairs, leading the special police officers in pursuit. Xiaoyu rose from the ground, assisting Nasi and Ligia to their feet. This Pokémon is simply too powerful, Ligia remarked, her heart still racing. What does it look like beneath its armor? Is it a newly discovered legendary Pokémon? I don't know. This is my first time seeing such a Pokémon. Nasi replied, recalling Xiaoyu's earlier peculiar demeanor and casting a concerned glance in his direction. What was wrong with you earlier? Xiaoyu remained silent, merely shaking his head gently, unwilling to elaborate. Some secrets are destined to remain buried within the heart, never to be revealed to anyone. Sakiki's escape rendered this operation both a success and a failure. The success lay in their conquest of a long-standing Team Rocket base, acquiring vast amounts of data and apprehending numerous Team Rocket members, inflicting significant losses upon them. The failure, however, was that they failed to capture even a single high-ranking officer. The relentless battles and involvement in the Team Rocket incident left Xiaoyu both mentally and physically drained. Upon bidding farewell to everyone and returning to Leaf Green City, he promptly decided to grant himself a short respite, allowing for 2 days of rest. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Jolteon, quickly dodge. Then use Thunderfang. In Sakuraji Park, Xiaoyu reclined in a rocking chair, simultaneously commanding his 2 Pokémon in their battle. Meanwhile, Zeraora sat nearby, combing Chikorita's fur with a wooden brush. Observing Xiaoyu's languid demeanor, she couldn't help but tease. You're being quite lazy, aren't you? With such commands, how could they possibly determine a victor? This is my way of training them. Xiaoyu sighed lightly, but it's not without its challenges. After all, I'm the only trainer here. And it's not easy to find someone to assist in their training. Zeraora happened to be there simply because it was the weekend and she had nothing to do. So she came to lend a hand. Weren't you always saying that traveling makes them improve continuously? Why the sudden desire for rest? Xiaoyu stretched lazily, gazing up at the sky. I am, after all, just an ordinary human. Rest is essential to better adjust my state for the next journey. Oh, by the way, speaking of travel, Zeraora seemed to recall something. Let me show you something entertaining. She stood up, walked over to Xiaoyu, retrieved her phone from her pocket, and opened a video. Xiaoyu leaned in for a closer look and realized it was footage of him battling a giant Tentacruel with Zapdos at the U-Town Pier. His spirits lifted as he watched intently. Admittedly, the video quality was somewhat blurry, but the figure, clad in rain gear and a mask, rendered it impossible to discern his true identity. Post-production filters had undeniably enhanced the excitement of the battle. Zeraora continued, this video has gone viral in our class. The boys are passing it around like crazy. As a trainer, I thought you'd appreciate it. Of course. Xiaoyu eagerly agreed. Look at Zapdos. Its electric-type moves are so powerful, it's evidently formidable. The super ball at his waist subtly wobbled, clearly pleased by Xiaoyu's praise. Zeraora nodded. It is indeed impressive, but the way its trainer is dressed is quite unsightly. Unsightly? Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he tugged at his lips. While his attire might have been a bit peculiar, it wasn't exactly unsightly, was it? The combination of the black cloak and the Jengar mask imbues it with a sense of mystery. Chapter 71. Dragonite Island. Just as Zeraora was about to respond, Xiaoyu's phone abruptly rang, prompting her to fall silent. She squatted down, resting her chin on her hands, a cheerful smile adorning her face as she awaited him to finish the call. Xiaoyu glanced at the screen. It was a call from Nasi. Hello? Upon answering, Xiaoyu wasted no time, directly asking, what is the update? On the other end, Nasi's voice remained cool and collected. I have handed the silver mirror over to Mr. Silver. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for your retrieval of it. Xiaoyu had anticipated further elaboration but was taken aback when Nasi paused. Oh, is that all? Nasi chuckled softly, countering what? You seem disappointed? Of course, Xiaoyu admitted candidly. After all, it was retrieved from Team Rocket. I thought he might reward me with a Master Ball. A Master Ball? Nasi laughed. What do you think a Master Ball is? Just an ordinary ball found in friendly shops? I am well aware of that, Xiaoyu replied, but men are inherently greedy creatures, always harboring unrealistic fantasies about what they cannot obtain. It is uncertain whether it was Xiaoyu's words that sparked Naz's misunderstanding. She fell into silence for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, I won't tease you any longer. In fact, Mr. Silver is aware of your intention to continue your journey. So he had someone modify that detection lens, allowing you to attach it to your mask. Mask? What mask? Xiao Chun's ears perked up immediately. Wait. He actually gave me the inspection lens. No way. Are you joking? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, noticing Xiao Chun eavesdropping on their conversation. He quickly turned to the side and whispered, ahem, well, regardless, thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Mr. Silver as well. You can hold on to the item for now, and when I have the time to visit Golden City, you can hand it over to me then. In the afternoon, Upon returning to the laboratory, Xiaoyu did not idle away his time. Instead, he assisted Dr. Ingmu and others with various tasks. Besides Dr. Ingmu, Lianxi and Kai also imparted a great deal of knowledge to him, such as how to write observation notes, use simple instruments, and analyze the essence of matters, genuinely treating him as a member of the research institute. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoyu diligently studied, humbly sought advice from both of them, and endeavored to absorb any knowledge related to Pokémon. Before long, Monday arrived, and as spring commenced, Xiaoyu set forth on a new journey, his destination being the city of Shallow Red, home to the Shallow Red Gym. The straight-line distance between Shallow Red City and Withered Leaf City was not particularly far. However, due to the expanse of oceans separating them, he contemplated two primary methods of reaching his destination. The first option involved traveling overland, heading east from the outskirts of Withered Leaf City, traversing dense mountains, and then detouring southwest along the coast to ultimately arrive at Shallow Red City. However, this route entailed an arduous journey, significantly longer in distance and particularly time-consuming, rendering it impractical. The second option was to embark on a cruise ship, directly crossing the sea. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyu opted to experience an entirely novel mode of travel. Come forth, Gyarados. With the release of the Pokeball, a Pokémon with a dragon-like head and a long, slender body emerged from the depths of the ocean. Xiaoyu leapt forward, landing securely upon Gyarados' back. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had yearned to sail the seas aboard a water-type Pokémon, and this fortuitous opportunity fulfilled one of his long-held desires. Setting his course, as he joyfully called out, Gyarados partially surfaced, swiftly gliding across the waves toward the other side of the ocean. The boundless sea, along with the azure sky and white clouds, uplifted his spirits. Even the salty sea breeze felt refreshingly pleasant against his skin. The occasional ships and Pokémon breaching the surface of the water added delightful surprises and joy to what would otherwise be a mundane journey. However, as time passed, even the most beautiful scenery could become monotonous if stared at for too long. Xiaoyu yawned, feeling bored, when suddenly a strong gust of wind swept through. He gazed into the distance, only to discern a fierce storm rapidly approaching. No way. Why do I always encounter such weather as soon as I set sail? He sighed inwardly, hastily instructing Gyarados to change course. Yet, the storm's winds were alarmingly swift, and in mere minutes, it was upon him. The ferocious sea winds nearly obscured his vision, and the torrential rain drenched his clothes in an instant. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether he should switch to Zapdos and take to the skies, colossal waves crashed against him. Before nature, both humans and Pokémon seemed so insignificant. Gyarados' body was entirely beyond his control, swaying uncontrollably upon the tumultuous waters. One of Xiaoyu's arms clutched Gyarados' neck while his other hand reached for the Ultra Ball at his waist. However, at that moment, he noticed several Pokémon flying toward him from the distant sky. Their plump yellow bodies appeared completely unaffected by the storm, remaining strikingly visible even under the dim sky. It turned out to be Dragonites. Before Xiaoyu could comprehend their intentions, one of the Dragonites swooped down before him, effortlessly grasped him with its claws, and soared into the air. Xiaoyu was left in a bewildered state, wondering what this meant. Had they mistaken him for a castaway? As they flew farther away, he hurriedly retrieved his Pokeball to recall Gyarados. Yet, sensing no malice from the Dragonites, he allowed them to carry him away from the storm. With their wings flapping, they distanced themselves from the tempest, only to find that the Dragonites led him into another storm. Before he could express his astonishment, they had already traversed through the storm, revealing a breathtaking vista. In midair, Xiaoyu looked down to see an isolated, lush green island emerging amidst the swirling storm. This scene instantly reminded him of Dragonite Island. Once the Dragonites landed on the island, Xiaoyu stepped onto the soft beach. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the Dragonites encircling him, all wearing expressions of pride as they gazed at him. Their demeanor resembled that of children eager for praise after doing a good deed. Well, Xiaoyu shook his head, cleared his throat, and expressed his gratitude. Though it was unnecessary, I still want to thank you for bringing me away from that storm. Chapter 72. The miserable Dratini. In truth, being brought here by the Dragonites was not an isolated incident. Both Ash and Hal from the Journey arc, as well as ordinary shipwrecked sailors, had been rescued by them. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's gratitude, the Dragonites squinted their eyes and smiled, emitting joyful cries. Naturally benevolent, Dragonites would guide distressed ships to safety upon encountering them at sea. Their robust physiques could reportedly circle the globe in merely 16 hours, making them incredibly swift Pokémon. Seeing that Xiaoyu was unharmed, the Dragonites gradually dispersed, leaving him there without concern or supervision, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of him causing any disturbances. Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation. With such a disposition, it was no wonder their habitats were dwindling. Even the Dragonite population had become increasingly rare, to the point where encountering wild Dragonites on any continent had become nearly impossible. Peering into the island's interior, he could clearly see numerous other Dragonites, as well as many unevolved forms of Dratini and Dragonair, traversing the forest in search of berries, living carefree lives. Remarkably, none of the Dragonites displayed any hostility or aversion toward humans. Taking out his phone, as he had anticipated, there was not a single signal. After snapping a few photos for mementos, Xiaoyu shook off the raindrops from his clothes and ventured deeper into the island. At that moment, Ghastly emerged from his shadow, surveying the surrounding Dratini and Dragonair with intrigue. Why are Dratini and Dragonair so slender, yet upon evolving into Dragonite, they become so robust? This was perplexing, after all. The logic of this world could not be easily explained. Xiaoyu declared, spreading his hands. If you ask me, I find that Meloetta resembles more closely the evolutionary forms of Dratini and Dragonair. Oh? Jengar inquired with curiosity, what makes you say that? I'm not merely referring to their size and appearance, Xiaoyu responded, posing a question in return. Are you familiar with the hidden ability, Marvel Scale? Jengar shook his head. No, I haven't heard of it. What is it? Xiaoyu smiled. Pokémon possessing this ability receive a defensive boost when afflicted by a status condition. It's an exceedingly rare trait. Among all Pokémon species, only Milotic, Dragonair, and Dratini possess this ability. Thus, do you grasp the connection? Jengar displayed a knowing smile. Oh, I see. Continuing their leisurely stroll, Xiaoyu eventually arrived at a serene spot. The river cascaded down, forming a crystal-clear pond. He observed a multitude of Dratini frolicking amidst the smooth stones, playing, resting, and chasing one another. Indeed, this appeared to be their nesting ground. Upon noticing Xiaoyu and Jengar, these Dratini exhibited no fear, curiously approaching them. Despite their shy nature, the sheer number of Dratini gathered in their familiar habitat seemed to embolden them significantly. Come out and play with them, Xiaoyu exclaimed, tossing his Pokeballs into the air, releasing all his Pokémon, including Zapdos. The sight of such diverse Pokémon, none of which they had ever encountered, exhilarated the Dratini, who spiraled around them in excitement, while Xiaoyu's Pokémon joyfully joined in their playful antics. Suddenly, Xiaoyu spotted a solitary Dratini curled up in a corner, gazing longingly yet timidly at the scene. Following his gaze, Jengar also noticed the isolated Dratini and asked, why is it all alone? Is it ostracized by its peers? It doesn't seem to be ostracized. Rather, it appears to be intimidated by me, Xiaoyu replied, cautiously approaching the creature. As he drew near, the Dratini recoiled in fear. Realizing this, Xiaoyu retreated to his original position. Footsteps approached. Several Dragonites wandered over from a distance. Upon seeing so many Pokémon accompanying the Dratini, they nodded in approval, their gazes towards Xiaoyu softening with friendliness. As they approached, Xiaoyu turned to Jengar and said, could you inquire about that Dratini situation? Jengar turned to communicate with the Dragonites, and shortly thereafter, he recounted the information to Xiaoyu. It's a rather sorrowful tale, Jengar sighed. This Dratini's mother vanished after leaving the island and has never returned. Since then, it has become like this, unwilling to interact with its kin and reluctant to leave its nest. Its disposition has grown increasingly reclusive. Xiaoyu, who was particularly sensitive to tales of parting and loss, felt a surge of sympathy as he gazed at the Dratini. What could have happened to its mother? Not much. Actually, Jengar shrugged. I heard she ran off with a trainer's Dragonite. A few months ago, a companion reported seeing her living quite happily. Xiaoyu was taken aback. What started as a tragedy has turned into quite a drama. She abandoned her child to run off with someone else. Well, I suppose I should have asked nothing. Though the mother was alive, why did Xiaoyu feel an even deeper pity for the Dratini after hearing this? Left alone at such a young age, it had become an orphan, or rather, a solitary dragon? Such circumstances were indeed deserving of compassion. With that thought, Xiaoyu turned and retrieved a kin from his backpack. Approaching the Dratini and opening the lid, immediately, the aroma of food wafted towards the Dratini. Don't be afraid, this is quite delicious. Come and try it. In the distance, Bulbasaur tilted its head, sensing that this scene seemed strikingly familiar. The Dratini cautiously sniffed the air, its stomach growled audibly. After enduring for so long, it finally succumbed to the temptation of food and crawled out from its hiding place. It edged closer, and upon realizing Xiaoyu bore no ill intent, it swiftly snatched the can and retreated back into its nook to devour its prize. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiaoyu stepped a little closer and softly spoke. I'm not sure how to comfort you, but remember, life is unpredictable. Try to look on the bright side. At the very least, your mother is living happily now. Isn't she? Chapter 73. The ninth Pokémon and the light pink gem. The Dratini, engrossed in its meal, appeared oblivious to Xiaoyu's words. In truth, much time had passed since its mother departed. Although it occasionally reminisced, the wounds were gradually healing, and it was no longer in despair as it once was. After savoring the can's contents, the Dratini gazed longingly at Xiaoyu. Noticing this, Xiaoyu hastily produced a second can and offered it to the creature. Go ahead. Eat as much as you like. This time, the Dratini displayed a bit more courage, cautiously inching closer to Xiaoyu before once again seizing the can. Watching it devour the second can with such fervor left Xiaoyu in awe. Such a tiny creature possessed an enormous appetite, rivaling that of 2 squirtless. Jengar glanced at the sky and remarked to Xiaoyu, "The day is waning. We have lingered here for quite some time. Shouldn't we be on our way?" Xiaoyu nodded, calling his Pokémon together. Just as he was about to mount Zapdos and depart, the Dratini observed him intently for a while, and upon realizing he was about to leave, hurriedly followed, emitting soft sounds. "Hey," Jengar exclaimed, perplexed, "it wants to come with us." "Come with us?" Xiaoyu was taken aback, astonished. As the sole quasi-legendary Pokémon of the first generation, he held a particular fondness for Dragonite. Before arriving on this island, he had often envisioned capturing one. However, upon witnessing the serene existence of these Pokémon, he refrained from disturbing the island's tranquility and had no intention of capturing them. Yet unexpectedly, a forlorn Dratini now wished to leave with him, a delightful surprise. "Hey, Jengar, do you think it's following me just for more cans? At least you have some self-awareness," Jengar retorted, rolling its eyes. "Having lived here, I suspect it has long grown tired of the berries. To it, your backpack must seem like an endless treasure, promising a daily supply of diverse cans." Despite the unconventional method, Xiaoyu felt immense joy at the prospect of capturing such a precious Pokémon simply through the allure of canned food. Turning to the nearby Dragonites, he noted their lack of objection, their expressions instead revealing satisfaction. Xiaoyu gestured towards them before squatting down, retrieving an empty Pokeball from his backpack, and presenting it to the Dratini. "Have you made your decision?" Xiaoyu solemnly inquired. "If I were to leave this place, it might be a very long time before I could return." The mini-dragon licked its lips, seemingly oblivious to Xiaoyu's words, mistaking the Pokeball for something delectable. It slowly approached, and the moment its nose touched the switch, a flash of red light enveloped it, drawing it into the Pokeball. The ball wobbled slightly before settling down with a soft thud. Alas, what a glutton it is! Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation, but regardless. After such a lengthy journey, he had finally captured his 9th Pokémon. Perched upon the back of the Zapdos, Xiaoyu traversed the swirling storm, departing from Dragon Island. Once his cell phone regained signal, he pinpointed his location and set forth towards Shallow Red City. The air at this altitude was quite frigid, and combined with the headwind, it nearly stole his breath away. He promptly patted Zapdos back, urging it to descend, which greatly alleviated his discomfort. The sea rushed swiftly beneath him, and with Zapdos' speed, they soared far until they reached the coastline. To avoid detection, he switched to Gyarados, swimming ashore. Shallow Red, a vibrant hue of dazzling pink, is an important city located in the southwest of the Kanto region. Its most renowned landmarks, aside from the Shallow Red Gym, include a hunting ground not far from the city. There, for a mere 500 yen ticket, individuals could acquire 30 hunting balls to legally capture Pokémon in their natural habitat. Since no battles were necessary, one only needed to toss a hunting ball, a stone, or bait to capture Pokémon. Many ordinary people traveled great distances annually to catch their first Pokémon. However, for Xiaoyu, there were no enticing targets left to capture in this area. As he passed the hunting ground, he merely cast a cursory glance before hastily moving on towards Shallow Red City. Upon entering the city, surrounded by towering buildings, he discovered, through navigation, that the Shallow Red Gym was unlike any other. It was not situated within the city, but rather hidden deep within the mountains. After replenishing his supplies of fresh water and food at a shop, Xiaoyu trudged onward towards the mountains. Unfortunately, the path to the Shallow Red Gym was exceedingly rugged, predominantly consisting of uneven mountain trails, requiring him to wade through streams and cross a narrow bridge, making each step increasingly laborious. Strange calls echoed from the dense forest, hinting at unseen Pokémon lurking nearby. Noticing Xiaoyu's pace slow, Jengar suggested, "How about I use wind to carry you forward?" "Never mind," he replied, shaking his head in refusal. "Although this path is exhausting, it serves its purpose as a physical workout." "I truly do not understand," Jengar mused, surveying the surroundings with confusion. "Why construct a gym in such a remote location? The objective is for trainers to challenge it and earn badges. Yet the gym is so far away that by the time they arrive, they may be too fatigued to battle." "Well," Xiaoyu tightened his backpack and remarked, "the gym leader, Aju, is an expert in poison-type Pokémon and a ninja, rumored to be a descendant of the IGA clan. Thus, He secludes himself in the mountains for training. This journey serves as a test for trainers. After walking for several more minutes, they finally reached a high vantage point. As they gazed down, they beheld a vast, two-story courtyard perched on the opposite cliff. The courtyard's architecture was both ancient and elegant, with all the buildings connected by corridors, creating a sprawling complex. Upon closer inspection of the courtyard's entrance, the plaque read, Red Gym. Crossing a lengthy suspension bridge, Xiaoyu approached the tightly shut main door of the shallow red gym. Just as he was about to knock the door knocker, the wooden doors swung open of their own accord. However, peering inside, he found the courtyard utterly deserted, no staff to greet him, nor any Pokémon present. Had some mechanism been triggered? Is anyone there? Xiaoyu called out loudly. His voice echoed through the courtyard, but after a prolonged silence, there was still no response. The surroundings were eerily quiet, imbued with a palpable sense of foreboding, as if each corner was steeped in a chilling atmosphere. Is this the abode of ninjas? Gengar, intrigued, expressed enthusiasm. As a Pokémon fond of mischief, such places, aside from haunted houses and graveyards, were its favorites. Perhaps this is a form of trial. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyu stepped into the gym, traversing a pathway of gravel that led to the entrance hall. However, upon stepping onto the entrance floor, the shallow red gym presented him with an unexpected challenge. The floor suddenly rotated, shifting from flat to steep, transforming into a smooth incline. Thankfully, aware of the gym's traps, Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, grasping a nearby pillar for support. Upon examining the ground beneath him, he found that the once pristine stone path had become worn and uneven over time, undoubtedly claiming many unsuspecting trainers who had fallen victim to this trap. To ensure his safety, he released his Chikorita from its Pokeball, its psychic abilities sufficient to handle most dangers. Steeling himself, Xiaoyu re-entered the hall. After navigating past a screen adorned with bamboo illustrations, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor. Yet as he reached the end, he discovered two diverging paths, one to the left and one to the right. Both paths appeared ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities, but in this enigmatic dwelling of ninjas, countless traps awaited him, necessitating utmost caution with each step. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu ultimately followed his intuition, choosing the left path. His footsteps echoed softly against the floorboards. After walking a few more steps, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a pitfall. However, rather than plummeting into the abyss, Xiaoyu found himself enveloped by a psychic force, floating safely to solid ground. Well done, Chikorita. He affectionately patted its head and approached the edge of the pit. Peering down, the depths were shrouded in darkness, devoid of sharp stones or blades, merely smooth walls and a deep cavity, preventing anyone from climbing back out. It seemed Aju designed this trap merely to provide a small lesson to careless trainers who might fall in, a rather elaborate scheme. Having navigated past this trap, Xiaoyu pressed onward, noticing the floor's incline gradually rising. Furrowing his brow, he was about to instruct Gengar to scout ahead when he heard faint footsteps emanating from the corridor's opposite end. Following that was the unmistakable sound of a mechanism activating. And as the ceiling cracked open, a smooth boulder came crashing down, rolling towards Xiaoyu on the sloped floor. The size of the boulder mirrored the dimensions of the corridor, and upon witnessing the immense stone that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, Kalilian hastily employed her telekinetic powers to halt it. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoyu retreated behind a pit, positioning himself in a safe locale. As Kalilian withdrew her powers, the boulder resumed its descent, while she teleported to Xiaoyu's side. With a thud, the boulder crashed heavily into the pit. If it had been anyone else, facing this trap without superpowers or an extraordinarily strong Pokémon, that boulder could have easily flattened a challenger. This mechanism was indeed perilously dangerous. Just as Xiaoyu contemplated this, footsteps echoed from the other side of the wall, seemingly retreating further away. Observing this, Xiaoyu quickly signaled for Gaisai to pursue. Gaisai dove into the wall, and shortly thereafter, the sound of cackling laughter followed by a girl's piercing scream pierced the air. A moment later, the wall abruptly shifted, and a girl stumbled out. Her appearance was rather ordinary. She wore a common black jumpsuit typical of ninjas, adorned with a pink cape, and her purple hair was styled into a large ponytail. Upon meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, the girl awkwardly smiled and cleared her throat, saying, "Since you've discovered me, it seems my training is still far from sufficient." At first glance, Xiaoyu found the girl unfamiliar and inquired, "I apologize for intruding into the dojo. I am here to challenge the gym leader, Aju. Is he present?" The girl crossed her arms and replied, "If you wish to challenge my father, you must first defeat me." "Your father?" Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Indeed, I am A1, his daughter." A1 scrutinized Xiaoyu before waving him over. "All right, follow me. I shall lead you to the battlefield." The two proceeded, navigating through several traps before finally arriving at a simple battleground housed within a spacious room. To Xiaoyu's astonishment, the ground was constructed entirely of wooden flooring. Given its material, it seemed vulnerable to fire, ground, or rock-type moves. Was it truly safe to battle here? As they took their positions on opposite sides of the traineress area, Ahuan pointed to a door behind her and stated earnestly, "Defeat me, and you shall gain access to that door to continue your journey." Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well. If that is the dojo's rule, then I shall comply. What are the rules?" "1-on-1. The trainer whose Pokémon falls last shall be the victor." With that, Ahuan casually tossed out her Pokémon, exclaiming, "Come forth, Chatsibat." A purple bat-shaped Pokémon with 2 pairs of wings appeared in the arena. Pokémon Pokédex, ding. Chatsibat, the bat Pokémon, possessing both poison and flying attributes, is the final evolution of the supersonic bat. They typically dwell in dim caves and emit ultrasonic waves inaudible to humans. Despite their fierce appearance, their temperament is quite gentle. Disturbing their slumber during the day will not invoke their wrath. Xiaoyu turned to Gaisai and asked, "You have yet to battle in a gym. Would you like to give it a try?" "Forget it," Gaisai replied, clearly uninterested, shaking his head in refusal. "I am far too weak. I am no match for it." "Too weak? How dare you say my Chatsi bat is weak?" Ahuan's temper flared at this remark. She shouted, "You, the talking ghost over there. Though you are unique, do not underestimate my Pokémon. Do you dare to face it in a contest?" Gaisai remained unfazed, even playfully sticking out its tongue and making a face at Ahuan. "Nope. I once he go up. What can you do about it?" Seeing Ahuan infuriated, Xiaoyu quickly intervened. "I apologize. My Gaisai has a rather peculiar personality. Miss Ahuan, please do not take offense." Understanding Gaisai's reluctance and observing Chatsi Bat's pig-like face, Xiaoyu contemplated briefly before tossing out a Pokeball, summoning Leibu. "Leibu, this battle is entrusted to you." Recalling that Chatsi Bat possessed remarkable speed, Xiaoyu knew that only Leibu could match it among his Pokémon. Furthermore, the electric type had a natural advantage over the flying type, making it an excellent choice for this encounter. On the other side, upon seeing Leibu, Ahuan frowned, having anticipated Xiaoyu might send out that bothersome Gaisai. "Leibu? Huh? No matter who the opponent is. My Chatsi Bat will teach those who dare to underestimate us a lesson." Once both Pokémon were prepared, Ahuan immediately initiated the attack. "Chatsi Bat, use Air Blade." With a fierce flap of one pair of wings, several crescent-shaped blades of high-pressure air surged downward toward Leibu. "Leibu, dodge now." Hearing Xiaoyu's command, Leibu nimbly evaded the attack just in time and retaliated by shaking its fur, launching a barrage of needle-like projectiles toward Chatsi Bat. Chatsi Bat flapped its wings, deftly avoiding the onslaught. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, both trainers realized that due to their Pokémon's high speed, they could not inflict any meaningful damage through long-range assaults. With this realization, Ahuan swiftly altered her strategy. "Chatsi Bat, use Cross Poison." Chatsi Bat spiraled twice before diving down, its clawed forewings glowing with a faint green light as it slashed towards Leibu. Facing this aggressive move, Xiaoyu chose not to retreat. "Leibu, strike it with an electric shock." At this point, Chatsi Bat had closed the distance, and Leibu, crackling with electricity, unleashed a powerful strike against Chatsi Bat. Despite the pain, Chatsi Bat endured and retaliated fiercely with its poison claws, landing a brutal hit on Leibu. Though it appeared they had both sustained equal damage, the electric type's advantage over flying ultimately meant that Chatsi Bat had absorbed more harm. As Chatsi Bat took to the air once again, Ahuan commanded, "Chatsi Bat, use Toxic Fong." Xiaoyu waved his hand, equally determined. "Leibu, do not let it defeat you. Use Thunder Fong." The two Pokémon, one exuding poison and the other crackling with electricity, opened their mouths wide, colliding in a primal display of combat. Biting, tearing, and gnashing ensued as their claws grappled against one another. In mere moments, Chatsi Bat was left battered and bruised, while Leibu bore several wounds. Unexpectedly, both Pokémon triggered adverse effects simultaneously. First, Leibu was overwhelmed by poison, its body quickly turning a faint green hue, even affecting its face. Meanwhile, Chatsi Bat was paralyzed by the electric shock, momentarily unable to move and utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu commanded, "Leibu, finish it off with a discharge." Leibu's fur stood on end like needles, as the electrical energy within it surged and burst forth in a dazzling display. ZZZZT. At this moment, the Zubat suffered full damage and collapsed, completely losing its fighting ability. "I lost." Akane sighed in frustration, retrieving Zubat into its Pokeball. Nodding at her, Xiaoyu took out an antidote and approached Raichu to administer it. "Well done," he remarked. gently patting Raichu's forehead, noticing its complexion improving. As the toxins seemed to have dissipated, he also returned it to its Pokeball. Then, as previously discussed, Akane stepped aside, having defeated me. Please pass through this door and continue your journey. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to respond, she swiftly disappeared through the door. Really, why is battling a gym so troublesome? Despite his complaints, Xiaoyu continued with Gengar and Qilian, advancing through the wooden door. Beyond it lay a staircase, and as he ascended to the second floor, he found himself facing a long corridor. Sunlight streamed through a nearby window, illuminating the corridor brilliantly. Though it appeared quite safe, Gengar circled around and remarked, "But I suspect there might be some hidden mechanisms here. It would be wise to remain cautious." After taking a few steps forward without incident, Xiaoyu grew increasingly vigilant. Sure enough, after walking a few more meters, his arm suddenly brushed against an invisible wall of air. This barrier completely obstructed his path ahead, although transparent. It reflected a faint white light under the sunlight. Xiaoyu carefully felt along the wall, finding it to be cold and smooth. A closer inspection revealed it to be a thick, transparent glass wall. Gengar's body passed through the wall effortlessly, as it was insubstantial to him. "How about I break it?" Gengar inquired. Xiaoyu shook his head, suddenly struck by a thought. He retraced his steps, only to discover that an air wall had also appeared at the staircase. Now, both paths were blocked, leaving him trapped in the corridor. However, Xiaoyu found himself smiling. He vaguely recalled that during his viewing of the anime, Ash had encountered a similar mechanism when challenging the Vermilion Gym. As for what transpired next, Xiaoyu slowly approached the wooden wall with the window, lifted his right leg, and kicked it with force. The wooden wall swung open like a door under his strength, and in the next moment, the entire structure toppled outward, revealing a long, steep precipice. Below, a river flowed with an unfathomable depth. It seemed that any trainer trapped in the corridor, attempting to escape through the window, would surely tumble into the raging waters below. "Hey, how did you know there was a mechanism here?" Gengar asked curiously. "Because before me, there was a rather instructive precedent," Xiaoyu replied as he turned to another wall and pushed against it forcefully. As the panel shifted, it unveiled a battleground within. He stepped through the trapdoor. But before he could fully enter, a flurry of shuriken shot towards him with alarming speed. The shuriken whistled past him, with a few narrowly grazing his ears. The resulting gust even ruffling his hair. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaoyu stood composed as the surroundings quieted once more. Turning to look back, he found the shuriken embedded in the trapdoor, forming a perfect silhouette of a human figure. A master of human outlines, indeed skilled in throwing. On the other side, a woman with a long green ponytail, clad in a pink ninja outfit that revealed her thighs, descended gracefully before Xiaoyu. Born in darkness, living in darkness. Such is the fate of a ninja. I am the female ninja, Aya. Setting aside her dramatic entrance, the first impression she left on Xiaoyu was one of alluring beauty, truly captivating. In comparison to Akane, she was even more stunning. Yet, dressed this way, it seemed impractical for stealthy assassinations. Could she be a ninja who relied on seduction? Having defeated Akane and navigated through layers of traps to arrive here was no small feat, Aya applauded, and to remain unfazed in the face of my shuriken. "You are indeed an impressive man." Xiaoyu maintained a stern expression. "How absurd. Do you think I would reveal that I barely had time to react?" After all his efforts, he had anticipated finally meeting the gym leader. Aya laughed. "If you wish to see my brother, you must first defeat me. However, since you've just bested Akane, you may use 2 Pokémon now." With that, she whistled, and a Pokémon resembling a fuzzy fly with compound eyes hopped to her side. Pokédex, Drifloon, the balloon Pokémon, bug and poison type. Although its appearance may seem unfriendly, it is actually a gentle Pokémon. Its radar-like eyes, composed of numerous small eyes, ensure it never misses any prey, even in darkness. Realizing his opponent was Drifloon, Xiaoyu's fingers danced over his Pokeballs at his waist, ultimately selecting a Pokémon with a favorable type advantage. "Come forth, Charmeleon." A flash of blue light heralded Charmeleon's arrival. Upon appearing, it let out a fierce roar as it locked eyes with Drifloon, brimming with spirited determination. Gradually making his way to the trainer's zone, Xiaoyu surveyed the battlefield. The layout was identical to that of his earlier battle with Akane. If he didn't know better, he would have thought he was still in the original room. Once both sides were prepared, Xiaoyu issued an attack command. "Charmeleon, use Flamethrower." Charmeleon inhaled deeply, its abdomen swelling as it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Drifloon. Faced with the onslaught of fire, Drifloon could not evade due to its speed. Enduring the attack head-on. Fire is super effective against bug types. Just as Xiaoyu contemplated repeating his previous tactic, he suddenly heard Aya shout, "Drifloon, use Confuse Ray." Waves of light emanated from Drifloon, striking Charmeleon. While the term confuse suggests immobilization, This move actually sealed the last move the opponent had used. This meant that after being hit by this attack, Charmeleon could no longer use Flamethrower, having been temporarily rendered unable to perform its last action. Well done, Drifloon. Continue with Stun Spore. Xiaoyu smirked, knowing there was no way to dodge. He called out, Charmeleon, use Smokescreen. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped Charmeleon simultaneously with the Stun Spore. However, in Drifloon's eyes, this dense fog was inconsequential, even within the smoke. It could see clearly through its radar-like vision. I commanded loudly, Drifloon, use Leech Seed. The fluffy creature took a determined step forward, charging into the smokescreen. With its mouth agape, it fiercely bit down on the fire dinosaur with its short fangs. Outside the haze, although Xiaoyu could not discern the situation within, he still shouted, Fire dinosaur, use Dragon Rage. Inside the smoke, the fire dinosaur, having just been bitten, could not see clearly either. However, just as the fluffy creature released its grip and attempted to retreat, the fire dinosaur seized its body and unleashed a shockwave from its mouth, striking the fluffy creature. Bang! Struck by the Dragon Rage, the fluffy creature was flung onto the ground outside, and the smoke that enveloped the fire dinosaur was quickly dispersed by the shockwave. A perfect opportunity. Fire dinosaur, use Flame Fong. With Xiaoyu issuing the command again, flames erupted from the fire dinosaur's mouth as it charged towards the fluffy creature. However, before it could close the distance, it felt its speed drastically diminish, followed by a sudden paralysis, rendering it immobile. Observing the situation, Aya hurriedly exclaimed, Now's your chance. Fluffy creature, use Psychic. A wave of psychic energy emanated from the fluffy creature's two antennae. Xiaoyu hastily commanded the fire dinosaur to use Dragon Rage once more to counter the psychic attack. It seemed we had entered a deadlock. Aya chuckled, not waiting for Xiaoyu's response, and continued, Fluffy creature, keep attacking and see how long it can hold on. The fluffy creature opened its wide mouth again, charging at the fire dinosaur with a move to leech health. Just as it approached, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Fire dinosaur, use Flamethrower. What? Flamethrower? Aya was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting to alarm. Oh no! Fluffy creature, dodge quickly! Flames began to coalesce in the fire dinosaur's mouth and were then unleashed, igniting the fluffy creature. After struggling for a while, the fluffy creature ultimately succumbed, prompting Xiaoyu to let out a sigh of relief. Miss Aya, this was your oversight. I presume you were so engrossed in the battle that you forgot the duration of the immobilization. Chapter 77, The Poison Master. Aju casting a deep glance at Xiaoyu, Aya withdrew the fluffy creature into its Pokeball. You did well, fluffy creature. However, her expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction with her defeat. At that moment, a smoke bomb suddenly exploded in the arena, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. When the haze cleared, a man appeared in the center of the arena, accompanied by a Shing. This man, seemingly in his 40s, had blue-black hair spiked up like a hedgehog, donned in black ninja attire, and wore a red cloak that gave him a stern appearance. Brother. Upon seeing the man, Aya quickly knelt. Brother? So he must be a Jew. A Jew remarked coolly, Aya, your training with your fluffy creature is far from sufficient. You have a long journey ahead. Hearing his words, Aya felt a wave of shame wash over her. It was my carelessness just now. If I hadn't forgotten the duration of the immobilization, I would have done better. Now that you've lost, there's no need to make excuses, a Jew interjected. Then turned to Xiaoyu. That was quite an impressive battle. I am a Jew, the leader of this light red gym. Xiaoyu nodded. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiaoyu, and I have come specifically to challenge you, Mr. Achu. Aya and a Shing stepped aside, leaving the arena for the two. Xiaoyu, aware of a Jew's formidable reputation, recognized that after Adu and Kyoko's departure, he had ascended to become one of the elite four of the Kanto and Jado regions, a powerful master of poison types. Although this was merely a standard gym battle, a Jew would not employ his ace Pokemon. Nevertheless, even his regular Pokemon would undoubtedly be quite strong. A Jew stated, the rules remain the same as before. As long as you defeat one of my Pokemon, you will have successfully challenged me. However, since you have already defeated a Shing and Aya, you may use 3 Pokemon. 3 against 1. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Moving to the opposite side of the arena, a Jew casually tossed out a Pokeball. As the blue light faded, before Xiaoyu could discern which Pokemon had emerged, a foul odor assaulted him. Ugh, this smell was all too familiar. Could it be a Grimer? Fortunately, as he adjusted to the scent and focused, he realized it was indeed a Grimer. Pokédex entry, Grimer, the sludge Pokemon. A poison type. It is the evolved form of Grimer, its body composed entirely of sludge, emitting an extremely foul odor. It can easily slip through iron gates and manhole covers, thriving in sewers and garbage dumps. The liquid seeping from its body produces a potent stench. Just a drop can cloud the water in a swimming pool. Holding his nose, Xiaoyu pondered his strategy. Given the rare opportunity to battle a quasi-elite four, especially in a 3-on-1 scenario, he must ensure his Pokémon receive ample training. With this in mind, he summoned his Raichu once more. Raichu, it's your turn again. As the Pokeball opened, Raichu, still bearing wounds from the battle with a Shing, reappeared. However, this time, Xiaoyu did not harbor an absolute conviction of victory. Rather, he allowed Raichu to act freely. Once the match commenced, the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce struggle. Initially, Raichu utilized its agility and Thunderbolt to trouble Grimer significantly. Nevertheless, as its stamina waned, Grimer seized the opportunity and ultimately defeated Raichu. Pleased with Raichu's performance, Xiaoyu then sent forth his Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur, it's your time. Observing Xiaoyu's intentions, Aju's gaze reflected a hint of appreciation. Exercising your Pokémon while depleting Grimer's stamina, quite a cunning strategy. Xiaoyu chuckled sheepishly, Mr. Aju, your Pokémon are formidable. It's truly a rare opportunity to battle with a master like you. In the arena, flames erupted from the Fire Dinosaur's mouth, striking Grimer. Though it dealt considerable damage, ultimately, the Fire Dinosaur, too, succumbed to Grimer's crushing blow, losing its fighting ability. After recalling it into its Pokeball, Xiaoyu sent out his final Pokémon, this time ready to take the battle seriously. Go, Wartortle. The evolved form of the water turtle Pokémon emerged, turning back to Xiaoyu with a reassuring smile. Wartortle. Wartortle. The two Pokémon, while not having opposing elemental affinities, had the advantage of Grimer's depleted stamina. Confidence is beneficial, but caution is equally essential. Xiaoyu exclaimed, Go, Wartortle, use Water Gun. A powerful stream of water shot forth from Wartortle's mouth, striking Grimer. Enduring the attack, Aju commanded, Grimer, use Mud Bomb. Grimer swung its arm forward, releasing a large clump of sludge from its body, hurling it at Wartortle. Wartortle, quickly retreat into your shell. Faced with the mud exuding purple gas, Wartortle prudently withdrew its head and limbs into its shell. The mud splattered against the shell of the turtle, making a sharp sound, but fortunately, the Comex dodged in time and sustained no harm. With a swift attack, the Mudkip leaped with force, its body expanding as it landed heavily upon Comex, enveloping it completely in its soft form. This maneuver not only compressed Comex's shell, but also entirely restricted its movements. Outside the arena, Aya's face lit up with a gleam of satisfaction, relishing the turn of events. The Mudkip had just defeated the Charizard, avenging her earlier frustrations, and now, witnessing Comex being subdued, she hoped for further triumph over her opponent. However, her expectations were destined to be dashed. Comex executed a rapid spin. At the command of Xiaoyu, the turtle's shell began to vibrate and rotate. Despite the Mudkip's desperate attempts to maintain its hold, the spinning shell accelerated, propelling the Mudkip upward uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Comex twirled through the air, extending its head and limbs, landing gracefully. In mid-air, seeing the Mudkip bounce high, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and commanded, use Water Tail. Comex's tail glimmered with a bluish hue, resembling flowing water, as it soared and struck the Mudkip with tremendous force. Chapter 78. The pink badge. The impact of the water-type attack slammed the Mudkip down with a resounding thud, cracking the floor beneath it. Mudkip, use toxic gas, cried Aju. The Mudkip struggled to rise, shaking its dazed head as it exhaled a noxious green mist that rapidly enveloped Comex. Xiaoyu shouted again, spin quickly. Responding to the command, Comex withdrew its limbs into its shell and commenced its rapid spin. The rotating shell generated a powerful whirlwind, dissipating the toxic gas entirely. What an impressive counter! Aju couldn't help but commend, even though they were opponents. Yet Comex's assault was far from over. It leaped into the air and came crashing down upon the Mudkip. Aju, witnessing this, urgently directed, block it. The Mudkip spread its arms, attempting to absorb the impact. As a flash of light enveloped its form, the once soft body hardened like cement. When the two Pokémon collided, the Mudkip let out a muffled roar. Although it managed to catch Comex, it too suffered from the recoil. After enduring multiple battles and sustaining continuous damage, the Mudkip's stamina was critically low. Nevertheless, Aju refused to concede without a fight. Mudkip, use Mudshot. A large puddle of sludge erupted from the Mudkip's mouth, seeping into the turtle's shell and nullifying Comex's defenses. Unable to resist, Comex poked its head out, its complexion gradually turning a shade of purple, indicating it had been poisoned. Regrettably, the battle was nearing its conclusion. At Xiaoyu's command, Comex unleashed a powerful water gun, effectively neutralizing the Mudkip. Seeing the Mudkip collapse, a Shing, acting as the referee, raised her hand. The Mudkip is unable to battle. The victor is Comex. Xiaoyu approached Comex, preparing to administer an antidote, when Aju unexpectedly tossed a vial of antidote towards him. Use this special antidote. A special antidote? Thank you. Xiaoyu replied gratefully, accepting the potion and administering it to Comex. The previously sluggish detoxification process accelerated dramatically. Almost immediately after ingestion, Comex began to recover. Such potent medicine! Xiaoyu marveled, and Xing beamed with pride. Of course. My father is a master of poison, skilled not only in its application, but also in antidotes. His concoctions can perfectly neutralize any Pokémon toxin, and even provide protection against future poisoning for a while. Is it truly that remarkable? Xiaoyu, intrigued, cautiously inquired, Mr. Aju, might I procure more? Aju smiled knowingly and, without waiting for further explanation, produced 2 more antidotes, tossing them to Xiaoyu. Take these. I hope they will aid you in the future. Initially, Xiaoyu considered offering to purchase them, but was taken aback by Aju's generosity in gifting him 2. At that moment, I approached, holding a heart-shaped badge radiating a soft crimson glow, and stood before Xiaoyu. Take good care of this. It is the badge of our light red gym. Her tone was somewhat stiff, revealing an underlying sense of guilt. She understood full well the prowess of her brother. Had it not been for the earlier defeat of the Furret by the Charizard, which drained the Mudkip's energy, Aju might not have lost this gym battle at all. After bidding farewell to Aju, Xiaoyu turned to leave the light red gym. However, as he stepped out the gate, a woman's voice called from behind. He turned to see Aya. Miss Aya, what is it? She halted him, saying earnestly, let us have another match. Eh? Xiaoyu was taken aback, perplexed by her insistence. Why another battle? Of course, to seek revenge. Do you think it would be that easy to defeat me? Aya retorted, brandishing 3 Pokeballs before him. In the gym, I was restricted by rules and unable to unleash my full potential. This time, let us engage in a 3-on-3 battle. I'm sorry. Xiaoyu shook his head. My Pokémon have already sustained injuries and are currently at the Pokémon Center for treatment. I think it would be best to postpone. Aya frowned slightly, gesturing towards Gengar and Kirlia, inquiring, what about those 2? They're not strong enough yet and can't participate. Xiaoyu fabricated a reason to decline outright. Besides, I have something very important to attend to, and truly do not have the time for another battle. Seeing Xiaoyu's sincere refusal, Aya contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right, we shall postpone. Remember your words. Do not think of evading, for I will surely find you, no matter where you go. Upon returning to the Light Red City, Xiaoyu visited the Pokémon Center, first restoring his Pokémon's health, then leading them to lunch. In the dining hall, while munching on a fry, he spotted a solitary Dratini curled up in a corner, devouring its food voraciously. He pondered how he might change its demeanor and help it integrate into their family. His gaze swept over his Pokémon, landing on Charizard, and an idea sparked. Charizard, come here, with a face full of questions. Charizard approached as Xiaoyu moved towards Dratini. Ahem. Xiaoyu cleared her throat twice, interrupting the engrossed mini-dragon. Noticing its slightly bewildered gaze directed at her, she introduced. Allow me to present this Pokémon beside me, Charmeleon. Although you have encountered one another before, I presume you are not yet acquainted. Henceforth, it shall be your elder brother. And you, its younger sibling. I hope you both will support each other and progress together. Xiaoyu's proclamation was not only grandiloquent, but also rather abrupt, leaving both Mini-Dragon and Charmeleon with puzzled expressions. Observing their reactions, Xiaoyu embraced Charmeleon and whispered, Hey, this fellow is not only a glutton but also has a wounded spirit, which is why it requires your guidance. Whatever method you choose, ensure it regains its normalcy. Understood? Chapter 79. Unexpected information in Twin Islands. Charmeleon thumped its chest with a resounding thud, exuding an air of confidence as if to say, Leave this to me. Upon returning to the dining table, Gengar's approached with curiosity, inquiring, Why entrust this matter to Charmeleon? Surely you could handle it more efficiently than a Pokémon. Of course. I will assist from the sidelines, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. However, both of their names contain dragon, which should facilitate communication compared to other Pokémon. Seeing Gengar's still puzzled, Xiaoyu continued, Well, the truth is, due to Charmeleon's somewhat rough nature, even if I instruct it, it likely wouldn't perceive the subtle emotional fluctuations of Mini-Dragon. Yet, this very lack of finesse may inadvertently foster change in Mini-Dragon's character. For instance, I once knew a person named Uzumaki, whose relentless persistence and fearless demeanor led him to become friends with another individual struggling with mental health issues. Thus, I firmly believe that if anyone can successfully transform Mini-Dragon, it must be Charmeleon. Having departed from Shallow Red City, Xiaoyu journeyed southward. After spending a night camping in the wilderness, he arrived at the southern coast of the Kanto region. Continuing along the shoreline, he soon discovered an unremarkable seaside town. Approaching several fishermen returning from the sea as they unloaded their boats, he politely inquired, Excuse my intrusion, but could you direct me to Twin Islands? Twin Islands? The weathered fisherman, puffing on a pipe, squinted at him. It's situated along the waterway to Crimson Island, quite a distance from here. But I must ask, young man, what brings you there? Xiaoyu gazed out at the distant waves, smiling as he replied, I've heard tales of a rare Pokémon there, and I intend to capture it. A rare Pokémon? You mean Articuno? The old fisherman exhaled a large puff of smoke, offering a word of caution. That's merely a rumor. In all my years fishing these waters, I've yet to see any sign of Articuno on that island. Many come seeking it, only to return empty-handed. Yes, I'm merely hoping to test my luck. Even if I don't encounter Articuno, it matters not. Perhaps due to his age, the fisherman enjoyed sharing tales. And Xiaoyu patiently listened for quite some time before finally extracting the general direction of Twin Islands from him. After marking the location on his phone, he expressed his gratitude before departing the town, riding his Gyarados into the deep sea. Just as his mobile signal began to fade, a message notification suddenly appeared on his chat application. The sender was a beautiful young girl with long, flaxen curls, her avatar depicting her with her arms linked around a man's. Although her expression seemed slightly bashful, she smiled brightly at the camera, staring at her profile. Xiaoyu's mind was flooded with thoughts, yet he hesitated, his fingers seemingly frozen on the screen, refraining from opening the message. Who is this adorable girl? A sudden voice broke his reverie, startling Xiaoyu and nearly causing his phone to slip into the sea. Hey, Jengars. Must you speak so suddenly? What do you mean by suddenly speaking? I've been calling you for ages. Jengars exclaimed, its eyes wide with disbelief. You were just standing there like a wooden post. Completely lost in thought. That's impossible. Xiaoyu coughed lightly, quickly denying it. I was merely momentarily distracted. It wasn't as exaggerated as you claim. Oh, is that so? Jengars teased, adopting a playful tone. Then who is that girl? Is that the arm you were holding? Her? Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to elaborate, responding vaguely. She's just a neighbor from when I lived in the Kalos region. We played together often, so we became quite close. Just that? Jengars pressed. Why are you hesitant to open her message? Well, Xiaoyu hesitated. Some things happened in the past that make me nervous about facing her now. Some things? Nervous? Jengars' mind raced with speculation. However, upon sensing Xiaoyu's discomfort, it chose not to pry further and shifted the topic. By the way, how did you become a trainer initially? Why have you never mentioned your past before coming to Kanto? Even when asking Chincho, it remained tight-lipped. Xiaoyu shook his head. It's quite a complicated story, one that cannot be succinctly explained. Perhaps I will share it with you another time. At this moment, Gyarados had swum far into the sea. And seeing no one around, Xiaoyu mounted his Zapdos once more. Above the clouds, Zapdos soared, riding the winds westward. 2 hours later, they arrived at the designated area. However, searching for 2 islands amidst the vast ocean proved to be a challenging endeavor. Gently stroking Zapdos's neck feathers, Xiaoyu inquired, Hey, as fellow legendary birds who have been rivals for so long, do you possess any kind of mutual sensing ability between you, Articuno, and Moltres that could help us accurately locate Articuno? Zapdos ignored such idle chatter, yet turned its head, utilizing its keen eagle-like eyesight to assist in finding Twin Islands. As the name suggests, Twin Islands are characterized by 2 towering bald mountains at their centers, resembling a pair of twins, hence the moniker. Moreover, due to the absence of nearby islands, they stand out starkly in the middle of the ocean. After circling the islands a few times, Xiaoyu found no suspicious areas and ultimately decided to land on the larger of the 2 islands. A fierce sea breeze swept through, howling as it rushed by, even causing the rocks beneath his feet to emanate a chill. Isolated from civilization, both islands were usually tranquil. However, for reasons unknown, though they were adorned with greenery, it was sparse, with most of the landscape exposed rock, lending an air of desolation. Moreover, perhaps due to frequent disturbances or a strong territorial instinct. From the moment Xiaoyu set foot on the islands, every wild Pokémon he encountered launched an immediate attack against him. Chapter 80. The Search for Articuno. Unleash Leaf Blade. At the command of Xiaoyu, a multitude of sharp leaves erupted from the butt of his Bulbasaur, striking a wild Geodude that stood before them. Thud. Thud, thud. The relentless barrage overwhelmed the creature, sending it tumbling down the slope into the forest below. With a sigh of relief, Xiaoyu noted that this was the 6th wild Pokémon to have aggressively approached him since his arrival on the island. Zubat, Geodude, Tentacle, Slowpoke, Shelmet, and now Geodude. He couldn't help but wonder what would appear next. Despite the considerable power disparity allowing his Pokémon to vanquish these wild creatures with ease, he realized that such a continuous drain on their energy was not sustainable. Contemplating his options, he decided to release all of his Pokémon to prevent further attacks. With a flash of blue light, Raichu, Wartortle, and others materialized, forming a protective circle around Xiaoyu. This way, even if more wild Pokémon attempted to assault him, The sheer number of his companions would surely make them reconsider their odds. As he pressed onward, Xiaoyu ventured deeper into the island, arriving at a cliff. He traversed a natural stone bridge formed by rocks and squeezed through a crevice, ultimately entering a vast labyrinth of stone. As anticipated, the presence of his Pokémon deterred any wild creatures from approaching. The labyrinth was characterized by smooth, steep stone walls, with numerous forks in the path that appeared strikingly similar, making it difficult to discern direction. After wandering for a while, Xiaoyu found himself disoriented, struggling to identify north from south. Observing his surroundings, Ghastly voiced his confusion. Is it truly possible that Articuno resides on this island? Why have we journeyed so far without encountering any sign of it? Feeling fatigued, Xiaoyu retrieved his water bottle, refreshing his throat. When discussing avian Pokémon, it is common to assume they reside in trees. However, to locate Articuno, we must venture downward. Indeed, both in the game and the animation, beneath Twin Island lay an expansive domain of flowing water and ice. Downward? Ghastly's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that beneath this island lies a hidden realm? Xiaoyu nodded. Otherwise, how could we feel the chill emanating from below? There must be a suitable habitat for Articuno somewhere down there. He then instructed Ghastly and Zapdos. Please fly high and scout for any entrances leading underground. Leave it to us. Ghastly affirmed, and together with Zapdos, they ascended into the sky. Watching them depart, Xiaoyu couldn't help but wish for a Pokémon capable of digging. A direct tunnel could have saved them considerable effort. After a brief rest, he led the remaining Pokémon further into the maze. There was indeed a simple method to navigate such a labyrinth, by following either the left or right wall and steadfastly advancing in one direction. One could eventually find the exit. Xiaoyu employed this strategy, slowly making progress. Along the way, he stumbled upon remnants of previous campers and battles. Confirming the old fisherman's words, many trainers had indeed braved the hardships to seek Articuno on this island. The elements had severely weathered the abandoned clothing and tents, rendering them tattered and fragile, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. After a considerable distance, Ghastly and Zapdos returned and landed beside Xiaoyu. This is futile. Ghastly exhaled. From above, every direction appears barren and devoid of any cave entrances. My eyes are growing weary, and there is nothing to be found. It must be concealed in some secretive location, Xiaoyu pondered. After a moment's thought, he resolved to alter his approach, since we cannot find it from above. Let us push upward from below. Ghastly, please delve back underground and locate any caves, then search for an exit leading to the surface. That sounds plausible. I'll keep you updated. Ghastly's eyes brightened, and it sank beneath the rocky surface. This time, the task was completed much faster. Before long, Ghastly returned with encouraging news. You guessed correctly. The thrill of exploration has invigorated me. I discovered several layers of caves below, and at the very bottom, there exists an expansive chamber of ice. Did you see Articuno? Xiaoyu inquired eagerly. Not yet. I feared disturbing its presence, so I refrained from descending further. However, I did uncover a tunnel that connects to the lower caves. Excellent. Lead the way. Ghastly once again submerged into the earth, while Xiaoyu mounted Zapdos and soared into the air. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy sphere ascended into the sky from within the maze. There it is. Zapdos, let us approach. With a flap of its wings, Zapdos gracefully descended, and only then did Xiaoyu realize just how elusive the entrance truly was. The cave was enveloped in overgrown weeds, and a massive boulder partially obscured it, blocking sunlight. Even from the air, it would have been nearly impossible for Xiaoyu to discern this hidden entrance without careful observation. Just then, a brisk gust of cold air wafted from the depths below, sending a chilling shiver through him as it penetrated his clothing. Instinctively shivering, Xiaoyu tightened his collar, retrieved his flashlight, and instructed Charmeleon to lead the way, following closely behind with his Pokémon as they stepped into the cavern. Initially, the warm sunlight outside met the frigid air within, rendering the ground exceedingly slippery, requiring utmost caution with each step. As they ventured deeper, the terrain became drier. Yet the chill intensified, transforming even their breath into visible mist. Chapter 81. The Ice Temple. Noticing this, Xiaoyu moved closer to Charmeleon, seeking warmth from its fiery tail. After traversing a narrow tunnel, he found himself in an expansive cavern that felt as though a significant portion of the mountain had been hollowed out. Sunlight streamed in through cracks above, illuminating the space, which appeared far less dim than he had anticipated. Surveying the vicinity, he noted the numerous pathways branching off into the unknown. The signs of battle were evident. The damaged stone walls and fractured pillars testified to the countless trainers who had navigated the maze and arrived here over the years. Follow me, Ghastly beckoned, leading Xiaoyu deeper, turning left and right until they arrived at a narrow tunnel no wider than a meter. Within the cave, a multitude of Pokémon resided, their presence marked by intermittent flashes of crimson light, emanating from creatures hidden in the shadows, watching him with eyes brimming with hostility. Yet, despite the invasion of so many, none dared to approach. The walls bore the distinct marks of claws, and as Xiaoyu bent down to feel the scattered stones and dirt, he noted that the excavation had long since hardened. It was not the result of battle, but rather a passage created by Pokémon such as Diglett as they traversed the terrain. Peering into the abyss, Xiaoyu shone his flashlight into the darkness. But the depth was unfathomable. The ghostly Pokémon, Jengars, remarked that although this tunnel seemed unremarkable, it was, in fact, a shortcut that would allow them to traverse several layers and reach the deepest point. With Jengars having confirmed the path, Xiaoyu hesitated no longer, temporarily recalling his other Pokémon. Enveloped by a gentle gust conjured by Jengars, they descended slowly into the tunnel. The narrow confines barely permitted the extension of limbs. Yet with Jengars' protection, Xiaoyu felt no concern for his safety. As they ventured deeper, layers of rock and soil sped past them, and in a brief span, they had already traversed at least 4 subterranean levels. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves in a vast chamber devoid of anything but stone. At this depth, Xiaoyu had descended below sea level. Any other trainer, lacking extraordinary luck or having faced numerous trials, would find it impossible to arrive here so effortlessly. Despite the frigid air, there was no ice layer, indicating that their true destination lay further below. Where to next? Xiaoyu inquired. We must descend even deeper. Jengars replied with a grin. However, we shall take a rather unusual route from here. A special path? Following Jengars through the rugged rock crevices, they were soon met with the resounding roar of cascading water, leading them to a magnificent waterfall. Glancing at Xiaoyu, Jengars announced, "We have arrived." The deafening sound of the water nearly drowned out Jengars' voice, compelling Xiaoyu to shout, "Is this what you meant by a special path?" Upon receiving a nod from Jengars, Xiaoyu was taken aback. Approaching the edge of the cliff and gazing down, he beheld the waterfall crashing downwards, seemingly smashing into the depths below. Well, it appears that apart from this waterway, we have no other viable options. Sighing, Xiaoyu released his Chikorita. Since he could see the banks below, Chikorita utilized teleport to transport them to the deepest point of Twin Islands. In the expansive underground cavern, icicles hung from above, while a thick layer of ice covered the ground, making it feel as if they were trapped in an icy realm. The crystalline reflections made this place appear even brighter than the cave above. However, the biting cold was an undeniable presence. Exhaling a frosty breath, Xiaoyu summoned his Charizard. Embracing it tightly, its ever-burning flames were his most vital source of warmth. Charizard, I now realize how astute it was to have captured you. Charizard wore an expression of exasperation, even attempting to nudge Xiaoyu away. At that moment, Jengars approached, gesturing for Xiaoyu to look into the distance. Look over there. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze to see a small lake formed by the waterfall. At its center stood an island. The island was a dense forest of ice pillars, glistening like a temple of ice from a fantastical world. If the legendary Articuno were to be concealed anywhere, it would undoubtedly be here. Captivated by the sight of the island, Xiaoyu snapped several photos, then crouched down to gently touch the lake's surface. The chill threatened to numb his fingers. Goodness, it's so cold. Xiaoyu quickly wiped his fingers on Charizard's body and turned to Chikorita, saying, I do not wish to dampen my clothes. Could you teleport us across? Chikorita nodded gently, touching Xiaoyu and Charizard, and in an instant, they found themselves standing on the island. Yet before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, a wave of icy air erupted from the island's center, sweeping past Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Chikorita shielded him with its psychic powers, sparing him from the onslaught of cold. However, each breath was a trial against the biting chill. Is this the intimidation of Articuno? Xiaoyu shivered, hastily retrieving an antidote from his backpack and swallowing it. A warm surge coursed through him, dispelling the cold, akin to consuming a strong liquor. When Jengars approached, Xiaoyu smiled. I should have prepared some thicker clothing, but it seems we have indeed come to the right place. Articuno must be inside. What are we waiting for? Jengars cackled. Since it has already taken notice of you, you should swiftly defeat it. Your words are quite reassuring. Xiaoyu brandished his Pokeballs, releasing all his Pokémon. Yet, adhering to his usual method, he felt it prudent to test the waters first. Perhaps Jengars' audacious remarks had finally provoked the guardian of this icy temple. In an instant, a piercing cry resonated as a large blue bird Pokémon emerged from the icy forest, locking its cold gaze upon them. Indeed, it was the legendary Pokémon Articuno, coveted by countless trainers. Chapter 82. Legends against Legends. Articuno's appearance bore significant differences from Zapdos. Unlike Zapdos' dry feathers, Articuno's translucent blue plumage was both beautiful and fluffy. Its eyes were a striking red, with a short beak and a crown of 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers atop its head. However, The most striking feature was its long, banner-like tail that swayed gracefully as Articuno's sword, enhancing its elegance. The moment Xiaoyu laid eyes upon it, he resolved that he would capture it, no matter the cost. Pokédex entry, ding. Articuno, the freeze Pokémon, an ice and flying type, one of the legendary bird Pokémon. Its exquisitely transparent feathers are said to be made of ice, capable of freezing moisture in the air to create blizzards. Legend has it that it appears before those stranded in snowstorms, just as they are on the verge of freezing to death. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu retrieved an Ultra Ball from his waist and released the Pokémon contained within. As the blue light dissipated, Zapdos materialized in midair with a sharp cry. Facing Articuno, both being legendary Pokémon, they locked eyes, their intentions clear without the need for words. A fierce battle was imminent. This is a clash of ice and thunder, a struggle for territory and freedom. Articuno, you must understand our purpose here. Will you engage us in battle? This is Xiaoyu's provocation, and being in the habitat of the Articuno, he is not at all worried about it fleeing or avoiding battle. Although the bolstered lineup instills far more confidence in Xiaoyu than when he previously faced the Zapdos, he still wishes for the Articuno to take the first move in this capture battle. In response to Xiaoyu's declaration of war, the Articuno flaps its wings, unleashing a sudden gust of cold wind towards him. Observing this, Chancho quickly extends its hands, using psychic power to counteract the freezing breeze. So this is your response? Xiaoyu nods. Then we need not be polite any longer. Let us go. Zapdos. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zapdos eagerly rushes forward, and the two Pokémon engage in aerial combat, instantly enveloping the small island in a clash of electricity and frost. According to their typings, Zapdos is electric and flying, while Articuno is ice and flying. Any electric-type move or ice-type move will inflict double damage on the opponent. Zapdos, use Thunderbolt. With a vigorous flap of its wings, a massive bolt of lightning erupts from its body, striking towards Articuno. Yet, Articuno is not one to back down, flapping its wings as shards of ice form around it. Launching towards Zapdos, the air is filled with explosive sounds, and countless ice shards rain down, drenching Xiaoyu. Chancho waves its arms to shield him, while Jengar flies close to Xiaoyu's ear, advising, "This place is too dangerous. We should stay at a distance, or we might get caught up in the battle." Xiaoyu nods and retreats behind a distant ice pillar. Beneath the rocky arch, the two Pokémon continue their relentless pursuit and attacks. Suddenly, after a series of exchanges, Articuno seizes the moment, spinning and delivering a powerful kick with its claws against Zapdos. Zapdos, struck with pain, plummets from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, as Articuno follows up with a second and third kick. This is a triple kick. Zapdos retaliate quickly. A dazzling spark erupts, and chaotic currents of electricity surge indiscriminately, attacking everything in sight. In a critical moment, it decisively uses Volt Tackle to protect itself. The electric currents spread over the ice, instantly melting it, cracking it into dozens of pieces, while Articuno emits a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, clearly suffering significant damage. Excellent, Zapdos. Continue the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the proud Zapdos ascends once more into the sky, spinning its body as its beak glows, pecking fiercely at Articuno. Bang! The strike hits its mark, propelling Articuno away. Despite being a legendary Pokémon, enduring 2 consecutive attacks leaves it battered yet unyielding, its spirit undeterred as it ascends once again, flapping its wings rapidly. In an instant, a blizzard of snowflakes is conjured, and as the wind intensifies, a storm begins to form around Articuno. It seems we have thoroughly enraged it. Xiaoyu chuckles self-deprecatingly, then shouts to Zapdos, "In that case, we cannot afford to lose to it. Zapdos, let us unleash our ultimate move." Upon receiving the command, Zapdos soars high, and with its cry, dark clouds gather beneath the rocky arch. Within mere seconds, the clouds thickened at a visible pace, blocking the incoming sunlight, plunging the entire ice temple into darkness. Beneath the clouds, flashes of electricity dance, indicating a dreadful thunderstorm brewing. Xiaoyu glances around, eager to witness which will prove superior, Articuno or Zapdos, blizzard or thunder. When the tension reaches its zenith, both sides unleash their ultimate moves almost simultaneously. A brilliant lightning strike collides with the howling winds and snowflakes, enveloping both Pokémon. Crack! The ground trembles, as if the entire cavern shakes. The subsequent roar of thunder reverberates deafeningly within the confined space. Xiaoyu quickly covers his ears, yet before he can steady himself, a fierce wind carrying snowflakes rushes past, blinding him. Ice pillars and shards shatter, scattering across the small island. As the dust settles, Xiaoyu rubs his eyes and looks towards the center of the battlefield. The storm and lightning have dissipated. Both Pokémon lie on the ground, having fully absorbed each other's damage. However, upon closer inspection, their conditions are drastically different. Zapdos lies on its back, eyes closed, evidently unconscious, while Articuno, panting heavily, struggles to rise and takes to the skies once more. With a sharp cry, it seems to proclaim its victory. Zapdos has indeed lost. Xiaoyu shakes his head, yet he had mentally prepared for this outcome, thus he is not particularly surprised. After all, the difference in strength between the two Pokémon is undeniable. Retrieving Zapdos into its Pokeball, Xiaoyu releases Leafeon and declares to the 4 Pokémon beside him, "Alright, despite Zapdos being downed, our objective remains unfulfilled, so let's change our strategy, everyone, charge in together." Chapter 83. Capturing Articuno. Charmeleon and Leafeon nod in agreement, while Chimecho and Gengar exchange worried glances. "You must be careful," Gengar warns. "Don't get caught up in the battle." "Rest assured, I will be cautious," Xiaoyu reassures, patting Chimecho's shoulder before releasing Gyarados and Blastoise. "I will have these two act as guards and reserves, ready to strike at any moment. With them around, my safety is assured, so now, unleash your full potential and fight with all your might." Blastoise nods at Gengar, wearing a determined expression that seems to say, "Leave it to me." "Very well. Let us go." Gengar beams with excitement as it leads the other Pokémon towards Articuno. High above, Articuno, sensing the ill intentions of these unevolved Pokémon, flaps its wings, summoning a fierce wind, seemingly attempting to intimidate them into retreating. The pressure is indeed palpable. Noticing this, Xiaoyu shouts, "Everyone, do not falter. Chimecho, use Psychic. Leafeon, use Thundershock. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower." 3 distinct attacks surge towards Articuno, which, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly conjures a powerful wind to nullify all incoming moves. Just then, an unexpected Shadow Ball strikes it from behind. Articuno screeches, turning to find Gengar stealthily appearing behind it, having executed a surprise attack. It quickly retaliates by launching ice shards towards Gengar, but Gengar, amidst wild laughter, vanishes into thin air. The ice shards sail through the air, crashing into the wall behind. The chilling laughter echoes ominously in Articuno's ears, and before it can discern the source, another Shadow Ball strikes its body. At this moment, the Articuno was thoroughly provoked, unleashing its powerful abilities and spreading layers of fine snow in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack aimed at forcing Gengar to reveal itself. However, beneath it, a searing flame surged forth, catching Articuno off guard and singeing a significant portion of its body. With the increasing number of foes, it found itself overwhelmed, and a moment's inattention led to being struck by an attack from an unknown source. The consecutive injuries had drained Articuno's already limited stamina, causing it to focus intently and take flight beneath the stone archway. Is it trying to escape? Gengar looked up, astonished. "No, look closely at its movements," Xiaoyu exclaimed, fixating on Articuno. "It seems to be preparing to use another move. Everyone, be on high alert." Upon scrutinizing the prelude to the move, it was evident that Articuno's next skill would not be the blizzard it had previously employed. Don't let it succeed. Attack quickly. The 3 Pokémon on the ground hastened to unleash their moves, but alas, the distance was too great, and their attacks fell short. Just as Gengar was about to charge towards Articuno, the latter had already completed its move. A misty blue chill coalesced into a swirling mass, pressing down towards the ground. Xiaoyu's expression shifted. "This is bad. It's Absolute Zero. Everyone, get out of the way." Much like the fissure they had encountered before, Absolute Zero was also a one-hit knockout move. If the target was not of the ice type and immune to ice type attacks, the damage inflicted would render them incapable of continuing the battle. In an instant, Absolute Zero was nearly upon them. Facing such terrifying power, Xiaoyu's Pokémon showcased their unique abilities. First was Gengar, whose body vanished into the shadows. Then, Chikorita teleported to a safe location. And even Raichu used its incredible speed to evade the attack's range. Only Charmeleon was caught unprepared and was struck by Absolute Zero. As the Misty Chill made contact with Charmeleon, it transformed into numerous sharp spikes, enveloping Charmeleon entirely. The creature scarcely had time to emit a cry before being frozen, losing consciousness, and collapsing to the ground as the ice shattered around it. Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved Charmeleon into its Pokeball, calling out, "Gengar, we cannot allow it to unleash another move. Think of a solution." "I understand," Gengar replied earnestly, focusing its energy. Its eyes gleamed, and under its influence, a row of ice spikes within the cavern seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, launching themselves at Articuno. Simultaneously, the waters outside the island began to swirl into waterspouts, also directed towards Articuno. The assault continued relentlessly. While the speed of the waterspouts was too slow to make contact, a few ice spikes struck Articuno. However, the results were rather unsatisfactory. "Hey," Xiaoyu cautioned. "Don't use ice-type attacks. They won't be affected." "I know," Gengar replied with a hint of frustration. "But there is nothing that can be done." All we have here is ice and water. While I can influence and alter the world, I cannot conjure what does not exist. Then use that move, Xiaoyu shouted. Gengar nodded and unleashed hypnosis. Waves of energy radiated from it, penetrating Articuno. The creature's eyelids grew heavier, its thoughts becoming increasingly disoriented. In just a few breaths, it found itself dazed and plummeting from the sky. Before Articuno could hit the ground, Gengar executed its final maneuver, Dream Eater, with a resounding thud. The slumbering Articuno not only suffered the effects of Dream Eater, but also crashed heavily to the ground, the dual impact rendering it utterly unconscious. Much like telekinesis, hypnosis proved to be an incredibly effective ability. Or perhaps it was simply that Gengar was exceptionally formidable. Once safety was assured, Xiaoyu stepped forward cautiously to Articuno's side. Its condition was rather pitiful. Its once beautiful feathers were now a disheveled mess. With no time to hesitate, Xiaoyu retrieved an Ultra Ball from his backpack and tossed it at Articuno. A flash of red light enveloped the creature, and after a gentle shake, the Ultra Ball settled into calmness. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's anxious heart finally found peace. Excellent, the second legendary Pokémon is in hand. Chapter 84, Red Lotus Island. Xiaoyu's Pokémon gradually gathered around him, cautiously encircling him. Picking up the Ultra Ball containing Articuno, Xiaoyu surveyed the now damaged ice and snow temple, which had lost its former beauty due to the fierce battle, leaving only a landscape marred by devastation. He reflected, though it is regrettable that it has come to this, perhaps in time, other Articuno will come to roost here. I believe it will return to its former glory within a few years. Regaining his composure, and since his objective had been achieved, Xiaoyu made no further delay and turned to leave the area. When Chikorita teleported him to the outer edge of the lake island, Xiaoyu chose not to retrace his steps, but instead followed Gengar's lead as it scouted ahead. They climbed a steep rock face for a while and then soared for an extended period until the surroundings brightened, allowing them to escape the underground world through a narrow crevice. The refreshing sea breeze greeted them, and as the weary Xiaoyu once again beheld the blue sky and ocean, he found himself standing amidst the hills of Twin Islands. Although Twin Islands appeared to be two separate land masses surrounded by water, they were connected beneath the surface, much like their namesake, twins who could not be separated. Departing from Twin Islands, Xiaoyu journeyed westward along the waterways. After several hours, he crossed the sea and arrived at Red Lotus Island. Red Lotus, characterized by its fiery crimson hue, is located at the southernmost tip of the Kanto region and is the largest island in the southern seas, adorned with forests and a colossal active volcano. However, in recent years, due to tectonic movements, no one could predict when this volcano might erupt. Xiaoyu's purpose for coming here was clear, to challenge the Red Lotus Gym and earn the Crimson Badge. Beside the golden, fine sandy beach, the coastal resort town of Red Lotus, renowned for its tourism, was nestled here. As night fell, Xiaoyu entered the town, and his first order of business was to head straight to the Pokémon Center to restore the strength of his injured Pokémon. Upon receiving the Pokeballs, the slightly tanned Nurse Joy gasped upon seeing the two legendary Pokémon inside. Yet, her impeccable professionalism kept her from revealing her surprise. She merely smiled at Xiaoyu before stepping into the treatment room. Before long, after a brief treatment, Xiaoyu requested a room, where he indulged in a hot shower to dispel the chill from his body. It was then that he finally had time to address the matters concerning Zapdos and Articuno. After some contemplation, he first released Zapdos. A flash of blue light illuminated the room as the lightning bird materialized, yet it appeared diminished. Its once proud demeanor now replaced by a hint of despondency following its defeat in battle. Observing this, Xiaoyu gently placed a hand on its shoulder, offering words of encouragement. In truth, victories and losses are merely part of the journey. In my eyes, you remain formidable. The only difference is that the icy bird possesses greater strength. Do not let a transient setback weigh heavily on your heart. Rather, let us consider this from another perspective. It is precisely because of such a powerful adversary that you now have a goal to strive towards, compelling you to grow stronger. When the day arrives that you possess adequate strength, you will be able to challenge it anew, pouring forth all your might to triumph over it. After sharing a few bowls of uplifting words, the lightning bird's spirits lifted somewhat. Once it seemed ready, Xiaoyu returned the lightning bird to its Pokeball and released the icy bird. As the beautiful, blue-feathered icy bird emerged, it merely unfurled its wings, causing the indoor temperature to plummet several degrees. The refreshing chill felt akin to the bliss of air conditioning on a sweltering summer day. Icy bird, welcome to our family. My name is Xiaoyu, and I hope we can coexist harmoniously from now on. The icy bird bore no complaints about Xiaoyu's ability to tame it. Though it had faced many foes, it had engaged in exhilarating battles, first defeating the lightning bird and then falling to the formidable Gengar, thus earning its respect. After introducing its other Pokémon to the icy bird, Xiaoyu changed into fresh attire and exited the room, making his way to the hall. Just as he was about to dine, a sweet, melodic voice rang out behind him. "Xiaoyu, brother?" He turned to find Xiaoxia, along with Xiaoji and Xiaojing. The nostalgic title stirred memories of a beautiful girl from Kalos who had always lingered by his side. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu smiled. "What a coincidence. I did not expect to find you here." "Indeed." Xiaoxia beamed. "We just arrived on this little island and planned to rest for the night before accompanying Xiaoji to challenge the Crimson Gym tomorrow." At that moment, Xiaoji and Xiaojing greeted Xiaoyu, with even Pikachu joyfully calling out to him. "It appears our objectives align once more," Xiaoyu acknowledged, his gaze settling on a Pokémon cradled in Xiaoxia's arms. This Pokémon was petite, its lower half enveloped by a patterned egg, revealing only its upper body, which resembled a yellow starfish. "Oh, you obtained a Togepi?" "That's right," Xiaoxia exclaimed, lifting the Togepi high and spinning in delight. "We hatched it from an egg while passing through the Great Silly Valley." Witnessing Xiaoxia's elation, Xiaoyu felt genuine happiness for her. "That is indeed a rare Pokémon. Nurture it well." As they spoke, the four made their way to the dining room and shared a meal together. Amidst laughter and joy, they recounted their travel experiences, sharing amusing anecdotes with Xiaoyu. "Hee," Xiaoji declared, revealing 6 badges tucked within his clothing. "Now our badge count is the same. What do you say we compete to see who can earn the next badge first?" Observing his smug demeanor, Xiaoyu chuckled. "What significance does that hold?" Moreover, the Crimson Gym leader, Xiao Bo, is an exceptionally formidable opponent. Do not underestimate him. Upon mentioning the competition, Xiaoji's demeanor shifted dramatically. "My Pokémon are incredibly strong. No matter the opponent, it does not faze me." "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoxia shot him a knowing glance, counting on her fingers as she exposed his shortcomings. "Since you are so confident, let me summarize your badges. First, the gray and blue badges, which both Xiaojing and I generously gifted you out of pity. Then, there is Ms. Nagi's Golden Gym badge. You were thoroughly defeated until Jengar, whom you brought from the Ghost Tower, managed to amuse her, allowing you to win by default." Xiaoji's expression faltered, forcing a smile, but before he could respond, Xiaoxia continued. "As for your battle with Ms. Ligia, had Team Rocket not set fire to the gym and you rescued her Oddish from the flames, it's uncertain whether you would have earned that badge." Considering all this, it became evident that only the Leaf Gym and the Light Pink Gym were truly won through your own strength, despite numerous obstacles. Chapter 85. The riddling Elder Xiaoji's bravado diminished in an instant. In truth, throughout his entire journey, only Xiaoxia, with her somewhat spoiled and headstrong nature, dared to confront him so candidly. "How dare you underestimate me?" Xiaoji retorted defiantly. "Tomorrow, you will see how I earned the Crimson Badge with my own prowess." "Really?" Seeing Xiaoji so easily provoked, Xiaoxia chuckled. "Since you are so confident, we shall wait and see." Late into the night, Xiaoyu returned to his room, but found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and Xiaojing slept soundly in their beds, their snores resounding like a cacophony of chainsaws in Xiaoyu's ears. Restless and deep in thought, he took out his phone, logged into a messaging app, and opened a message he had yet to read. "Pink Dream, Xiaoyu, is everything progressing smoothly?" The unchanged address and calm tone, though merely a brief message, revealed to Xiaoyu, who had spent months with her, that she had yet to come to terms with a certain matter. Gazing at her profile picture, he recalled the image of the seemingly strong girl who had wept pitifully when he had turned her down. Each recollection pierced his heart like a cold blade. With a soft sigh, Xiaoyu's fingers moved. "All is well. I have not only captured several Pokémon, but Ralts has also evolved into Kirlia." Perhaps sensing the stiffness of his tone, Xiaoyu continued typing. "I apologize for not reaching out sooner. How have you been lately?" After sending the message, he stared blankly at the chat window. Their profile pictures were derived from the same photograph, yet unlike the girl whose image was obscured, Xiaoyu's was of himself. His handsome face adorned with a subtle smile, while a pair of delicate arms wrapped tightly around his own. Initially believing it was too late for a response, Xiaoyu was surprised when, just moments later, she replied. Adjusting his position, he opened the message. "Pink Dream, things are still the same. Mom has me practicing with the Rhydon daily, crying loudly. It's truly exhausting." Although she revealed nothing explicitly, Xiaoyu could still sense her underlying excitement through her words. In a moment of uncertainty, he found himself at a loss for words and chose instead to divert the conversation, engaging the girl in discussions about mundane occurrences until, after several minutes, fatigue settled in, prompting him to conclude the dialogue. Under the blazing sun, Xiaoyu and her companions emerged from the Pokémon Center, finally experiencing the true splendor of this bustling town renowned for its hot springs. Tourists from the mainland filled the streets, with almost every storefront occupied by those lingering in anticipation. The wares on display were mostly traditional yukatas and hot spring eggs, all related to the thermal springs. Following the navigation on their phones, they traversed through Honglian Town and arrived at the street where the gym was situated at the base of the volcano. However, upon approaching, they were astonished to discover that the location designated for the gym had transformed into a hot spring inn. A hot spring inn? Xiaoxia inquired, perplexed. Has the gym relocated? At that moment, an elderly man dressed in red, sporting a long mustache and sunglasses, resembling a member of the Beatles, emerged from the inn and approached them. Without waiting for their response, he directly posed a riddle. Cold head, warm body. What is it? Is this a riddle? Ash hesitated before eagerly responding. The answer must refer to someone who puts their head in the refrigerator while wrapping their body in an electric blanket for a nap. The peculiar logic caused the old man to frown, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, that's not an answer. If you don't understand, don't give a random reply. Xiaoxia, drawing her gaze away from the old man, confidently suggested, I believe you're referring to an outdoor hot spring. Upon hearing a correct guess, the old man nodded with delight. Exactly. What a clever little girl. Now, for the next riddle, among cake, eggs, and rice, what does a puppy prefer to eat? Brock contemplated for a moment, reasoning that since it was a riddle, the answer couldn't be straightforward, and cautiously asked, is it rice? No. Xiaoxia shook her head. I guess it must be cake. Come on, Ash interjected. Only you would love cake. Such sweet things can lead to weight gain. How could a puppy be like you? Ignoring Ash's protest, Xiaoyu had already deciphered the old man's identity and chuckled. I believe the answer is eggs. Oh? The old man turned his attention to her, smilingly inquired. Why do you say that? Because people often say, there's always a bone to pick with eggs. Ha. Correct. The old man laughed heartily, taking pride in his riddles. What do you think? My riddles are quite amusing, aren't they? Ash, Xiaoxia, and Brock sighed in resignation, honestly admitting they couldn't grasp the humor. Only Xiaoyu, feeling inspired, suggested, since you shared a riddle, allow me to present one as well. This is unusual. The old man's eyes widened. I have always been the one to challenge others. No one has ever dared to challenge me. Go ahead. Clearing her throat, Xiaoyu asked, what do you call two people who fall into a trap? One of whom dies? What do you call them? Despite the old man and Xiaoxia guessing numerous answers, Xiaoyu rejected each one. Ultimately, Xiaoxia shook her head, curious. What is the answer? Of course it's help. Xiaoyu burst into laughter, but as she noticed the blank expressions on the faces of the four, her amusement began to fade into embarrassment. You can't be serious, she exclaimed. Did you not understand the humor? Humor? Ash, Xiaoxia, and Brock looked perplexed, unable to discern the difference between this and the old man's previous riddle. Is it really that funny? The old man remarked. Youngster, I thought my riddle was dull. But your joke is even more tedious. Too tedious. Xiaoyu felt utterly defeated and declared, fine. I'll present another. Listen closely. What is something that people willingly pay for, knowing it is fake? Before anyone could guess the answer, Xiaoyu pointed at the old man's hair and exclaimed, of course, it's a wig. Haha. Xiaoxia, Ash, Brock. Sighing, the old man approached and patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Youngster, I admire your deadpan humor. From this day forward, I shall consider you my greatest rival in the realm of riddles. What? Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, swiftly brushing his hand away, fuming. Who said I wanted to compete with you in deadpan humor? Chapter 86, The Hot Spring and Unperturbed by Xiaoyu's Reaction. The old man inquired, regarding your riddle about the wig, did you uncover something? Xiaoyu replied with a smile. I have heard that the owner of the Honglian Gym, Xiaobo, is a passionate riddle enthusiast, and due to his early baldness, he prefers wearing a wig. Moreover, since the gym is a property of the Alliance, even though it has transformed into a hot spring, I cannot think of anyone else who would have the authority to alter it. Very astute. Upon being recognized, the old man graciously confessed, indeed, I am Xiaobo, the owner of the Honglian Gym. As he spoke, he awkwardly continued, as for the rumors of my baldness, they are mere fabrications. You mustn't spread such tales. The truth is, the weather in Honglian Island is simply too hot, leading me to shave my head. Xiaobo's explanation seemed somewhat lacking and forced. It was evident not only to Xiaoyu but also to Xiaoxia and Brock that he was attempting to cover something up. Among those present, only Ash appeared to believe his words, stepping forward excitedly. So you're Xiaobo. Mr. Xiaobo, I come from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge you. Cough, cough. I advise you to reconsider. Xiaobo shook his head, gesturing behind him. The gym has already been converted into an inn. I am no longer a gym leader. If you seek a badge, you would be better off going to other towns. What? Ash was utterly bewildered. It has really become an inn? How could this happen? Xiaobo crossed his arms, looking resigned. Blame those hot springs discovered years ago. Since then, the entire town has transformed into a resort. As for those trainers who come with a tourist mindset and lack strength, merely seeking to challenge me, I grew weary of them and decided to convert the gym into an inn to refuse their challenges. Upon hearing this, Ash exclaimed, "Do not compare us to those individuals. We have been training and traveling with the League as our goal. We are not half-hearted challengers." "Exactly," Xiaoyu added, "Mr. Xiaobo. You cannot dismiss us with just a few words. We will not relent until we acquire the Crimson Badge." Listening to their declarations, Xiaobo scrutinized Xiaoyu and Ash, his expression shifting from surprise to eventual acknowledgement. "Very well, since you are so insistent, I will agree to battle you. However, before that, you must locate the true site of the gym." "The true site of the gym?" Xiaoxia gazed at the inn situated at the foot of the volcano, astonished. "Isn't the gym located here?" "Of course, it is inside the inn." Xiaobo chuckled and remarked, "However, finding it is no simple task. It will require you to decipher the corresponding mechanisms and uncover its precise location." With that, Xiaobo led Xiaoyu and the others into the inn. The establishment, converted from a dojo, boasts a substantial area, with a dining hall and guest rooms for patrons at the front, while the latter part features an open-air hot spring. Upon entering the foyer, Xiaobo turned to the group. "I provide free lodging and meals here, including access to the hot spring in the back. However, please pay close attention to my advice." The group nodded in unison. "Please, go on." Xiaobo clasped his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. "Above, a great flood. Below, a great fire." Xiaoxi, puzzled, exclaimed, "Huh? That is it?" "Indeed, it is that simple." Xiaobo laughed heartily, "Since you all understood, feel free to do as you wish." With that, he turned and left them to their own devices. Once Xiaobo had walked away, Xiao Gang turned back to the group, frowning in contemplation. What does above, a great flood, below, a great fire mean? Is it some sort of disaster film? Xiao Xia glanced at Xiaoyu, noticing his disinterest, and suggested, taking it literally, it likely refers to something related to fire and water. Then, her tone shifted, filled with interest. "But didn't Xiaobo say that food and the hot spring are free? Why don't we take a moment to rest? Once we're rejuvenated, we can search for that mechanism." That does make sense. Even though Xiao Gang knew Xiao Xia's suggestion stemmed from a desire for pleasure, he still agreed wholeheartedly. After traveling for so long, a soak in the hot spring would indeed alleviate their fatigue. They all reached a consensus and promptly made their way to the inn's dining hall. In a room adorned with traditional Japanese decor, Xiaoyu and the others knelt on tatami mats, and not long after, several chefs, all over 50, served them lunch. Being near the sea, the dishes primarily consisted of sashimi, sushi, and miso soup, a rich variety. As the table filled, Xiaoyu savored each dish, finding them all quite delectable. Furthermore, now that he had reached adulthood, a chef even presented him with a bottle of sake. Taking a sip, he was greeted by a gentle aroma of alcohol. In contrast to Xiaoyu's refined manner of eating, Xiaoxi and Xiao Gang devoured their food with the speed of a whirlwind, continuously shoveling it into their mouths. And even Xiao Xia, at that moment, completely disregarded her feminine image. Once they were satiated, Xiao Xia patted her slightly bulging belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. Compared to their previous camping experiences, this place felt like paradise. After their meal, they explored the inn together, searching for any suspicious locations. It was only then that they realized, unlike other inns in Honglian town bustling with guests, Xiaobo's establishment had no other patrons aside from themselves. It seemed he preferred to avoid ordinary travelers, thus not fully opening the inn to the public. Only those like them, who had gained Xiaobo's approval, were invited inside. Xiaoyu chuckled. Fortunately, he is the owner. Otherwise, with his management style, the inn would close within a few days. After digesting their meal a little, they headed to the bathroom, changed into yukatas, and made their way to the open-air hot spring behind the inn. Although it was an open-air hot spring, it was not a mixed bathing situation. Rather, a long fence and curtain separated the two areas. The water was warm and comfortable, and when Xiaoyu entered the pool, not only did his fatigue dissipate significantly, but it also felt as though his skin's pores opened up instantly. At that moment, his phone, placed aside, pinged with a message. Xiaoyu picked it up to find it was another text from the girl. Notably, she refrained from mentioning past events and merely shared mundane snippets from her daily life. His heart softened. He casually replied to her message. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang noticed his constant texting and kindly reminded him, "Since last night, it seems you've been glued to your phone. But if you keep staring at the screen for so long, be careful, it might not be good for your eyes." Chapter 87. The venue on the lava. Xiaoyu stood up and moved to the partition in the center of the hot spring to prevent them from seeing his chat history. Leaning against the wooden railing, he looked up at Xiao Gang and suddenly asked, after traveling for so long, "Do you have a crush on anyone?" Of course. Although he was unsure why Xiaoyu broached the topic, Xiao Gang replied matter-of-factly, Whether it's Miss Junshao or Miss Joy, I like any beautiful older sister. And what about you, Xiaoji? The straightforward Xiaoji quickly shook his head. I'm going to be a Pokémon master in the future. I don't need any girls. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxia's teasing voice came from the other side of the hot spring. I wonder who it was that. Upon passing the Pokémon research school and seeing that girl named Yu Deng Xiaozi's photo, not only blushed, but also praised her beauty, Xiaoji froze. Scratching his cheek, did I ever say that? The group erupted in laughter, and Xiaoyu inquired further, what about you, Xiaogang? Have you encountered any girls who like you? Xiaogang hesitated. Not really, why do you ask? Just curious. Xiaoyu replied with a smile as he fiddled with his phone. Xiaogang felt a twinge of offense at his tone. Could it be that he was chatting with a girl who had feelings for him? How infuriating. Suddenly, a splash of water came from behind Xiaoyu. He turned to see Xiaoxia swimming to the other side of the wooden railing, leaning back against the same spot as him. Between them was just a thin curtain. And Xiaoyu could even feel her warm body heat through the gap. By the way, what do you think Mr. Xiaobo's riddle could mean? Xiaoyu, sensing her thoughts, smiled. With your intelligence, you must have already guessed the answer, right? Above, a great flood. Below, a great fire likely refers to this hot spring. Xiaoxia pondered for a moment. Perhaps underneath it lies the battle arena of the dojo, but I'm still clueless about where the mechanism is. In truth, Xiaoyu only retained a vague memory of the Honglian dojo. The specific details had long faded from his mind, and he couldn't recall where the mechanisms were hidden. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency and was content to leave such matters to Xiaoxia and the others. Relaxing in the warm water, Xiaoyu nearly dozed off. However, after a brief moment of tranquility, Xiaoxia suddenly shouted in alarm, Bokbai, come back. Xiaoyu instantly woke up but, unsure of what was happening, could only inquire. Xiaoxia, what is going on? It's Bokbai being mischievous. It climbed onto the water outlet, and it's so high up, it might fall. On the other side of the railing, Bokbai was joyfully bouncing atop a water outlet shaped like a Gyarados. As Xiaoxia rose to her feet, intending to protect Bokbai, the continuous vibrations caused the faucet to suddenly sink, seemingly triggering some mechanism. With a click, a massive rock beside the hot spring began to shift, revealing a dark entrance within. The movement of the rock inadvertently shattered the wooden railing around the spring, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Xiaoyu and Xiaoxia locked eyes, both aware of each other's presence. At that moment, Xiaoxia was wrapped in a towel, exposing much of her skin. The abrupt turn of events flushed her face crimson, and with a startled squeak, she quickly crouched and submerged herself in the water. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was standing in the middle, while Xiaoji and Xiaogang were captivated by the entrance, oblivious to Xiaoxia's embarrassment. When they eventually turned to see her after hearing her exclamation, they could only catch a glimpse of her half-submerged head. Hey, Xiaoxia, why is your face so red? Xiaoji inquired, seemingly puzzled. You look like a boiled shrimp. But honestly, you're a bit too timid, aren't you? It's just a railing that fell. And you are the startled. Xiaoxia initially cast a timid glance at Xiaoyu, then turned to glare at Xiaoji, indignantly exclaiming, What is it to you? All right, enough of that. Xiaoyu quickly intervened. It seems this entrance leads to the secret passageway to the actual gym. We owe it to Pokbai. Who would have thought that while we were leisurely soaking in the hot spring, it would accidentally discover the hidden switch? The group returned to the changing room to don their regular attire, and a few minutes later, they regrouped by the hot spring. Exchanging glances, they ventured into the cave, with stairs gradually descending, seemingly extending into the heart of the volcano. After walking several meters, the temperature within the cave escalated. But thanks to the burning candles illuminating the walls, it did not feel overly oppressive or dim. Eventually, they arrived at a tightly shut iron door. Without hesitation, Xiaoji grasped the handle, but as soon as he touched it, he recoiled from the searing heat. Wow, that is hot. That is hot. Xiaoyu stepped forward and kicked the iron door open with her shoe. However, before they could discern what lay beyond, a thick cloud of white steam wafted toward them, accompanied by a pungent sulfurous odor that assaulted their nostrils. As the steam met the circulating air and gradually dissipated, they were greeted by the sight of a battleground. It was a rudimentary platform suspended over bubbling, seething lava, secured by chains. Due to the extreme heat, mere moments of standing there had drenched them in sweat. Suddenly, a row of floodlights illuminated the area, revealing Xiaobo standing calmly at the opposite end, observing them. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to find your way here. It appears today is destined for a fervent battle. Actually, 2 battles. Xiaoyu corrected. Both of us are challenging Mr. Xiaobo this time. It doesn't matter how many, Xiaobo replied with a smile. So, who among you will be my first opponent in a 3-on-3 match? Casting a glance at Xiaoyu and noting his lack of objection, Xiaoxi eagerly stepped forward. Of course, it's me. As soon as Xiaoxi declared this, Xiaoxia reminded him, Good luck, Xiaoji. But don't forget what you said earlier. We're counting on you to win the Crimson Badge. Chapter 88. Consecutive challenges. Xiaoji exuded confidence, even giving them a thumbs up. Observing his reckless advance, Xiaoyu cautioned Xiaoji. Xiaobo excels in fire-type Pokémon and has the home field advantage. Do not underestimate him. I understand. Meanwhile, Xiaobo unleashed his first Pokémon. A pale yellow creature reminiscent of a fox, Ninetales. True to its name, Ninetales swayed its 9 elegant tails, adorned in fine cream-colored fur, with striking crimson eyes, exuding an air of nobility and grace. In response, Xiaoji sent out Squirtle. However, to everyone's astonishment, within just a few exchanges, amidst the clash of flame vortex and water gun, Squirtle was swiftly engulfed by the flames and ultimately fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. This left not only Xiaoji in disbelief, but also Xiaoyu, who furrowed his brow. To easily defeat Squirtle despite the type disadvantage was indeed impressive. Darn it. Despite his frustration, Xiaoji had no choice but to recall Squirtle and send out his second Pokémon. When the Pokeball opened, a Charmeleon, with wings spread and a long neck, emerged, its tail ablaze with fierce flames. Upon seeing it, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed that in such a short time, Xiaoji's Charmander had evolved into Charmeleon, an impressive leap. At this moment, Xiaobo also withdrew Ninetales and summoned his second Pokémon. Now, my number 2 contestant is this fellow. Come forth, Rhydon. In an instant, a Pokémon resembling a dinosaur with a sharp drill-like horn on its forehead, encased in armor-like skin, appeared on the battlefield. Surprisingly, Charmeleon displayed no desire to battle, yawning and leisurely flying out of the arena to lounge upon a large rock. Charmeleon, what are you doing? Xiaoji exclaimed, urgently calling out to it. Please, get down and compete. Yet, no matter how Xiaoji pleaded, Charmeleon remained indifferent. It seems your Pokémon does not quite respect your authority, Xiaobo remarked calmly. Since Charmeleon has left the battlefield, this match will be counted as a forfeit. What? How could this happen? Before the match even began, Xiaoji had never anticipated such a scenario. Reluctantly, he placed his final hopes on Pikachu. Go, Pikachu! However, given Pikachu's electric type against Rhydon's ground and rock attributes, it was evidently a poor matchup. As expected, once the battle commenced, although Pikachu initially evaded Rhydon's attacks with agile movements, its electric moves had no effect whatsoever on Rhydon. Just when everyone believed failure was inevitable, the ensuing developments showcased the extraordinary synergy between Xiaoji and Pikachu. Despite the disadvantage, Pikachu, fueled by an indomitable spirit and Xiaoji's supportive encouragement, managed to harness Thunderbolt and Quick Attack to ultimately take down Rhydon. Remarkable. Xiaobo applauded, recalling Rhydon. Your Pikachu is quite impressive. You have truly opened my eyes. Feeling a wave of relief, Xiaoji regained his spirits and shouted, So, what Pokémon will you bring out next? Humph, Xiaobo replied mysteriously. What do you think moves within the hottest flames of the world? The magma. Come on. At a time like this, please refrain from riddles, Xiaoji exclaimed, exasperatedly raking his fingers through his hair. Seeing no one supporting him, Xiaobo let out a disappointed sigh and called out loudly, Come forth, Duckbull Fire Beast. As magma surged, a Pokémon leaped forth from the molten rock, enveloped in steaming vapor, and elegantly landed in the center of the arena. As the two Pokémon engaged in battle, Pikachu found itself at a disadvantage from the very start. Not only being struck by a fire punch, but ultimately succumbing to a powerful blast of flames that knocked it to the ground, concluding the fight. Indeed, age brings wisdom. And Xiaobo, despite his years, commanded a Pokémon that could not be underestimated. Concerned for his companion, Ash leaped from a raised stone pillar into the arena, silently cradling Pikachu in his arms. At that moment, the fervor he had earlier displayed had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of defeat. Observing his demeanor, Misty refrained from mentioning anything that might provoke him further and instead offered gentle words of comfort. Perhaps it's best to train harder next time. Xiaobo remarked without mercy, a trainer who cannot effectively command their Pokémon is, quite frankly, lacking. With that, he disregarded Ash's shame-ridden expression and turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu. Now then, having witnessed the strength of my Pokémon, do you still wish to challenge me? Of course, Xiaoyu replied, nodding earnestly. Since I am here, there is no way I would retreat. However, Mr. Xiaobo, your Pokémon have just fought. For the sake of fairness, should we not allow them to rest momentarily? Such a notion is entirely unnecessary. Xiaobo laughed heartily. My Pokémon are all formidable beings fueled by blazing flames. There is no need for your concern. Quite confident, are we? Noting Xiaoyu's unwavering determination, Xiaobo was the first to throw a Pokeball, releasing his first Pokémon. However, instead of one of the three that had just fought, a flame horse emerged. With flames dancing on its hooves and head, Pokémon Encyclopedia. Ding. Flame Horse, Fire Horse Pokémon, Fire type, the evolved form of Little Fire Horse. When it sees a swiftly moving object, it desires to engage in a contest, chasing at a fierce speed, with its flames growing ever more intense as its velocity increases. Ah, the Flame Horse, Xiaoyu mused before sending forth his own Pokémon. With a resounding roar, the Gyarados made its grand entrance. Upon hearing this bellow and witnessing the terrifying gaze of Gyarados, the Flame Horse instinctively recoiled a few steps. Under the intimidating aura of Gyarados, the Flame Horse faltered before the battle had even begun, already losing some of its momentum. At this moment, Misty quietly approached Xiaoyu, encouraging him, "Be careful, Xiaoyu. Mr. Xiaobo is not to be trifled with." Turning back to her with a gentle smile and a nod, he reassured, "Do not worry, I will be cautious." Refocusing on the battlefield, Xiaoyu decisively commanded, "Gyarados, unleash Water Tail." Chapter 89. The rampaging Gyarados facing the ferocious Gyarados, Xiaobo was equally unwilling to yield. Flame Horse. Use Tackle. The tail of Gyarados, enveloped in water, swung fiercely towards the Flame Horse, while simultaneously, the Flame Horse raised its front hooves, preparing to stomp down on Gyarados. However, before the Flame Horse could bring its hooves down, it was struck by a tremendous force, sent sprawling like a ball, crashing several meters away with a loud thud. Water extinguishes fire, and the effectiveness was remarkable. As the Flame Horse staggered to rise, Xiaobo shouted, "Flame Horse, use Charged Flame Attack." Suddenly, the flames surrounding the Flame Horse surged dramatically, engulfing it entirely, transforming it into a massive fireball. With incredible speed, it charged once more towards Gyarados. Since Charged Flame Attack is a contact move, aware that a direct clash was inevitable, Xiaoyu seized the moment, ordering, once more, Water Tail. The two Pokémon collided, and the reaction of water and fire produced a billow of steam. However, the strength of Water Tail prevailed, injuring the Flame Horse and forcing it back several steps. Xiaobo frowned. After 2 attacks, he found his Pokémon severely injured, realizing the challenge posed by Gyarados. Yet, he had no effective countermeasure. After all, his Flame Horse relied on close combat, and encountering a Water-type Pokémon endowed with such immense power was akin to confronting its natural nemesis. Seeing Xiaobo's silence, Xiaoyu, oblivious to his complex emotions, noticed the success of his attacks and decided to press the advantage. Gyarados, do not give it a moment to breathe. Faced with the fierce Gyarados, Xiaobo quickly commanded, "Flame Horse, use Flame Wheel." A dozen small fireballs appeared around the Flame Horse, swirling in a dance. However, just as it prepared to charge at Gyarados once more, it was met with Gyarados' gaping maw. The Flame Horse, intimidated, hesitated, its body instinctively writhing in anxiety. Now's the chance. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, seizing this fleeting opportunity. "Gyarados, let us create a ruckus." At his command, Gyarados let out a roar, its eyes turning blood red, rationality fading as it succumbed to a primal urge to obliterate everything in its path. In the next moment, its head, body, and tail became weapons, attacking mercilessly, relying solely on brute strength, unleashing all its might upon the Flame Horse and the surrounding arena. Boom, boom, boom. With 30 strikes, the arena trembled violently, and even the iron chains that held it rattled ominously, seemingly on the verge of breaking. A cloud of debris and dust enveloped the area, obscuring the scene, and when Gyarados finally regained its composure, the dust settled to reveal the Flame Horse lying in a deep crater, injured in multiple places, already unconscious. Bravo! Before Xiaoyu could speak, Misty had already leapt up in joy, seemingly more elated than if she had won the match herself. Nearby, Brock and Ash also applauded enthusiastically. "Return, Flame Horse," Xiaobo said with a gentle shake of his head, recalling his Pokémon. Having lost the first round, Xiaoyu felt his tense nerves loosen. After all, having easily defeated Ash earlier had made him regard Xiaobo's strength with greater respect. Yet now, with Gyarados triumphing over the Flame Horse, his burden was significantly lightened, and his spirits lifted. "Well done. You are indeed more formidable than that little brat," Xiaobo observed, releasing his second Pokémon. "Come forth." Ninetales. The self-illuminating Ninetales made its entrance once more. Pokémon Encyclopedia. Ding. Ninetales, Fox Pokémon, Fire type, the evolved form of Vulpix. Intelligent and clever, yet vengeful. It is said to have originated from the fusion of 9 celestial beings endowed with divine power, boasting a golden coat and 9 long tails. Capable of living for a millennium. Only a millennium? Compared to my Squirtle's lifespan, you still have a long way to go. Despite the recent battle, Xiaoyu chose not to switch his Pokémon. Gyarados, press on. Roar. As the battle commenced, Xiaobo employed his previous strategy once more, utilizing the very move that had just defeated Squirtle. Ninetales, unleash Flame Vortex. Indeed, it was this very technique again. Xiaoyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, commanded Gyarados. Use Whirlpool. The Whirlpool, a confluence of fire and water, two opposing elements, clashed with remarkable force. This time, however, it was water that triumphed, extinguishing the flames and striking Ninetales in the process. Ninetales, observing the drenched creature, Xiaobo hastily ordered, "Fire the mystical light." A burst of vibrant colors emanated from Ninetales' mouth. Gyarados evade. Despite Xiaoyu's timely command, Gyarados, due to its speed, was struck by the mystical light with precision. As the brilliance faded, Gyarados remained rooted in place, ensnared in confusion. "Excellent!" Xiaobo exclaimed. "Ninetales, use Quick Attack." Ninetales darted forward with astonishing speed, colliding forcefully with Gyarados. Although it inflicted damage, it simultaneously dispelled Gyarados' state of confusion. Gyarados utilized Water Tail. Witnessing Gyarados sweep its tail towards him, Ninetales quickly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the water-enshrouded appendage. Seeing his attack succeed, Xiaobo pressed on. "Let us do it again, Mystical Light." "Another one." Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, urgently formulating a counter-strategy. Just then, his gaze fell upon the sturdy iron chain suspended around the arena, and his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Gyarados, break the chain next to you." Although Gyarados was puzzled, it obediently struck the chain with Water Tail, severing it in a single blow. As the chain snapped, the arena abruptly tilted steeply toward Gyarados' direction, and at that moment, Ninetales' mystical light grazed Gyarados' hard horn, flying past. "What?" Xiaobo gasped in shock, but before he could react, Ninetales surged down the slope toward Gyarados. "Now's your chance," Xiaoyu shouted. "Bite it." Despite retreating, Gyarados propelled itself forward with great strength, opening its jaws wide to seize Ninetales firmly. Its teeth sank deep into Ninetales' flesh, and with a pained cry, Ninetales struggled desperately, but could not escape Gyarados' formidable maw. Chapter 90. The battle on the volcano now. You have no escape. Seeing this, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply and commanded, "Gyarados, let us finish it with Hydro Pump." A powerful torrent of water materialized in Gyarados' mouth, resembling a cannonball as it struck Ninetales. With its body ensnared, Ninetales could not evade and endured the devastating water-type attack. Unable to withstand the onslaught, it succumbed, collapsing beneath Gyarados, following in the footsteps of Rapidash. However, the momentum of Hydro Pump did not cease. After knocking Ninetales down, it fortuitously severed another iron chain. The already precarious arena plummeted, akin to an elevator losing its weight, crashing downward. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire arena descended onto the lava, creating a towering wave of molten rock and breaking apart into several segments. Oh no! Xiaoyu and Xiaobo quickly retrieved their Pokeballs to recall their Pokémon. Meanwhile, the searing heat surged toward the shore, and seeing Xiaoyu still standing in place, Misty grasped his arm, pulling him to safety. The molten rocks surged like a rain of fire, drenching the underground arena. As it gradually settled and receded, the battlefield concealed beneath the hot spring resort had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Patting Misty's hand to reassure her, Xiaoyu turned back to Xiaobo. "Mr. Xiaobo, I sincerely apologize. I inadvertently turned your arena into this." "Not to worry," Xiaobo replied nonchalantly. "The gym can be rebuilt, as long as you are unharmed. That is what matters." However, it seems the final match will need to take place elsewhere. The group emerged from the tunnel, returning to the resort for a brief respite before following Xiaobo toward the volcano. Ascending the winding mountain path, they eventually reached the crater of Red Lotus Volcano. Gazing at the bubbling lava below, Brock expressed concern. "Is it really safe to battle here? Aren't you worried about provoking an eruption?" "There's no need to be anxious," Xiaobo reassured with a smile. "I'm not only an expert in fire-type Pokémon but also in volcanoes. Although this volcano has been somewhat active recently, it will not erupt in the near future." With his confidence instilling reassurance, Xiaoyu approached the crater, surveying the alternative battlefield. Within the circular crater stood dozens of identical stone pillars, while they appeared to be naturally formed. Xiaoyu had never encountered such peculiar volcanic structures in either online resources or news reports. Beneath these pillars, the lava bubbled with steam. "My final Pokémon will be the Ducklet." Xiaobo summoned his last and strongest Pokémon, then added, "However, I hope that Gyarados was not your strongest Pokémon. For if so, I have already discerned your tactics, and you will have little chance in the ensuing battle." "Rest assured," Xiaoyu replied. "Since Gyarados' evolution, this is my first time using it in a gym battle. Achieving such results has surprised even me." Xiaobo gazed at the two Pokeballs at his waist for a moment, then murmured, "I thought it was your trump card." It turns out it was merely its inaugural gym battle. Unaware of the change in Xiaobo's expression, Xiaoyu laughed. On another note, "It's my first time seeing a gym leader concerned about the strength of a challenger." Xiaobo sighed, his words steeped in personal philosophy. "Life is a puzzle. A continuous cycle of self-questioning and answering. Each time a new riddle is solved, individuals grow significantly. Pokémon battles resonate with this, regardless of how formidable the obstacles. Overcoming them leads to greater strength. Thus, as long as one lives, one must perpetually devise new puzzles and continually challenge Pokémon battles. Truly, Mr. Xiaobo, you are a wellspring of wisdom. I have learned much. Xiaoyu nodded, not wishing to delay further, and sent forth his second Pokémon, Go, Squirtle. As the blue light flashed, Squirtle appeared atop one of the stone pillars within the volcano. Squirtle, Squirtle, is that really Squirtle? Xiaobo frowned. I expected something more formidable. How surprising that you would choose a Squirtle that has not yet fully evolved. Such a rare opportunity is precisely why I wish for it to gain experience. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, recalling Squirtle's Pokeball. Perhaps Squirtle may not be a match for Ducklet, but I have another chance. Even if it falls, it will still have worn down Ducklet's stamina. Oh, I see. Xiaobo laughed heartily. Who would have thought you embody my philosophy of life? Once both trainers' Pokemon were ready, they simultaneously issued commands. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Ducklet, employ Flame Punch. The Water Gun shot forth from the mouth of Squirtle, aiming directly at the fiery Platypus Pokemon. However, the Platypus Pokemon braved the damage, leaping forward to close the distance between them. This tactic had proven effective in the recent battle against Pikachu, and it was clear that Summer hoped to replicate that strategy to alter the unfavorable situation. Unfortunately for him, Summer was not Ash, and Squirtle was no Pikachu. Naturally, you would not allow him to succeed. Squirtle, withdraw into your shell. Upon retreating into its shell, Squirtle left the Platypus Pokemon at a loss, which resorted to pounding on the shell with its fiery fists. Furrowing his brow, Summer shouted, Platypus Pokemon, throw it into the magma. Summer gasped in disbelief. Could this even be done? Even though Squirtle was a water type, being tossed in a magma would not only annihilate it, but likely leave no trace behind. Seeing the Platypus Pokemon extend its hands, seemingly preparing to embrace Squirtle, Summer hastily called out, Squirtle, spin at high speed. Squirtle began to rotate its body, gaining speed and forcing the Platypus Pokemon to retreat. Simultaneously, the shell of Squirtle launched high into the air, tracing a perfect arc as it collided with the Platypus Pokemon. Platypus Pokemon, use Flamethrower. The fiery creature unleashed a torrent of flames towards Squirtle. Despite the flames, Squirtle managed to strike the Platypus Pokemon squarely in the face. Chapter 91. The Crimson Badge. Following this blow, the already tormented expression of the Platypus Pokemon contorted further. Although it had sustained damage, Squirtle was unfortunate enough to suffer burns from the flames and was forced to extend its head from the shell. An opening. Summer's eyes gleamed as he commanded. Platypus Pokemon, use Fire Punch. The flaming fist rained down upon Squirtle, seemingly fueled by revenge for the earlier blow, hitting with extraordinary force. Squirtle, Bubble Beam. A flurry of bubbles erupted from Squirtle's mouth, expanding as they collided with the fire punch. Boom, bang, boom, bang. Both sides suffered varying degrees of damage, retreating to opposite stone pillars, panting heavily. However, due to the persistent burns, Squirtle appeared to be in greater distress. Platypus Pokemon, use Inferno. The Platypus Pokemon unleashed a massive flame that quickly grew larger, forming a gigantic character as it soared towards Squirtle. With no alternative, Summer had no choice but to confront the flames head-on. Lacking higher-powered water-type moves, Squirtle could only unleash another water gun to clash with the Inferno. The steam erupted as water and fire collided. Despite the type advantage, the water gun's power was insufficient to extinguish the Inferno, which continued to engulf Squirtle, ultimately leaving it collapsed atop the stone pillar. Having secured a hard-fought victory, Summer breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I have regained a foothold. Summer praised. Your Platypus Pokemon is exceptionally well trained. My Squirtle indeed cannot measure up. Although he had lost, Summer remained undeterred. After all, given the multiple attacks sustained, the Platypus Pokemon had at least expended half of its stamina. The next question was, which Pokemon to send out? His gaze surveyed the volcanic arena. Realizing it was too confined for conventional battles and ill-suited for larger Pokemon like Gyarados, after some contemplation, he tossed out his first Pokeball. Now it's your turn. Kirlia. A flash of blue light revealed Kirlia on the battlefield. As both sides prepared, the battle commenced. However, the ensuing developments caught everyone off guard. The very terrain that should have restricted the opponent instead put the Platypus Pokemon at a disadvantage due to Kirlia's teleportation, ultimately leveraging the unpredictable trajectories of its teleportation. Kirlia deftly evaded the Platypus Pokemon's fiery assaults. It swiftly dispatched the foe with psychic energy, leaving everyone in awe. Impressive. Summer lamented as he recalled his Platypus Pokemon, approaching Summer with a sigh. Especially in that final battle, I anticipated a fierce contest. Yet my platypus Pokémon was relegated to merely enduring blows. In truth, Summer, you had not expected to win so effortlessly. Mr. Summer, you cannot blame me. My Kirlia is a psychic type, making it nearly impossible to strike in this terrain. Shaking his head, Summer pulled out a badge resembling flames and tossed it to Summer. You. I've grown old and somewhat ineffective. Take this as evidence of your victory over me. As Summer, you caught the badge with steady hands. His joy contrasted sharply with Ash's despondent expression as he gazed at the emblem. His hand instinctively tightened around the Pokeball containing Charizard. If only my Charizard were this obedient. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had fallen. At Summer's invitation, Summer, you and his companions remained as guests at the inn. During dinner, Ash wore a gloomy demeanor, silently leaving the room ahead of everyone else. Where's he off to? Summer wondered aloud, observing Ash's retreating figure. Don't mind him. He has probably off for more training. Misty waved her hand dismissively. After every loss, he tends to sulk for a bit. But he'll bounce back soon enough. Indeed, Summer, you concurred, adding thoughtfully, by tomorrow morning, he will surely challenge you again, Mr. Summer. But his state will be entirely different then. Oh, is that so? Summer mused, sipping his sake with interest. I shall eagerly await it. He then turned back to Summer. You. Ah, by the way, my hot springs are quite beneficial for burns. You needn't head to a Pokémon Center. Just take Squirtle and enjoy the hot springs. After the meal, Summer, you followed the suggestion, bringing Squirtle back to the hot spring. However, this time he was alone. Brock had gone off searching for Ash, and Misty had vanished somewhere. Such a rare opportunity, everyone should enjoy the hot springs. Summer, you released his Pokeballs, summoning all his Pokémon except for the two silly birds. Instantly, the hot spring was crowded, especially when Gyarados settled into the water, causing the water level to rise, leaving only a narrow space beside it. The attitudes of the Pokémon towards the hot spring were evidently varied. Kirlia, as if indulging in self-care, submerged most of its body while only its head remained visible. Dratini curled in a corner of the spring, appearing lifeless with its soft belly facing up. Bulbasaur paddled leisurely in the water, while Gyarados was utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Eevee seemed hesitant to get wet, avoiding the water altogether. As for the fire dinosaur, which is inherently afraid of water, it clings to its tail, keeping a respectful distance from the hot spring, daring only to gingerly dip its toes into the water. In this scene, it seems that only Jishton playfully splashes the hot spring water upon everyone, relishing the mischief, with a wooden spoon brimming with the warm waters. Xiao carefully drizzles it onto the back of Comex, expressing gratitude for its efforts in the recent battle. Just then, gentle footsteps are heard from outside the hot spring. And upon turning her head, Xiao is surprised to see Kasumi, wrapped in a towel, making her way over slowly. Earlier in the day, Bakubai had triggered a mechanism that damaged the wooden barrier in the middle of the hot spring, leaving it unrefurbished and transforming the area from separate bathing to a mixed bath. Furthermore, as Xiao's Pokémon occupied the majority of the space, Kasumi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she maintained her composure as she gradually stepped into the water and settled beside Xiao. However, quite fortuitously, as Kasumi took her seat, Xiao's hand inadvertently brushed against her smooth, alabaster thigh. In that instant, Xiao stood frozen, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with a delicate tension.